Miss, you are the sixth daughter of the eldest branch of the Duke of Ningguo's mansion, ranked ninth. After I die, you must go to the capital. Only by reclaiming your identity can you secure a good marriage. Xie Shanshan had just opened her eyes when she heard such words. The speaker was a middle-aged woman lying inside a half-open coffin. The woman had graying hair, a face full of wrinkles, about 50 years old. Her features were still elegant skin fair, but she was at death's door, a layer of deathly pallor covering her face. Xie Shanshan leaned over the coffin, reached out, and placed her hand on the woman's wrist, instantly sensing her physical condition. A moment ago she had perished together with the zombie king. The next moment, she had transmigrated into this body, yet to receive the original owner's memories. Seeing Xie Shanshan's disbelief, the woman gasped for breath. 14 years ago, the 10th year of the young mistress' marriage, she had given birth to 5 daughters in succession for the eldest branch of the Duke of Ningguo. The mother-in-law was dissatisfied and intended to take a virtuous woman as a concubine for the master. The young mistress was unwilling. Coincidentally, the eldest madam was also pregnant, and they gave birth on the same day when the young mistress returned to her natal home. The madam could not bear the young mistress' earnest pleading, so she personally swapped the 2 children and sealed the mouths of all witnesses in the delivery room. Thus, the 4th young master of the Duke of Jingguo became the legitimate eldest grandson of the Duke of Ningguo, while the young lady became the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jingguo's eldest branch. Good heavens! In typical stories of swap true and false daughters, either the false daughter's parents want their own child to live a good life by swapping, or accidents happen that cause the true daughter to be lost. But what about the original owner? My biological mother and maternal grandmother personally swapped me. Since I became the daughter of the Duke of Jingguo, how did I end up here? Xie Shanshan looked at the woman, smiled bitterly. The young mistress promised the eldest madam that the Duke of Ningguo would be inherited by the 4th young master, and then the young lady would marry back into the Duke of Ningguo, ensuring the bloodline of the Duke of Ningguo. However, the eldest madam was both greedy for the title of Duke of Ningguo and resentful that the young mistress caused her to be separated from her son. Even more, she did not want her own son to marry her niece. So when the girl was 6 months old, using the opportunity to visit her maternal home, she brought a baby girl born to her younger sister, who was half a month older, to replace the girl, and ordered me to take the real girl to a remote place to drown and bury her. Isn't this a living version of the story of 2 beauties switched at birth? A sharp glint flashed in Xie Shanshan's eyes. The woman's gaze gradually dimmed, her speech became intermittent. Although I am the eldest madam's personal attendant, the young master once saved my whole family. I really could not bear to let the young lady die, so I took her and fled the capital. I intended to wait until you were older to take you back to the capital to find the young master and reveal your identity. But I am dying. Hold on. Xie Shanshan grasped her hand and skillfully transferred a strand of her superpower into the woman's body. After succeeding, a surge of joy flashed through her mind. Her superpower had come with her. This meant she could continue to act with impunity, just like in the apocalypse. With this strand of superpower, the woman revived. She looked at Xie Shanshan with loving eyes. In the cabinet are all the proofs I could leave behind. Moreover, you look very much like the young master. Go to the capital to seek your family without delay. All right. Xie Shanshan agreed for now. As for whether to go, she would decide after understanding the situation. Xie Shanshan was not accustomed to letting others. The woman's breath grew weaker, her voice fading. If I did not return to report, the eldest madam will surely not spare my family. If they are still alive, I beg you to look after them. My husband's name is Chun Rue, my son's name is Hudu. Rest assured I will remember. She had taken the original owner away from the capital and raised her. Xie Shanshan felt obliged to repay. The woman exhaled her last breath and slowly closed her eyes. Knowing her time was short, she had bought herself a thin coffin, instructed Xie Shanshan, before dressing neatly, and lay down inside the coffin herself, afraid to trouble the little master she had raised so carefully. After confirming her death, Xie Shanshan easily pushed the coffin lid shut, sealing it tightly. Turning around, she saw a shadow floating out from her own body, standing before her, blurry and translucent. The shadow had the same face as the original owner's original appearance, delicate features that did not look like a 14-year-old girl, but rather a woman in her 30s, adorned with gold hairpins, jade bracelets, red jacket, green skirt, extremely ornate. Are you the original owner? The shadow looked at her and smiled gently. I am Xie Shanshan, the owner of this body. In my life, only Aunt Zhao loved me most. I used all my life's merits to pray for a future life as mother and daughter with Aunt Zhao. The king of Yin said my merits were insufficient, but if I give you this body, I will receive a third of your merits and be reborn into a peaceful world where men and women are equal. Do you agree? I agree. Xie Shanshan wanted to leave the apocalypse more than anyone. The shadow was deeply grateful. She was eager to enter the underworld to wait for a chance at rebirth, wasting no words. She curtsied to Xie Shanshan. Thank you. I go now? May you have a happy life and live to 100 years. As the words ended, it instantly turned into nothingness. At the same moment, Xie Shanshan received the original owner's memories, spanning 32 years in total. After obtaining a chance at rebirth, she chose to give up life and seek a future existence. It turned out that her previous life after seeking her family at the Duke of Ningguo was so bitter that she did not want to relive it. Opening the cabinet, Xie Shanshan took out the proofs that Aunt Zhao had mentioned. A set of swaddling clothes made of pine green silk, a set of infant undergarments, a gold necklace with a longevity lock, a pair of small gold bracelets, a bundle of clothes and jewelry that Aunt Zhao had worn when she left the Duke of Jingwei, several sheets of confession signed and fingerprinted in blood, a 14-year-old travel permit, and a red paper with the original owner's birth date and time. The household registration was separate. Aunt Zhao had been resourceful, traveling thousands of miles by boat, and settled the original owner in the city of Suzhou, claiming that the master's family had fallen and she had fled with the little mistress. Xie Shanshan was the master, she the servant. They lived by selling needlework. The confession clearly stated that before fleeing the capital, Aunt Zhao had taken her own savings and also stolen 5 gold ingots and 50 taels of loose silver from the chest the eldest madam had brought to her maiden home. This was the foundation for their survival in Suzhou. The original owner's maternal aunt Lin Shi was born into the Jinggan home mansion, the eldest daughter. Aunt Zhao was her companion, made 7 years older, a household-born servant. Before Lin Shi married, Aunt Zhao was matched with a servant boy, later became Lin Shi's personal attendant, managed her dowry, and was well-traveled. She followed the rules of raising young masters and ladies of noble families, hired tutors for the original owner to teach her reading, writing, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. No wonder the original owner would rather be mother and daughter with Aunt Zhao in the next life than return to the Duke of Ningguo. Aunt Zhao's love for her was truly extraordinary, but the cost of education was high, so the master and servant lived in modest means, eventually leaving behind a few dozen silver taels and a few strings of cash for the original owner's travel expenses to the capital. But Xie Shanshan had money. While checking her superpower, she discovered that her useless space and the things inside had also come with her. The reason it is referred to as a chicken rib is that in the apocalypse the space is tasteless to consume and a pity to discard. It has no fertile fields or spiritual springs, cannot accommodate living beings, and can only store inanimate objects. Moreover, the space is quite small. 3 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 3 meters in height. It encompasses about 27 cubic meters, equivalent to a tiny bedroom. During the apocalypse, Xie Shanshan always treated this space as a suitcase storing clothes, shoes, weapons, and rations, as well as gold, silver, jewelry, and jade that had initially been overlooked by others. The currency of the apocalypse is the zombie crystal core, which can be used to enhance abilities, while clean food is of utmost importance. Xie Shanshan does not share this view. Gold is a non-renewable resource widely used in various industrial fields. When the apocalypse struck and chaos ensued, the primary targets for others were food, water, medicines, and weapons. However, she quietly collected gold whenever she encountered it, melting it into gold bars during her free time, which already occupied 1/10 of her space. It is worth noting that 1 ton of gold equals 19.32 tons. This is equivalent to over 500,000 taels from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Xie Shanshan has over 2 tons, just under 3 tons, which is roughly equivalent to 14 to 15 million taels of silver. Many times the treasury during the Ming and Qing dynasties did not possess as much. Not only does she have gold, but she also has silver. Silver is produced in greater quantities and is easier to collect. She has accumulated about 10 tons of silver bars, each ton weighing 10.49 tons. By the later stages of the apocalypse, it indeed became a sought-after commodity. Xie Shanshan originally planned to donate it to the base established by her country for new industrial construction, but unfortunately, she did not have the chance. As for gemstones, diamonds, pearls, jade, and corals, she only collected high-quality pieces. They were merely beautiful and not very useful, far fewer in quantity than gold and silver. However, before the apocalypse arrived, these were all priceless treasures. As a super-rich woman, there was truly no need for her to rush to the Duke of Ning's mansion to acknowledge her relatives. Xie Shanshan is more interested in food. When she crossed over, it was the 10th year of the apocalypse. After the death of the zombie emperor, the battle between humans and zombies was nearing its end. However, the environment was harsh, with plants and animals mutating one after another. A pure food was almost entirely depleted and resources were extremely scarce. Few scientists survived, and those who researched and cultivated food and meat found them to have a terrible taste, barely enough to fill the stomach. This was also the main reason Xie Shanshan agreed to trade with the original owner. The feudal system, no matter how cannibalistic, was still better than the apocalypse, and it had good mountains and rivers conducive to health. I divided my merits. I hope you and your daughter will have a good rebirth in your next life, living in peace and prosperity, free from worries. After silently praying, Xie Shanshan stuffed the evidence and important items such as household registration and silver left by Granny Zhao into the space, leaving only a couple of 100 copper coins on hand. Based on the original owner's memory, she applied the ointment prescribed by the old doctor that Granny Zhao had invited to her yellow hands, face, and neck, then turned left, walked a mile, and found the eatery she and Granny Zhao frequented. Granny Zhao pampered the original owner. She needed to take care of her hands for sewing, and they never cooked at home. The hot water they used daily was provided by the neighbor aunt, for which she paid, and at the same time hired someone to wash clothes. As a regular customer, the daughter of the eatery owner Qing'er came over to attend to her, saying, "Sister Xie, what would you like to eat today?" Xie Shanshan glanced at the water menu hanging in the eatery and replied, "A bowl of plain noodles." Though she wanted to indulge in a feast, the original owner had a small appetite and should not overeat, especially since Granny Zhao had just passed away. Even if she did not need to observe mourning, she needed to show some respect. Not drinking alcohol or eating meat is a form of filial piety. A bowl of plain noodles and a plate of pickled radish cost 5 won, and Xie Shanshan, when Qing'er came over to clear the bowl, she asked, "Qing, I and my granny have no relatives here. Now that my granny has passed, I am all alone. Who should I find to help with the funeral arrangements?" "Granny Zhao is gone." Qing'er was startled. Xie Shanshan nodded. Qing'er thought for a moment and said, "The coffin shop has someone. They handle everything from music to mourning and funerals." Xie Shanshan found a shop that sold coffins and paper offerings, first buying a batch of paper horses and sedan chairs, then explaining the situation and hiring someone to handle Granny Zhao's funeral, which would last 3 days for mourning and 7 days for burial. Since there was no place to bury the coffin, she temporarily stored it at the largest charity house in Gusi City, following the original owner's previous handling method. In total, she spent 3 taels of silver. During this time, Xie Shanshan used her abilities to nourish and transform her body, picking up the martial skills from her past life. Her appetite increased from 1 bowl of noodles to 3 bowls of white rice plus 2 or 3 dishes of stir-fried vegetables, while also gaining a direct understanding of the prices. The gold and silver in the small space are enough for her to spend until the end of time. She does not need to toil for food and clothing, and Xie Shanshan plans to travel alone, enjoy the scenery, savor delicious food, and relish life. The true daughter of the Duke of Ning. Get lost. Entering the capital and into the mansion does not mean she can frolic freely among the common people. Compared to wealth and honor, Xie Shanshan yearns for freedom and has no intention of being bound by feudal etiquette. Actions speak louder than words. Xie Shanshan immediately packed her bedding clothes, daily necessities, and the remaining grains and oils into the barely spacious space. She took out 2 pieces of 15-kilogram silver bars from the space and ground them into smaller pieces weighing 1 or 2 taels, 3 or 5 taels. In the original owner's memory, daily expenses were mostly in small silver and copper coins with very little gold used. After locking the door, Xie Shanshan went to the horse market and spent 13 taels of silver to buy a medium-sized horse, equipping it with a saddle, stirrups, and horseshoes, and then went to a tailor shop to buy 3 or 4 sets of men's clothing. When she came out, she was dressed in men's clothing, wearing a broad-brimmed hat with a veil, and headed to the forge, directly asking to buy 2 waist knives and 2 short daggers. The attendant who served her smiled broadly, saying, "The top-quality waist knife is 700 won per tael, and the second quality is 300 won. "I want the top-quality waist knife," Xie Shanshan replied without hesitation. The attendant immediately took out 2 top-quality waist knives along with their sheaths, saying, "The top-quality dagger is 300 won each, totaling 4 taels of silver." Not in a hurry. Xie Shanshan then spotted a fine iron broadsword and asked for the price. The attendant smiled, saying, "The fine iron snowflake sword from the western regions requires at least 4 taels of silver." "I want to." Xie Shanshan then looked at the hanging bows and arrows and continued to inquire about the price. The attendant brought out the best bows and arrows, saying, "You're buying top-quality knives. The second quality bow is 400 won. They'll get you a top-quality bow complete with bowstring for 650 won. The feathered arrows are 19 won each, or 190 won for 10. How many do you want?" 2 bows and 100 feathered arrows. Xie Shanshan placed several silver fragments on the counter. The attendant first examined the quality of the silver, even cutting the larger fragments in half, then weighed them with a balance, stating, "You owe me 15 taels and 2 qian. This is 15 taels, 7 qian, 4 fun, and 5 li. I will return 545 won to you." Due to the unprecedented quality of the silver, he also gave her a quiver and arrow pouch made of cowhide. When the attendant asked Xie Shanshan for her household registration documents to register her purchase, Xie Shanshan slung the bows and arrows over her shoulder, wore the short dagger and waist knife, and hung the fine iron broadsword on both sides of the saddle. She then turned and walked into a nearby bank, exchanging 10 taels of silver for 10 taels of new copper coins, which she placed on the horse's back, while leading the horse to buy rations. Just as she was processing her travel permit under the pretext of visiting relatives, several weary strangers with accents from the capital appeared at her doorstep. Aunt Li, who often provided hot water and cleaned the residence for Xie Shanshan, was sitting at the door making shoe soles. Upon seeing a group of men approaching with puffed chests and imposing demeanor, dressed unusually, she couldn't help but feel wary. They banged on Xie Shanshan's door vigorously, but no one answered for a long time. "Hey, do you know where this family has gone?" The first man, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, Aunt Li cautiously replied. "They went out for a long trip." She did not dare to ask who they were. The middle-aged man frowned. Out for a long trip. Yes, they said they were following Granny Zhao's last words to go to the capital to seek relatives. Indeed, Xie Shanshan had greeted Aunt Li before leaving in the morning, saying she wouldn't come back in the short term, which made Aunt Li regret not being able to earn money for a long time. The middle-aged man asked, when did they leave? Aunt Li shook her head. I don't know. The man clearly did not believe her. He assigned people to guard the door, while sending someone to inquire with the neighbors. Others were not as timid as Aunt Li and directly asked who they were. The middle-aged man stated his identity without hesitation. We come from the capital. This young lattice relatives in the capital sent us to escort her home for a family reunion. Everyone was half convinced. They believed Granny Zhao had once said that she lost the young master and the family, which led to them being stranded in Suzhou. Yet they were doubtful. If they truly cared, why would they send a large group of men to fetch her? Did wealthy families not have maids and servants? Granny Zhao prided herself on being a servant. Moreover, there were only the fine horses they arrived on, not even a carriage was in sight. With their fierce and menacing looks, they couldn't possibly be good people. Though they were ordinary citizens, Jiangnan was a place of exceptional talent with a rich cultural atmosphere, and the families living in the city were not easily deceived. Many young girls in the neighborhood had learned needlework from Granny Zhao. She not only charged no fees, but occasionally taught them to read and write in some proper decorum, making her quite popular here. Therefore, everyone was unwilling to reveal Xie Shanshan's whereabouts. Not only Aunt Li, but everyone knew that Granny Zhao's funeral was yesterday, and Xie Shanshan had not left. You are too late, Miss Xie has already left. Yes. Miss Xie took the water route. A neighbor who saw Xie Shanshan buying horses at the market spoke up. If you chase after her now, you might catch up soon. Everyone said this, leaving the newcomers exchanging glances. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man waved his hand. Half of you go to the wharf, and the other half stay here to continue gathering information. Knowing that Xie Shanshan was buying horses, a neighbor returned home to pick up a burden, intending to remind Xie Shanshan, who might not know if she would return home. However, there was no trace of her. Upon hearing that Xie Shanshan went to the Ningguo Duke's residence to seek family, the official documents were processed unusually quickly, and as soon as Xie Shanshan got them, she rode out of the city. Heading south on the official road, the city was bustling with people, and the roads were busy with carts and horses. She did not find the opportunity to store the copper coins and knife into her space, and given her weight, the black horse could only go about 40 to 50 miles before it was panting heavily. Really useless. Xie Shanshan jumped off the horse and led it to the roadside to graze and drink. If she had known, she would have spent an extra 10 taels to buy a better horse. Lifting the gauze curtain, Xie Shanshan washed her hands by the river and took out the preserved fruits she had bought along with her dry rations, tossing piece after piece into sweet. This unpolluted space-time is truly wonderful. The air is fresh and all food tastes incredibly delicious. It is simply a paradise on Earth. Releasing her abilities, Xie Shanshan checked the area within 2 to 3 miles for any other people. She quickly stored 2 large iron knives and 10 copper coins into her small space, and also put away a dagger, a bow and arrow, and a waist knife, before taking out the 2 rolls of bedding wrapped in oilcloth from the original owner, tying them up and hanging them on either side of the saddle. Whether from historical records or the Ming and Qing novels that Xie Shanshan had read, bedding was an essential item for travelers in ancient times, needing to be carried along, and she naturally had to conform to local customs. After resting for more than half an hour, and finishing a large bag of preserved fruits, as well as 2 meat pies, Xie Shanshan mounted her horse. Let's go, little black. With a reduction of 200 or 300 pounds of weight, the black horse's steps became very light. After galloping for several dozen miles, it gradually slowed down, and by evening they reached the area under the jurisdiction of Kunshan in Suzhou. Xie Shanshan specifically sought a well-kept and spacious inn to dismount. Immediately, a clever young attendant approached to lead her horse, smiling brightly, and asked, will the guest be staying or just eating? There is premium forage and clean water in the back stable for the horse. How much is the room? Xie Shanshan planned to stay for 1 night. After all, when traveling, stopping frequently was the best strategy. She did not stay in the beautiful Suzhou city to avoid complications. The young attendant respectfully replied, our inn does not have large dormitories. The lowest rooms are 30 won per person for 10 people per room. The middle-class rooms are 200 won per room for 2 people, and the upper-class rooms are 500 single occupancy, with hot water available. I want an upper room. Xie Shanshan stepped into the inn. The young attendant shouted, a guest has arrived, 1 upper room. He went to tie up and feed the horse while another attendant welcomed Xie Shanshan, and the innkeeper's wife, still charming, sat behind the counter. It was not yet meal time, and the tables and chairs in the hall were all empty. As Xie Shanshan lifted the gauze curtain and was about to find a place to sit, the attendant invited. The innkeeper's wife took out the inn ledger and said, please show your travel document. Do I need to register? Xie Shanshan secretly rejoiced that she had obtained a travel document before leaving the city. It must be recorded clearly, otherwise when the authorities come to inspect our inn will be punished. Therefore guests with unclear backgrounds are not welcomed. The innkeeper's wife copied the information from the travel document into the ledger, such as place of origin, destination, and number of people. She soon found something amiss. Young lady, if you are going to the capital, you should head north. Why have you come southeast? Xie Shanshan was dressed in men's clothing for convenience. Her voice had not changed and remained feminine. With her bright eyes and white teeth and the 2 gold earrings still hanging from her ears, anyone could tell her gender. Hearing the innkeeper's wife's words, Xie Shanshan pretended to be foolish. I can't quite tell east from west. Did I take the wrong road? You went the wrong way. The innkeeper's wife returned the travel document to her. Xie Shanshan put it away and found a place to sit down. What food does the inn have? She had eaten only the preserved fruits and meat pies during her rest at noon, and now The attendant pointed to the menu hanging on the wall. We have chicken, fish, meat, and eggs. What would the guest like to order? I will have the kitchen prepare it for you. First, bring me a large bowl of braised duck noodles. This dish is relatively quick to prepare. Xie Shanshan glanced at the menu. Braised pork knuckle, old goose, soup, boiled lamb, steamed white fish. After fasting for 7 days for Granny, Zhao, she was particularly craving meat now. The innkeeper's wife looked at her small and thin figure. Can you finish it by yourself, young lady? I can finish it, just bring it on. Xie Shanshan raised her hand, and a piece of silver dropped steadily onto the counter. The innkeeper's wife skillfully took out the scale to weigh it. The room fee for 1 day is 500. This meal, including horse feeding, costs a total of 268 won. The young lady has given me 2.5 taels of silver. How many days do you plan to stay? Before Xie Shanshan could answer, she heard the young attendant outside say, a guest has arrived, 1 middle-class room. As soon as the words fell, a transcendent, stunning young gentleman entered. A person on the road is as flawless as jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. Lifting a cup, he gazes at the blue sky, as radiant as a jade tree in the wind. Stones accumulate like jade and pines stand like emeralds. His beauty is unparalleled, unmatched by anyone else. A noble gentleman, as if cut and polished, as if carved in ground. In an instant, countless verses describing handsome men flashed through Xie Shanshan's mind. Her eyes felt an overwhelming joy. Is this a benefit of crossing over? It allowed her to see such a beautiful young man in a different time and space. He was tall and slender, with dragon-like brows and phoenix-like eyes devoid of any trace of makeup. Upon entering, the whole hall sparkled with brilliance. Yet he appeared rather pale, with a layer of illness clouding his features, resembling a fragile crystal glass figure coughing with each step. Surprisingly, wearing a blue silk round-collared cotton robe in September. It did not appear bulky. The wide sleeves flowed elegantly and gracefully. His outstretched hand was also long and smooth, with skin exceedingly pale and thin, the veins beneath clearly visible. Placing the route pass on the counter, his voice was warm and gentle as jade. I have a student named Qing Feng accompanying me. Please register us, madam. The madam, equally astonished as Xie Shanshan, snapped back to reality. Coming. She received the route pass with both hands. Upon seeing the contents, she couldn't help but exclaim, Pei Ju. Is the young master Pei Ju from Songjiang Prefecture? Are you heading to the capital for the exam? Xie Shanshan asked curiously. Who is Pei Ju? Could he be a famous... The madam trembled with excitement, her voice involuntarily raised slightly. He is the top scholar from Jinling province 3 years ago. He was only 15 at the time. Xie Shanshan looked at him with newfound respect. The first in the province. Not only that, but he was also a small third place. The madam often hosted guests from all over, and through their words, she was well aware of Pei Ju's specific situation. Master Pei has had an extraordinary memory since childhood, and by the age of 10, he had already read the 4 books and 5 classics. If he hadn't fallen seriously ill after the provincial exam, he would undoubtedly have achieved 6 top scores the following spring. What a pity. He was known to be weak and sickly. Everyone knew this. Missing the spring exam 2.5 years ago, even if he participates next year and achieves first place, he can only be called a 6th place scholar, not a 6-time top scorer. Throughout history, it is said that only one person has achieved this feat. Pei Ju was still young. He had hoped to surpass it, but unfortunately his frail health became a burden, ultimately becoming a regret in Jiangnan's literary world. Pei Ju coughed a few times with his fist against his lips. My learning is shallow, and I must apologize for embarrassing everyone. No, Master Pei's presence brings great honor to our humble establishment. The madam felt her face glowing with pride, swiftly completed the registration, and immediately instructed the attendant, please show Master Pei to the best room. She intended to waive Pei Ju's accommodation fees. Unexpectedly, Pei Ju politely declined. Thank you for your kindness, madam. My servant and I would like to share a medium room. The best room has 1 bed, while the medium room has 2 beds. Qing Feng had followed him for many years, and he did not want Qing Feng to sleep on the floor. Hearing this, the madam had no choice but to comply. Pei Ju carefully stored the route pass. She returned, finding an empty table to sit down. Calm and composed, every gesture exuded elegance. The madam forgot to give change, the attendant forgot to serve dishes, and Xie Shanshan forgot her hunger. All eyes were on Pei Ju, feeling as if they could never see enough of him. A celestial descended to the mortal realm, nothing could compare. Pei Ju, accustomed to such attention, ordered calmly based on the menu a bowl of Yanshan noodles, 5 jin of white rice, and a bowl of ham-stewed elbow, along with a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with just oil and salt. The attendant, as if awakening from a dream, hurried to the kitchen to report the dish names. Moments later, he first brought the noodles. Xie Shanshan's braised duck noodles, and Pei Ju's Yanshan noodles, each with a plate of pickled radish. While the madam kept accounts and calculated, she accurately returned Xie Shanshan 1 tael of silver and 591 of copper coins. Soon the dishes they ordered were successively brought out. As she enjoyed the dishes, Xie Shanshan glanced at Pei Ju taking a bite of noodles, then at Pei Ju again, feeling that today's broth was particularly delicious and the noodles were especially chewy and smooth. She had made up her mind, instead of going to Songjiang Prefecture to see the sea, she would change direction and head to the capital. Suddenly Pei Ju raised his gaze, meeting Xie Shanshan's eyes. Xie Shanshan smiled brightly at him, causing the young man's cheeks to flush slightly. With autumn water for eyes and cold jade for bones. A stunning beauty. Xie Shanshan's heart raced, wishing she could conquer a kingdom to win a smile from him. Master. A strong man in simple clothing entered, carrying numerous bags. Interrupting their gaze, is the room booked? He'll take the bedding up first. The madam quickly took out a key and handed it to the attendant. Master Pei is in room 36 of the Earth Building. The attendant then led the strong man upstairs, helping to carry the luggage. Pei Ju coughed for a while. Qingfeng, put down the luggage and come down to eat. The strong man responded. Xie Shanshan was a bit surprised. Pei Ju was so handsome, yet his servant was so burly. Before long, Qingfeng came down from upstairs. He did not sit at the same table as Pei Ju, but poured the entire bowl of ham-stewed elbow into a basin of rice, mixed it well, and began to eat at an empty table near. In contrast, Pei Ju only ate a bowl of noodles, picked up 2 chopsticks of bamboo shoots, and gave the rest to Qingfeng. Xie Shanshan, however, finished her own dish. Probably having never seen a girl with such a big appetite, both Pei Ju and Qingfeng could not help but glance at her. Qingfeng rubbed his eyes and spoke gruffly. Master should learn from this young lady how to eat. Only by eating more can you nourish your body and grow stronger. That's right. Xie Shanshan nodded repeatedly. Master Pei eats too little. 1 bowl of noodles isn't enough to fill her gap. Pei Ju lightly coughed twice. I was born with a weak stomach. If I eat too much, it would be counterproductive to my beauty. What master says is true. Qingfeng sighed. My master is excellent in every way, handsome as Pan and talented in literature and art, attracting countless officials and gentry from Jinling province wishing to recruit him as a son-in-law. Yet his health is uncooperative, falling ill every few days. Throughout the year, he could not part with medicine. After finishing the meal, Qingfeng immediately went to the room to fetch medicine, using the kitchen to brew it. Naturally, the madam was willing to provide convenience for someone as renowned as Pei Ju. Xie Shanshan, captivated by his beauty, hesitated to go upstairs, leaning her chin on her hand while watching the handsome man, while simultaneously opening the memories left by the original owner. Since Pei Ju possesses such talent, he would not remain unknown. Indeed, she found rumors about Pei Ju in her memories. He did not participate in next year's spring exam, but met his demise on the way to the exam. The original owner remembered Pei Ju because her husband Yuan Shaokong, who came from a humble background, was also from Jinling and had taken the provincial exam along with Pei Ju, expected to shine in next year's spring exam, achieving the 9th rank in the 2nd class. During the years of mutual affection with the original owner, Yuan Shaokong had mentioned Pei Ju several times. As for how Pei Ju died, Yuan Shaokong had not said. Such a beauty to die young is indeed a pity. She must save him. Xie Shanshan stood up and sat opposite Pei Ju. Master Pei, this is my first time traveling, and I am not familiar with directions. I initially planned to go to the capital to seek relatives, but unexpectedly took a wrong turn and ended up here. I was planning to return tomorrow. May I accompany you, master? A sound reached his ears, and Pei Ju was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he firmly rejected. Men and women should not travel together. Who could tell if she was speaking the truth? Although she possessed captivating eyes and an enchanting demeanor that made her unforgettable, Pei Ju prided himself on being a gentleman and naturally maintained his distance to avoid gossip. Moreover, how could a well-bred girl dress in male attire and carry a long sword? She was likely a female bandit. Oh, the sight of the handsome youth rejecting her was truly delightful. Xie Shanshan rested her chin on her hand, saying, the landlady can vouch that my purpose is to go to the capital. I can attest to that, the landlady interjected at the right moment. Miss Xie is originally from Suzhou and is indeed traveling to the capital to find her relatives. It's clearly stated in the travel permit issued by the Yamen today. Pei Ju still shook his head, saying, that is not appropriate. He coughed into his handkerchief, his eyes slightly downcast, the corners tinged with red, which made him appear quite pitiful. In that case, let us each go our own way on the main road. Xie Shanshan understood the need for flexibility. The next morning after breakfast, she left the inn on horseback, following Pei Ju and his servant's mule cart at a distance with no one to stop her. Indeed, they were traveling in a mule cart, not a horse-drawn carriage. A yellow flag was raised on the cart emblazoned with the words, authorized to participate in the imperial examination. When Pei Ju and his servant stopped, Xie Shanshan also dismounted to rest. After they took a break and continued on their journey, she mounted her horse again. Qingfeng, sitting at the front of the mule cart, said to Pei Ju through the curtain, "Sir, that Miss Xie has been following us closely. We must be cautious not to fall into a band." Pei Ju replied slowly, "Since we left Suzhou, we will travel on official roads during the day, stay at the post station at dusk, and avoid camping in the mountains at night. This may cause some delays, but safety comes first. If they hadn't missed the post station last night, they wouldn't have ended up at the inn and met that Miss Xie." Qingfeng was of the same mind. According to imperial regulations, the government provides lodging and horses free of charge for scholars traveling to the capital for the examination, saving a considerable amount of expense. Why not take advantage of it? Xie Shanshan possessed extraordinary abilities with keen hearing and sight. Upon overhearing their conversation, she couldn't help but chuckle. Did they really think truly these ancient people were something else? The original body was only 15 years old. Although she had lived to 32 in her previous life, it was spent under the constant threat of zombies, leaving no room for love or affection. Her feelings for Pei Ju had nothing to do with romance. He was handsome. Who wouldn't want to steal a few more glances? None of the stars from before the apocalypse could compare to his grace. After another hour of travel, Pei Ju and his servant stopped to feed the mule. Coincidentally, it was the same place where Xie Shanshan had rested the previous noon. There were no inns nearby, so Qingfeng took a portable stove from the cart to prepare medicine and lit a fire to roast the pancakes bought from the inn that morning. The charcoal and wood were all brought from their cart. Xie Shanshan jumped off her horse by the river, letting the little black horse graze and drink water on its own, while she drew her waist knife, cutting a suitable length of branch, and sharpening one end with her dagger. The climate of Jiangnan was mild, with green grass still vibrant and not yet withered. Looking around, fields of mulberries or rice painted a picture of abundance. The weather was perfect, with neither wind nor rain. Xie Shanshan stood by the river for a moment, observing the water, which wasn't very clear, but the fish were quite plump. There was a large grass carp, a carp with a red tail, and tender crucian carp. Occasionally shadows of mandarin fish and catfish could also be seen. Eels and yellow eels hid in the mud, unable to escape her extraordinary abilities. Having fought for 10 years in the apocalypse, Xie Shanshan had developed exceptional fishing and hunting skills. In the blink of an eye, Qingfeng saw her spear 7 or 8 fish onto the shore. "Sir," he called to Pei Ju. Even from afar, Pei Ju noticed and remarked, "She truly is a female bandit. What ordinary girl would possess?" Xie Shanshan pretended not to hear, picking up her knife to gut the fish. Some fish had their scales kept, others not, and she removed the gills, entrails, and black membranes, separating the liver and meat of the crucian carp. The crucian carp lung soup from Suzhou is famous, made from crucian carp. First she cleaned it with river water, then rinsed it again with clean water from her water pouch to ensure it was clean. Seeing her knife skills, Qingfeng was left speechless. Xie Shanshan strung the fish that hadn't been scaled onto a branch, bringing it along with the crucian carp meat and liver to Pei Ju and his servant, smiling as she said, "Young Master Pei, may I borrow some fire?" In exchange for the crucian carp and grilled fish. "Please do." Pei Ju nodded to Qingfeng. Qingfeng immediately stepped aside. Xie Shanshan gave him the crucian carp liver and meat, shared a string of fish, and then used salt and wine to rub the fish belly and body evenly. While marinating, she picked a handful of wild onions, washed them, and stuffed them into the fish belly, setting it over the campfire. Qingfeng followed suit, roasting a string of fish that Xie Shanshan had given him over the fire. While waiting for the medicine to simmer, he took out a large bowl, washed the crucian carp meat and liver with clean water, sliced them, and marinated them with salt, Shaoxing wine, and green onion. After the lotus root soup was off the heat, he took another pot to boil water, added the fish meat and liver, and then added slices of ham and soaked mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, etc. If only there were chicken soup, it would be authentic with fresh bamboo shoots and mushrooms. Pei Ju wasn't that particular, saying, "When traveling, eat whatever is." Xie Shanshan heard this, and looking at his attire realized he was not from a wealthy family or noble lineage, nor was he a member of a prominent clan. After accepting Xie Shanshan's fish, Pei Ju instructed Qingfeng to serve her the fish soup. Xie Shanshan roasted 10 meat pancakes over the fire, enjoying the soup and grilled fish to her heart's content. Although Pei Ju had already witnessed Xie Shanshan's appetite last night, he couldn't hide his surprise and sincerely said, "Miss Xie, would you please stop following us?" "That won't do," Xie Shanshan replied with a smile. Pei Ju seemed taken aback by her demeanor, asking, "Why not?" Xie Shanshan boldly stated, "I already mentioned that I can't tell east from west, and I wish to travel with you, but you refused. So I can only sneak along behind you to avoid going the wrong way again." Her overly straightforward response left Pei Ju speechless. Qingfeng quickly interjected, "Why did you travel alone, miss? Don't you have anyone at home?" Even his master had a male servant like him. The girl before them moved gracefully, her every gesture exuding an innate elegance, suggesting she wasn't from a... Xie Shanshan sighed lightly, lowering her gaze. "I have been separated from my family in the capital for many years and have never met them. I was raised by an old nanny, and now that she has passed away, she urged me on her deathbed to go to the capital to find my family, or she would not rest in peace. Without her, I feel like a headless fly lost without direction. Her pitiful words tugged at King Feng's heartstrings, and he almost blurted out to let her join them, but fortunately, he caught Pei Ju's glance and quickly silenced him. Pei Ju remained unmoved, stating, "Miss, you could take a boat north or hire a bodyguard for protection. It would be better than traveling alone." Xie Shanshan clicked her tongue in her heart. Ancient children were truly hard to deceive. With a twinkle in her eye, she added, "I get seasick and am even more afraid of being sold off in a foreign land by bodyguards." Qing Feng blurted out, "Our young master gets seasick too. Otherwise they would have taken the water route." Pei Ju coughed and shot a glare at Qing Feng, further doubting Xie Shanshan's nonsense. If the bodyguards dare to betray their employer, it would mean their escort agency is finished. Among the common folk, the escort agency is particularly renowned for its integrity, risking their lives to protect their employers or the goods they transport when faced with danger. Their loyalty is known throughout the world. Xie Shanshan reacted swiftly. "As expected of the top scholar, you understand the world well. I am truly ashamed for underestimating you." Hearing her apologize for her casual remark, Pei Ju lowered his gaze in silence. This woman was audacious, completely different from those he usually encountered. Xie Shanshan secretly smiled and sought to change the topic, asking Qing Feng, "Pei Gongzi is in his prime. Why do you call him young master? I heard other servants call the young master Xiao Yi." Qing Feng washed the dishes and extinguished the campfire, replying, "Our young master is a jiren, so he should naturally be called young master. Isn't that a respectful term for a jiren from outsiders? Isn't it too formal for family?" Qing Feng chuckled. "That's how the clan refers to him." Just as Xie Shanshan was about to ask further, Pei Ju spoke up. "Qing Feng, bring over the medicine. It's not time yet, the young master should wait a moment." The doctor instructed that the medicine should be taken a quarter of an hour after a meal, and Qing Feng naturally adhered. After tidying up, Qing Feng calculated the time and poured the medicinal liquid from the pot into a bowl, bringing it to Pei Ju. Pei Ju drank it all in one go, grimacing at the bitterness. Qing Feng took the medicine bowl and handed over the water pouch worriedly, saying, "This medicine isn't very effective. The young master has been taking it for 7 days with little improvement. Now that we are in Gusu City, perhaps we should invite a more skilled doctor to take a look." Pei Ju rinsed his mouth. "Every year during the spring and autumn equinoxes I suffer from this ailment." The medicine prescribed by the doctor in Jinling was similar. Xie Shanshan released a hint of her ability, quietly scanning Pei Ju to discern the source of his ailments. Pei Ju suddenly stood up, looking around. He felt as if someone could see through him completely. Xie Shanshan quickly withdrew her ability. Although her expression remained calm, her heart surged with tumultuous. Did Pei Ju actually perceive the existence of her abilities? How could that be possible? Her power was intangible and undetectable even in apocalyptic scenarios unless faced with someone of the same ability. His reaction resembled that of an awakening spiritual sense. Qing Feng, puzzled, asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" Pei Ju sensed a fleeting gaze probing into him, which had vanished by now, and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing." Prepared. He immediately entered the carriage. With the curtain drawn down, a deep shadow enveloped his eyes. As evening fell, the master and servant entered the relay station set up at the southern gate of Gusu City. Xie Shanshan, preoccupied with admiring handsome men, failed to notice the sign and thought it was an inn. She took a step forward to enter, but was stopped by the relay worker. "Miss, you should know better. The court's relay station cannot be casually occupied." "How can they enter?" She pointed at Pei Ju, who had gone in. The relay worker replied, "A jiren naturally can stay." Xie Shanshan suddenly realized and looked up at the sign. So this is a relay station, not an inn. Pei Ju must have mentioned staying at a relay station on the way if she hadn't paid attention at the time. The relay worker nodded. The relay station handles the delivery of official documents, military supplies, and the reception of officials. Not to mention someone like you, even the families of officials cannot misuse the relay station. Xie Shanshan broadened her horizons. If they couldn't stay, they would just go home for the night. Their small house had been purchased by Granny Zhao and was under the name of the. Although they could stay at an inn not far from the relay station to set off together with Pei Ju, the room costs were high, and it was better to save money to avoid wasting resources. Moreover, if they were heading north to the capital, they needed to prepare winter clothes in advance. The original owner had cotton clothing, but while it could keep warm in Gusu, it might not suffice in the capital, and she didn't plan to wear the original owner's old clothes. Thinking of this, Xie Shanshan asked the relay worker for directions to the most bustling market in the city and directly entered the largest fur shop, saying, "Shopkeeper, bring out the best men's and women's fur cloaks and capes you have." The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, laughed upon hearing this. "I can bring them out, but I fear you won't be able to wear them, young lady." Xie Shanshan exclaimed, "What do you mean?" After her words fell, she suddenly remembered that feudal society seemed to have strict rules regarding clothing and adornments. However, the time period she was in wasn't from the historical Yuan Ming or Qing dynasties. This era was that of the Great Xia time, when history took a turn from the late Northern Song dynasty, where the invading Jin forces were repelled by the founding emperor of this dynasty. Not only did they annihilate the Jin kingdom, but they also subjugated the entire Mongolian region. Following that, there was no establishment of the Southern Song or Yuan dynasties, directly overthrowing the Huizong and Qinzong emperors, with the founding emperor ascending the throne. The affairs of the Zhu and Eisenjoro families were also absent, having been inherited until now. It has been several hundred years. According to the Gregorian calendar, this time corresponds to the early Ming dynasty. Based on the books the original owner read and her understanding, the founding emperor of this dynasty must have been a time traveler deeply in love with the founding empress and lacking a harem of 3,000. He promoted cotton, potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes during his reign, and even established a women's section, allowing women to hold official positions, significantly advancing gender equality for a period. Unfortunately, within a little over a century, it changed drastically, as from the reign of the Gaozong Emperor, women were prohibited from holding official positions and were forced back into the home to serve their husbands and educate their children. However, without the influence of Zhu Zai's teachings during the process, the atmosphere of this dynasty was somewhat more open compared to the historical Ming and Qing eras. Relative to the harshness of the Ming and Qing dynasties toward women, the status of women in the Great Xia dynasty was slightly higher, comparable to that of the Northern Song period, but the price levels were similar to those of the early Ming dynasty in history. The shopkeeper, unaware of Xie Shanshan's thoughts, explained, "This dynasty values the virtue of fire. Since the reign of Gaozong, there have been regulations stating that commoners' wives and daughters cannot wear bright red, dark green, or yellow, and are forbidden from wearing brocade and satin or adorning themselves with jewels and jade. Commoners may wear silk and cotton, while merchants are only allowed to wear silk and adorn themselves with silver, such as commoners. Furthermore, officials below the third rank cannot wear mink fur, and those below Jiren cannot wear fox fur, while commoners may wear rat or sheep fur, and merchants are similarly restricted, otherwise they will be punished for transgression, and a small shop cannot sell them casually." Xie Shanshan was dumbfounded. So if she wanted to wear brocade and satin and adorn herself with jewels, she would have to return to the residence of the Duke of Ning. What kind of bastard was Gaozong? Not only did he overthrow the founding emperor's system, but he also created class antagonism. What fur can I buy? Xie Shanshan's gaze swept over the various men's and women's fur cloaks and capes hanging up, finally resting on a fox fur cape. It was made of bright red satin with golden butterflies and flowers, lined with pure white fox fur without a hint of mixed color. Worn by Pei Ju, it would surely look stunning. The shopkeeper noticed and hurriedly said, "This fur is worth a fortune. There is only this one in all of Gusu City, and only those above Jiren can wear it." Xie Shanshan raised her eyebrows. "Is the top scholar from 3 years ago in Jinling worthy of it?" The shopkeeper was taken aback. "Pei Ju, the top scholar?" Xie Shanshan nodded. "Exactly. I have heard that Pei Ju possesses a celestial demeanor. With the white fox fur on him, it must complement him beautifully." The shopkeeper quickly ordered his assistant to take it down, showcasing its inner and outer layers for inspection, while saying, "The top scholar already possesses the qualifications for official selection. He can wear all furs except for sea dragon fur, black fox, and purple marten. The young lady can choose freely." Xie Shanshan sighed. Throughout history, it is indeed true that nothing is more important than education. Under the shopkeeper's meticulous explanation of the stringent dress code, Xie Shanshan, leveraging Pei Ju's name, acquired a variety of fur robes, jackets, vests, skirts, and boots after the white fox fur coat. Some were for men, some for women, all purchased for herself. The shopkeeper, unaware, assumed they were for Pei Ju or his family. The reputation of the top scholar was indeed a fine tool. After careful selection, Xie Shanshan chose a red silk cloak lined with white fox fur for herself. Since it was made from a whole fox pelt, the price was far lower than the white fox fur coat, which was assembled from many small pieces. The shopkeeper realized that the plainly dressed girl before him was a major client, beaming as he calculated the total. 1,625 taels of silver, with the white fox fur coat alone costing 1,000. "This humble shop does not accept silver notes or bank drafts," he informed Xie Shanshan in advance. Xie Shanshan stepped to the door, reached into the saddlebag, actually pulling a gold brick from her spatial storage, and returned to place it on the counter, startling the shopkeeper and the few assistants nearly out of their sockets. They had never seen such a large piece of gold. This gold brick, cast by Xie Shanshan herself using a mold, weighed 12.5 kilograms. That was equivalent to over 300 taels of the current dynasty. It measured 23 centimeters in length, 9 centimeters in width, and 5 centimeters in thickness. Dense, yet compact, it was easy to carry without raising suspicion of being taken from spatial storage. The shopkeeper hastily sent an assistant to a money house to borrow a large silver shear, a long-handled tool with a small head. The assistant sat on the handle, exerting great effort to cut the gold brick in half. During the gold assay, they chopped the half-brick into numerous pieces, then weighed it using a small steelyard to measure out 11 taels and 3 qian of gold fragments, returning the remaining half-brick to Xie Shanshan. Xie Shanshan asked curiously. Do you test every bit of gold and silver you receive? The foundry had done so, and the inn had as well. The shopkeeper nodded. Naturally. If someone adulterated the metal, or it was of insufficient purity, wouldn't they suffer a great loss without testing? Xie Shanshan realized that counterfeit money existed not only in modern times, but also in ancient times. In that case, please have the assistant cut the other half into smaller pieces for convenience. It was a small favor, and the shopkeeper did not refuse. The assistant quickly used large and small silver shears to cut the half-brick weighing over 100 taels into fragments of 1 or 2 taels, 3 or 5 taels, each piece of a regular shape. After weighing, the shopkeeper wrapped the gold fragments in the songjiang cloth that had been placed under the shears to catch them, tied it up, and placed it into a deerskin pouch. Thank you for your patronage, miss. Please accept this deerskin pouch as a gift, perfect for carrying small items like pouches, gold, silver, and cosmetics when you go out. It resembled a modern crossbody bag with a leather shoulder strap dyed green and a petal-shaped flap in red. Xie Shanshan expressed her thanks, and immediately, fashionable indeed, and quite practical. By the time she left, it was already dark. Xie Shanshan placed several large bundles on the horse's back and led it home for a short rest. When she was still 2 streets away from home, she was suddenly grabbed by an embroiderer who had just finished work. Her name was Xingyu, and she had learned embroidery from Zhao Momo, having lived with the original owner for several years. Since sun protection was unnecessary at night, Xie Shanshan had removed her bamboo hat, and Xingyu recognized her immediately, pulling her furtively into a secluded alley. Shanjier, don't go home. Xingyu lowered her voice to a whisper. Yesterday, after you left, a dozen or so fierce-looking men suddenly arrived, claiming to be sent by your relatives in the capital to take you there. Everyone thought they looked suspicious, so we said you had gone far away to seek relatives. They didn't believe it. They've been staying at a nearby and asking around about you. Don't walk right into their trap. Puzzled, she added, but why have you come back? I took a wrong turn and came back to stay for a night before leaving again. A glint flashed in Xie Shanshan's eyes. What else did they say? The original owner had reached the capital 3 months later. Why would someone be searching for her in advance? And they had pinpointed the original owner's residence. Xingyu shook her head. I don't know. They didn't say much. Xie Shanshan immediately understood that something had changed in the capital. Perhaps someone had reincarnated like the original owner, altering the course of events beyond her memory. They'll go confront them. Without maids or servants accompanying them south, it meant they were enemies, not friends. Better to eliminate them. The main goal was to find out who sent them. Xingyu stamped her foot. Don't you understand? They're bad people. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of them. Thank the founding emperor. This dynasty fostered a culture of martial valor. Although Emperor Gaozong had strictly forbidden women from entering the court, he had not prohibited women from Thank the founding emperor. This dynasty fostered a culture of martial valor. Although Emperor Gaozong had strictly forbidden women from entering the court, he had not prohibited women from studying or practicing martial arts. But ordinary people struggled to make a living. Many families couldn't even afford to educate their sons, let alone daughters. Out of 100 women, perhaps not even one truly attended school. Women who had the opportunity to study and practice martial arts were almost exclusively from noble or royal families. Xie Shanshan unhurriedly went to a large restaurant, enjoyed a fine meal, fed Xiaohe, and then headed home. Along the way, neighbors she met like Xingyu all warned her not to return. Xie Shanshan thanked each one, then walked through the streets, unlocked the copper padlock on her front door, and swept the area with her supernatural perception. True enough, she spotted several lurking strangers. When they saw her, their eyes lit up. One immediately ran off, likely to inform the leader, while the others remained to watch her house. Xie Shanshan pretended not to notice. She bolted the courtyard gate, washed up briefly, laid out the bedding, and fell asleep, only to be awakened the next morning by a knock at the door. Xie Shanshan opened her eyes, changed into women's attire, and answered the door, still half asleep. Her face was still smeared with ointment, giving it a dark yellowish. A dozen or so big men stood at the entrance. The leader, a middle-aged man, said respectfully, Miss, my name is Ma-san. I am a servant of the Duke of Ningguo's mansion. Before she passed, Zhao Momo should have told you about your background. The master only learned the truth a month ago and sent us post-haste to bring you back to the capital for a reunion. He himself was unclear about the girl's background or the truth. His master had simply instructed him to say this. He was just carrying out orders, asking no questions. Ma-san. Xie Shanshan narrowed her eyes. A lie. He was not from the Duke of Ningguo's mansion, but from the Duke of Xingguo's mansion. He was the foster father of Zhao Mingyue, the false daughter. He had always been Zhao Mingyue's confidant, following her every command. After the original owner returned to the Duke of Ningguo's mansion, he had tampered with her carriage when she accompanied her biological mother to the Duke of Xingguo's mansion to pay respects to the matriarch Jiang Taijuan, causing the carriage to overturn on the way back and leaving her bloodied. When the truth came out, the original owner's biological mother suppressed the matter, and the Duke of Xingguo's mansion only docked him a year's salary. The Duke of Ningguo was away from the capital at the time and couldn't support the original owner. During the 17 years the original owner spent in the capital, her husband Yuan Shaokong had no power or influence. The Duke of Ningguo's mansion deeply resented the original owner's appearance, which had cost the false son Xie Jin the title of Duke of Ningguo. Her biological mother also loathed her, and they all turned a blind eye to the harm inflicted by Zhao Mingyue through Ma San and his wife Nanny Ma, even covering their tracks. Given this, Ma San was most likely sent by Zhao Mingyue. It was definitely not to bring the original owner to the capital, more likely to lure her out of Suzhou and kill her, preventing her from revealing the truth of the switched infants and stripping her betrothed of everything. In the previous life of the original host, once the truth was revealed, everyone soon returned to their respective places. However, Zhao Mingyue was formally engaged to Xie Jin, the heir of the Ningguo Duke's mansion, at the age of 13, leaving her with no way to regret the engagement. Transforming from the esteemed eldest lady of the Ningguo Duke's mansion to the fourth lady of the Zhangguo Duke's mansion, with no title to support her in the future, the lofty status she once held became a mere illusion, leaving Zhao Mingyue with a significant sense of loss. Only with the death of the original host could the possibility of the truth being leaked be fundamentally eliminated. Xie Shanshan first ruled out the Ningguo Duke's mansion. Concerning the title, the Ningguo Duke's mansion had no sentiments like keeping pets for a long time. In her previous life, they immediately recognized the original host and sent the false son back to the Zhangguo Duke's mansion. No amount of crying and wailing from the original host's mother, Madame Zhao, would be of any use. Although Xie Shanshan suspected the false daughter, the Zhangguo Duke's mansion, the Jinggan Marquis mansion, and the real parents of the false daughter all had their suspicions. Whoever it is, one can conquer 10 with a single effort. Xie Shanshan looked at Ma San calmly. "You say you are here to take me to the capital?" "Indeed." Ma San replied straightforwardly. Xie Shanshan snorted, hands on her hips. "Is this how you come to take me? Where is the splendid carriage? Where are the maidservants and attendants serving me? I am the daughter of the Ningguo Duke's mansion. Shouldn't you prepare me several sets of exquisite garments and accessories before I head to the capital?" "There is nothing at all, just empty words. Are you trying to fool a ghost?" Ma San's eyes flashed with surprise. She is the daughter of the Ningguo Duke's mansion. Which lord is her father? Could it be the uncle? No wonder her surname is Xie. Madame Zhao transmitted the order from the eldest young lady, instructing him to use the name of the eldest master of the Ningguo Duke's mansion to deceive Xie Shanshan into leaving the city, after which he would immediately eliminate her, presumably to vent the anger of the elder madam. The eldest young lady and the elder madam have always been close like mother and daughter. As the nurse and foster father of the eldest young lady, Ma San and his wife have received many rewards from the elder madam over the past decade. Before coming, his wife personally handed him the 1,000 taels of silver given by the eldest young lady, urging him to act wisely. "The lady is right. It is my fault for not handling matters properly. I will personally buy clothes for the lady." While bowing and scraping, Ma San spoke smoothly. "It is indeed inconvenient for the maidservants to travel, and the master is eager to reunite with the lady. There are bandits along the way, so I could only send myself to protect the lady. Please understand." Xie Shanshan's expression softened slightly. "We'll talk once you buy me satisfactory attire. I'm not that easily deceived." With a snap, she closed the door. Leaning against the door, she heard Ma San instruct someone to guard the door while he went to purchase the carriage and attire. Xie Shanshan stuffed the winter clothes and bedding she bought last night into her space and headed out to Qing'er's house for the first bowl of noodles, ignoring the several men following her from a distance. Qing'er looked worried. "Sister Xie, are you really going to the capital with them?" Xie Shanshan chuckled lightly. "Why not go to the capital? I am indeed the daughter of the Ningguo Duke's mansion, and they are precisely the subordinates sent by the Ningguo Duke's mansion to escort me. Others do not know my background." Upon hearing this, not only Qing'er but even her parents were astonished. "You are a young lady from the Ningguo Duke's mansion. That is indeed a figure of high status. Even far away in Suzhou, one has heard of the renown of the 8 dukes of the current dynasty, among whom one is a duke of governance, who is from their Suzhou. The new duke returned to the countryside years ago, creating a grand scene that shocked the entire city." Xie Shanshan nodded. "My surname is Xie. The Xie family is the one of the Ningguo Duke, and Grandma Zhao named her based on the 8 elder sisters above. The daughters of the Xie family all have double character names with you as a component. In the future, the Xie family will surely send someone to investigate the living conditions of the original host and Grandma Zhao. With departure imminent, there is nothing to hide." After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Xie Shanshan returned home to wait. Half an hour later, Ma San knocked on the door again, and a luxurious carriage with red wheels and a green canopy was waiting outside. He respectfully presented 2 large bundles. "The headwear, clothes, and bedding have all been prepared. In a hurry, we couldn't find suitable maidservants. Please change your clothes and get on the carriage to depart. Once we reach the capital, the master will certainly arrange for maidservants for you, so you won't suffer any grievances." "Wait." Xie Shanshan unceremoniously closed the door. Thinking they were eager to deceive her out of the city, Ma San did not try to fool her about the headwear and clothes. The silk garments and skirts were extremely luxurious, and there was another exquisitely crafted gold thread headpiece with 4 gold bracelets alone. Xie Shanshan wore two on one hand and adorned herself with hairpins, ear clips, and rings one by one. Stepping out, Ma San and the others felt her imposing presence. Although her complexion wasn't fair enough, which inevitably dulled her beauty somewhat, she was still radiant and beautiful, far surpassing the eldest young lady. Especially in her eyes and brows, she bore an indescribable resemblance to her uncle, confirming her earlier guess that she must never be allowed to return to the capital and cause trouble for the elder madam. Ma San used his back as a seat, respectfully inviting Xie Shanshan to get into the carriage. Before lowering the curtain, Xie Shanshan instructed the horses, "I must follow, and don't leave them behind," letting the little black horse enjoy good food alongside Ma San and the others. Xie Shanshan did not treat her horse poorly. Smoothly exiting the city and heading north, they traveled the official road for 5 consecutive days, journeying by day and staying at inns by night, enjoying high-quality food and lodging. Occasionally passing through bustling markets, whenever Xie Shanshan fancied something, Ma San would immediately pull out money to buy it. Upon reaching Jinling City, Xie Shanshan stopped the carriage to shop. Ma San had no choice but to accompany her. As a result, Xie Shanshan stepped into a fur shop and immediately asked to buy a fox fur coat. How could Ma San have that much money? Just as he was about to speak to stop her, he heard the shopkeeper say that they did not have fox fur coats, only high-quality cloaks and capes made from whole fox pelts with fabrics of satin and silk. How could Ma San have that much money? Just as he was about to speak to stop her, he heard the shopkeeper say that they did not have fox fur coats, only high-quality cloaks. Ma San felt pained. "Miss, it's only September. Who can wear such heavy fur? Perhaps we should wait until we return to the capital and let the seamstresses in the mansion make it for you. Our mansion stitching is better than the outside." Xie Shanshan raised her chin. "Grandma Zhao said the further north the colder it gets. It will snow in the capital by October, so I need to prepare in advance." The shopkeeper also agreed. The lady is right. October in the capital officially enters winter. Besides the cloak, buy a mink fur coat and a silver fox skirt. Xie Shanshan spent Ma San's money without feeling any remorse, pointing to the most extravagant fabrics for both the fur coat and the skirt. The shopkeeper was quick with calculations. The high-quality mink fur coat is 60 taels. The silver fox skirt is 22 taels, totaling 382 taels. Xie Shanshan instructed Ma San to pay. As Ma San paid, he consoled himself that once Xie Shanshan was dead, the items would still belong to him, which he could sell for money, limiting his losses. However, he had very little silver left. That evening in the inn, he discussed with his companions to act after leaving the city by 100 miles. Those people were not the ones he brought from the capital, but rather hired rogues along the way after leaving the capital, originally intending for them to kill someone on his behalf. With enough payment, those people would certainly comply. Xie Shanshan closely monitored them. With her abilities, they did not possess Pei Ju's sharpness and did not notice. After listening to their discussions, Xie Shanshan no longer hesitated. Once they returned to their respective rooms and fell asleep, her immense abilities transformed into invisible spikes, decisively piercing through their bi-week acupoints, causing them to die silently. They died without any pain. Xie Shanshan, without any psychological burden, slept soundly, and upon waking, she groomed herself, donned the brocade dress and skirt that the inn had washed and dried, and went downstairs for breakfast. Their stay at the inn was better than at a tavern. Xie Shanshan's room charged 1 tael of silver per night, and the service was naturally attentive. Last night, she had also taken a refreshing bath. It was a new bathtub that Ma San was forced to purchase. With conditions in place, she disliked using a bathtub that others had used before, finding it unhygienic. After eating her fill and waiting until the sun was high in the sky, pretending not to have waited long, Xie Shanshan asked the waiter to wake the guests in the lower room, saying, "We agreed to set out early. Who would have thought they still haven't come down?" The waiter agreed. Moments later, a scream came from the direction of the lower room, startling him to the point of losing control. Thankfully, he was afraid of causing panic and did not utter the words. "There are dead people." He rolled and crawled to the innkeeper's side, his face pale, teeth chattering, and voice trembling. A total of 14 people in the 3 lower rooms. The innkeeper was greatly astonished and hurriedly instructed him to report to the authorities. After the guests checked in, they not only had to ensure the guests' safety, but also protect their property, patrolling every night without any disturbances. How could they have died? 14 people altogether. The food was definitely not the problem, as the meals provided to the guests came from the same batch of ingredients, and everyone else was safe. Oh, it made no sense that only these 14 had been poisoned. They must clear their names as soon as possible. The authorities, upon receiving the report, immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. The doors and windows were intact, and apart from the waiter, there were no signs of anyone else having entered. None of them bore any injuries or symptoms of poisoning, as if they had peacefully passed away in their sleep. All the drinking water was inspected, and no poison was found. The constables carried away the corpses one by one, causing great panic among the other guests in the inn. They had actually been staying in the same inn as so many corpses. If it weren't for the authorities needing to ask questions, they would have checked out early. The inn was in worse shape, and its future business prospects would likely plummet. Xie Shanshan had not considered this when she killed last night, and now felt a pang of guilt. She felt a little sorry for the inn. However, to prevent future troubles, she could only allow Ma San to die in the city, confirming her innocence after the authorities' investigation, leaving behind a case file for the Duke of Ning's residence to investigate later. The people accompanying Xie Shanshan were servants, and the county magistrate of Jiangning, who had rushed over upon hearing of the serious incident, was the first to question Xie Shanshan. Xie Shanshan presented her travel permit looking innocent. I grew up in Suzhou. The wet nurse who raised me said that I am the daughter of the Duke of Ning lost in Jiangnan. Before she died, she told me to go to the capital to find my family. It was my first time out, and I took a wrong turn. I encountered the provincial examination graduate Pei Ju in Kunshan, who was traveling the same road back to Suzhou. When I discovered that the Duke of Ning had sent someone to retrieve me, I followed them. After dinner last night, I returned to my room to bathe and rest, and did not go out again. The innkeeper quickly interjected. Many people can testify that Ms. Xie did not come down, and the lower room is very far from the upper room. During that time, someone was patrolling, and no one was seen entering or leaving those 3 rooms. He too found it hard to believe. County Magistrate Liu continued to question Xie Shanshan. How do you know they were sent by the Duke of Ning? Ma San himself said so, claiming that my father sent him to bring me to the capital for a reunion. Xie Shanshan blinked innocently. If they weren't from the Duke of Ning, how would they know my background? And they specifically came to take me to the capital. County Magistrate Liu held the travel permit found among Ma San's belongings, and said to Xie Shanshan, he is not from the Duke of Ning's residence, but from the Duke of Zhan's residence. His purpose in coming south was to capture a runaway slave from the Duke of Zhan's residence from over a decade ago. It is clearly stated that bringing you back to the Duke of Ning's residence is nonsense. Look, not only the neighbors of Suzhou, but even the county magistrate Liu, whom she met for the first time, doubted that Ma San was genuinely there to pick her up. Xie Shanshan appeared greatly impacted. How could that be? After a moment of hesitation, she whispered, could it be that my mother sent him? My mother is the daughter of the Duke of Zhan. Liu was taken aback. You are the daughter of the Duke. Among the Duke of Ning's family, only the current Duke, Xie Feng, married the daughter of the Duke of Zhan, inheriting the title 3 years ago. County Magistrate Liu ranked last among the second scholars, and had waited 2 years in the capital for an official position. During that time, he made many connections, and had learned all about the prominent figures in the capital, especially the 8 great dukes who ranked just below the princes. Xie Shanshan boldly nodded. That's right, my father is Duke Xie Feng of Ning. My mother is the daughter of the Duke of Zhan, surnamed Zhao, and I am their 6th daughter. She certainly would not be foolish enough to keep her identity a secret. The more widely known the better. She wanted the news to reach the capital, and have the Duke of Ning come personally to welcome her into the residence rather than the original owner, who almost got chased away when she went to recognize her family. Hearing her speak so confidently, everyone present believed her. However, County Magistrate Liu said, nonsense, they only have 5 daughters and 1 son, and their 2nd daughter died young, which is well known in the capital. But if the son is false, then I am real. Xie Shanshan recounted the last words of Nurse Zhao to County Magistrate Liu. So Ma San came to pick me up, and I believe such a thing cannot be fabricated. The peculiarity left County Magistrate Liu astounded. He carefully examined Xie Shanshan's appearance, which bore some resemblance to the Duke of Ning he had seen before. Not wanting to get involved in murky waters, he said, in that case, miss, please return to your room to rest. Once it is confirmed that this case has nothing to do with you, you may proceed to the capital to find your family. Do not let yourself be deceived. All right. Xie Shanshan was not anxious. The case was easy to investigate. The autopsy revealed that Ma San and the others bore no external injuries, and the cause of death could not be determined, while everyone at the inn, including Xie Shanshan, had no motive for murder. Instead, it was uncovered that those who traveled with Ma San were all dubious characters, some of whom were even notorious bandits with bounties on their heads. They had used the fake travel permit made by Ma San, which led the inn to not realize it. County Magistrate Liu personally came to inform Xie Shanshan, regarding your identity, we cannot determine its authenticity, and do not dare to intervene casually. However, from Ma San's behavior, it seems he intended to silence witnesses only to end up losing his life first. After reporting to the governor and receiving instructions, he would send someone to the capital to confirm Ma San's identity. Miss, please hire a few bodyguards to escort you as soon as possible. You do not delay on the road. Even if the true culprit is not found, the case cannot be casually closed. In the future, they would send someone to the Duke of Zhan's residence to inquire, and Xie Shanshan's existence could not be concealed, inevitably leading to a storm. Who sent Ma San is quite evident. What Xie Shanshan thought, County Magistrate Liu also considered deeply, suspecting that someone in the Duke of Zhan's residence was afraid that when Xie Shanshan returned to the capital, their plan to exchange sons for titles would be thwarted. The Duke of Ning's family has not fallen from nobility for 5 generations, who wouldn't covet that? The Duchess of Ning is willing to exchange a daughter for a son, isn't it all for the title? However, this matter has nothing to do with the current case, and he did not want to stir up trouble. Xie Shanshan thanked County Magistrate Liu. Having learned a lesson the hard way, I will no longer trust someone like Ma San. I will set out tomorrow morning. I wonder how we should handle their horses and luggage. For now they will be detained by this county, and after the case is closed further arrangements will be made. Your carriage is not included in that. She certainly couldn't be allowed to. Xie Shanshan quickly said, there is a black horse that I bought in Suzhou. She was reluctant to part with Little Black. County Magistrate Liu waved his hand. Miss can take it along. What about the clothing and accessories that Ma Sen bought for me? Xie Shanshan did not want to return them. County Magistrate Liu chuckled, aren't they yours? Xie Shanshan felt satisfied. After seeing off County Magistrate Liu, she returned to pack her belongings, changed into men's clothing the next day, had breakfast settled, all expenses, drove her carriage to buy supplies, and left the city with Little Black beside her. Having made a small fortune, she went to find the handsome young man to feast her eyes on. Pei Ju, wait for me. Pei Ju initially thought that after leaving Gusu he would once again see Xie Shanshan traveling north with them. However, to his surprise, there was no sign of her shadow following him for 10 consecutive days. A swindler. A liar. Days passed, and as they were about to enter Jinling province nearing noon, the master and servant took a break by the official road far from any village or inn. They were not tired, it was the mule that was weary. Pei Ju stood with his hands clasped behind him under an old locust tree, looking distinctly fatigued like a flower on the verge of wilting. His lips were pale to the point of being colorless, the wind threatening to sweep them away. Qing Feng first fed the mule and gave it water, then collected dead branches and leaves to build a fire and cook. On the side the furnace simmered with medicine. Once we leave Jinling province and head north, we must be cautious. Pei Ju nodded, coughing painfully. The colder the weather got, the worse his cough became. He feared his life was not long for this world. Qing Feng added, Miss Xie is not a bandit. You need not worry about her informing any outlaws. They had specially stayed a day in Gusu. Qing Feng was tasked with taking Pei Ju's name card to the government office for inquiries. Indeed, there was a person named Xie Shanshan who had just processed her travel permit to head to the capital in search of relatives. The founder's benevolence meant that all men and women in this dynasty were required to register their household names, and women were also allowed to establish their households. Qing Feng, feeling uneasy, went to inquire at Xie Shanshan's residence, and learned that she had been taken away by someone from the capital. It was said that she was the daughter of the Duke of Ningguo. When she left, she was riding in a luxurious carriage adorned with red wheels and green canopies. A red-wheeled, green-canopied carriage. Qing Feng rubbed his eyes, he had seen it. Against the light slowly approaching from the path they had taken was a familiar black horse, carrying several large bundles, laboring and snorting heavily. My lord, he pointed, quick look, it's Miss Xie. Pei Ju squinted his eyes. Xie Shanshan wore a pomegranate dress with scattered floral patterns and a round collar with arrow sleeves. Sitting in the front compartment of the carriage with a black whip wrapped around her wrist and wearing a finely crafted golden crown, her hair was tied up, and she smiled radiantly like a blooming flower. Pei Gongzi, what a coincidence we meet again. Pei Ju raised his gaze. Miss Xie can tell directions now, eh? Unfortunately, I still can't distinguish. I asked countless people along the way before I could catch up with you on the official road. Xie Shanshan lied effortlessly, stopping the carriage, leaping down, and cheerfully bringing her face close to him. Pei Gongzi, are you surprised? Pei Ju saw his reflection in her eyes. Pale as snow, weak and feeble. Miss Xie. Pei Ju suddenly came back to himself, stepping back 2 paces to distance himself from her, avoiding her breath from brushing against his face. Please conduct yourself. Xie Shanshan's eyes sparkled. What does it mean to conduct oneself with propriety? Pei Ju frowned. All right, I will certainly conduct myself properly. Please don't frown. The redness at the corners of her eyes made her look incredibly endearing. Xie Shanshan's heart fluttered. How could there be such an enchanting young man in the world? He was tantalizing. Pei Ju took a deep breath. Miss Xie. Xie Shanshan looked at him. I am here. Pei Ju again closed his mouth. Xie Shanshan did not urge him, but rather changed the topic. Pei Gongzi, may I join your meal? Pei Ju lightly coughed. Our meals are managed by Qing Feng. Qing Feng laughed. Of course, I had the lattice fish earlier, and was just lamenting not having the chance to repay you. His master was born prematurely and inherently weak. The old master and mistress had nearly exhausted their fortune to carefully concoct various precious medicines. Many believed he would not live beyond 20, strictly prohibiting any great sorrow or joy, resulting in him being cold in disposition, rarely showing warmth to outsiders. Yet unexpectedly, Xie Shanshan had captured his attention, prompting him to speak several more words than usual. In front of Xie Shanshan, he seemed somewhat lively. Not giving the master and servant a chance to backtrack, Xie Shanshan immediately unloaded the ingredients and firewood she had procured that morning from her carriage, including pots, bowls, and cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. She initially planned to cook for herself if she didn't encounter Pei Ju. Finally, heaven was watching. After being delayed for 5 days in Jinling, due to Ma San's death, she managed to catch up in 5 days. The two of them were walking quite slowly. Qing Feng exclaimed, Miss Xie, can you finish all this by yourself? A whole pig's trotter, an entire leg of lamb, 2 roasted chickens, 2 ducks, 2 cooked pig's trotters, several braised pigtails, and a basket of baked cakes, along with various fruits and vegetables, and a basket of eggs that surprisingly remained intact during the journey. Aren't you all here to help? Xie Shanshan handed the meat and eggs to Qing Feng. I bought these in the morning. If they go in now, they won't be fresh anymore. Please prepare. The space had no preservation function, but she used her abilities to cover them, isolating the air, keeping them just as fresh as when she bought them. Using the limited conditions, Qing Feng first steamed 2 bowls of tender egg custard, drizzled a few drops of sesame oil, 1 bowl for Pei Ju, and another for Xie Shanshan, before preparing the main dishes. Roasted leg of lamb, braised trotter, stir-fried, seasonal vegetables. The cooked food was chopped and plated. His fingers were surprisingly nimble. Xie Shanshan scooped a spoonful of egg custard to her mouth, gently blowing on it. Qing Feng's skill is really impressive. I will be relying on him from now on. And so it was decided joyfully. Pei Ju, finding himself at a loss for words, said, "Does the Duke of Ningguo's household not have servants to prepare meals?" Xie Shanshan exclaimed, "How did you know?" She had never mentioned the Duke of Ningguo's household in front of Pei Ju. Qing Feng smiled. "We heard people say while procuring supplies in Gusu that no one expected to be neighboring the daughter of the Duke of Ningguo, who was lost in the world. Miss Xie, where did those servants go?" Seeing Xie Shanshan arrive alone, he had long wanted to ask. Xie Shanshan leaned closer to Pei Ju, saying, "Wasn't it you who inquired about it?" "Of course not." The answer came too quickly, making it sound a bit suspicious. Xie Shanshan immediately laughed. A flush of color appeared on Pei Ju's nearly transparent face. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm not laughing." Xie Shanshan wiped her expression clean. Pei Ju snorted. "Those people came with ill intent, and you actually left with them." Xie Shanshan asked, "Are you concerned about me, Pei Gongzi?" "Who is concerned about you?" Pei Ju was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I'm merely stating facts. A dozen burly men escorting a single girl clearly shows their ulterior motive." "They are dead," Xie Shanshan replied. Pei Ju and Qing Feng were taken aback. "What happened?" "I'm not sure." Xie Shanshan omitted the details of her own actions and revealed the circumstances surrounding Ma San and the others' deaths, saying, "I knew they were foes, not friends. I intended to drain their wealth and then slip away, but unexpectedly they all died." "They died well," Qing Feng concurred. Pei Ju listened in silence and said, "Miss Xie's background is extraordinary. The appearance of Ma San and the others indicates that someone in the capital does not wish for you to enter. Once they learn of Ma San's death, they will not let it go easily." Xie Shanshan was unconcerned, saying, "When soldiers come, we will meet them. When water comes, we will block it." The death of Ma San was not the crucial matter. Reporting to the county magistrate would take time, and waiting for the governor's approval would take time. Sending someone to the capital would not happen at the speed of a galloping horse. By the time the Duke of Ningguo or the Duke of Zhenguo received the news, she would have already arrived in the capital. Moreover, the more people who know her background before that, the safer she would be. Xie Shanshan pretended to be pitiful in front of Pei Ju. "Pei Gongzi, I am all alone, unable to support myself. 1 hand cannot clap, and 2 fists cannot fend off 4 hands. I earnestly request your protection." She put down the bowl, tilted her face up, and clasped her hands towards Pei Ju. Despite her sallow complexion, she exuded a stunning charm. Upon closer inspection, her features were exquisitely unique. Her eyebrows resembled emerald feathers, and her lips were as if painted with vermilion. With skin as fair as snow, she was undoubtedly captivating. Pei Ju pretended not to notice the faint scent of medicinal ointment emanating from her as he met her clear and penetrating gaze. "How can a mere scholar like me provide protection for you?" With this, Xie Shanshan pointed at the yellow flag raised on the carriage. "I've heard that upon seeing the flag of authorized to compete, even bandits would not dare, except for the few blind bandits." After being turned away by the post station, she specifically checked the memories of the original owner regarding the various treatments available to scholars heading to the capital for the exam. The original owner, Yuan Shaokong, was well aware of these matters. Pei Ju smirked slightly. "Miss Xie, you overestimate me. I'm speaking the truth. Just agree with me, please." Xie Shanshan seized the opportunity, grasping his sleeve and gently shaking it, her eyes sparkling like stars in water. "Young Master Pei, kind-hearted young Master Pei, can you bear to watch a weak girl like me travel alone, unaware of when the mastermind behind this will strike again?" Even the gentle breeze felt pity for her. Pei Ju looked down at her hand on his sleeve. It was evenly shaped, soft, yet strong, unlike his own pale and frail body. Truly enviable. "What advantage do I gain from risking my safety to travel with you, eh?" She knew very well that the mastermind would not let her go. Xie Shanshan said, "Extend your hand." Though Pei Ju was puzzled, he complied. In King Feng's astonished gaze, Xie Shanshan took his outstretched right hand. The touch was smooth. Pei Ju froze completely. You. His ears turned bright red. At a critical moment, don't start spouting nonsense about propriety between men and women. Xie Shanshan channeled a trace of her ability, quietly entering his body, flowing through the meridians, dissolving the phlegm in his respiratory tract, circling the weaker areas of his heart and lungs, repairing the damaged heart, and gradually integrating into his flesh and blood. He had congenital heart disease with a ventricular septal defect, narrowed pulmonary valve, and patent ductus arteriosus. With 3 conditions, his heart could be described as riddled with holes. To have survived until now, his family must have expended immense effort. When the ability entered his body, Pei Ju felt nothing until he suddenly noticed a heavy stone being lifted from his chest. In an instant, his breathing became much smoother. The itch in his throat also vanished. Previously, he often coughed with severe pain in his heart and lungs, but now his heart and lungs felt as if they were bathed in warm water, comfortable and soothing. Pei Ju looked at Xie Shanshan in shock. What happened? He had never felt so at ease before. Xie Shanshan released his hand and earnestly fabricated a story. I heard from the wet nurse Zhao, who raised me, that to ensure I was born on the same day my cousin was born, my mother took labor-inducing medicine, causing me to be born a month early. I was frail and sickly as a child, but fortunately I studied under a hermit who taught me a method of health cultivation. After mastering it, I became strong and robust, free from ailments. If I encounter a fated person, this energy entering their body should be able to repair the damage to their organs. A flicker of emotion flashed quickly in Pei Ju's eye. Qingfeng was both surprised and delighted. Really? Can Miss Xie cure our master? It will require a lengthy treatment process. Xie Shanshan replied honestly. As long as the master can recover, no matter how long it takes, it will be worth it. After all, Pei Ju was only 18. Master, do you feel any better now? Pei Ju nodded slightly. I'm not coughing anymore. His throat felt comfortable, and his voice was clearer, no longer hoarse. Qingfeng immediately knelt and bowed to Xie Shanshan. Xie Shanshan hurriedly helped him up. What are you doing? Don't reduce my lifespan. After Qingfeng stood up, he gratefully said, when I was young, I wandered the streets begging for a living. It was the master who took me in, allowing me to have enough food and clothing. Later, I became the master's companion. The old master and madam hired someone to teach me to read and practice martial arts, which led to my current state. Countless renowned doctors from Jiangnan said the master would not live past 20. If it weren't for the family needing to change its fortunes, the master would not have taken the exam while ill. If the young lady can cure the master, she is like my reborn parents. Xie Shanshan smiled. Don't worry, young Master Pei, with your clear spirit and graceful bones, innate quality, and unparalleled wisdom, heaven will not take you away, but will instead grant you a long life. With her around, healing Pei Ju was only a matter of time. It wasn't her intention to keep Pei Ju waiting, but his congenital frail constitution was too weak both inside and out, requiring gradual repair, making it impossible to achieve instant results. Like today's repair of heart and lung functions, his body would need a long time to adapt before a second repair could be performed. In the future, she could frequently use the excuse of treating him to meet with him. Xie Shanshan's inner self was laughing mischievously. With Shanshan's promise, Qingfeng was overjoyed, using all his culinary skills to prepare a simple dish that was visually appealing and fragrant, making one drool even before it was served. Seeing Xie Shanshan eat deliciously, Pei Ju surprisingly ate 30% more than usual and even finished half of a roasted chicken leg. After traveling over 40 miles, they checked into the post station in the evening. Xie Shanshan managed to get in under the pretense of being a companion. It turned out that officials' families in this dynasty could also stay at post stations, albeit not because many post stations had simple accommodations next to livestock pens. They often reeked and were swarming with mosquitoes and flies, making them less comfortable than inns. Thus, most officials' families would not stay there. Only the poor officials could endure it. Pei Ju did not eat the food provided by the post station. Xie Shanshan regretted staying there. As a woman, she could afford a single room, but Pei Ju and Qingfeng did not have such treatment. The post station offered free accommodations in large communal dormitories for scholars from various places. How could this be acceptable? We should stay at an inn instead. She was clearly wealthy, so why endure the filth and discomfort? Pei Ju slowly said, there are no inns nearby. Post stations were established based on distance along the official roads, some in the city, but most were in remote areas winding around mountains and rivers spaced 80 to 100 miles apart. The current post station was indeed in a remote area. Fortunately, it was already autumn and the stench from the livestock pens had diminished. Qingfeng, having considerable experience with post stations, smiled. I've already negotiated with the postman to pay an extra 200 coins for a room with 2 beds. He went in first to clean up, using clean water to wipe the bed, and then laying down the silk quilt he carried with him. Pei Ju was afraid of the cold, so the bedding was thicker than that of ordinary people. Qingfeng's bedding was relatively simpler, made of songjiang cloth and filled with cotton. Qingfeng brought hot water for Pei Ju to wash his feet, grinning broadly. Miss Xie's skills are exceptional. The master hasn't coughed for half a day now. Tomorrow, when we enter the big city, we should find a doctor to check him. After that, will he not need to take medicine anymore? Pei Ju placed his slender pale hand on his chest, immersed in the feeling of a strong heartbeat. I think I won't need it. It was originally just some cough medicine. Qingfeng thought for a moment. Still, it's best to ask Miss Xie. All right. All drugs have side effects. Since you're no longer coughing, there's no need to continue taking cough medicine. The next morning at breakfast, upon hearing King Feng's question, Xie Shanshan gave a precise answer. Before the apocalypse, she was actually a medical student. Only 22, she hadn't graduated from 8 years of clinical training and was an amateur in Western medicine. However, during the apocalypse, because her ability could be used for both attack and healing, she learned a bit of superficial knowledge from an old Chinese medicine practitioner she had accidentally saved, not enough to practice independently. That's great. His master hadn't coughed all night. What about the pills? Our master is currently taking Ren Xinyang Rongwan. Ren Xinyang Rongwan. Wasn't that the medicine of Lin Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber? Xie Shanshan had studied it. It was for nourishing qi and blood. Your master's heart and lungs are only slightly recovered, and his qi and blood are still deficient. He should still take it. Xie Shanshan dared not let Pei Ju arbitrarily stop taking medicine. It's best to find a skilled doctor once we reach the capital. He'll follow Miss Xie's advice. Pei Ju's voice was clear and melodious. He had slept a peaceful sleep like never before, in a good mood, with a faint smile on his face, like an iceberg melting a snow lotus, blooming, transforming into spring scenery that was intoxicating. Xie Shanshan was amazed. Pei Gongzi, you are truly beautiful. So beautiful that she suddenly realized her vocabulary was too limited and regretted not reading. Miss Xie, be careful with your words. Even though he had long known that Xie Shanshan's speech and behavior were different from ordinary women, Pei Ju still blushed, seeming a bit shy, hiding it with a stern and conservative demeanor. Whatever appearance she liked, he would pretend to be. The ferocious beast hidden in his bloodline continued to lie dormant. Xie Shanshan stopped teasing him. Pei Gongzi, shall we change to an inn tonight? They'll cover the room and board. She had money more than she could spend. Having been reborn, she should enjoy this new life. But Pei Ju said, Miss Xie has been kind to me, the expenses should be borne by us. Yes, yes, yes. Qing Feng agreed. Miss Xie, please don't refuse. From now on, leave the room and board to me. When Pei Ju was born, the Pei family owned several hectares of cotton and rice fields in Songjiang, engaging in farming and weaving. Although seeking medical treatment for Pei Ju had nearly exhausted the family's resources since ancient times, there have been poor scholars, but no poor successful candidates in the provincial examination, let alone Pei Ju, who was the top scholar Ji Yuan. With good luck, he would surely become the top scholar Zhuang Yuan. Therefore, his calligraphy and paintings were sought after by countless people for high prices, and the family's fortunes gradually recovered. Before their departure, the prefectural city gave 50 taels of silver, the county 20 taels, various local gentry and relatives donated 120 taels, former classmates gave several tens of taels as travel expenses, and together with some family savings, the master and servant had a total of 350 taels of travel funds. Even if Xie Shanshan stayed in the best rooms every day, they could afford it. The journey had already exceeded half a month. If all went smoothly, they would reach the capital in as few as 20 days, or at most a month. When they entered Shandong, it was already October, and the further north they went, the colder it became. Pei Ju put on a cloak, while Xie Shanshan was only wearing a lined jacket. Fortunately, in Suzhou, she had been thorough and bought men's clothing that included both single-layer and lined garments, essentially autumn attire. But winter came too quickly. That night, staying at an inn, they heard a sudden strong wind howling outside. Xie Shanshan, lying in the warm bed, was too lazy to get up, and used her ability as eyes to scan outside. It was snowing. The snow was falling heavily like tearing cotton, and pulling fluff, dancing wildly in the dark night. Xie Shanshan quickly jumped out of bed, slipped on her shoes, put on the white fox fur cloak that had cost Ma San a fortune, casually tied the belt, and carrying a large bundle of late green silk, went to deliver warmth to Pei Ju. The blue satin cloak Pei Ju had been wearing these past 2 days was old. It was made of ermine with the fur trim of mediocre quality. A youth as graceful as a jade tree should not suffer such indignity. The master and servant still stayed in a medium-sized room for 2 people downstairs from the best rooms. Qing Feng opened the door that had been knocked on, and a brilliant smile instantly bloomed on his face. Miss Xie, so late, what are your orders? Xie Shanshan stuffed the bundle into his arms without any intention of entering. When I was buying winter clothes for myself in Suzhou, I saw this cloak. At that moment, I thought it would look beautiful on your master. No one else deserves it. Qing Feng exclaimed in surprise. Miss, are you giving our master a cloak? Yes. Xie Shanshan patted the fluffy large bundle. The north is extremely cold, nothing like Jiangnan. Your master's heart and lung ailment has just healed. He must not catch a chill. Consider it as offsetting my future room and board expenses. Qing Feng thanked her repeatedly. The room was small, and Pei Ju could hear everything clearly. Qing Feng had been tidying up earlier while Pei Ju had already undressed and gone to bed. He struggled to put on his clothes and shoes, and was about to meet Xie Shanshan only to see Qing Feng retreat back into the room and close the door. Xie Shanshan had naturally left. He wrapped himself in the cloak that had been covering the quilt, his eyes slightly dark. Unhappy. Qing Feng didn't notice his master's dampened mood. Master, Miss Xie brought a cloak over. Opening the bundle, he lifted out the white fox cloak and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He had never seen such a magnificent cloak. Quickly unfolding it, he presented it to Pei Ju. Master, look, the fur inside is so dense and thick, light and soft, white as snow. Master won't feel cold tonight. Having never encountered high-quality furs, he didn't recognize fox fur. Pei Ju raised his hand, gently brushing his fingertips over the fur. It felt extraordinarily warm to the touch. Wrapped around him, it felt like being under a bright sun. A warmth flowed through his heart. Qingfeng said happily, "Miss Xie is very good to you, Master." Pei Ju was naturally endowed with celestial beauty and had received preferential treatment from many around him since childhood. Even before he passed the imperial examinations, he had captured the hearts of many daughters from neighboring families, including those of wealthy gentry and county magistrates. It was only because of his frail health that marriage was not pursued. If not for the serious illness he contracted 3 years ago, which kept him bedridden for months, he would have been snatched up as a son-in-law by the high officials and wealthy gentry of Jinling City right after the imperial examinations. The high officials and wealthy gentry of Jinling were not foolish. They wanted a son-in-law with a promising future. A top scholar who was obviously likely to die young was far inferior in their eyes to an ordinary but healthy candidate. Ordinary families couldn't afford to support him. In King Feng's memory, Pei Ju fell ill every few days. The Pei family spent several hundred taels of silver a year just on his medical treatment, while a county magistrate's annual salary was only 48 taels of silver. Therefore, Pei Ju at 18 was still not betrothed. Many were waiting to see if he could survive past 20. In contrast, Xie Shanshan's affection for Pei Ju was more like appreciation, as clear and pure as a gentle breeze and bright moon, without any else. In the morning, seeing Pei Ju come downstairs wearing this cloak, which made him look like carved jade and ice, extraordinarily graceful, Xie Shanshan looked up and praised without restraint. "You and the white fox fur are truly a perfect match, complementing each other's radiance. Money well spent." Pei Ju, hearing such straightforward praise for the first time, said, "This is all thanks to Miss Xie. I am extremely grateful." Xie Shanshan waved her hand. "Pei Gongzi, you are naturally endowed with beauty. It's not my doing. I am merely adding brilliance to your splendor." The heavy snow did not last long, yet it piled up to a foot deep. The carriages were stranded for 2 to 3 days, and it was only when the weather cleared and the snow melted that Xie Shanshan and her servant Pei Ju could resume their journey. Traveling along the official roads spared them from climbing mountains or fording rivers. The 3 of them traveled by day and rested by night, successfully entering the capital city by the end of October, only to encounter another heavy snowfall. It was heavier and more intense than in Shandong. The wind sliced against their faces like a knife, the cold biting to the bone. Pei Ju, wrapped in a white fox fur coat and holding a hand warmer, sat inside the carriage, sheltered from the wind and snow, while Xie Shanshan and Qingfeng, who were driving the carriage, had to brave the wind and snow, enduring great hardship. Xie Shanshan wore a sable coat and a silver fox skirt underneath with a fox fur cloak on top. Qingfeng also donned a sheepskin coat and trousers. Unable to contain herself, Xie Shanshan cursed, "Damn this weather." It was truly the worst timing. She possessed special abilities, yet even dressed in top-quality furs, she still felt the cold. How were ordinary citizens supposed to survive? Were they nearing a little ice age? Qingfeng rubbed his hands together, adjusted his sheepskin hat, his cheeks flushed red, and exhaled a cloud of white vapor. "I've heard from the gentleman who traveled to the capital for the imperial examination that it's extremely cold here. Snow falls for 3 to 5 months in winter and spring. Today I finally witnessed it for myself. If it weren't for the master feeling much better, he certainly wouldn't be able to endure this." Qingfeng felt even more grateful towards Xie Shanshan. She was simply like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Outside the city, the snow was so thick that horses and mules could hardly lift their legs. Inside the city, soldiers were clearing the snow, making it a bit better. The streets were desolate, with only the shops lining the streets still bustling, their colorful signs fluttering in the wind. The 3 of them found an inn nearby to stay. The capital was not only cold, but the prices were also slightly higher than in Jiangnan. This inn was not as grand as the one they stayed in Kunshan. Pei Ju ordered 3 connecting rooms, each with a heated brick bed, independent flue, a table, hot water, tea sets, and other essentials, costing a total of 1 tael and 5 coins per night. The rooms were relatively small, and the windows were thoroughly covered with cowhide paper. The large heated bed occupying half the room had just been lit and had not yet warmed up. To be honest, it was far less comfortable than Jiangnan. There was only a passage directly leading to the door, and Xie Shanshan had no space to turn around. She first laid the silk quilt and satin mattress on the heated bed, while the weapons and garments they had brought down from the carriage filled half the bed. These items had been exposed in front of Pei Ju and Qingfeng, making it inconvenient to hide them in the space. Moreover, the space was already filled to the brim and could not accommodate anything else. Once they settled down, she would need to clear out the unnecessary items inside. Qingfeng arranged the luggage and came to knock on the door with Pei Ju. "Miss Xie, our master has ordered food. Please come to the hall to eat." "Coming." Xie Shanshan stepped out to lock the door, carrying her deerskin flat bag. She saw Pei Ju wearing a square scarf, a blue cotton robe underneath, and a red cloak on the outside. He had a face like jade and eyes like stars, truly standing like an elegant orchid and laughing like a bright moon embracing him. His voice was gentle and soft. Monsieur, please. Please, young master, Pei Xie Shanshan also politely insisted. The food provided by the inn was not exquisite. It mainly consisted of lamb and pork with vegetables limited to cabbage and radishes. Cabbage refers to Napa cabbage. Pei Ju only ate a small bowl of lamb soup noodles with vinegar and shredded cabbage, while Xie Shanshan had a large plate of roasted lamb chops, a big bowl of stewed lamb with cabbage, and a whole braised pork knuckle. Qing Feng sat at another table, mixing the lamb stew ordered for him by Pei Ju with 5 jin of white rice. Compared to Jiangnan, the prices of vegetables and meat were 30% higher, and rice was twice as expensive. Qing Feng was particularly pained by the 5 coins he had to spend daily for room and board. During the meal, he suggested finding a middleman to rent a house tomorrow. 1 tael and 5 coins could rent a small courtyard for a month in the capital. Pei Ju instructed, if we can't find a place near the examination hall, let's rent one near the Hamlin Academy. Qing Feng happily agreed. Xie Shanshan felt puzzled why not buy one. Pei Ju explained the taizu of our dynasty stipulated that no official may purchase land or property in their place of appointment. Even if we buy it now, it would have to be sold once I become an official. Xie Shanshan exclaimed in surprise, there's actually such a regulation. Wait, isn't this a regulation from the Ming or Qing dynasty? She quickly checked the memories left by the original owner. Indeed, not only are officials prohibited from purchasing land in their place of appointment, but their family members, including wives, children, parents, and servants, are also forbidden from doing so. Thus, the properties given as dowries to the Ningguo Duke's household are all located in other regions. Qing Feng suddenly said the master cannot buy, but Miss Xie can. Why not have Miss Xie buy it and rent it to us? Xie Shanshan immediately smiled. Don't be fooled by Qing Feng's rough appearance. His thoughts were quite detailed. Qing Feng continued, in Jiangnan, a small courtyard with 2 main rooms and side rooms costs no more than 30 to 40 taels of silver. Even if it's twice as expensive in the capital, 70 to 80 taels would still be enough to buy one. Xie Shanshan could definitely afford it. She often bought various foods on the road to share with the master and herself, and had given the master a white fox cloak and various local specialties, indicating that she was quite wealthy. Women can establish their own households and naturally can own private property. This was stipulated by the taizu. Upon hearing this, Xie Shanshan shook her head. It's better to wait until I regain my identity before acquiring property. At that time, I will need to change my household registration. Pei Ju suddenly raised his head. You want to go to the Ningguo Duke's residence? Things that come easily are not worth much. I want the Ningguo Duke to come personally to fetch me. Xie Shanshan smiled. He doesn't want to pass on the title to a false son, so he will definitely invite me, his true daughter, back home. Originally planning to roam the rivers and lakes with a sword, she now changed her mind about returning to the Ningguo Duke's residence, where she might be constrained. Why shouldn't she reclaim the identity of the original owner? A mere Ningguo Duke's residence could not stop her from stepping out the door. She liked Pei Ju's looks, and he had no roots in the capital. What if he was bullied after becoming the top scholar? She also wanted to wear brocade and silk adorned with jewels and gems. Red clothes and skirts were her favorite. The class distinctions of feudal society were not only reflected in clothing, but also involved many aspects. She had deeply experienced this. Pei Ju's gaze flickered slightly. Do you need help? Thank you for your kindness, but not for now. Xie Shanshan did not want him to get involved to avoid retaliation. The Duke of State and the Marquis of Jinggan were not kind-hearted individuals. Pei Ju replied, if there's something inconvenient for you to handle yourself, let Qing Feng take care of it. Qing Feng patted his chest and said the master is right. Miss Xie, just give the orders. There is indeed one thing. Xie Shanshan said. Qing Feng hurriedly said, please, miss. Xie Shanshan continued, the current Ningguo Duke, Xie Feng, is my biological father, and he has 3 sons. The eldest son, Xie Jin, was born to his legitimate wife, Madame Zhao, who is the one that was swapped with me 14 years ago. He is 15 this year. The second son, Xie Yu, was born to his concubine Lu and is 2 years younger than Xie Jin, making him 13 this year. The third son, Xie Heng, was born to another concubine Yun and is 2 years younger than Xie Yu. Pei Ju nodded. If the truth comes out, Xie Jin will no longer be the heir of the Ningguo Duke's residence, and the title will fall to Xie Yu. Are you planning to start from him? Xie Shanshan praised. Indeed, young Master Pei is exceptionally clever. Pei Ju shook his head and said, that's not appropriate. Why? The court stipulated that a legitimate son should be prioritized over a concubine's child. The temptation of the Duke of Ning's title is undoubtedly significant. Once Xie Yu learns that Xie Jin is a false young master, she will surely find ways to investigate the truth. Pei Ju said, it would be better to strike directly at the heart of the matter. Moi. Xie Shanshan raised an eyebrow at him. Pei Ju lightly coughed twice and slowly said, Xie Yu is only 13 years old, and likely has few people she can rely on. Even if she discovers Xie Jin's unusual background, it is unlikely she can gather evidence quickly enough to confront the Duke of Ning. It would be better to send the information directly to the Duke of Ning. Regarding the succession of the title, the Duke of Ning would rather believe there is something than nothing. Xie Shanshan laughed heartily. What young Master Pei says makes perfect sense. Ooh, I will follow your advice. She was too lazy to go out and entrusted this matter to Qingfeng. I heard from Granny Zhao that my father's nurse brother is named Li Fu, living on the back street of the Duke of Ning's residence. He loves to drink and gamble. There are no taverns or gambling houses near the Duke of Ning's residence, but there is one on the street 10 miles away. He often goes there and doesn't wander far, so if you search there you will surely find him. He has a black mole on his chin, prominent ears, and is of medium build and overweight, making him easy to recognize. The original owner met this person only after returning to the Duke of Ning's residence, not because Granny Zhao informed her. Li Fu served as a companion reader for the Duke of Ning for a few years in his youth. His mother received care in her old age, and his children all worked in the Duke of Ning's residence, one of whom managed the rent for spring and autumn seasons. Thus, he was naturally loyal to the Duke of Ning and had no ulterior motives. When the original owner went to acknowledge her relatives, she was driven away by the gatekeeper and happened to run into the drunken Li Fu, which was how she met the Duke of Ning. Pei Ju said, "Do not reveal your intentions. If you encounter him at the tavern, pretend to be a patron. If you meet him at the gambling house, act as if you are gambling and chatting casually, saying you heard an interesting rumor about the true and false lineage of the Duke of Ning's residence while in Jinling." Qingfeng smiled and said, "Rest assured, my lord, I know what to do." He had been Pei Ju's companion reader for many years, was literate, and had considerable cunning. He thus took Xie Shanshan's request as a top priority, putting off finding someone to rent a house. The next morning, he bought a bag of pancakes and buns to distribute to beggars on the street for alms, learning that Li Fu usually drinks at the Tavern of Pighead 3 around noon. It is said that he always drinks before gambling. He has a strong gambling habit, but does not bet much, bringing only 100 coins to the gambling house each day. If he wins, he leaves. If he loses everything, he watches others gamble. The gambling house fears the Duke of Ning's residence behind him and does not dare to tempt him to gamble larger amounts. Qingfeng pondered for a moment, found an intermediary, and invited him to the Pighead 3 Tavern. With a few dishes to accompany the wine, he slowly drank and stated his requirements for the rented small courtyard, saying, "My lord is coming to the capital for the examination and thinks staying at an inn is too costly. He wants to rent a small courtyard near the Confucius Temple. It doesn't need to be large, but it should be fully furnished with 2 or 3 main rooms and side rooms, and a place for cooking and keeping horses." The intermediary, surnamed Zhang, was happy to accept the request since Qingfeng was renting for his lord. He said, "Such a private courtyard naturally exists, but next year is the year of the grand examination, so the market is tight and the rent has already increased twice as much as elsewhere." "How much?" asked Qingfeng. "After the spring examination, the rent will fall back. It's 2 taels of silver per month, but for the 6 months around the spring examination, it will double, requiring 4 taels of silver, and a deposit and advance payment are needed without delay." Zhang didn't raise the price just because Qingfeng was from out of town. He said, "It's common for scholars to share rent with classmates or friends to split the cost. We prefer to keep our peace and do not want to share rent." Qingfeng was confident as he still had over 300 taels of silver. "Let's eat first. After we finish, take me to see the place so we can rent it immediately." "All right." Zhang was very pleased. Just as they were speaking, a plump man with a large mole on his chin entered through the patched cotton curtain, bringing in the wind and snow. He took off his hat and sat down, his prominent ears easily noticeable. He immediately ordered the waiter to heat a jar of Huichuan wine, saying, "A plate of pig's head meat, a plate of peanuts, and a slice of pig tongue along with a crystal jelly." The waiter quickly served the food. Qingfeng then inquired about the housing prices around the capital and casually mentioned, "No wonder the capital is quite expensive compared to Jiangnan. I heard a piece of news in Jinling related to the Duke of Ning's residence. I wonder if anyone in the capital has heard about it." Zhang was indeed curious and asked what the news was. Li Fu immediately perked up his ears. Qingfeng smiled and said, "About a month ago, 14 people died in an inn in Jinling. The leader claimed that someone from the Duke of Ning's residence was sent to Suzhou to fetch their young lady. On the way back through Jinling, for some unknown reason, they all died silently overnight, without a single trace of injury or poison, startling the entire city." Zhang exclaimed, 14 people died. That's a major case." Qingfeng nodded. The young lady they fetched was unharmed. 14 people died in an inn in Jinling. The leader claimed that someone from the Duke of Ning's residence was sent to Suzhou to fetch their young lady. On the way back through Jinling, for some unknown reason, Li Fu suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Nonsense. How could this be? Be careful, I send you to the authorities. During the latter's childbirth, so many eyes were on her. How could they allow their own flesh and blood to be lost outside?" Qingfeng was not afraid at all and laughed. "This matter is no secret in Jinling. If you don't believe it, just send someone to inquire and you'll know." The young lady also said that her caretaker told her she was born in the residence of the Duke of Zhan. The 4th young master of the Duke of Zhan's residence replaced her. He is her biological cousin, born on the same day, same month, and same year, though he was born in the morning and she in the evening. Li Fu's heart dropped. Although it was no secret that the young master was born in the Duke of Zhan's residence, and the lady of the Duke of Zhan did indeed give birth in the early morning, how could an outsider know such details? It's absurd. The young lady of the Duke of Zhan is perfectly fine in the residence. The Duchess often stayed at home, and Li Fu had seen her. The Duke originally wanted to marry the eldest son Xie Jin to the daughter of Wang Jizhou, but the Duchess insisted on securing her elder nephew's daughter, Zhao Mingyue, who was born on the same day, same month, and same year as Xie Jin. Her favoritism towards Zhao Mingyue was often evident even above the young master known by the whole family. Qing Feng picked up a piece of pig's head meat chewed slowly swallowed, and took a sip of wine saying, "The young lady of the Duke of Zhan is a fake." Li Fu slammed the table. Absurd. Do you think the capital is a place where you can speak such nonsense? The story was becoming increasingly bizarre. Whether it's nonsense or not you'll know when the people from Jinling send someone to investigate in the spring of next year. Qing Feng, well aware of the principle of moderation, did not reveal more truth, but casually mentioned, those who died were led by Ma San. Miss Ye thought they were the servants sent by the Duke of Ning to fetch her, but the magistrate discovered the travel permits were for the servants of the Duke of Zhan. Upon hearing the name Ma San, Li Fu could no longer drink or eat. Ma San was Zhao Mingyu's nurse father, and he had dealings with Ma San. About 2 months ago, when he wanted to find Ma San for a drink, he heard that Ma San had gone out on business. Li Fu showed no hesitation as he tossed a piece of broken silver onto the table, stood up, and headed straight for the residence of Duke Ning. Oh heavens, something big has happened. The heir whom the Duke had carefully raised for 14 years turns out not to be his biological child. Li Fu, the wet nurse's brother of Duke Ning, had more status within the residence than the younger master. Entering through the side gate, he made his way unimpeded to the second courtyard of Duke Ning's residence. The west wing housed the clerk's quarters while the east wing contained the study. The main hall with 7 beams and 9 rooms served as the grand reception area for meetings. Li Fu had often worked here in his youth, well acquainted with the layout. I have urgent matters to discuss with the master. Please notify him quickly, he urged the young servant standing at the east wing corridor. It was quite fortunate that today was a day off. As usual, Xie Feng, after bathing, wore casual clothing and was reading in the study. Hearing the noise, he felt tired and stepped out, lifting the curtain. Li Fu, why do you forego wine and gambling today? Li Fu quickly offered his greetings. Master, I have important news regarding the lineage of the Duke. Xie Feng paused in surprise. Come in and speak. Li Fu hurried inside. Once Xie Feng sat down, he quietly recounted everything he had heard at the tavern. Master, I don't know if this matter is true or not, but the outsider spoke with such conviction that it doesn't seem like a lie. After much thought, I believe it's best to inform you. Zhao Da's foster father Ma San hasn't been in the capital for 2 months, and now he is dead in Jinling. I do not know if the girl mentioned by the outsider Xie girl has entered the capital or remains in Jinling. If it's true, it could be that the Duke's residence has tracked down the wet nurse who helped the girl escape and intends to silence her. Xie Feng's expression darkened with each passing moment, becoming almost black as ink. They intend to confuse the bloodline of the Xie family and seize our title. Their intentions are worthy of death. Repeat exactly what that outsider said, not a single word allowed to be missed. Li Fu carefully thought for a moment and repeated it. Xie Feng slammed his palm onto the table, causing the tea bowls and vases to crash to the ground and shatter. Li Fu knew he, like himself, believed it almost entirely. Duke Xie Jin had thick eyebrows and large eyes, his features handsome and upright, bearing no resemblance to the Duke. Others often said the nephew resembled the uncle, which Li Fu had believed before, but no longer thought so. The Duke resembled the matriarch with long eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes and a look that could be mistaken for either gender. It was said that he was favored. Most importantly, the Duchess treated Zhao Mingyue exceptionally well, sending all kinds of good things to the Duke's residence throughout the year specifically for Zhao Mingyue. Xie Feng clearly recalled these things, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Li Fu, you go personally bring people, and take the midwife and the lattice made from back, then bind them all, and bring them here. Also find that outsider, I want to see him. Many knew that Li Fu often indulged in wine and gambling, so he likely waited there intentionally. Those words must have been conveyed through Li Fu's lips to himself. As expected, they were related to his lost daughter. Li Fu hurriedly replied, the outsider was drinking with Zheng Zhongren, I know him, and through Zheng Zhongren I can find him, so there's no rush. The midwife from back then was prepared for their eldest lady by the Duke's residence. I remember my mother heard someone say that she assisted with Zhao Da's birth in the early hours, and that night helped deliver our eldest master. During the washing ceremony, she took home countless yellow and white ornaments, but now I don't know if she is alive or dead. Moreover, every maid who accompanied the lady back to her family had been replaced over the 14 years. A thorough investigation is necessary. Xie Feng had never cared for internal affairs and did not really notice who came and went from his wife's quarters. No matter if they are alive or dead, there will surely be traces left. Have your son take the roster and bring the dead with their families and the living in person. Xie Feng was determined not to let a single one escape. Li Fu agreed yes. As he stepped to the threshold to leave, he suddenly heard Xie Feng say, come back. Li Fu immediately halted. Master, do you have any further instructions? Xie Feng said, besides fruits and food, have your wife take people to organize all the silver and items sent over the years by the Duchess to Zhao and present them to me. Li Fu understood his meaning. Every entry and exit is recorded. It can be found easily. When the previous duke was alive, household management was rigorous. To prevent servants from embezzling, not only were items sent out and received recorded, but even if a maid accidentally broke a cup, she had to submit the pieces for reconciliation. Although some of the items received by Zhao Mingyue came from the Duchess' personal belongings, they also needed to be documented. Xie Feng added, find out where that outsider is living and return to inform me. Do not alert him. I will go personally. Instruct the doorman at the front and back gates that from today onward, aside from my outer courtyard, no one else is allowed in or out. Those who disobey will be directly detained and locked up for my disposition. Yes, Li Fu went to take care of it himself. First, he let his son investigate the midwife and maids from back then, and had his wife organize the accounts while he personally went to find Zheng Zhongren. Despite his current idle drinking and gambling, he handled matters very efficiently. In less than an hour, he learned from Zheng Zhongren the whereabouts of Qing Feng. Naturally, he knew that Qing Feng was the scholar's attendant from Jinling province. Upon arriving at the inn, he also learned that a young lady surnamed Xie was traveling. The inn had registered it clearly based on the travel permits. Her name was Xie Shanshan, 15 years old, from Gusu, and she was there to seek her family at Duke Ning's residence. That's her, Miss Xie. If Li Fu still couldn't figure out that Qing Feng had intentionally appeared before him, he would be a fool. Given the significance of the matter, he did not reveal himself to Xie Shanshan, turning back to the residence to report to Xie Feng. Xie Feng immediately ordered horses to be prepared, disregarding the raging wind and snow outside. Under Li Fu's lead, they found a small inn a quarter of an hour away from Duke Ning's residence, shook off the heavy snow from their cloaks, and sat down firmly in the hall. Please have Miss Xie, who is staying in your inn, come down to meet us. Just say Duke Ning Xie Feng is here. At that moment, there were many diners in the hall, all astonished upon hearing this. One after another, they stood to pay their respects. The innkeeper hurried forward to flatter them, instructing the waiter to call for her. Before long, the waiter returned, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, Miss Xie says there are too many people in the hall, and it is too chaotic. Please ask Duke to meet her in the private room. Li Fu was taken aback. He thought Xie Feng would be angry, but to his surprise, Xie Feng stood up, directly lead the way. The waiter led them to the back hall through a narrow corridor, stopping at the door of a small room, gently knocking. Miss Xie, Duke Ning has arrived. With a whoosh, the door swung open. Xie Feng and Li Fu were both taken aback. In the room, there was no woman, only a young boy standing before the Kong. His face resembled white jade, his skin as smooth as cream. He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with long eyebrows that nearly reached his temples and phoenix-like eyes that were slightly raised. His figure was as slender and upright as a green bamboo, elegant and towering. He wore a sky-blue satin gown with a narrow collar and small sleeves, topped with a short fur coat made of sable. Inside, he had on a big red satin garment, with silver embroidery at the waist, tightly fastened with a colorful palace ribbon adorned with long tassels. He sported deer-hide boots, and wore a golden crown on his head with a headpiece adorned with blue jewels and pearls that tied just above his brows. He appeared strikingly bright and dignified, exuding an air of high elegance. If it weren't for Li Fu growing up alongside the Duke of Ning, one might truly think they were witnessing the young Duke himself, radiant and full of the pride that comes from being raised in a prominent family. Without any investigation, anyone who saw her would say she was the biological daughter of the Duke, especially her eyebrows and eyes, which were identical. With her tall stature and long legs, her presence was even more striking. Before he ascended to the throne, the current emperor praised the Duke's raised eyebrows and piercing gaze, declaring him unparalleled in the world. Xie Feng's voice was slightly hoarse. Are you Xie Shanshan? Indeed, that's me. Xie Shanshan performed a slight bow as a greeting. Xie Feng stepped into the room. Is the breeze accompanying Pei Ju sent by you to Li Fu? Congratulations, Duke of Ning, you guessed correctly. But there was no reward. Xie Feng said sharply, why didn't you come directly, but instead beat around the bush through someone else, causing the news to leak? Xie Shanshan scoffed. Xie Feng frowned. What are you laughing at? I laugh at the Duke of Ning standing and speaking without pain, as if it is not you, the Duke of Ning, who looks down on others. I do not wish to experience the original owner's past encounters. Besides, I am the victim. Why should I fear that people know it is your Duke of Ning who failed to act, causing your biological daughter to be on the run while you raise another son? Li Fu stood outside the door. Miss, you misunderstand the master. She truly dared to speak. Was she not afraid of the Duke's anger? In the residence, there were 3 masters and 6 young ladies, but none had such courage. Xie Shanshan huffed. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not is determined not by mere words, but by actions. In all matters, one should focus on evidence rather than intentions. The Duke of Ning has raised a son for 14 years without discovering the truth, which is a dereliction of duty. Li Fu, upon hearing this, fell silent. However, no one could have imagined that the Duke's wife and the Duke of Zhengguo would dare to switch identities. Xie Feng took off his stone blue silk fox coat, removed his purple sable warm hat and broad collar, casually tossing them into Li Fu's arms, revealing a set of ordinary old clothes underneath as he entered the narrow corridor and sat on the couch. You will come back to the residence with me. He spoke directly. He sat on the western side of the Kong table, while Xie Shanshan sat facing east, replying decisively, I will not. Why not? Xie Feng was taken aback. Xie Shanshan retorted, on what grounds? You are my daughter. There is no need for any evidence. You had someone pass the message to me. Didn't you want to inform me that this matter means you want to return to the Duke of Ning's residence? The Duke of Ning's residence. Is it that precious? Without your Duke of Ning's residence, I have grown up smoothly in these 14 years. Xie Shanshan raised her hand to play with the evidence placed on the Kong earlier, half smiling. I do not like others replacing my identity to live a good life. Xie Feng did not pay attention to any swaddles or gold bracelets, but simply picked up the red paper that recorded Xie Shanshan's birth date. It matched Xie Jin's. In wealthy families, the birth dates of children are known only to the midwives until they are used for marriage. This red paper is sufficient to prove that the wet nurse who raised Xie Shanshan must have been present at that time. Xie Shanshan handed over the written testimony from Granny Zhao and the travel document. Actually, I should be grateful to the Duke of Ning. He saved Granny Zhao's entire family in the early years, which is why she dared to take the risk to help me escape 1,000 miles away. The written testimony from Granny Zhao was extremely detailed, and after Xie Feng read it, he was furious. Damn it! The Zhao family and the Lin family truly have the audacity. They likely received the approval of the head of the Duke of Zhongguo's residence, otherwise they would not have pulled it off so flawlessly. To use their own child to steal the Duke of Ning's title is simply a tremendous profit. Once successful, the Zhao family would have 2 dukes for generations to come. If Granny Zhao had not taken Xie Shanshan away with a sliver of goodwill even after 14 years, it would be impossible for anyone to discover the truth without the parties involved speaking up. Xie Shanshan laughed coldly. Does the Duke of Ning not reflect on the reasons within himself? What? Xie Feng was hearing for the first time that his wife had committed a crime of exchanging her child for another. Xie Shanshan unreservedly stated, if it weren't for you, the Duke of Ning, wanting to take a concubine and have a son, how would the Duke of Ning's wife at the age of 28 dare to take such risks? I was swapped. The blame is 70% on her and 30% on you. Do not think of yourself as innocent. Li Fu outside the door was sweating, nearly soaking his inner clothes. The shopkeeper who had originally led the way had already slipped away silently. Xie Feng maintained a stern face. I, the Duke of Ning, am the foremost among the 8 dukes, having inherited my title for 5 generations without decline. Not having a son as an heir is a great disrespect to my ancestors. Yes, male offspring are esteemed. Only sons can carry on the family line, while daughters are merely a burden. Xie Shanshan retorted sarcastically, what do you want with a burden like me returning to the Duke of Ning's residence? My daughter must return to the Duke of Ning's residence. Xie Feng insisted, not allowing her to refuse. Xie Shanshan scoffed, is it to use my name to let me and Xie Jin, Zhao Mingwei each return to our places? It is certainly not for a family reunion. The father and daughter have not spent a single day together. What feelings could there possibly be? Xie Feng's expression softened. Since you understand, what reason do you have to refuse? In the world today, aside from the royal princesses and daughters of noble families, no one in the court of officials is more distinguished than you. Is that all? What? Xie Feng was puzzled. What substantial benefits does this bring me? Xie Shanshan wanted more than just a hollow title. Xie Feng instead laughed. What do you want? He realized that the girl before him resembled him more than all the children in the residence combined. Decisive and action-oriented. Xie Shanshan did not answer directly. A month ago, Ma San came to Suzhou with 12 outlaws to fetch me empty-handed. Do you know? What did you say? Xie Feng asked with great curiosity. Xie Shanshan reached up to touch the sapphire on her forehead, accentuating her jade-like fingers. I told him that without fine horses and luxurious carriages, without maidservants and servants, without gold hairpins and jade bracelets, without exquisite garments and furs, he shouldn't expect to invite me. Xie Feng laughed heartily. Li Fu, did you hear that? Li Fu quickly replied, I heard it. Please give the Duke your orders. Xie Feng instructed, you return to the residence, find Granny Zhou, open the inner storehouse in my courtyard, take out the red gold embroidered green feather cape awarded by the emperor this year, along with the stone blue silk sable cloak and Zhao Jun suit, and the broad collar I had when I was young along with it. Bring it all to the 6th young lady. Understood. Not to mention that gemstone on the headpiece weighing over a tael was worth 1,800 taels of silver. Yet Xie Shanshan remained dissatisfied. Am I someone who lacks clothes and jewelry? Xie Feng continued to instruct Li Fu, have your daughter personally lead a team to tidy up the west courtyard where the eldest young lady lived before her marriage. All furniture, decorations, and jewelry are to be taken from my storehouse. The room should be staffed with 8 big maidservants, 8 small ones, and 8 matrons. Anyone who dares to be lazy will not be tolerated. The carriage to fetch the young lady should be pulled by 4 tall horses. For now, that's it. Li Fu respectfully agreed and hurried back to handle the arrangements. Xie Shanshan looked at Xie Feng, who had returned with his fur coat and hat to the Kong. I have 3 conditions. Which 3? Xie Feng understood that mere external possessions would not sway Xie Shanshan. Although he did not know what talents Granny Zhao possessed that allowed her to raise such a proud girl, her attire and demeanor suggested she was not lacking in wealth. Bargaining with oneself speaks volumes about one's courage. Xie Feng was 45 this year and had never encountered a woman like this. Xie Shanshan raised her right hand, pointing her white index finger. I will take charge of my lifelong affairs. She certainly did not want to engage in blind marriages. Xie Feng pondered for a moment. I can agree, but your choice of son-in-law must meet my approval. Having married off 4 daughters already, he had considerable experience in discerning the character of potential sons-in-law. Anyone hoping to ascend by marrying his daughter would find that impossible. Rest assured, I have no interest in marrying some second-rate character just because they are talented and handsome. So far there was only one person, Pei Ju, who had made Xie Shanshan marvel at the wonders of creation. I simply do not wish for anyone to exploit my marriage for their own gain. Xie Feng understood. What is the second condition? Xie Shanshan raised her second finger. I grew up without parental guidance and Granny Zhao dotes on me. I have grown wild and am not to be constrained by the ridiculous rules of the Ningguo mansion. I will go out whenever I wish, ride horses and hunt or stroll and play, and no one shall object. Xie Feng was reluctant to agree. How could the daughter of a duke be treated like the wife of a commoner exposed to the public? If the duke does not agree, I will not return. I can fend for myself outside, living freely and joyfully. Xie Shanshan toyed with the short dagger she had bought for 301, her fingertips agile, as she displayed 100 different styles. Xie Feng's gaze sharpened. Only then did he notice that there were actually bows and knives hanging on the wall. Such items would not be found in an inn. They could only belong to Xie Shanshan herself. You know martial arts? Xie Feng's tone was very certain. Xie Shanshan smiled lightly, nothing to boast about. Xie Feng's gaze fell on her hands, but he found no traces of martial arts training. Do you not believe me? Xie Shanshan raised her hand and shot the dagger away. Xie Feng tilted his head, allowing the dagger to pass by his ear, leaving only the sound of rushing air. The sheathed dagger, upon striking the thick wall, seemed to turn back on its own accord, returning to Xie Shanshan's hand, a feat almost magical. Xie Shanshan continued to twirl the dagger. My skills are unmatched. All techniques were designed for killing zombies. When it came to killing people, it was as easy as chopping vegetables. Xie Feng no longer had any doubts. I agree to the second condition. You just need to take enough people with you whenever you go out. You may now state your third condition. The third? Xie Shanshan pondered, stroking her chin with her left hand. Xie Jin could only enjoy the status of inheritance in the Ningguo mansion because he replaced me. I want the Ningguo mansion to compensate me for what Xie Jin has consumed and used, and how much Zhao Mingyue has taken from the Ningguo mansion. Every single item must be calculated clearly and converted to silver, delivered to me without a single penny less. The root cause of the substitution was the original owner's mother. If the Ningguo mansion had properly raised the original owner and encouraged her to marry back, the 2 children would barely owe each other anything. But who could blame the matriarch of the Ningguo mansion, the Lin family, for wanting it all? Having the intent to harm the original owner meant they should bear the appropriate consequences. Xie Feng laughed heartily. Good, this is most like me and your grandfather, meticulous and never willing to suffer losses. For now, these are the conditions. Any others will be discussed later when they come to mind. Xie Shanshan certainly had more demands which would increase with her experiences in. Xie Feng nearly choked on his words. After several coughs, he finally regained his breath. You look like me, but your temper is even more like your grandfather's, unreasonable. Unfortunately, the old man was unaware of this granddaughter's existence during his lifetime. Xie Shanshan put down the dagger. Nonsense, this young lady loves to reason with both logic and emotion. Xie Feng looked skeptical. Aren't we discussing reason right now? Xie Shanshan pointed out the obvious fact. If I truly disregarded reason, even if you presented me mountains of gold and silver, I would not care. Xie Feng smiled. What a bold claim. Did he have any mountains of gold and silver? Not even the treasury had that. If he possessed such wealth, the current emperor would be the first to oppose him. Xie Shanshan finally showed mercy, picking up the teapot to pour him a bowl of tea, the teaware having been brought from Suzhou. Seeing it was an ordinary civilian porcelain bowl, Xie Feng frowned. Looking at the tea, it was just brewed from common tea leaves. Xie Shanshan said, Does the esteemed duke think this is the Ningguo mansion? Should I be drinking Mingxian Longjing from Ru Kiln and Chai Kiln? I lived in poverty as a child. Granny Zhao supported me by selling needles and threads. With any spare money, she would hire someone to teach me reading and writing. Before she passed, she left me only enough for a few dozen taels of travel expenses. If it weren't for Ma San providing a large sum, I would probably not even have winter clothes now. Half-truths are more authentic, especially since she spoke 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood. Xie Feng could not help but feel moved. Granny Zhao truly is a righteous person. Xie Shanshan took the opportunity to say, she was afraid of tiring me out and laid down in the prepared coffin to wait for death, her only concern being her husband Chen Rui and her son Hu too. After 14 years apart, I do not know if they are alive or dead. Xie Feng understood her meaning. If they are still alive, I will help you seek justice from the Ningguo mansion. Xie Shanshan was satisfied. With Xie Feng speaking up, he was not worried that the Ningguo mansion would refuse. You drink your tea first, I will step out for a moment. She needed to inform Pei Ju. Pei Ju was staying in the room adjacent to hers. When Xie Feng arrived, he and Qing Feng did not leave their rooms, as they had promised Xie Shanshan not to interfere with her negotiations with Xie Feng. Hearing the knock on the door, Pei Ju stood up to open it, and his deep dark eyes instantly brightened, as if sparks were dancing within them, filled with the stunning image of Xie Shanshan that countless artists could not capture, as if his soul were drawn up to the heavens. Although he had long anticipated she would have something to hide, he did not expect her concealed beauty to be so extraordinary. Xie Shanshan waved her hand in front of him. Young Master Pei, return to your senses. Pei Ju suddenly came to his senses. Miss Xie, are you planning to leave? Indeed, the Duke of Ning has come personally to escort me, so naturally, I must show him respect. Xie Shanshan particularly liked his cleverness. If young Master Pei rents a place and asks Qing Feng to send a message to the Ningguo mansion, I will personally go to share a warm drink with you. Saving Pei Ju must be a complete endeavor. Pei Ju nodded in agreement. All right, I will await your arrival with open arms. The Ningguo mansion is vast and wealthy, while my little black horse and carriage will not be taken over. I kindly ask young Master Pei to keep them for his own use. I will surely need them in the future. In the capital, the successful candidates use mule carts. It is ultimately not very dignified. Pei Ju smiled. Thank you, miss. Dragging his bulky frame, Li Fu hurried along, finally managing to return to the inn with the maids and elderly servants before his master could accuse him of incompetence. Behind him followed the attendants who usually accompanied Xie Feng on his outings. Having received no earlier orders, they only later learned that Xie Feng had taken Li Fu alone when he left. Naturally, they now hastened to catch up. The vermilion-wheeled red canopied carriage adorned with pearl tassels prepared for Xie Shanshan, and the horse-drawn carts for the maids and elderly servants stood outside the main gate. Beside each vehicle, neatly dressed coachmen along with servants and attendants held lanterns and stood in attendance. For maids, each carrying several bundles of various sizes, followed him into the inn. After bidding farewell to Pei Ju, Xie Shanshan joined Xie Feng in the main hall for dinner. They then returned to the guest room to drink tea and chat. Just as they were discussing the distribution of personnel within the Duke of Ningguo's mansion, Li Fu and the maids arrived at the door. The maids, all between 15 and 17 years of age, wore identical lotus blue silk cotton jackets, lotus root-colored cotton skirts, and black satin sleeveless vests over them. They moved in silence, well trained and disciplined. Only when they saw Xie Shanshan's face, so strikingly similar to Xie Feng's, did they reveal expressions of shock. Xie Feng put down the pine nuts he was shelling, brushed the fine skin from his hands, rose, and put on his black fox fur coat. Tucking his warm hat and wind collar under his arm, he stepped out saying, "Be quick and nimble. Attend to your mistress and help her change her clothes." Yes. The four maids entered and immediately filled the room. Greetings to the young lady. Please allow us to assist you in changing your attire. They addressed her as Xie Feng had instructed, mainly because Li Fu had been in such haste that he had simply selected them and brought them directly without explaining the identity of the young lady before them. But she was undoubtedly of Xie bloodline. Xie Shanshan stood on the heated brick bed smiling as she said, "Let me see what you have brought." The four maids placed the bundles on the bed and opened them one by one. As expected, there were the red cloak lined with white fox fur and the stone blue cape lined with sable that Xie Feng had mentioned. Compared to these, the ones Xie Shanshan had purchased were of an entirely different caliber. The fabric of the cape was plain and heavy, unremarkable in appearance, but the cloak blazed with gold and emerald splendor, shimmering with azure brilliance, evoking the luxurious Berto Faraday's feather coat from Dream of the Red Chamber. Exceptionally opulent. When Xie Shanshan wore it, the hem reached her ankles. One maid lifted a crimson brocade long case from a bundle and opened it, revealing a headband of gold-stitched cloud-patterned red brocade with a satin lining of stone blue set with a ruby in the center. The surface was smooth, translucent, and clear, its color like pigeon's blood. Although Xie Shanshan had collected many top-tier jewels and jades in the apocalypse, rubies comparable in weight, color, and clarity were few and far between. In a strictly stratified feudal society, such an item was likely beyond the reach of mere money. Xie Shanshan was pleased. She removed her sapphire hairpin and replaced it with the ruby-studded one. "Pack up my belongings and take everything with her." She fastened the cape over the cloak, donned her sable Zhao Jun hood-wind collar and hand covers, and stepped out. By then night had fallen, the wind and snow had not ceased, and the streets were deserted. Yet pairs of bright horn lanterns illuminated the path ahead as if it were daylight. The lanterns bore the words "Duke of Ningguo's Mansion" in large characters. Pei Ju, wrapped in a white fox fur coat, stood in the shadows watching the radiantly beautiful Xie Shanshan, enveloped in a brilliant aura, nimbly ascend the ornate carriage. Qing Feng stood behind him, exclaiming in awe, "So this is the grandeur of the Duke of Ningguo's mansion." Even the carriage is drawn by 4 horses, and the gilded decorations on the carriage gleam. I wonder if they are real gold. Pei Ju's voice was low. According to the laws of our dynasty, a vermilion wheel and red canopy are the prerogative of a duke's daughter with gold ornaments interspersed. Xingfeng had learned something new. Master Miss Xie has gone far. Let us return. It took you days to recover. We must not let you catch a chill again. Xingfeng was most concerned about Pei Ju's. Pei Ju gave a soft Take good care of Miss Xie's horse. The carriage Xie Shanshan now rode was taller, larger, and more spacious than the vermilion-wheeled green-canopied one she had given to Pei Ju. Inside, warm fragrance filled the air with a seat cushion of black and gold flash green satin lined with fox fur, large crimson floral throw pillows, matching armrests, a footstool, and a hand warmer. But the maids did not ride with her. Xie too braved the wind and snow on horseback. Such was the strictness of the feudal hierarchy. After traveling for over an hour, Xie Shanshan's supernatural sense detected that the carriage had entered the western side gate. The 3 black-lacquered copper-nailed main gates were not open. Before the gate stood a pair of stone lions mounting stones and hitching posts above, which hung a horizontal plaque inscribed with 6 large characters, by Imperial Decree Duke of Ningguo's mansion. It was a 3-lane 5-courtyard compound. Her powers measured it to cover over 100 mu with carved beams, painted rafters, majestic and imposing. Entering the side gate, Xie Shanshan saw a row of small courtyards on the left. Following the narrow path along the east side of the small courtyards, they reached an open space. Xie dismounted. A dozen young servants emerged, some to lead the horses, others to unharness the 4 carriage horses and lead them away. Then 8 servants lifted the carriage and turned west, moving forward. Xie led the way, followed by the maids and elderly servants who had already alighted surrounding the carriage. Only the sound of footsteps on snow could be heard. Soon they stopped before the drooping flower gate. The servants withdrew completely, and a maid stepped forward to lift the red felt soft curtain, helping Xie Shanshan down. An elderly matron accompanied by several maids and servants had already been waiting at the gate in welcome, holding lanterns and umbrellas. The elderly matron quickly held a blue silk oiled umbrella over Xie Shanshan's head. Li Fu's explanation was vague. He only told me to open the storeroom and fetch things, and to have his daughter take people to clean the western courtyard, picking out the finest items. He said the Duke wished to bring the 6th young lady back to the mansion. I never expected the 6th young lady to resemble the old madam and the Duke so closely. I feel as if I am seeing the Duke in his youth. Xie laughed. When I saw her, I was startled too. The elderly matron handed the umbrella to a maid, then extended her own hand to support Xie Shanshan. It's cold outside, young lady. Quickly return to your room and warm yourself. Xie Shanshan nodded with a smile. Xie led Xie Shanshan passing through the entrance hall, 3 main halls, and entering a spacious courtyard. The western courtyard lies west of the main courtyard on the 3rd level. There is a passage to the east at the back door that leads directly to the main courtyard's principal rooms. It was originally the residence of your elder sisters, but they have all married. Henceforth you shall live here, and your younger sisters will not be assigned to this place. Xie Shanshan was quite satisfied. The main building consisted of 5 rooms with attached side rooms on left and right, and 3 rooms on each side in the east and west wings, a typical quadrangle courtyard style. The snow on the ground had been cleared, but a thin layer had already fallen again. A young married woman in charge, along with maids and elderly servants, stood at the foot of the steps. Upon seeing them approach, they bowed first. Master, young lady, the rooms have been prepared. Please inspect them, young lady. If anything is lacking, we will rectify it immediately. Xie gave a grunt of acknowledgement. A maid raised the curtain, and he entered first, removing his fur coat, warm hat, and wind collar, which were taken by the waiting maids. At this moment, Xie Shanshan felt like Lin Daiyu entering the Ronghua mansion for the first time, but she had experienced countless scenes in modern society and the apocalypse. What was there to be flustered about? She calmly unfastened her cape and wind collar. The elderly matron took them personally, then handed them to a maid. Xie took the seat of honor. After Xie Shanshan had also seated herself on a lower chair, he addressed the young married woman. Peony, the 6th young lady, has just returned to the mansion and is not well acquainted with household matters. Tell your mother-in-law not to be idle. She is to come tomorrow and temporarily serve by the 6th young lad's side, so that no ill-bred persons offend her. The young married woman agreed readily. She will come first thing in the morning. Xie then said to the elderly matron, Nanny Zhao, the 6th young lady, did not grow up by my side. Henceforth, if she lacks anything in clothing or supplies, you may take them directly from my personal storeroom without troubling the public accounts. Nanny Zhao was puzzled inwardly, but asked with a smile, if the lady of the house inquires, how should I reply? Xie sneered. The Duke of the State has left my own daughter to wander outside for 14 years, using a false child to impersonate my own in an attempt to usurp my title of Duke of Ningguo. After I meet the Emperor tomorrow, I will settle the score with the Duke's mansion, and she may not have the time to intervene. Madame Zhao could hardly believe her ears. What? The eldest master is not the biological child of the Duke? Xie replied, exactly. The lady gave birth to the sixth daughter at the Duke's mansion, not to Xie Jin. Notify the mansion immediately, and no one shall neglect the sixth daughter, or they shall be beaten and thrown out. Xie Shanshan felt even more pleased. At least it was not a foolish ruler from the text of True and False Gold treating her biological child like grass, while cherishing the non-biological one like a treasure. Unfortunately, the original owner's character was not strong enough. After recognizing her family, she did not receive the same treatment, and was only placed in the main house's side room, suffering humiliation during Xie Feng's investigation. In her previous life, the Duke's mansion had long since silenced anyone who knew the truth. Xie Feng's investigation was not smooth. This time it would likely be even more difficult. The accurate identification of Ma Sen indicated that someone had received a prophetic opportunity, most likely Zhao Mingwe. If it were someone else, there would not be just Ma Sen sent. Xie Feng clearly anticipated this. After giving a warning to the maids and servants of the western courtyard, he directly returned to the study to await news. Li Fu accompanied him. News of the whereabouts of the midwives and maids from back then was being brought in one after another, not from Li Fu's son Jixiang, but from the young servants he had sent back, with already 3 or 4 of their locations confirmed. Midwife Chen drowned accidentally 14 years ago, and her son was killed 2 months ago over gambling debts. Midwife Chen was the most famous and easiest to find. A midwife who could enter the households of high-ranking officials to assist in childbirth, was skilled and knowledgeable in medicine, though she was no ordinary person. The head maid in the lattice quarters, Zhu Huan, was released through Madame Meng's kindness and married a lowly military officer. She hasn't returned since following the border garrison more than a decade ago, and her fate remains unknown. 14 years ago, the accompanying maid who went back with the lady to her family unexpectedly hanged herself with a hemp rope after returning from the Duke's mansion. At that time, they were celebrating the birth of a son. The lady only instructed the accountant to reward her with 20 taels of silver for burial, and instead promoted her 2 sons, who now managed the lattice estate in Jiangnan. Xie Feng was infuriated, as I suspected. Since the Duke's mansion dared to switch the children, they must have silenced all those who were in the know aside from the main perpetrator. The news from Jixiang confirmed his thoughts. Li Fu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, "So we cannot find anyone who was present at that time to testify?" Xie Feng's expression darkened. "The fact that all present have died is the best evidence. When your son returns, have him continue the investigation. Bring me pen and paper, I will write my apology." Li Fu felt wronged for him. The master has been deceived for 14 years, yet now he must apologize. What reasoning is this? Xie Feng smiled bitterly. "It is my fault for not managing my household strictly, nearly allowing my title to fall into the hands of outsiders. Previously, everyone regarded Xie Jin as the next Duke of Ningguo, and she was selected to serve as a companion reader for the prince. I must inform the emperor that I have no legitimate son. If the second son wishes to inherit the title smoothly in the future, it depends on whether the emperor approves. There are no obstacles for the legitimate eldest son to inherit the title. If the legitimate eldest son dies, or is unable to inherit, the title passes to the legitimate grandson. If there are no legitimate grandsons, it extends to the next legitimate son. However, if there is no legitimate son, the legitimate eldest son must be established as the heir, which requires approval from the court. Although it is generally approved, what if it is not approved? The Duke's title could end with this generation. If it comes to that, the ancestors would surely rise from their graves to punish him." Li Fu sighed. What a mess. Xie Feng hated the Duke's mansion and the original wife intensely. A surge of pent-up anger surged within him with no outlet, and he kicked a chair, blocking the way. Meanwhile, Xie Shanshan was enjoying the flattery of the many maids and servants. Upon learning that the new master was not born of an outside woman, the maids and servants assigned to the western courtyard felt a mix of fear and joy. As soon as Xie Feng left, they immediately approached Xie Shanshan, inquiring after her well-being and offering their utmost service. As Xie Shanshan comfortably soaked in the cypress wood bathtub, she asked the 8 maids surrounding her, holding towels, soap, floral water, and clothing, "What are your names? Where were you originally employed?" 7 of the maids looked towards the eldest among them. She had elegant brows, apricot-shaped eyes, a rosy complexion, and a grace. However, her beauty paled in comparison to Xie Shanshan's presence. She respectfully replied, "I am 17 this year, and was originally a small maid in the residence of the eldest aunt. After the eldest aunt got married, I also served the 3rd and 5th aunts. When the 5th aunt married earlier this year, she did not take me along, so I stayed to manage the affairs of the western courtyard. Sister Xiaoyao chose me to come up because she valued this point. Please bestow a name upon me, miss." Xie Shanshan thought for a moment. "From now on, you shall be called Ling Xiao." She also named the remaining 7 as by Jizi Su, Du Ruo Yin Qiao, Fu Ling Rendong, and Dan Shun. All were names of traditional Chinese herbs, pleasant and easy to remember. "Thank you for the names, Miss Xie." The 8 maids were delighted with their new names. After bathing, Ling Xiao twisted the damp hair of Xie Shanshan with a large towel, while saying, "Madame Zhao and Sister Xiaoyao said that the clothes were all found from the Duke's storeroom, and the sewing room made them up in a hurry. For now you may wear these, and tomorrow I will have someone come to measure you for new clothes and jewelry. Xie Shanshan sat in front of the dressing table entranced by her own reflection in the mirror. Living roughly under the extreme weather of the apocalypse was nothing compared to now, with snow-white skin and flower-like beauty, naturally exquisite. Tell me about the situation in the mansion. Although Xie Feng had mentioned some things to her in the inn, she wanted to hear it again from the servants' mouths. Ling Xiao honestly reported, "Our mansion originally had 5 masters, 3 survived, and only 2 remain now. The second master is named Yu, the third master is named Hong, and they live in the eastern courtyard with the original eldest master. The 2 masters occupy separate rooms with equal treatment. Each receives 5 taels of monthly allowance and 50 for annual expenses, with 4 large maids, 4 mothers, and 8 small maids in their rooms, and outside there are 8 young servants and 8 attendants, totaling 36 people, with 4 wet nurses for each master, who according to the rules leave the mansion when the masters turn 10, returning to their own families." Xie Shanshan exclaimed, "What a remarkable family. No wonder they are the young masters of the Duke's mansion. Everyone is like Zhao Baoyu." Continue. She dabbed a bit of face powder onto her face. Ling Xiao continued, "The Duke has given birth to 11 daughters in total, and you are the 6th. There are 5 above you, all born of the lady, with the second daughter having died young. The eldest aunt's name is Yao Yao, aged 24. The third aunt's name is Luo Luo, aged 22. The fourth aunt's name is Lu Lu, aged 20, and the fifth aunt's name is Lin Lin, aged 18. All have already married out. Below you there are 5 daughters, with only the 7th daughter and the 9th daughter surviving. The 7th daughter is named Zhun Zhun, aged 14, and the 9th daughter is named Dai Dai, aged 11, sharing the same mother with the second master. Altogether 5 sons and 11 daughters. They can really have children. They will be able to have more in the future." Xie Feng did not mention these details at the inn, only stating that he currently had 3 sons and 6 daughters. "The wet nurse who raised me once said that I am the 6th daughter of the main house, ranking 9th in the mansion." Ling Xiao said, "That was when the old Duke was alive and the families had not been divided. After the division, the 2nd and 3rd masters moved out, and each family is considered separately." Xie Shanshan nodded. "Just like me, do you have people serving you as well?" Ling Xiao shook her head. "Each girl receives the same monthly allowance of 2 taels and an annual stipend of 20 taels. The number of maids and servants in each room is not the same as the girls." Before she could finish, the original owner's biological mother, Madame Zhao, burst in through the back door. Madame Zhao heard in the evening that Xie Feng's confidant Grandma Zhou and Li Fu's daughter Li Xiaoyao were making a fuss, opening the storeroom, cleaning the west courtyard, arranging utensils, and selecting servants, all without her consent, which made her feel humiliated and extremely furious. When she sent someone to inquire, Grandma Zhou only said it was an order from the Duke, and they did not know the reason. Grandma Zhou was an old servant of the Duke and did not dare to reprimand them casually. That night, upon hearing that Xie Feng had returned home, Madame Zhao was about to go to the front yard to seek clarification when she suddenly heard a maid hurriedly report that the Duke had brought back a young lady, the 6th young lady, who had been swapped with the eldest son Xie Jin 14 years ago, and it had spread throughout the manor. For Madame Zhao, it was like being struck by a bolt from the blue. At first a thought flashed through her mind: has the secret of the swap been discovered? Her second reaction was, how could anyone dare to impersonate her biological daughter, Zhao Mingyue, who was clearly being pampered in the Duke of Zhengguo's manor? Was it possible that someone who knew about the incident back then had not handled it properly? After 14 years, was there a fish that had slipped through the net, trying to weave lies to sow discord between her and her husband? Madame Zhao could not bother to argue with Xie Feng and rushed to the west courtyard. The place where her daughter had lived could not be trampled upon by others. Madame Zhao initially intended to question Xie Shanshan about her intentions in impersonating her biological daughter, preparing to gather evidence to deny the swap in front of Xie Feng, but she suddenly froze upon seeing Xie Shanshan sitting in front of the dressing table. Rather than saying she resembled Xie Feng, it was more accurate to say she looked strikingly like her mother-in-law in her youth, the former Madame of Ningguo. Her brows were exquisite and her aura was extraordinary. Her skin was as smooth as ice and snow, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. A sudden wave of disgust surged within Madame Zhao, crawling from her heart and spreading like countless ants gnawing at her flesh. The face of her mother-in-law, who took a concubine for her husband, was vividly etched in her mind. If it weren't for her relentless pressure back, then how could she have endured the pain of swapping her youngest daughter for a son? As a result, she had suffered from inadequate care after childbirth and had been unable to give birth to a biological son. Xie Shanshan's hair was still damp, cascading like black satin over her shoulders, and after her bath, she wore a bright red soft silk jacket and a loose green silk skirt, exuding a sense of laziness and nonchalance. Who is so rude? The senior maid Pei Ju, who followed Madame Zhao, scolded. Madame is here, and you don't pay your respects. What is this? She had no idea which vixen outside had given birth to this little vixen, actually claiming to be the true daughter who had been swapped by the eldest son. It was simply absurd. The madam of a wealthy household is surrounded daily by numerous maids and servants with a dozen or even dozens of eyes watching. When she gave birth, they were on high alert, who had such ability and audacity to swap children in the delivery room. I should at least consider the rules of a large family. Xie Shanshan pretended to understand. So you are the cruel mother who swapped me with Xie Jin. What business do you have here at this late hour? Who is your biological mother? Madame Zhao instinctively retorted, do you think the Ningguo mansion is some place where you can fabricate slanders against the head matron? The head matron. Sorry, I'm here, and your position as head matron will soon come to an end. Xie Shanshan raised her hand to tuck her long hair behind her ear and mocked, caring for your brother's son and doting on your sister-in-law's niece. Madame Zhao, you are the first person in history, perhaps even Guanyin Bodhisattva, would bow to you in admiration. Madame Zhao's face changed color. What did you say? How could she not understand? Xie Shanshan did not beat around the bush and spoke clearly. Listen closely. I, Xie Shanshan, am indeed the true daughter born in the Ningguo mansion that you gave birth to in the Ningguo Duke's manor, while Zhao Mingyue is merely the daughter of your sister-in-law, who resented you for taking her son and brought her own daughter here. Do you understand? Thus, I am the Madam of Ningguo, who has been lost for 14 years. The maids who accompanied Madame Zhao were all astonished, especially Pei Ju, who could hardly believe her ears. Madame Zhao's face turned pale. Impossible, impossible, you are talking nonsense. Has the Duke believed your lies? The Zhao Mingyue I have loved for 14 years, who I plan to marry back to the Ningguo mansion as a precious jewel, how could she not be my biological daughter? Xie Shanshan sneered. What you should do now is to figure out how to justify yourself in front of my father. Madame Zhao fled in panic. Pei Ju and the other maids felt as if the sky had fallen and hurriedly chased after her. Xie Shanshan sent out a wisp of power to follow and discovered that the first thing Madame Zhao did upon returning to the main house was to have someone prepare a carriage to rush to the Ningguo Duke's mansion overnight, but was stopped outside being told that the Duke had ordered that no one could enter or exit, which made her panic. She hurriedly went to the front yard to find Xie Feng, but was blocked at the door. Xie Feng did not want to see her now, and coldly said, let the Madam of Ningguo go back and think carefully about what lies she should use to continue deceiving me when I return from court tomorrow. Li Fu came out to convey the message. Madame Zhao's face had no color left. Li Fu, tell the Duke that it's all that little girl's fabrication. There is no such thing, and the Duke has misunderstood me. Li Fu did not smile. Madame, the Duke already has ample evidence. It's all fake, fake, fake. Madame Zhao was very clear that she could never admit to the matter of her nephew impersonating her child. There must be someone with ulterior motives deliberately looking for a maid resembling the Duke to concoct a lie based on my giving birth to Jiner and my family back, then to sow discord between my husband and me and ruin the marriage ties between the Xie and Zhao families. Li Fu respectfully replied, Madam, you should save these words for tomorrow night when you speak to the Duke. The Duke has to attend court tomorrow morning and has no time to meet with. Madame Zhao had no choice but to leave for now. Standing in the courtyard all night was unbearable for her. Xie Feng, however, had not slept and was reviewing the accounts that Li Fu had quickly organized after his instructions in the afternoon. There were a total of 13 volumes. Zhao Mingyue had recorded everything she received from the Ningguo mansion in 5 large volumes, while Xie Jin had spent 8 volumes worth of assets from the Ningguo mansion, many of which were gifts from the late Duke and Madame to him during their lifetimes. Moreover, Xie Feng and Madame Zhao had given Xie Jin many good things over the past 14 years. Xie Feng closed his eyes and after a moment opened them, shooting out 2 beams of cold light, instructing Li Fu, take people to the East Courtyard's main house, return Zhao Jin to the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion, and bring back all items including every paper and pen, and for anything missing or used record it in a separate volume. I want the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion to replenish everything to me. Li Fu happily agreed. Since Xie Jin was not the Duke's bloodline, he should not spend the Duke's money. Xie Feng added, since the 6th young lady has just returned, she probably has no savings. Take 1,000 taels of silver from my storeroom to give to the 6th young lady for her immediate use, and when the compensation from the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion arrives, it will be given to her. Yes. By that time, aside from the Duke, the 6th young lady would be the wealthiest person in the household. No one knew better than Li Fu how much Xie Jin had spent and how much Zhao Mingyue had received, nor how many glass cups and agate bowls had been broken. Not to mention Xie Shanshan's reaction to receiving the silver, but Xie Jin was still asleep when someone pulled him down from the bed. Xie Jin must leave for the palace at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning to accompany the prince in his studies. By the time Xie Feng returns home, he will already be fast asleep. The maids and servants in the house are accustomed to slacking off, and with the raging snowstorm outside, they went to bed early. The young servants cannot enter the inner courtyard at night, thus Xie Jin is completely unaware that Granny Wang has conveyed the matters of the Ningguo Duke's residence, as instructed by Xie Feng. Xie Yu and Xie Hong, who live in the east and west wing respectively, have received the news and are instantly filled with joy. Especially Xie Yu, who was almost knocked unconscious by such a golden opportunity. If it weren't already late, she would have sent someone to the main courtyard side room to invite her biological mother Lu Yinyang to discuss their future plans. With no legitimate sons under his father's knee, he is the future Ningguo Duke, able to marry a well-born and virtuous lady, thus securing a prosperous future for his descendants. If the madam were to pass away, there's a chance his biological mother could be legitimized and become the Duke's wife. Madam Zhao has taken a false son as a legitimate one, which surely needs an explanation. Xie Heng hurried to his room to congratulate him. Xie Yu humbly replied, "I will go to greet sixth sister early tomorrow. Will you come along, brother?" "Of course I will accompany you." Xie Heng, who has been oppressed by Xie Jin for more than a decade and can only huddle with Xie Yu for warmth, finally vented his anger. "Father praised me for my good studies when he tested me the other day and specially rewarded me with a cloak made of clouded leopard fur and a set of fine writing materials. I've already worn the cloak, but I haven't used the writing materials yet. I shall present them as a meeting gift for sixth sister." Upon being reminded, Xie Yu looked around and smiled. "Since my brother is giving the essentials for a scholar, I shall gift a piece of mutton fat jade pendant, which was a birthday gift from father to me." After the siblings made their plans, just as they were about to return to their rooms to rest, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. The two exchanged glances without any hesitation, immediately donned their cloaks, slipped on their shoes, and lifted the curtain to exit. As they reached the corridor, they saw Li Fu rushing in with his servants like a pack of wolves, charging into the 5 main rooms. Xie Jin was pulled from his dreams and fell to the ground, instantly waking up. Who is so rude? As the legitimate eldest son of the Ningguo Duke's residence, he had quite the temper. Aside from his parents, he was always held in high regard within the household. Li Fu, smiling with a facade, said, "The carriage outside is ready. Please return to the Ningguo Duke's residence, young master Zhao Jin." "Li Fu, what do you mean by this?" Xie Jin was utterly confused. Although the Ningguo Duke's residence wanted him to know that he was of the Zhao family bloodline, due to Xie Feng still being alive and him not having inherited the title, yet his youth made them fear that he might reveal his identity. Hence they did not let him know of his true lineage. As for Madame Zhao, there's no need to mention her. She had no biological son and was counting on this false son to marry a daughter and support her in her old age. Li Fu did not continue to waste time with him. "If young master Zhao does not understand the situation, once you arrive at the Ningguo Duke's residence, someone will naturally clarify things." After saying this, he shouted, "Shut him up and throw him out." Xie Yu and Xie Heng then saw the servants dragging Xie Jin, who had disheveled hair and was only wearing an undergarment, out of the main house. There was not even a cloak or a cotton coat on him, and he was barefoot as they sent him out of the courtyard. Xie Yu hurriedly signaled her personal maid to follow and see what was going on. A moment later, she returned, her brows raised in excitement, and told Xie Yu and Xie Heng several servants directly stuffed that young master into a black lacquered carriage and took him out of the residence. Xie Yu and Xie Heng exchanged smiles and entered the main house together. Li Fu was watching the people pack up the things and called someone to open the storeroom. Upon seeing the two siblings, he hurried forward to greet them. "It's nearly midnight. Why are the two young masters still not resting? Tomorrow you still have to attend school." Xie Yu raised her hand, calling out with a smile, "I heard sixth sister has returned, so I came to inquire." "Indeed." Xie Heng, ever so clever, added, "We haven't met sixth sister before and do not know what she likes. We should clarify this so that when we see her tomorrow we can present our gift." Li Fu understood their excitement and chuckled. No matter what the two young masters present, it is the thought that counts. Unable to glean any useful information from him, Xie Yu and Xie Heng could only return to their respective rooms. However, having witnessed Xie Jin being kicked out was enough to keep them awake all night. It was truly delightful. Xie Yu was happy about the prospects of a title, while Xie Heng delighted in the possibility of sharing the family fortune. Li Fu was busy all night moving all the items from the East Courtyard's main house into Xie Feng's storeroom. Meanwhile, he asked Granny Wang and his wife to bring people to count and register the items, and then he went to the study to wake Xie Feng. Xie Feng had slept for less than 2 hours before getting up to wash up, leaving the house at 4 o'clock to enter the court. The Taizu had clearly stipulated that there would be a grand court session every 5 days and a small one every day. The grand court session lasted a day, while the small one lasted an hour. The emperor and ministers would meet for the early court session at the hen hour and adjourn at the dragon hour, having breakfast at their respective offices and starting their duties at the 4th quarter past the dragon hour. As the Minister of War, Xie Feng was extremely busy. When he began to handle official duties, Xie Shanshan was still fast asleep. Compared to the inn, her current bedroom had a large Kong bed with soft pillows, brocade quilts, and satin sheets, making it much warmer and more comfortable. None of the maids, including Ling Xiao, dared to wake her, quietly waiting outside. Xie Shanshan did not allow anyone to attend to her inside. When Qian Momo, the mother-in-law of Xiaoyao, entered, she witnessed this scene. She was originally a maid from the old duke's residence, assigned to the duke at the age of 20 to assist him with accounts. Now Qian Wang was in charge of the purchases for the Ningguo Duke's residence and was a trusted confidant of the duke. Still not awake, Qian Momo asked Ling Xiao quietly. Ling Xiao nodded and whispered, "So much happened yesterday, and she went to bed late." The two young masters came to visit before heading to school this morning, and upon seeing that the young lady had not yet risen, left the gifts and departed. She then told Qian Momo the names that had been changed for the 8 people. Qian Momo responded with an and pointed to Bai Ji go to the sewing room and call for the nimble-fingered and meticulous little maid to come over. When the young lady wakes up, take her measurements. Ask Granny Zhao to retrieve the finest silk and satin from the Duke's storeroom. Put aside everything else and prioritize making the young lattice outer garments and boots. Also make a trip to the gold and silver room and ask old craftsman Jiang to seek Granny Zhao for gold and jewels. Hurry and prepare 2 sets of headwear for the young lady similar to what the grand aunt wore in her day. Then make a trip to the big kitchen. The young lady has grown up in Jiangnan and may not necessarily like the flavors of the capital, so prepare breakfasts with flavors from both regions. Bai Ji acknowledged and went to relay the message. Qian Momo then selected Zhisu Rinda and Dura, saying Ling Xiao's hair is well done, and there are several maids to assist the young lady in getting dressed up. You 3 are the best at sewing, so hurry up and make several sets of undergarments, embroidered shoes, silk stockings, pouches, headbands, handkerchiefs, and other small items. Do we have the material? Yes, indeed. The 3 quickly replied, smiling. Granny Zhao sent several bolts of fine material and sewing supplies last night. Qian Momo continued to assign tasks to the little maids and matrons for shoveling snow, feeding birds, and also instructed to clean the 4 empty side rooms to prepare for receiving the items as storerooms. Soon the main house was arranged in an orderly manner. Ling Xiao and the others finally had a sense of direction. Xie Shanshan did not get out of bed until the SI hour, and Ling Xiao and the other maids hurried to assist her in washing up. Qian Momo came in to salute and instructed the 2 little maids from the sewing room to take her measurements. Make me several sets of male clothing. Xie Shanshan put forth her request. Compared to women's clothing, men's clothing is much more convenient for riding. The 2 little maids promptly agreed and took their leave with the measurements. While Qian Momo set a full table of breakfast in the outer room, she said the young lady just returned. My mother-in-law moved everything from young Master Zhao's room, including every needle and thread, back to the Duke's storeroom overnight, and sent young Master Zhao back to the Ningguo Duke's residence. The Duke has been leaving early and returning late for 5 consecutive days and may not be able to attend to the young lady. If the young lady has any desires or preferences, please let me know, and I will ensure everything is done to your satisfaction. Besides the Duke, the young lady is the most important in the residence. Madame Zhao does not count in this regard. Given her actions, no amount of penance could redeem her. Xie Shanshan instantly felt delighted. Zhao Jin has been sent back to the Duke of Xingguo's residence. Quite fast indeed. She liked it. In the original owner's time in the residence, such speed was unheard of. Indeed, forging metal relies entirely on its own hardness. Moreover, the one in charge is only Xie Feng, who is resolute in his decisions. Madame Zhao's opinions are of no importance, and no one in the entire Ningguo Duke's residence pays attention to her thoughts or actions. It was ordered by the Duke. Others would not dare act otherwise. Although Zhao Jin is no longer the heir of the Ningguo Duke's residence, he is still a young master of the Duke of Xingguo's house, naturally prestigious, and not someone to be insulted by the likes of Li Fu and his few servants. After hearing Granny Qian's words, Xie Shanshan felt she had lost her place to shine, feeling both happy and regretful. No matter, there is still plenty of time ahead. Since she has returned to the Ningguo Duke's residence, she will surely encounter Zhao Jin and Zhao Mingwei. The Duke of Xingguo's residence is probably in chaos right now. Xie Shanshan was unconcerned. The hand stove I used yesterday was quite good. Bring one out, I want to gift it to someone. She thought of the beautiful young man still suffering at the inn, and a delicate foot stove as well. What kind of charcoal do we use at? Granny Qian replied. The master's rooms use silver bone charcoal and red silk charcoal, while the hand and foot stoves use fragrant cakes. 2 baskets each of silver bone charcoal and red silk charcoal, along with the foot stove, hand stove, and the fragrant cakes you mentioned. Send them to the inn where I was staying before I return, and deliver them to my friend Pei Ju in Jiangnan. Ask him to try them out, and provide feedback when we meet tomorrow. Xie Shanshan now had a mindset of sharing blessings together. The breakfast was well made, but unfortunately it must have gone cold by the time it reached the inn. She could no longer share it with Pei Ju. Granny Qian did not dare to suggest that young men and women should not privately gift items. There are quite a few good snacks made in the big kitchen. Xie Shanshan's heart stirred. Is there any mountain yam cake with red date paste? Or any sugar-steamed lotus root cake with osmanthus sugar? Pei Ju would be quite suited to eat these. Before the apocalypse, Xie Shanshan had a good friend who often recreated the delicacies from Dream of the Red Chamber to share with her. After entering the apocalypse, that friend unfortunately perished during the first wave of the zombie siege. Now thinking back, she missed her dearly. Granny Qian naturally said, they have it. We have them all, we have them all. Then gather 4 types to send over. Xie Shanshan was quite generous. When you return, make sure to greet the doorman. If there is any news from Pei Xie Yuan, do not neglect it, so that the doorman wouldn't look down on her. A 7th grade official at the Prime Minister's gate, let alone a duke of extraordinary status. Understood. Fearing the maid would not be thorough enough, Granny Qian personally prepared the gifts and sent a servant to deliver them. Xie Shanshan happily enjoyed her breakfast. Seeing her cleanly devour the exquisite breakfast from Jiang and alongside the coarse breakfast from the capital Ling Shao, and the others were dumbfounded, quickly glancing at Xie Shanshan's flat belly beneath her mink coat. It was completely flat, not bulging at all. Xie Shanshan cheerfully said, "I have a bigger appetite from now on. Prepare breakfast for me like today, increase lunch by 50%, and dinner can be slightly less than lunch." Ling Shao naturally agreed. After breakfast, she rinsed her mouth and presented the stationery set and jade pendant sent by Xie Yu and Xie Hong. Upon learning that Xie Jin was not the biological child, the two illegitimate brothers could not sit still, especially the older brother Xie Yu, who wouldn't want to inherit the distinguished Duke title directly, without the need for struggle standing directly at the top. Xie Shanshan discovered through the books the original owner had read that the current inheritance laws are not as meticulous about legitimacy and illegitimacy as depicted in most family drama novels. In terms of living conditions, the treatment of legitimate and illegitimate children within the family is the same, just as Ling Shao stated before Madame Zhao's arrival. Of course, the private support from elders does not count. Regarding inheritance of property, regardless of legitimacy, all sons share equally. The portion for unmarried daughters is half of that of brothers, excluding married daughters. If there are no children, the wife inherits half of the estate without remarrying, while the other half goes to the clan. In the absence of brothers, meaning no male heirs, unmarried daughters, clan-returning daughters, and married daughters can inherit the entire estate. As for titles, legitimate heirs are prioritized over illegitimate ones. In short, although it has been over hundreds of years since the founding emperor, a time traveler dedicated to gender equality, implemented many favorable laws for women, the later reigns have gradually amended many of these during Emperor Gao's rule, evolving into a patriarchal society centered around male interests where wives and daughters are mere dependents. The reason the Duchess of Jinghua, Lady Jiang, went to great lengths to assist her daughter in the matter of Li Dai Tao Jiang is that her daughter has no legitimate son. Rather than letting a little wife raise him, it is better to let her grandson inherit the title. Marrying back a granddaughter still means the daughter's legitimate descendants inherit the Ningguo Duke's residence. Madame Zhao, being merely a maid of Lin's family, did not participate in the secret discussions between the mother and daughter. She informed Xie Shanshan, according to Madame Lin's words, unaware that it was not the truth at all. Initially, Madame Zhao did not think of exchanging a daughter for a son. It was Lady Lin's suggestion that sparked her interest, leading her to conspire with Lady Jiang. After successfully executing the plan, they each claimed to be willing. For 14 smooth years, everything developed within Lady Lin's plan. She was about to send her niece, Zhao Mingyue, back to the Ningguo Duke's residence to bond with her biological son, waiting for her direct bloodline to inherit the Duke's title. Who knew that in the dead of night someone knocked on the door, and it was people from the Ningguo Duke's residence who said nothing and left her son still disheveled behind. Lady Lin felt both heartbroken and furious, quickly arranging for him to wash up in the warm chamber of her main courtyard, taking out clothes that she had prepared to send to the Ningguo Duke's residence. After Xie Jin was dressed appropriately, he told her what Li Fu had said. "Aunt, do you know why that gambler Li Fu calls me Zhao Jin, fourth master Zhao?" He was so furious on the way that his head was spinning, unable to comprehend the implications. Lady Lin seemed as if she had been struck by lightning. She had no time to explain it to her son in detail, hurriedly sending him to rest in the warm chamber, while urgently directing a maid to wake her husband Zhao Buyan, who was resting in concubine Li's room, to put on a cloak, without tidying his hair, and go together to Lady Jiang's room in the western courtyard. Lady Jiang, having been awakened in the middle of the night, sensed something was wrong, and quickly donned her purple sable cloak before getting out of bed to meet them in the outer room. "What is the matter? Why are you all flustered?" Lady Jiang's face was full of displeasure. Lady Lin chased all the servants out, leaned closer to her mother-in-law, and quietly repeated the words Li Fu had brought back with Xie Jin. "It seems that the uncle has discovered that Jiner is not real. What should we do?" Lady Jiang frowned. "Impossible. Apart from us mothers and sons, and the sisters-in-law, all those who knew back then have perished. Not one remains." Lady Lin bit her lower lip. If it wasn't discovered by the uncle, how could Jiner have been sent back? The old lady doesn't know how ruthless they are, not even letting Jiner wear a piece of clothing or a pair of shoes, freezing his face blue. I was heartbroken for him. Duke Xinghua Zhao Buyuan pondered for a moment. "Do not make it public yet. Send someone early to the Ningguo residence to bring my sister back and find out what happened." However, the next morning the servants sent to fetch Madame Zhao never returned. With Xie Feng absent from home, Madame Zhao lost her authority in the eyes of the steward Suda. Xie Yu and Xie Hong were still young and studying, so Suda, based on Li Fu's suggestion, directly bound the visitors from the Duke of State's residence and locked them in the stable, waiting to deal with them after Xie Feng returned from his duties. With the exchange of children having occurred, the feud between the two families had reached a point of no return. How could they allow them to take Madame Zhao away and then discuss countermeasures? It was clear they intended to coordinate their testimonies. Li Fu, being clever, sent a servant to the flower gate in the western courtyard to have the gatekeeper inform Xie Shanshan. It was only after Xie Shanshan finished her breakfast that the maid approached to report. Upon hearing this, Xie Shanshan laughed. Just keep them locked in the stable for now. Well, deal with the rest when my father returns. Until they received all the compensation they demanded from the Duke of State's residence, everything had to be handled by Xie Feng. It was justified and compelling. He was the Duke of Ningguo and also served as the Minister of War, making him the highest-ranking and most powerful figure among officials. Xie Shanshan's strength lay in martial prowess rather than intellect or position. In such a society, she had to exert great effort to accomplish what Xie Feng could achieve without any scheming. Since that is the case, then those who are capable must take on more work. There is an extremely troublesome law in feudal societies stating that while parents may not be kind, children cannot be unfilial, with disobedience classified as one of the 10 unforgivable sins. Cursing one's parents or grandparents is punishable by hanging. Hitting one's parents or grandparents is punishable by beheading. Murdering one's parents or grandparents is subject to dismemberment. Even being disobedient in respect to parents or violating filial piety can result in 100 lashes and in severe cases imprisonment for 3 years. This has not changed from the Tang dynasty to the present. Thus, in front of Madame Zhao, Xie Shanshan was the one who could be accused of being unfilial. Although she was not afraid, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xie Shanshan was more concerned about her small treasury. The gold and silver treasures in her space were certainly not suitable for public use. In the future, when around others, she would have to buy things with visible silver. After all, Xie Feng had money, and if she ran out, she could just ask him. Xie Shanshan squinted as she counted the 1,000 taels of silver she received last night, but hadn't had time to count. 5 taels per ingot, totaling 200 ingots. Shiny and precious. Of course, in terms of quality, it couldn't compare to the silver bricks in Xie Shanshan's space, which had undergone modern purification. Xie Shanshan instructed Ling Xiao to take care of it. Have the accountant supplement my monthly allowance, not a penny less. Granny Qian gasped in surprise. What? Is 1,000 taels not enough? Xie Shanshan argued, what my father gives is pocket money, not a monthly allowance. If other sisters have it, I must have it too. 2 taels for the monthly allowance, 20 for the annual, totaling 44 taels a year, 440 over 10 years, 176 over 4 years, a total of 616. Granny Qian was left speechless. Expenditures exceeding 200 taels require the Duke's approval. Please report to the Duke tonight before going to the accountant to withdraw. What do you think, miss? She dared not make decisions on her own. Xie Shanshan widened her eyes. 200 taels is considered a large expenditure. Granny Qian nodded. Our household has... The old Duke feared that descendants would squander money and ruin the family fortune, and that servants would pocket private gains, thus enacting many stringent rules that everyone had to follow. Other families believe that overly clear waters have no fish, but the Duke of Ningguo's household is strict and precise, allowing no ambiguity whatsoever. The 1,000 taels delivered last night. Before Xie Shanshan could finish her question, Granny Qian chuckled. That was from the Duke's private account, not from the household funds. Is my father very wealthy? Regardless of the white fox cloak, purple marten cape, or ruby headband, they were all top-quality items. Granny Qian smiled naturally. Xie Shanshan instantly realized how to make money. It was better to tap into Xie Feng's small treasury than to seek from the public fund. Good. Since 1,000 taels had already been given, Xie Feng wouldn't be stingy about 616. By the way, have him make up 14 years' worth of New Year's money. Well, I won't count what outsiders have given. Only what I hold in hand is truly mine. Granny Qian calculated the New Year's money given to the children by Xie Feng at 8 gold ingots and 8 silver ingots each year, each weighing 1 tael, which over 14 years amounted to 112 taels of gold and silver each. If one were to count in gifts from Madame Zhao and the second and third masters' families, as well as friends and relatives from outside, it would be even more. A glint flashed in Xie Shanshan's eyes. When my father returns, please remind him that in addition to the monthly allowance and annual compensation, the household must provide me with as many garments and accessories as they made for my sisters during these 14 years. Each season has 4 sets plus 2 cloaks and 4 sets of winter clothing each year, totaling 22 sets of clothing in a year. Over 14 years, that amounts to 308 sets. There are 4 sets of jewelry each year, totaling 56 sets over 10 years. This does not include additional supplements. The first 4 young ladies before marriage received more than 10 sets of jewelry added each year. Since they were not from the household's funds, the 2 younger sisters had no recourse even if they were dissatisfied. After all, their birth mother was a concubine and did not have a grand bridal dowry like Madame Zhao. Xie Shanshan clapped and smiled. Let Ling Xiao help me take care of the silver, and ask Granny Qian, what gift should I prepare for the housewarming? Prepare a set for me. There are many kinds of items that can serve as gifts, Granny Qian replied. Please elaborate. Xie Shanshan pulled the exquisite 8 treasure box made of rosewood, which contained candied fruits and nuts, closer to her, and asked Bai Ji to brew some good tea. Granny Qian, uncertain of Xie Shanshan's temperament, began listing ordinary people would send rice, flour, oil, salt, firewood, wine, and cooking utensils for a housewarming, while wealthy families would offer writing supplies, vases, auspicious symbols, and screens. Please prepare a set similar to the 4 treasures of the study that Xie Yu sent me. Granny Qian smiled. Such items need to be retrieved from the Duke's storehouse. Then let's go to the storehouse. Xie Shanshan was not at all polite with Xie Feng. Also bring me a Kong screen, a pair of vases along with wine, firewood, rice, and oil, making a total of 8 gifts. The rice and firewood from the Duke of Ningguo's residence is definitely of superior quality, incomparable to the common white rice and firewood outside. Such a handsome young man deserves to be surrounded by fine clothes and delicious food. The young man who was being thought of received the gifts sent by the servants of the Duke of Ningguo's residence. Pei Ju first instructed Qing Feng to give a few hundred coins as a reward to the stunned maid and coachman who were awestruck upon seeing him, and only after they departed did he ask Qing Feng to return the gifts to his room. Qing Feng washed his hands and opened the lacquered food box filled with delicacies. Such exquisite pastries. The box had 4 layers, each containing a tray, and each tray held either a dish or a bowl. Except for the sugar-steamed cream cheese, which was a specialty of the capital and unfamiliar to Pei Ju, the others were quite popular in Jiangnan and suited his taste perfectly. His parents and brothers spoiled him, always bringing back a few treats whenever they returned from outings. To his surprise, even in the capital, 1,000 miles away, there were still people thinking of him. A sense of spring filled his heart. Qing Feng laid out the pastries on a small Kong table, then brought over a new hand stove, lighting 2 incense cakes, and replacing the old stove that Pei Ju had brought from Jiangnan. Miss Xie really thought ahead. Once we move into the rented house, the 4 baskets of charcoal will last the master quite some time. They usually used inferior charcoal that produced heavy smoke and was very pungent. Pei Ju would rather endure the cold than allow him to light a brazier. However, with the icy cold of the capital, how could they do without a warming stove? His hands were too cold to hold a brush. Qing Feng had planned to buy Pei Ju a few baskets of good charcoal after moving, but unexpectedly Xie Shanshan sent some over. Pei Ju murmured softly. She has just returned to the Ningguo Gong residence, unfamiliar with the place, and has sent me something, yet she doesn't know how the Xie family discusses her and bullies her. If Xie Shanshan knew his thoughts, she would surely say he was overthinking. At that moment, she was receiving the 7th young lady Xie Shanshan and the 9th young lady. The 2 young ladies came to greet their older sister. She felt that since she had woken up late, she had missed seeing Xie Yu and Xie Heng. So after the maid announced them, she invited. Xie Shanshan was 14 years old, of average height, slender and graceful, with a lovely face and an air of gentle shyness. Upon closer inspection, her brows and eyes bore some resemblance to Xie Feng. Xie Daidai was 11 years old, but shorter than Xie Shanshan. Her face was round like a full moon, her eyes like green apricots, her skin radiant like jade, her figure plump, yet not overweight, resembling the elegance of Yang Guifei. She wore a grand red satin cloak embroidered with gold floral patterns. Xie Daidai, being Xie Ye's younger sister, thought about her brother soon becoming the heir to the Ningguo Gong residence. She had not slept well the previous night, and now joy shone from her brows and eyes as she faced Xie Shanshan with a hint of arrogance, saying, "You are the one who was replaced by Zhao Jin and left out in the world." But when she saw the ruby ornament on Xie Shanshan's forehead, her eyes instantly turned red with jealousy. How could such a coveted item go to her father? Looking around the room, the furnishings were all treasures that money couldn't buy, and there were even imperial gifts, resplendent and extravagantly luxurious. Xie Shanshan raised her hand and slapped her across the face. The surrounding maids gasped in shock. Even Mama Qian looked on in disbelief. Xie Daidai's face instantly swelled on one side. "You dare hit me?" She had never suffered such humiliation before as she lunged at Xie Shanshan. "Throughout my life, my father and mother have never laid a finger on me. Who are you to dare hit me?" The 2 maids, Kaiyun and Saixia, who had followed her, reached out, but could not pull her back. Xie Shanshan kicked her away. Xie Daidai fell to the ground, bending over. Xie Shanshan possessed special abilities, and her strikes were measured. They would only cause her to feel intense pain without injuring her physically. Disrespecting me, a slap is already lenient. She was not the original host, so she wouldn't act as cautiously as the original host did upon returning to the Ningguo Gong residence, nor would she dare to retort in the face of Xie Daidai's disrespect. After all, Zhao Mama was an ancient person and her insights were limited. She had taught the original host to be gentle, kind, and humble. However, in the Ningguo Gong residence, gentleness and humility would only invite bullying. Xie Shanshan preferred to win people over with virtue. Strength was also a form of virtue. Mama Qian helped Xie Daidai up, saying, "Miss, you should return to your room and have a maid apply ice to your face." Xie Daidai angrily covered her face and shouted, "Are you just going to let me be bullied by an outsider?" 9th young lady among all the siblings in the residence, the 6th young lady is the eldest. Older siblings can admonish younger ones as long as it doesn't lead to serious injury. Xie Daidai claimed that Xie Shanshan was an outsider and should be punished. Since the Duke acknowledged Xie Shanshan's status, what right did she have to say that? Moreover, she hadn't even greeted Xie Shanshan upon entering. Xie Shanshan spoke softly. "9th sister, you should listen to Mama Qian. We've already seen 6th sister, let's go back for now." Seeing no one supporting her, Xie Daidai angrily waved her sleeve and left. Xie Shanshan, however, bowed to Xie Shanshan before hurriedly following after her. Exiting through the back door of the western courtyard, Xie Dai covered her face and ran into the main house, directly reporting to Lu Yinyang. I must tell father that an outsider dares to hit me. Lu Yinyang was extremely distressed. While calling for a maid to bring an ice pack wrapped in a towel, she spoke softly. Why are you so anxious? What made you go to the western courtyard to find her? She just returned yesterday, didn't you see everyone watching her? Wait until the matter of the real young lady and the false young lady is settled and your brother's status as the heir is firmly established, then you can do whatever you want. Xie Dai held the ice pack to her face, very dissatisfied. Why does she get to dominate the western courtyard alone? Wasn't it said that once fifth sister marries, I and seventh sister would move in? Even Xie Yaoyao didn't monopolize the western courtyard. During the lifetime of their grandparents, Xie Yaoyao lived in the main room, the third lived in the west room, the fourth and fifth lived in the east wing, and the three daughters of the second and third uncles lived in the west wing. Later, after the eldest third and fourth sisters married in succession, the main house became vacant, and then the family divided. The sisters of the second and third uncles also moved away from the west wing. Xie Dai thought she could soon live with Xie Shanshan, but in the end, Madame Zhao only arranged for them to stay in 3 back rooms, and even when the fifth sister married this year, there was no news of them moving. Lu Yinyang could not help but tear up. Who told you not to be born to the main wife? On the surface, the treatment was the same, but in reality, there was a significant difference. Xie Dai, with her hand, not holding the ice pack, grasped Lu Yinyang's sleeve, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Auntie, the main wife, will soon fall without a doubt. You must work hard to win father's favor. Perhaps for the sake of brother, he will elevate you to the main wife, and then you can wear a phoenix crown and don a bridal veil. Father only has 2 sons left and brother is the eldest. He will surely value him highly. Lu Yinyang cautioned. So you must be more careful with your words and actions. That one just returned to the residence. The master still needs to use her, letting her and Zhao Jin each return to their respective places. You should not provoke her, but you can wait until the master comes back in the evening and tell him your grievances, so he knows that a girl raised outside ultimately lacks manners, scolding and beating the younger ones on the first day. Xie Dai nodded repeatedly. When will father return to the residence? Lu Yinyang looked at the gilded clock in the room. It's still early, he hasn't even had lunch. If it's like usual, he won't return until around 6 o'clock. At precisely 6 o'clock, Xie Feng was preparing to return home when he saw the guards beside Emperor Tianyu coming to deliver a message. The Holy One's decree summoned Ningguo Duke Xie Feng to Zicheng Hall for an audience. The Tianyu Emperor is 2 years younger than Xie Feng, who was once his companion in study since the age of 10, accompanying him in reading and martial arts until entering the court to serve akin to brothers. In fact, Xie Feng performed even better than a biological brother. He was sharp-minded, yet measured in his actions, adept at strategizing and clearing obstacles for the Tianyu Emperor. After ascending the throne, the Tianyu Emperor valued him highly, even contemplating a familial alliance by proposing to betroth Xie Yaoyao to the crown prince, but Xie Feng politely declined. He did not wish to form factions for personal gain, he only sought to remain loyal to the Tianyu Emperor. He told the Tianyu Emperor that although he had no intention of forming factions once he became related to a certain prince, many matters would become beyond his control, it would be better to cut off the roots and refrain from branching out. Thus, Xie Yaoyao was promised to the flower champion of that year. As a result, the Tianyu Emperor trusted Xie Feng even more. While Xie Feng served as the Minister of Revenue, the national treasury flourished, with the treasury silver increasing from 13 million taels to 40 million. Now serving as the Minister of War, he was adept at strategizing from the rear, while making decisions thousands of miles away. His literary and martial prowess made him an indispensable right-hand man. When summoned in the inner chamber of the Zicheng Hall, the Tianyu Emperor was not in court attire, but wore a short jacket made of red ground peacock feather fabric adorned with golden dragon patterns, and a fox fur lining, sitting cross-legged on the heated bed, leaning against a cushion made of azure gold and green dragon-patterned satin. Sit. After Xie Feng performed a deep bow, the Tianyu Emperor gestured to the seat opposite him. Xie Feng expressed his gratitude and sat sideways at the eastern table of the heated bed. The Tianyu Emperor asked straightforwardly, "You submitted a petition for punishment claiming that Xie Jin is not your biological child. What is going on? Please elaborate." He was extremely curious. This was something he had never heard of before. He had heard of cases of false daughters or false sons, but nothing as bizarre as this. Xie Feng then detailed the entire secret. The Tianyu Emperor immediately expressed great dissatisfaction towards Madame Zhao. Whether male or female, it does not affect her title as the wife of the Duke of Ningguo. How dare she commit such a vile act? Switching heaven and earth, how could she even conceive such a scheme? Xie Feng shook his head. The mastermind behind this must surely be more than just the lowly Jing. She alone cannot clear all the obstacles and resolve the aftermath. The Tianyu Emperor became even angrier. It seems the Duke of State has grown complacent, his descendants lack ability, yet he feels dissatisfied with the title of Duke of State, and even desires your title of Duke of Ningguo. Compared to the flawless Xie Feng, the current Duke of State Zhao Buiyuan is utterly incompetent. He has a fine appearance, but mediocre abilities lacking in both literature and martial skills. Had he not inherited the title of Duke of State according to court laws, he would not have even had the opportunity to hold an official position. The Tianyu Emperor had once granted him a fifth-rank official post out of consideration for Xie Feng, yet he nearly caused a blunder infuriating the Tianyu Emperor, who then dismissed him entirely and refused to employ him again. To this day, he holds only the title of Duke of State. Such a person who provides no benefit to the nation or family has fathered over 10 sons, raising 8 or 9 of them, each bickering like cocks in a fight. In contrast, Xie Feng, clearly possessing exceptional abilities, has unfortunately birthed more daughters than sons. Truly, it is unjust of heaven. Xie Feng lowered his head. I, the humble minister, am incapable, and have yet to produce a legitimate son to inherit. This indeed provides an opportunity for the Duke of State to exploit. The Tianyu Emperor was about to say it was not his fault, when he suddenly recalled that the founding emperor once said that in the world the division of male and female is determined by men, not women, hence there is the saying that one reaps what one sows. If one were to sow melons, but reap beans, that would be a true marvel. Yuan Shan, the Tianyu Emperor, called out the courtesy name granted by the previous emperor. This matter cannot be blamed on you. You are busy with official duties and unaware of the unpredictable human nature. There is no need for you to apologize. If your daughter has come to you, what do you intend to do? Naturally, each will return to their rightful place. Xie Feng had no penchant for raising another's child. Even if a daughter is inferior to a son, she is still his own flesh and blood. The Tianyu Emperor nodded. You will not let the Duke of State bear any responsibility. The Tianyu Emperor felt this was not in line with his principles. Xie Feng glared. How could that be? The Tianyu Emperor became intrigued. What do you plan to do? I will send people to support you. Xie Feng calmly replied. I am counting. I will calculate all the expenses incurred by Zhao Jin in my household, deducting the gold, silver, cloth, furnishings, antiques, and books obtained last night, and the remainder shall be returned to them. Additionally, all items given to Zhao Mingyue from my household, whether sent by the public or privately gifted by my wife, will be converted into silver for compensation. The Tianyu Emperor slapped the table in approval. Yes, it should be so. We absolutely cannot suffer this great loss. Xie Feng had invested considerable effort in Zhao Jin. Thinking of the sable coat he had given Zhao Jin during the first snow of this year, he felt a pang of heartache. The Tianyu Emperor could not help but remind Xie Feng to ensure all was accounted for. All the rewards Zhao Jin has received over the years from me were granted to your son. Since Zhao Jin is not your son, everything must be returned intact. Items that have been worn cannot be given to others. The Duke of State must convert their value into silver to buy fabric for your daughter's clothing. Xie Feng smiled. I will strictly follow your commands. The more the Tianyu Emperor thought about it, the more he felt his decision was correct. Everything that Zhao Jin received from the palace, as well as all the items obtained from various friends and colleagues, must be accounted for. Were it not for the fact that Zhao Jin is the heir of the Duke of Ningguo, as the fourth son of the Duke of State, he would not receive even a hair. There is a vast difference between a powerful duke and a powerless one. Xie Feng thanked the Tianyu Emperor once more. Your Majesty is wise. He indeed had this intention, firmly refusing to let the Duke of State take advantage. After discussing Zhao Jin, the Tianyu Emperor could not help but ask about Xie Feng's own daughter, who had sought him out. A smile appeared on Xie Feng's face. The sage has not seen her. My sixth daughter looks exactly like me, but her temperament and character resemble my late father even more. The Tianyu Emperor was extremely surprised. Really? Xie Feng was exceptionally handsome in his youth, often enjoying the privilege of receiving abundant offerings. After inheriting the title, he kept a beautiful beard that diminished his allure. What a stunning beauty! His daughter must be identical to him. Xie Feng recalled seeing Xie Shanshan at the inn yesterday. She is clever and astute, surpassing even the men. She is also quite shrewd. Xie Feng felt a sense of anticipation that the future would be very lively. The Tianyu Emperor smiled and said, since it is a holiday in the year of the rat, bring her into the palace for me to see how does she compare to your eldest daughter. Yao Yao is dignified and composed, yet she is troubled by her false reputation and thus falls short. Xie Shanshan's imposing aura he had only seen in battle-hardened veterans, and he could not fathom what she had experienced while living in Jiangnan with Granny Zhao. Once things settled down, he needed to send someone to investigate. A person who bravely comes to the capital alone to stir up trouble must not be an ordinary girl. The Tianyu Emperor, feeling a fondness for her, instructed the chief steward of the inner court, Zhang Yu. Take out 10 pairs of silver ingots, 10 pairs of gold nuggets, 10 rolls of brocade, 10 gold collars, 10 pairs of gold bracelets, 10 pairs of rings and earrings, and 10 pairs each of jeweled flowers, gold hairpins, and jade hairpins. Also find that sable coat that was brought in the day before and give it to the Duke of Ningguo as a reward for his daughter, who has just returned home. Zhang Yu bowed and replied, Your Majesty mentioned wanting to reward the Duke of Ningguo with this sable coat yesterday. The Tianyu Emperor smiled. It is the same for his daughter. Xie Feng believed that Xie Shanshan would surely like it, and quickly expressed his gratitude. The Tianyu emperor solemnly said, "In this world there are many who respect only clothing and not the person. Your daughter has been wandering outside for many years. If you elevate her status, others will not look down on her." How could Xie Feng not understand? "Yesterday I already gave her the white fox cloak granted by your majesty, as well as a purple marten cloak and 1,000 taels of silver. Other children do not receive such treatment." However, when he returned home that night and handed the imperial gifts to Xie Shanshan, she actually asked him for monthly allowance and annual New Year's money. Xie Feng almost gasped for breath. "Are you asking me for your monthly allowance, yearly stipend, and New Year's money?" "Yes," replied Xie Shanshan, as it was rightfully hers since she had taken the place of the original owner. Xie Feng immediately retorted, "What about the 1,000 taels of silver I gave you last night?" He hadn't heard that she had gone out, so he figured she hadn't spent a single. "It is what it is." Xie Shanshan's voice was exceptionally sweet and confident. "If I had grown up in the Duke's residence, I would have received far more than 616 taels of monthly allowance, and 112 taels each of gold and silver as New Year's money in these 14 years. Not to mention what my grandparents should have given me, and certainly not what my mother would have provided along with the uncles, aunts, and other relatives." Xie Feng felt a headache coming on. "Stop counting already. Just let the accounts office settle everything at once, and I won't ask for more. You received 1,000 taels of silver and 20 taels of gold from His Majesty, plus the 2,200 taels I've given you. Would that not be enough for you to spend?" Xie Yu and Xie Heng likely didn't even have 200 taels of pocket money, let alone Xie Zhenjin and Xie Daidai. Xie Feng was well aware of this. "It's not enough to spend," Xie Shanshan replied, recalling that she had spent over 1,000 taels buying a cloak for Pei Ju. He was so good-looking, of course he needed various luxury. Having developed a deep understanding of prices in the Great Xia, she believed that the more gold and silver the better. After all, money makes things easier. Xie Feng widened his eyes. "From now on until you are married, everything from your food and clothing to your daily expenses will be provided by the household. What do you have to spend?" "There are plenty of places where I need to spend money." Xie Shanshan felt there were at least 100 items. Xie Feng huffed. "You wanted the money Zhao Mingwei received from the household, and you also want the expenses Zhao Jin incurred in the household. Getting those two amounts back is more than what your sisters would get as a dowry. I gave you those funds considering that I had started saving a dowry for you since you were young, which already includes your rightful monthly allowance and yearly stipend. Do you still dare to extort me? The money is from the public funds, and it doesn't come from your private treasury." Xie Feng had unknowingly given her a reason to ask for money. Saving for a dowry. It would definitely need to be used in the future. "Only the monthly allowance and yearly stipend are from the public funds. The New Year's money I give to your kin and friends has always come from my private treasury." Xie Feng was reluctant to give her another 1,000 or so taels of silver. By his calculations, each child had taken away at least over 1,000 taels, with some taking over 1,000 taels of New Year's money. With 10 children, that would be over 10,000 taels. A few of those who had died young had also received money over the years. The New Year's money given to nephews and nieces before they were married was the same. He had a total of 7 nephews and 5 nieces, with 2 nephews and 4 nieces still. Xie Feng suddenly felt a pang of heartache. It turned out that just his children's New Year's money amounted to 30 to 40,000 taels, not including the money from outside. What was his annual salary anyway? Just then Xie Shanshan turned to Ling Xiao and asked, "Having been with the older sisters, can you tell me how much fifth sister receives in New Year's money each year?" Ling Xiao was startled for a moment, but quickly replied, "Fifth aunt receives 8 pieces of gold and silver from the Duke, a pair of golden and silver pieces from the lady, each of the second master and second lady, and third master and third lady gives a pair of gold and silver pieces. Not long ago the old Duke and his wife gave each child 10 pieces of gold and silver, and then there are the contributions from outside uncles and aunts." Xie Feng raised his hand to stop him. If he continued to calculate, Xie Shanshan would have to bear all the debts. Ling Xiao immediately stopped talking. Xie Shanshan raised her eyebrows identical to Xie Feng's. "Are you going to give it or not?" "Give it or not? Duke Ning, I am your own daughter. Giving it to me will not benefit outsiders." Xie Feng mumbled, "You're speaking too soon. Have there not always been outspoken girls among his daughters who had been married off, which one did not take a large dowry to someone else's home?" Xie Shanshan placed her hands on her hips. "One word, give or not." Fine. Xie Feng reluctantly wrote a note and threw it to Mama Qian. "Disburse 616 taels of silver from the public treasury. The rest go find Mama Zhao to withdraw 112 pieces of gold and silver, not a single piece more." The Duke truly cared for the newly arrived young lady. Mama Qian thought so and hurriedly received the note with both hands and went to fetch the money. "Thank you, father." Xie Shanshan generously expressed her gratitude. Xie Feng held his chest. "Are you satisfied?" "Very satisfied." She replied, 1,000 times more than just satisfied. Xie Feng said resentfully, "His Majesty was afraid you would have no money to spend since you just arrived, and worried that other young ladies might look down on you, thus rewarding you with both gold and silver, as well as clothing and jewelry. If he knew you had such a talent for asking for money, perhaps he would have withdrawn his recent generosity. Xie Shanshan generously expressed her gratitude. Xie Feng held his chest. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. She replied, especially the slightly oversized sea dragon leather coat she had just tried on. It was truly noble and beautiful, striking a chord in her heart. She recalled the leather goods merchant saying that sea dragon leather was extremely rare and warm, valued above sable and fox fur, traditionally used as tribute, only worn by the emperor, empress, and crown prince, and occasionally gifted to exceptional princes and dukes, with no one else having a share. Xie Shanshan thought she was already luxurious enough wearing the sable coat Xie Feng had given her, but she hadn't expected there to be even more extravagant options. To gather the world's finest treasures, one had to rely on the emperor. Xie Shanshan decided to return the favor. She thought seriously. Through the jewelry and accessories given by Xie Feng and the emperor, she noted that there were no South Sea gold pearls or Australian white pearls, only natural wild North pearls and South pearls, none with a particularly large diameter. While the South Sea gold pearls and Australian white pearls were cultivated, larger ones could easily impress in ancient times. Not to mention the Malay pearls and Conca pearls. There was no record of such items in ancient literature, and it was unknown whether they had appeared in the world after the founding emperor's time. Xie Shanshan, however, had them all. In a world where no one valued such things, they were worth less than gold and silver. She had found plenty of exquisite items in the royal treasury while killing zombies overseas, and had collected many treasures. Some were even gathered from the ocean depths after she used her abilities to slay mutated sea beasts. To save space, she discarded all the inferior ones. Xie Feng suddenly squinted. Shanshan, what are you thinking? He looked very serious. Returning the favor. The emperor is generous, and of course I must be generous too, Xie Shanshan replied. With so many gifts from His Majesty, I am thinking about what I should send as a return. His Majesty is wealthy beyond measure. What does he lack? Xie Feng did not believe she could produce anything worthy. After all, she was the one complaining in the end, not anyone else. Xie Shanshan lifted her chin. Don't underestimate others. She had many treasures that even ancient emperors did not possess, though the number of exquisite large pearls. Xie Feng urged her to show him what she had. Xie Shanshan refused, saying, Didn't His Majesty say you would take me into the palace during the upcoming holiday? I will present my offerings directly, then, so I won't reveal anything before that to avoid drawing attention. Who would covet your things? Xie Feng laughed in anger. You can't say that. After all, there are already plans against me even before I was born. Xie Shanshan recalled the compensation from the Duke Gua and steered the conversation back to serious matters. Just as Xie Feng was about to speak, a maid from Madame Zhao's room came to invite Xie Feng over. Xie Feng's expression darkened. He truly did not want to see Madame Zhao, whom he had once loved. Yet Xie Shanshan said, Father, I'll accompany you and see if my biological mother has prepared her excuses after thinking all night. Madame Zhao did not return to her family and had been hiding in the main house all day without stepping out. Xie Shanshan was mentally prepared for her to come looking for them during the day, but in the end she did not. Xie Feng did not forbid her from moving around the residence. Eat before you go, he said, fearing that after hearing Madame Zhao's excuses, he would lose his appetite. Ling Xiao hurriedly called for the meals of the Duke and the sixth miss. Lian Xiao, while bringing water for Xie Feng and Xie Shanshan to wash their hands, also directed the maids to bring tables and chairs to set up in the hall, with half-new, not old brocade gray mouse chair covers draped over the seats. Soon steaming hot dishes were laid out on the table. Xie Shanshan's eyes lit up. The meals from the Duke of Ning were better than what she had for lunch. The quantity was also abundant, several times more. The table was filled with fish and meat, and the variety of dishes was rich. Even the rice carefully served to him by the maid was fragrant, making one's mouth water. The grains were long and glistening like jade. Xie Shanshan's eyes sparkled with desire. She wanted to eat. I had anticipated the ranking of the Duke of Ning's meals, but I didn't expect they wouldn't even give me good. Xie Shanshan felt that the rice in her bowl was no longer appealing. Clearly she had praised the soft and sweet white rice from the residence at lunch, saying it was better than what she had eaten outside. Xie Feng looked at the rice in his bowl, saying, You can't eat this. Why not? Is it tribute rice? If I eat it, am I committing an offense? As a seasoned bookworm, Xie Shanshan understood a bit about the various inequalities under the feudal system. In fact, the modern society is the same, as special provisions are not available to the common people. Xie Feng nodded. Indeed, it is tribute rice, only several dozen stone a year, enough only for His Majesty the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the various princes and princesses. This is bestowed upon me by His Majesty, instructing me not to share it, but to eat it myself. Others do not have this honor. Xie Shanshan was extremely jealous, saying, I want to eat it too. For her, this bowl of tribute rice was more tempting than all the gold and silver treasures. She was not lacking in gold and silver, but she lacked tribute rice. She had never eaten it before. The white rice provided by the Duke of Ning's residence was already delicious, then tribute rice must be even better. Xie Feng quickly guarded his bowl of rice. No way. He could give away other things, but tribute rice was absolutely out of the question. The crime of overstepping was punishable by death. He was the only one in the court who could eat tribute rice. He had been impeached countless times by the censors, but the Emperor Tianyu had dismissed all those accusations, claiming it was he who ordered Xie Feng to eat it, and others had no say. Xie Shanshan had no such honor. She pouted, eating the high-quality white rice in her bowl, unhappily. She was doing worse than the servants in the Honglu. In Dream of the Red Chamber, the little actor Feng Wan could still get to eat steaming, glistening rice. Glistening rice. Jade Field Rouge rice. According to research, these were tribute rice from the Qing dynasty. Does the current Great Xia dynasty grow them? She needed to ask. She asked Mama Qian. Mama Qian, after hearing Xie Shanshan's question, replied, "I've never heard of these two types of rice. I will have Qian Wang go out tomorrow to inquire. They are probably good rice from the local area that has not been included in the supply for the court and officials." In the residence, the masters only ate rice from Jiangnan. Just like tribute rice, not a single grain was allowed to flow into the common folk, exclusively supplied to the high-ranking officials in the capital, while ordinary officials could not even get a taste, if there are any, by a few stones of each back. Since Jade Field Rouge rice and glistening rice could be classified as tribute rice by the Qing Emperor and were written into Dream of the Red Chamber, then their taste must be quite good. Mama Qian agreed. Xie Feng silently finished the tribute rice that Xie Shanshan coveted. Xie Shanshan shot him a big eye roll. Pei Ju stood outside in the corridor, worried. The heavy snow continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping, making her hands and feet cold. She rubbed her hands together, not knowing how long she had waited, when she suddenly saw the little maid lifting the curtain and the older maid successively clearing away the empty cups and dishes, then bringing in more water. Xie Feng rinsed his mouth and said to Xie Shanshan, "You have quite an appetite, eating even more than I do, just like your grandfather." The maid said that the assigned dishes in the residence are only 4 types. The small plates and bowls simply aren't enough to fill my teeth. I'm eating less than I do outside. A father must add more dishes for me. Although the dishes ordered by Xie Shanshan from outside were usually only 4 types, as well the portions were large enough to be filling. The Duke of Ning's residence emphasized exquisite plating, but they lacked substance. Xie Feng immediately instructed Mama Qian, "The 6th miss has finally returned. We cannot let her go hungry. From now on, besides me, she has the highest status in the residence. The assigned dishes will double. If anyone is unhappy, let them eat all 8 dishes in front of the kitchen, and I will promote them to the same treatment." Yes. Mama Qian thought to herself that the 2 young masters and the 2 young ladies couldn't finish 8 large dishes in one meal, let alone in one day. Xie Shanshan's appetite truly opened her eyes. Xie Shanshan felt somewhat satisfied. Xie Feng stood up and called for someone to bring him the Xuanhu coat, saying, "Wear the sea dragon skin bestowed by His Majesty and accompany me to the main courtyard." "All right," Xie Shanshan happily replied. Although the sea dragon skin coat was a little oversized, she could easily wear it without looking like a child wearing an adult's clothes. The original owner was already taller than average. After Xie Shanshan took over, she nurtured her body with her abilities, engaged in a lot of activity, and ate, while growing 3 to 4 centimeters in just over a month. Now she must be about 1.68 meters. Wearing thick-soled suede boots made her legs appear longer. Judging by sight, Xie Feng was only about 10 centimeters taller than her, definitely not reaching 1.90 meters. Pei Ju was indeed very tall, unlike people from the south. He was just skinny. He needed to build up some strength. Finally, seeing Xie Feng and Xie Shanshan come out, Pei Ju let out a sigh of relief. When she recognized the sea dragon skin coat, purple marten Zhao Jun's suit, and big wind collar that Xie Shanshan was wearing, her heart sank. These were tribute items that the other young ladies and young masters had never owned, yet she had them, and openly wore them, proving that she was indeed the 6th miss of the Duke of Ning's residence, as the rumors in the residence suggested. When Madame Zhao saw Xie Shanshan, her expression changed as well. "I only invited my husband. Why did he bring her along?" The secret had been uncovered, all because of her appearance. Madame Zhao felt a surge of hatred in her heart. Although it was a great regret that Jiner married Mingyue, who was not her own flesh and blood, the secret of Li Dai Tao Jiang would forever be buried. She would never fall to her current predicament. The several lowly concubines living in the east and west wing dared to secretly mock her. Once she obtained Xie Feng's forgiveness, she would make them pay. Xie Shanshan was surveying the main hall of the main courtyard. The large table, round chairs, and bronze cauldron were somewhat reminiscent of the descriptions of the Ronghua Mansion's main hall in Dream of the Red Chamber. The large couplets were all written by the emperor's hand, and overall, it was more ancient, elegant, and stable, devoid of any luxurious air. Only the red gold dragon banner was absent. Upon hearing Madame Zhao's questioning, Xie Shanshan shifted her gaze to her, and was momentarily taken aback. Outside, the icy wind and snow fell, yet she was barefoot, having removed her hairpins and rings, dressed in plain clothes, her face free of makeup. The wrinkles at the corners of her lips and eyes were faintly visible, presenting a pitiful and desolate appearance. Xie Feng sat down in the purple sandalwood chair at the head of the table. Under the table stood a large purple sandalwood square table with a carved large chair on each side. She is my daughter, why can't I bring her here? Xie Feng coldly looked at the original wife, standing in the hall saying, let us listen to how you will argue your case. Hearing the words, to quibble, Madame Zhao's face turned pale. My lord. Her voice was filled with sorrow, attempting to evoke the old feelings in Xie Feng. Xie Feng wore a stern expression. Zhao, I am busy with affairs, and have no time to listen to your nonsense here. He still had to go to the Duke of State's residence for compensation. Blood cannot be taken back, and money must not be given to them for nothing. Madame Zhao swallowed the grievance that surged in her throat, and tearfully said, my lord, you are truly misunderstanding me. How could I have sent my own daughter away if I had known Jiner was fake? Xie Feng and Xie Shanshan had anticipated many of her reactions, but they never expected her to deny the exchange of children. You didn't exchange the children? Xie Feng found it laughable. Really not. I was exhausted and fainted after giving birth, knowing nothing of the matters. My lord, you were aware of this at the time. Madame Zhao was indeed not lying. 14 years ago, she was only 28 under the care of her mother and elder sister in her family, and with the old Duchess pressing on her in her husband's family. She had experienced little, and her character was not that strong. Firstly, she feared that the exchange of children would someday be exposed, and secondly, she still wanted to give birth to her own son, so that later her biological son could replace the false eldest son and inherit the title, conveniently shifting the responsibility. Therefore, she pretended to be in a coma. Whether it was about exchanging children or dealing with those in the know, she had not been involved at all. Who would have thought that after giving birth to that one child, she seemed to have injured herself? Coupled with being burdened by trivial matters, she could never conceive again. She could only carefully raise Xie Jin, and after marrying her biological daughter back, continue to have sons and daughters to carry on the family line in order to make it up to the Xie family. Little did she know that her sister-in-law Lin actually dared to use her niece to impersonate her own daughter, resulting in today's disaster. Madame Zhao was filled with hatred towards Lin. Xie Feng thought for a moment. Indeed, back then someone reported that Madame Zhao had fainted after childbirth. He had just finished at the court and hurriedly rode to the Duke of State's residence, where he saw Zhao Jin wrapped in a bright red swaddle, while Madame Zhao remained unconscious. The imperial physician had checked her pulse and said she was exhausted after childbirth. There was nothing serious, just needed to rest well. It was not suitable to go out during the confinement period, so Madame Zhao had been in the Duke of State's residence for 2 months. In frustration, the washing ceremony had to be held there, which greatly displeased her parents. Xie Shanshan sneered. Madame Zhao glared at her angrily, saying, what are you laughing at? I laugh at Madame Zhao's continuous lies. Xie Shanshan was not so easily deceived. Postpartum fainting can be feigned, but the labor-inducing medicine Madame Zhao took was real. I suffered from congenital deficiencies because of being born prematurely, and it took a long time to become like everyone else. Indeed, Granny Zhao truly took care of the original owner well. When the famous physician from Jiangnan checked her pulse, he said she was forcibly induced to give birth. Xie Feng immediately regained clarity. That's right. He had almost been deceived by Madame Zhao. In his view, Madame Zhao had no credibility left. Madame Zhao added more disdain towards Xie Shanshan. My lord, do not listen to her nonsense. I was weakened after giving birth to children continuously for 10 years, which led to the premature birth, and it was due to the complications during delivery that I had to take the life-saving labor-inducing pills. Which of my first 4 daughters was not cherished to the core? Which of them did not have a generous dowry prepared for a grand marriage? How could I have sent my biological daughter away to exchange for someone else's son 14 years ago? Though they are my legitimate nephews, they are still not comparable to my own flesh and blood. Xie Feng sneered. Does your venerable mother-in-law and your brother-in-law even know that you are shifting all the blame onto them? Xie Shanshan interjected. They certainly do not know. Those who wish to leak information cannot get out at all. Naturally, the people sent from the Duke of State's residence could not see Madame Zhao either. Xie Feng went directly to the west courtyard to deliver the imperial gift, and no one had informed him of this matter. Madame Zhao ignored Xie Shanshan and looked at Xie Feng, saying sorrowfully, my lord, I speak not a word of falsehood. Regardless of whether it's a son or a daughter, my status as the Duchess will not waver, so how could I do such a thing? For 25 years since marrying into the Ningguo Duke's residence, have I ever stopped you from taking concubines or maidservants? Have I ever mistreated the children beneath? Which of the several illegitimate children has not been treated the same as my own? Do I not know that once the matter of exchanging children is exposed, I would have no place to... She spoke rapidly, throwing a series of rhetorical questions at Xie Feng. Xie Shanshan reacted even faster. Madame Zhao, so clever, how could you not know? Madame Zhao certainly knew, but she was harboring a sense of luck, thinking that no one would discover your plan of substituting a peach for a plum. If it weren't for Granny Zhao not having killed the original owner and bringing her back to grow up and recognize her kin, it could have been hidden for a lifetime. Although Zhao Jin did not look like Xie Feng, he resembled his uncle. A nephew resembles an uncle has been a saying since ancient times. In the original owner's memory, Madame Zhao bore some resemblance to her brother. Madame Zhao, furious, said, my lord, you have always been wise and mighty, and you believe her ghost tales just like that. The person who informed her about her background must be my sister-in-law's person, naturally protecting the true instigator and shifting all responsibility onto me. Although I don't know who it is, they are certainly not one of our own. Lin used her niece to impersonate her own daughter. The one managing her daughter must be her confidant. Madame Zhao had already figured it out. Moreover, as a married woman, how could I command all the people from my family to help me conceal the truth? She pointed out the obvious facts. And also, with my brothers and sisters alive, would I not fear that they would eventually tell Jiner about her lineage, causing all my efforts to go? Xie Shanshan could not help but glance at Madame Zhao. Quite clever. Xie Feng frowned and asked Xie Shanshan, what do you— Granny Zhao is a servant, often acting on orders. She certainly cannot know the decisions between the masters clearly. Her master would definitely not disclose everything to Granny Zhao, so I trust about 90% of what she told me. Unlike the original owner, Xie Shanshan did not fully trust from the beginning, but my background is undoubtedly true, no doubt about it. The substitution plan was not something Madame Zhao could accomplish alone. The old matriarch of the Duke of State's residence and Madame Lin definitely have a part in it. Perhaps there was also assistance from the head of the household. Xie Feng nodded. Very well, your lack of complete trust shows you are clever and decisive. All evidence points to you being my biological daughter, and Zhao Jin is the fake. This point cannot be wrong. Of course, you said I look like my grandfather. Unfortunately, the original owner had never seen her grandparents. The old Duchess passed away 3 years ago, and the old Duke soon lost his vitality. Xie Feng should have returned home to mourn, but due to the current emperor's affection, he has remained in an important position in the court. This was something Xie Shanshan learned from the maidservants. Madame Zhao, seeing that they did not believe her words, became anxious. My lord, we have been married for 25 years, and you believe every word of a little girl, but do not trust a single word from me. Xie Feng looked at her. For 14 years, how much you have cherished Zhao Mingyue is known not just by me, but by everyone. You treat her like a precious gem, is it not, because you thought she was your biological daughter? Xie Shanshan nodded in agreement. In the original owner's past life, even after parting ways with Zhao Jin, she still failed to earn the favor of Madame Zhao, while Zhao Mingyue and Xie Daitai often suppressed her, with Madame Zhao stepping in to mediate for the two. She did not understand why Madame Zhao harbored such deep malice towards the original owner. However, Madame Zhao refused to admit it. The master has misunderstood me. My affection for Mingyue stems from Jiner. She quickly concocted a justification. Indeed, it is self-serving to betroth my niece as a daughter-in-law, hoping to sustain the family's good relations for years to come and support my maiden family, but I genuinely had no idea she was a false daughter in place of the real one. I merely wished to cultivate a good relationship with my future daughter-in-law to prevent conflicts between mothers and daughters-in-law in the future. Xie Shanshan, reminded by her, immediately said to Xie Feng, do not forget the betrothal gifts we sent to Zhao Mingyue. We must retrieve every last one of them. She recalled that the two families had already exchanged great gifts by this time. Are we to take them back for you? Xie Feng had already come to understand his new daughter. Xie Shanshan chuckled. I am the greatest victim, the only victim. Shouldn't I be compensated? Indeed, 14 lost years could not be compensated with mere tens of thousands of taels of silver. What she lost was not just a life of luxury, but also knowledge, vision, connections, and the means to navigate society. She loved wealth and a life of luxury, was it not, because she had never possessed them? In a family of noble birth, if they were to select an esteemed lady as the eldest daughter-in-law, it was unlikely she would be chosen. Thus, Xie Feng was willing to give her more money to make up for her shortcomings. To be fair, it should have been returned to the public treasury. Most of the betrothal gifts for Zhao Mingyue and the expenses for Zhao Jin were purchased from communal funds. Xie Shanshan felt satisfied. Father, you are truly kind. Madame Zhao, however, was far from kind. Seeing that Xie Feng did not believe her words, she grew increasingly anxious. She understood clearly that after this incident, the marriage ties between the Duke of State and the Duke of Peace would be severed, and without any support behind her, Xie Feng could dispose of her as he wished without fear of offending the Duke of State. Madame Zhao did not want to accept either a divorce or separation. She wished to continue as the Duchess of Peace to maintain her position until her death, resolutely refusing to yield to the lowly concubine. Thanks to the regulations established by the founding emperor, although she violated the clause of having no male heirs, it was not solely her fault for bearing daughters instead of sons. Moreover, she was included in the 3 exemptions, and she had not incited anyone to commit murder, keeping her hands clean. She had not broken any laws, and no one could punish her. Even Xie Feng could not easily divorce her. As long as she was living well, she did not wish to die. Death would be the end of everything. Just as Madame Zhao was about to further justify herself, someone suddenly reported, Master, Madam, the elder uncle, is requesting an audience outside. Everyone knew about the true daughter and the false son, and no one dared to let him in. Now he was outside, exposed to the elements. With all of Madame Zhao's many arguments, Xie Feng was filled with indignation and directly said, do not let him in. Xie Shanshan interjected, Father, why not let him in? We must meet, and he must be prepared for compensation, lest we settle the accounts only for them to be unable to pay later and try to trick us. Xie Feng was not worried. The emperor has personally issued orders. They would not dare defy them. Madame Zhao's heart sank. Compensation? What kind of compensation? She knew better than anyone what her maiden family was like. Among the many noble families of the current dynasty, only 30% still held power, while the remaining 70% had long lost the glory of their ancestors. By the time it reached her brother, they held titles, but had no real authority, barely managing to survive from year to year. The Duke of State was among the worst. Otherwise, Madame Zhao would not be providing Zhao Mingyue with clothing and jewelry throughout the year, resulting in a tarnished reputation. Xie Shanshan smiled brightly and said, "Everything Zhao Mingyue has taken from my family, everything Zhao Jin has spent in my family, and the betrothal gifts mentioned earlier, all must be returned to me by the Duke of State." Originally, she had wanted the Duke of State to compensate her for her emotional distress, but based on the original owner's memories, it seemed they could not afford it from the public funds. Madame Zhao's eyes widened in fury. "How can you be so rude? You are incomparable to Madame Zhao, who sent her own daughter to be slaughtered just to allow her niece to seize the Duke of Peace's title." Xie Shanshan did not believe her words. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she instigated, "Madame Zhao, a clever woman for a lifetime, have you never considered why you have not borne a 7th or 8th child since giving birth to your 6th child 14 years ago? Frequent childbirth indeed poses great harm to the body, but it is not absolute. Throughout history, many great mothers have borne 10 or 8 children, some living. The first Duke of State also came from a martial background, and his in-laws were distinguished nobles. Their descendants lived in comfort, possessing excellent physical health, much like Madame Zhao before her, who was well preserved and looked almost 30. Her vitality was abundant. Therefore, it was strange that she had not continued to bear children. Xie Shanshan used her abilities to scan and discovered that Madame Zhao was in good health and did not suffer from postpartum complications that would prevent her from having children. Could it be that she had consumed some kind of child-avoiding concoction from those palace intrigue novels? But true concoctions for avoiding childbirth were made with mercury and arsenic, which would cause significant damage to the body and be easily detected after consumption. Madame Zhao could not have failed to summon a physician to check her pulse after giving birth, nor could she have been unaware of taking child-avoiding medicine every day after returning to the Duke of Peace's residence, especially since such medicines are known to invigorate blood circulation and cause cold damage to the womb. To avoid pregnancy, one would have to drink it daily. Moreover, the preparation of medicine in the Duke of Peace's residence required multiple levels of personnel, making it impossible for anything to go unnoticed. In ancient times, many children and grandchildren were valued. The old Duke and Duchess would never have prevented their daughter-in-law from continuing to have children. Madame Zhao's lips turned pale. "What do you mean?" Xie Shanshan did not feel the need to explain herself. "You think about it yourself. The Duke of State must be well aware that as long as Madame Zhao bore another son after me, Zhao Jin would have no possibility of inheriting the title of Duke of Peace. Would they not take precautions against this? Impossible." Madame Zhao collapsed to the ground. Xie Feng glanced at Xie Shanshan with a look of approval in his eyes. "Come on, let us go meet Zhao Buyu. Just as my daughter said, let the Duke of State prepare for compensation." There was a list of betrothal gifts. Madame Zhao had registered the ones given to Zhao Mingyue. But Zhao Jin had spent too much and used too much, and Li Fu had been busy all day with several account clerks called in to tally and register, and they had yet to finish. Madame Zhao watched helplessly as they left without turning back. Pei Ju came over wanting to support Madame Zhao, but was shrugged off. "Everyone else has gone to climb the social ladder. Why are you still here?" Pei Ju tearfully replied, "I was born under Madame's banner, and shall die as her ghost. How could I leave Madame? Others are others, why am I? No matter where Madame goes, I will follow her." Madame Zhao's expression softened slightly. "Did you hear everything?" "I did hear." Pei Ju lowered her head. "Since it has nothing to do with Madame, then Madame must convince the Duke that she is innocent. If necessary, please invite a few aunts to advocate." Madame Zhao's eyes lit up. Zhao Buyuan originally intended to intercept Xie Feng on his way home, but unbeknownst to him, he took a nap in the evening and overslept. Realizing Xie Feng would surely be at home that night, he only went over after having dinner. To his surprise, the doorman did not directly invite him in. After a while, as the snow fell heavily, and he felt himself nearly freezing, a young servant finally emerged from the side gate speaking in a strange tone. The Duke requests that the Duke of Zhun be brought inside. He even refused to call him uncle. Zhao Buyan knew that the leak of the secret was likely true and anticipated that Xie Feng would not let the matter rest easily. He couldn't help but silently blame the two women, his wife and mother, for making decisions behind his and his father's backs. To tidy things up for them, he didn't know how much effort he had expended, and due to his guilt towards his in-laws, his father passed away not long after. As he walked to the entrance of the inner courtyard, he saw no sign of Xie Feng. "Hasn't your Duke come out?" As the elder brother-in-law Zhao Buyuan had never experienced such cold treatment when visiting the Ningguo Duke's residence. The young servant rolled his eyes and stopped at the door, raising his head to say the Duke is waiting for the Duke of Zhan in the study. Zhao Boiwan's face darkened as he waved his sleeve and stepped inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he still did not see Xie Feng to greet him. Instead, he spotted a young girl dressed in men's clothing standing at the door of the east wing, illuminated by bright lights, her luxurious sea dragon leather coat dazzling with gold and emerald, exuding an extraordinary nobility. Zhao Boyuan felt a pang of envy. If it weren't for the imperial favor, who would dare to wear sea dragon leather and purple sable? Compared to the elegantly dressed girl, the half-new dark cloud leopard cloak he wore appeared especially shabby, but fortunately, he had changed to a new face this year. Looking closely, the girl seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old, adorned with a red gemstone forehead ribbon, her features strikingly similar to those of his brother-in-law Xie Feng. Zhao Boyuan stopped at the outer steps and asked, "Who are you?" He had never seen her before. The two illegitimate daughters of the Ningguo Duke had accompanied Madame Zhao to the Duke of Zhan's residence, but did not possess such remarkable appearances. Even his several legitimate nieces were not as striking. Xie Shanshan had no intention of coming out to welcome the middle-aged Duke of Zhan, whose skin had grown loose bags under his eyes and a figure reminiscent of a glutton. Xie Feng had advised her that as a junior it would be best not to fall into gossip as long as it did not affect her interests. Xie Shanshan found this reasonable and stepped out. "Elder uncle," she greeted formally according to the original owner's memory. "I am Xie Shanshan, the sixth daughter of the Ningguo Duke's residence, who has been replaced by my cousin. Surprised to meet you today." Zhao Boyuan was taken aback. What? He had thought his son was sent back to the Duke of Zhan's residence because Xie Feng had inadvertently discovered that the child was not his biological son. After failing to contact his sister, he concocted a denial with his wife, never expecting things to turn out so differently from his assumptions. She was the niece who had been replaced by his son. Who then was Zhao Mingyue raised in the residence? Zhao Boyuan was utterly confused. He had always cherished Zhao Mingyue, bypassing his biological daughter with the intention of ensuring she married his son smoothly. Xie Shanshan scrutinized his multicolored expression. Could it be that elder uncle did not hear from aunt about the real situation before coming here? What situation? Madame Lin had not mentioned anything. Xie Shanshan said coldly. Aunt instructed her confidant Shenreijia to take me away to drown me in a foreign land, then use her sister's daughter as a substitute to marry into the Ningguo Duke's residence. I was left to wander for 14 years only to finally find my family. How does elder uncle plan to compensate me? Zhao Boyuan couldn't believe it. How could that be possible? Madame Lin had never shown any signs. As for Shenreijia, Zhao Boyuan had some recollection of her having accompanied Madame Lin back to her family 14 years ago. She had accidentally drowned while attending to business in a foreign land, and a shoe and handkerchief were found in a river with signs of slipping on the bank. For this, Madame Lin had rewarded a maid to marry Shenreijia. Seeing his expression, Xie Shanshan realized he had also been kept in the dark by Madame Lin, likely along with the original owner's maternal grandmother. "Elder uncle, please come inside. My father will settle accounts with you." Zhao Boyuan hesitated to enter. Having his niece raised in the Duke of Zhan's residence, waiting to marry into the Ningguo Duke's residence, might lessen some of his guilt, but if what Xie Shanshan said was true, there would be no room for negotiation. Xie Shanshan personally lifted the half-worn orangutan felt curtain. "Elder uncle, please." Zhao Boyuan slowly moved inside. As soon as he entered, a teacup was hurled at his face. "Yuan Shan." Zhao Boyuan quickly dodged to the side, causing the teacup to shatter on the ground. Xie Shanshan felt a bit regretful. The teacups she used on the road with Pei Ju were not as fine as this. This official kiln porcelain teacup was a kind mentioned clearly in Dream of the Red Chamber. Zhao Boyuan dared not get angry. "Brother-in-law, please do not be angry." Xie Feng, sitting behind the large desk by the window, slammed the table in anger. "You of the Duke of Zhan want me to raise a son for you while plotting against my biological daughter. How can I not be angry?" Zhao Boyuan forced a smile and said, "Brother-in-law, without evidence, how can you speak such nonsense? You are hurting my feelings." He was determined not to. After all, apart from their siblings and mother-in-law, all who knew the truth were no longer in this world. Xie Feng threw the evidence Xie Shanshan had brought before him. "Don't you want evidence? Here it is." He let Zhao Boyuan bend down to pick up the pinned testimony from Granny Zhao. "This matter is known to His Majesty. I'll prepare the compensation you should give my daughter as soon as possible." Zhao Boyuan involuntarily straightened up. What compensation? Mentioning money made him very sensitive. Xie Feng patiently explained, "All expenses for Zhao Jin and my Ningguo Duke's residence, the items Zhao Mingyue took from my Ningguo Duke's residence, and the betrothal gifts sent by my Ningguo Duke's residence." Zhao Boyuan suddenly became anxious. "Brother-in-law Jiner is your biological son. How can you be deceived by some fraudulent person who claims to be like you? You must not be fooled. Other matters might be unclear, but the betrothal gifts were accounted for, with the bride price alone being 10,000 taels of silver." Xie Feng, being powerful and influential, had spared no expense when preparing for a suitable bride for the future heir of the Ningguo Duke's residence. The betrothal gifts far exceeded the usual standards with countless silks and jewels. Zhao Buiyuan watched Zhao Jin grow up knowing better than anyone how precious he was in the Ningguo Duke's residence. To be honest, his life was even better than that of his biological father. Being a prince's companion in studies, what a glory. This morning, he personally sent Zhao Jin to the palace gate, watching him enter with great pride. Zhao Buiyuan's drifting thoughts were suddenly pulled back by Xie Shanshan. The facts are before your eyes. Does elder uncle still wish to deny it? Do you think our Xie family are fools? Xie Feng seemed to have anticipated this, his expression remarkably calm. He raised his hand to stop Xie Shanshan from retaliating against Zhao Buiyuan, fixing his gaze on the guilty look in Zhao Buiyuan's eyes. Duke of State, my purpose in seeing you is not to listen to your excuses, but to inform you to prepare the betrothal gifts worth 20,000 taels of silver that my Ningguo Duke's mansion has arranged, and to make preparations for the expenses concerning Zhao Jin and Zhao Minghua. I will personally come to retrieve them on the day of the wedding. Directly providing an exact timeline, there is no room for delay. Altogether, it's not a small sum, and it warrants my visit. Xie Shanshan immediately added, Father, take me along. Lest Xie Feng, once he obtains it, be reluctant to give it to me, or deduct a portion from it. Xie Feng nodded slightly. All right. Xie Shanshan was sent away by the matriarch of the Duke of State's mansion, Madame Lin. It was only reasonable for her to go collect the debts owed to her. Zhao Buiyuan was genuinely anxious now. Brother-in-law, he called affectionately, our two families have shared a friendship for 100 years. The late Duke of State often shared drinks with us, and it is not worth causing such a ruckus over a trivial matter, right? Xie Feng remained unmoved, saying, trivial matter. Do you think this is a trivial matter? If you had any conscience at all, you would not have usurped the title of my Ningguo. Exactly. Xie Shanshan nodded in agreement. Unforgivable. Zhao Buiyuan glared angrily at Xie Shanshan. I am speaking to your father. What business do you have to interrupt you, Junior? Compared to the increasingly gentle and compliant Zhao Minghua, she was far behind. Xie Shanshan glared back unceremoniously. You harmed me, and now you don't allow me to voice my grievances. Do you think the world belongs to your Zhao family, and you can do as you please? It's a great joke that the victim seeking justice has turned into the one in the wrong. Should I go beat the drum of justice and invite civil and military officials to evaluate this matter? You dare? Zhao Buiyuan clearly did not want to lose face. Xie Feng did not make a big fuss, probably thinking the same way he did. The true daughter being replaced by a false son would ultimately not be a glorious matter. Xie Shanshan snorted. If you don't repay the money properly, just watch if I dare. Xie Feng was so favored in front of the emperor that the emperor even bestowed a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels upon the daughter of this unfamiliar minister, indicating that he was indeed Xie Feng's golden thigh. Xie Shanshan changed her mind. She decided to grasp the thigh of the Emperor Tianyu in advance. Seeing the situation was settled, Zhao Buiyuan threw down the pen he had not even looked at after obtaining it, and stormed off. Whoever committed the sin bears the responsibility. He would not involve himself. Xie Shanshan picked up the evidence from the ground, repackaged it, and casually placed it on the main table. What if they all deny it? She had read thousands of novels about true and false daughters or sons, but this was the first time she encountered someone who was so stubbornly unyielding. Xie Feng lightly said, there's no need for them to admit it. Xie Shanshan secretly nodded. This was what a person in power should look like. He did not handle it directly, probably waiting for the compensation to arrive. Xie Shanshan calculated in her heart, with the 20,000 taels of betrothal gifts included, it would be at least several tens of thousands of taels. If the handling of the parties involved caused her to lose out on the compensation, let alone Xie Feng, she would be livid. Father, do we still have to go to the palace tomorrow? She asked to confirm. Xie Feng responded with a sound. What? Do you intend for me to thank His Majesty on your behalf? Exactly. Xie Shanshan's beaming smile made Xie Feng involuntarily recall his mother, his expression momentarily lost in thought before quickly regaining focus. Are you asking me to express my gratitude with just my words? It would be better to bring out the return gift you mentioned. Having accompanied Emperor Tianyu for over 30 years, he understood how to please him thoroughly. Xie Shanshan clapped her hands, saying, Daughter has this in mind. Please wait a moment, father. I will go get it from my room. In fact, it was right in her little space, but she had to pretend to look for it. She hurried back to the west courtyard, took down the soft leather flap bag that had been hanging on the bedroom rack since she moved in, and reached inside to pull out a bulging pouch. It was made by the original owner before her death. Xie Shanshan arrived at Xie Feng's study, discovering he had already changed into casual clothes and was sitting at the desk reading some volumes. Xie Shanshan did not use her powers to probe the contents of the volumes, but handed the pouch to him and casually fabricated a lie. When I was young, I was mischievous and playful. Madame Zhao often took me to the seaside where I encountered foreigners who came to our country for trade. I don't know if they were from Luzon or Sulu, but seeing how beautiful and adorable I was, they gifted me a dragon pearl, claiming it was a good omen from their country. Dragon pearl? What dragon pearl? Such brazen talk. Xie Feng pulled the tie, pouring the contents into his palm. What lay there was an extremely large and round pearl, its color reminiscent of ripe papayas introduced from overseas during the reign of Emperor Taizu, widely cultivated in Lingnan. Its hue was rich like porcelain, and jade gleaming and warm, covered in flames. As the light flickered, the flames seemed to dance. Even in the palace, Xie Feng had never seen such a large pearl, and he could not help but be astonished to the point of near. Xie Shanshan said, "Was I wrong? It's truly a dragon pearl." It was something she had robbed from a royal family in some country about 4 centimeters in diameter, the largest in the world. Xie Feng's gaze shifted from the pearl to Xie Shanshan. "I had no idea you possessed such a priceless treasure. Are you truly willing to present it to His Majesty? Aside from His Majesty, no one else is worthy of it." "This thing is just a chicken rib," to Xie Shanshan. "It is not suitable for eating or drinking, let alone being made into accessories to wear." It was too large, resembling a ping-pong ball. Xie Feng immediately said, "Such a treasure, yet you wrapped it in a pouch of no value." Xie Shanshan glared. "What do you mean, no value? I embroidered that myself." Although she had not touched a needle since becoming the original owner. Xie Feng picked it up to examine it, and with a guilty conscience praised, "At such a young age you have such exquisite embroidery skills. Your sisters cannot compare to you. You are truly a daughter raised in the southern water towns." Xie Shanshan could tell he was lying through his teeth. "Alright, I know my own skills better than anyone." The original owner had no talent for embroidery. No matter what kind of masters Madame Zhao hired while she was alive, she could not learn well, and could only do some simple cutting and stitching. Xie Feng immediately ordered someone to bring a small box made of zeton, with translucent carvings on all 4 sides, inlaid with white jade. The interior was lined with red brocade, and the dragon pearl was to be placed inside. This is what we call complementing each other perfectly. If the box is not made of fine material, the preciousness of the dragon pearl cannot be reflected. Xie Shanshan stretched lazily. "I will take my leave now. Please rest early, father." Leaving at 4 and attending court at 5, the emperor knows how to endure hardships. Just as she stepped out, Xie Daitai, who had been kept under watch, hurried to Xie Feng to come. She said Xie Shanshan had slapped her for no reason. Looking at the pitiful little girl with tears rolling down her cheeks, Xie Feng felt no surprise at all. Xie Shanshan was clearly someone who would never compromise herself. He interrupted Xie Daitai's weeping. "Have you greeted your sister? Have you asked how she is? Did you call her sister?" "Father did not recognize her, so why should I call?" Xie Daitai was unwilling to accept this. The 4 older sisters who were already married could be excused, having grown up in luxury, but why should she, a wild girl raised outside, make herself feel inferior? Just thinking about the ruby on her forehead made Xie Daitai so jealous that she nearly went mad. While she and Xie Shanshan were draped in capes made from the finest Tianma leather, she wore a peacock feather cloak lined with golden white fox fur, while their outer garments were merely made of silver and gray minks. Clearly her brother was the heir of the Ningguo Duke's mansion. Xie Daitai made further inquiries and learned that Xie Shanshan's room had 8 maids and 8 elderly servants, which was double the number that she and Xie Shanshan had. Old Madame Qian was not counted here. "I remember I ordered people to spread word throughout the mansion last night that no one should neglect the 6th young lady." Xie Feng's face was cold and his expression severe. "Xie Daitai, she is older than you and you are younger. Your rudeness came first, and it is only natural for her to teach you a lesson." When his younger brother misbehaved, he had also received his share of beatings. Xie Daitai couldn't help but shout, "Does father not think he is being too biased?" Human hearts are inherently biased. Even sages cannot achieve fairness and justice. How could he? Xie Feng, a mere Ningguo Duke. The Ningguo Duke's mansion has always emphasized the distinction between inside and outside. The son is taught by Xie Feng, while the daughter is managed by Madame Zhao, each attending to their own studies. Besides the regular morning and evening family gatherings, fathers and daughters, mothers and sons seldom meet. For many years, everything has been calm, and Xie Daitai's sudden display of power before Xie Shanshan is simply because she feels that the Ningguo Duke's mansion lacks a legitimate heir, while her biological brother Xie Yu is undoubtedly the next Ningguo Duke. Xie Feng felt extremely displeased. They had not yet seen him die, and they were already thinking about his title. No wonder the late emperor often said he raised a pack of tigers and wolves. He was not old yet, and they were already trying to replace him, which was truly hateful. Xie Daitai, not getting the results she wanted, couldn't help but redden her eyes. "Can father not favor me? I have only been back to the mansion for a day and night, and yet I have spent 11 years in front of father, over 3,000 days and nights together. Does that not count for more than just a day and night? She has wandered outside due to my lax household management, and deserves compensation. You have been spoiled since childhood, yet you are still not satisfied." Although Madame Zhao often privately supports her 4 daughters, Xie Feng treats all his daughters equally, with no bias in clothing, food, or living arrangements. Any extra gifts are all given in 6 equal portions, and even the dowries are arranged according to the amount of 20,000 taels of silver. What does Xie Shanshan have? If it weren't for Ma San's arrival bringing her some gain, she would have probably entered the capital empty-handed. Upon hearing Xie Feng's words, Xie Daidai realized she would return empty-handed tonight. She dared not show any dissatisfaction and could only respond softly, "What father says is right, daughter understands," and daughter takes her leave. Xie Feng waved his hand. As Xie Daitai came out of the study and was about to return to the backyard through a small side door, she passed by a glass window and heard Xie Feng instructing a maid inside. "The sixth young lady has been laboring to teach her younger sister. His Majesty bestowed 2 boxes of red and blue gems 2 years ago. 1 box was taken last year to make jewelry for the young ladies, and the other box remains. Have Granny Zhao find it and give it to the jewelry room to make 2 sets of headpieces for the 6th young lady." Hearing this, Xie Daitai felt both angry and jealous. Xie Xie Shanshan, and she only received a box of jewelry made from red and blue gems, while Xie Shanshan received 3 times as much. The batch of rubies granted by His Majesty was of exceptional quality, with the smallest weighing at least 1 tael. Xie Daitai and Xie Shanshan had worn several hairpins and rings made from them to a banquet in autumn and had received much admiration from many young ladies. Xie Daitai had initially planned to ask Xie Feng to give her the remaining box as a dowry, but to her surprise, he had given it to Xie Shanshan. After giving his instructions, Xie Feng stored away the dragon pearl and retired early. The next day, he woke up at the 4th watch, and after washing up, he stepped outside to find that the heavy snow that had fallen for several days had finally stopped, and the wind had also calmed. There was no need to brave the snow to go out, which put Xie Feng in an exceptionally good mood. He tucked the dragon pearl away and set off 15 minutes early. His steed galloped swiftly, and he arrived outside the Meridian Gate 2 quarters earlier than the day before. Unlike several of his colleagues who had arrived early and were waiting, he took out the waist token bestowed by the emperor and entered first. Several colleagues, shivering in the cold wind, envied him greatly. As expected of the Ningguo Duke, he can enter the palace whenever he wants. We cannot compare to him. He is a favored one in front of His Majesty. After the late emperor ascended the throne, he conferred a total of 8 dukes and 12 marquises. The 8 dukes have not been demoted for 5 generations, while the 12 marquises have started to be demoted after 3 generations. Over the past 60 or 70 years, only a handful of dukes have received the rare honor of wearing the royal grant of black fox and purple marten dragon skins, and the Ningguo Duke is one of them, receiving favors every year that surpass even his ancestors. It is uncertain whether the next generation will enjoy such glory. His son Xie Jin is also a companion to the princes, perhaps planning to follow in the footsteps of the Ningguo Duke. Not necessarily. In terms of talent and appearance, Xie Jin is far behind. While they were whispering, Xie Feng successfully met the Tianyu Emperor, who had just finished washing up in the Zikan Hall. He was complaining to Zhang Yu about the cold weather that nearly froze his dragon body. Upon seeing Xie Feng, the Tianyu Emperor was particularly delighted. "Why does Yuan Shan usually wait until the Meridian Gate opens to enter the palace?" Xie Feng respectfully bowed 3 times and knocked his head 9 times, presenting a purple sandalwood box with both hands. "My 6th daughter received a rare and auspicious treasure from foreign traders while playing along the coast in her childhood, which has been kept hidden and unseen. Originally, I intended to present it through a humble servant during the new year, but seeing His Majesty bestow countless rewards, I was filled with gratitude and decided to take it out early to present to Your Majesty." The Tianyu Emperor exclaimed, "What kind of rare treasures could your daughter possibly have?" He had not forgotten that Xie Feng had once stated that this daughter of his did not live in abundance. Xie Feng opened the box. "Your Majesty, please take a look." Zhang Yu, with the black fox cloak draped over his arm, instantly widened his eyes, staring at the pearl, as round as a treasure. If he was this astonished, how could the palace maids not be? The Tianyu Emperor was also very surprised. "I who hold the world in my hands have never seen such a large, round, and radiant pearl before. Compared to this, the meager gifts I gave your daughter yesterday seem truly insignificant." Originally, he had only planned to reward a small token due to Xie Feng, but receiving such a return made the Tianyu Emperor exceedingly happy. Xie Feng smiled. "My daughter calls it the dragon pearl." The Tianyu Emperor was very fond of it. He reached out to hold the dragon pearl, examining it carefully for a moment before instructing Zhang Yu. "Have someone carve a lotus seat for this dragon pearl out of sheep fat jade, and place it on the table so that I can play with it at any time." Zhang Yu collected his thoughts. "I will follow Your Majesty's wishes." The Tianyu Emperor held the dragon pearl and asked Xie Feng, "Does your daughter have any desire?" Xie Feng thought for a moment. "I have observed that my daughter loves to eat and can eat a lot. Last night, when I was enjoying the tribute rice bestowed by Your Majesty, my daughter was drooling with envy. I didn't give her any, so she must have been secretly disappointed with me for being stingy." The Tianyu Emperor laughed heartily. "Why didn't you let her have a bowl?" "I dare not. Items from the imperial kitchen can only be used with permission." The Tianyu Emperor repeatedly said that Xie Feng was overly cautious and immediately ordered Zhang Yu to personally visit the Ningguo Duke's mansion. "There are several types of tribute rice in the palace, each packed with a stone. Choose some tribute fruits and tea snacks to reward the 6th young lady, and let her enjoy them without reserve." He had previously bestowed tribute rice upon Xie Feng only to have it served in the ancestral hall. At the first hour of Chun, Xie Shanshan lay nestled beneath brocaded quilts on the heated brick bed, still drowsy. until Qian matron roused her to prepare for the imperial bestowal. The imperial bestowal. The thought of the Miley pearl she had presented jolted her fully awake. Had the emperor sent her a gift? How exceedingly courteous. Maids hurried in with embroidered gowns, hairpins, and ornaments assisting her in bathing and dressing. Outside the central gate stood wide open, incense altars had been arranged in the main hall, and every detail was executed with flawless order, no trace of panic. Qian matron led Xie Shanshan to the central hall of the main courtyard to kneel in reception. Young ladies receive imperial edicts within the main hall. Were it Lord Guogong or another male elder, they would kneel outside all the way to the hall's threshold. She and Ling Xiao, as well as the other maids, knelt behind Xie Shanshan, whispering the protocol to her. 3 years prior, Qian matron herself had witnessed the Ministry of Rites ennobling Lady Zhao as Duchess of Ningguo. Xie Shanshan understood at once it was simply the distinction between genders, the strict demarcation of inner and outer spheres. Presumably an advance envoy had arrived to alert Ningguo Mansion, allowing ample preparation. Thus Xie Shanshan knelt for quite some time, before seeing Zhang Yu, the grand eunuch of the inner court, stride down the paved path flanked by numerous palace attendants bearing laden trays and ornate chests, though from afar their contents remained indistinct. Zhang Yu entered the hall and immediately beheld Xie Shanshan kneeling directly before him at its center, and could not suppress a quiet sigh of admiration. Truly a vision of peerless beauty, brows arched like soaring phoenix wings, eyes gleaming with sovereign brilliance, and every glance imbued with an unmistakable air of bold elegance. Facing south, Zhang Yu unfurled the mud-gold decree and recited, by special imperial grace bestowed upon the 6th young miss of Ningguo Mansion, 1 dan each of millennium tribute rice, Jingshan bridge rice, Xiangshui tribute rice, Zhaofang tribute rice, peach blossom rice, and ink black rice, 1 pair each of bear paws, deer tails, ape lips, and camel humps, 2 bundles of deer sinew, 2 jinhua cured hams, 2 ginseng roots, 2 caddies of bird's nest, for caddies each of sea cucumber dried, scallops, shark fin, river bladder, bamboo fungus, pine mushrooms, silver ear fungus, and monkey head fungus, 2 mace each of mungding tanshan, zisun, yan wui, and longjing teas, along with refined pastries and imperial fruits in abundance. How remarkably perceptive the emperor was. Far more precious to Xie Shanshan than gold or jewels were these delicacies, vanished entirely in the post-apocalyptic world. We bow in profound gratitude for His Majesty's boundless benevolence. Xie Shanshan prostrated herself with unfeigned sincerity. Zhang Yu extended his hand in a gentle symbolic gesture of assistance. Miss Xie, please rise. Only then did she stand watching as palace maidens filed in seamlessly. Within moments the front hall overflowed with bounty. To Xie Shanshan's eyes this treasure surpassed even gold in value. Seeing her radiant joy, Zhang Yu knew the emperor's favor had struck precisely where it mattered most. Yet he still asked gently, does the young lady find these gifts delightful? Beyond delight, she declared, already envisioning a steaming bowl of peach blossom rice prepared just for her. Zhang Yu smiled. The dragon pearl your ladyship presented is a treasure beyond price, unprecedented since antiquity. His Majesty cherishes it deeply and instructed me to ask what else you might lack, so that tomorrow he may send it forthwith. Many thanks for His Majesty's extraordinary grace. I lack nothing. She needed only to secure the emperor's patronage. A flicker of approval passed through Zhang Yu's gaze. Then Miss Xie, please savor His Majesty's gifts in peace. May I share them? With my father, for instance. Though she spoke of Xie Feng, her thoughts first turned to the exquisitely delicate young nobleman Pei Ju. Zhang Yu paused, then clarified swiftly, tribute rice, bear paws, deer tails, deer sinew, camel humps, ape lips. The mountain delicacies, and tanshan and mingding teas, may be consumed only by those expressly granted permission. His Majesty has previously bestowed such provisions upon Lord Guogong, and frequently dines with him within the palace. Thus sharing with you is perfectly permissible. For anyone else, however, it would be strictly forbidden. Xie Shanshan felt a pang of mild disappointment. And the rest? Ginseng, bird's nest, sea cucumber, abalone, though imperial tributes, may be shared freely with family and friends without transgression. Such items graced many noble households, not exclusive to the Son of Heaven. Satisfied, Xie Shanshan bowed deeply. My sincere thanks to Director Zhang for your guidance. After escorting him out, she immediately ordered every item conveyed to her own courtyard. Joy rippled throughout the western courtyard. Everyone felt profoundly honored. Among the entire imperial bureaucracy, only a handful of ministers had ever received tribute rice, and the 8 delicacies from the reigning emperor. Among the daughters of princely and ducal houses, none had ever been so honored. Xie Shanshan stood utterly unparalleled. Last night, she wore sea dragon robes. Today she dined on tribute rice. Beaming, Xie Shanshan inspected each gift anew, then untied the yellow silk sack of rice. This morning I'll simmer porridge with peach blossom rice. At noon and dusk, I'll prepare meals with 2 different tribute rices. Let me taste how they differ. Peach blossom rice was millet, ink black rice, black glutinous rice. The others, all white rices. exuded a rich, intoxicating fragrance. Ling Xiao nodded. Which of the imperial mountain delicacies shall we prepare for bear paws and deer sinew tonight? Xie Shanshan generously resolved to offer portions to Xie Feng, not only as head of household, but also because her future ease depended upon his goodwill. Ling Xiao replied, we must summon Liao Heir. He's the only one in our mansion who knows how to prepare bear paws, and it requires several days' labor. Xie Shanshan asked, is Liao Heir truly the finest chef? Ling Xiao nodded vigorously. Indeed, he is chief chef of the Grand Kitchen, having served over 30 years. He specializes in elaborate dishes featuring rare mountain and sea delicacies. Both Old Lord Guogong and Lord Guogong adore his cooking, and half the kitchen staff are his disciples or grand disciples. Xie Shanshan declared at once, give him a silver ingot. Tell him to spare no effort in preparing these dishes. To continue savoring such exquisite fare, she knew she must honor her chefs accordingly. Ling Xiao had not expected Xie Shanshan's first generous reward upon entering the mansion would go to Liao Heir. Miss, shall it be a 5-taels silver ingot? Yes. Xie Shanshan possessed dozens of silver ingots. 5 taels meant nothing to her. Ling Xiao praised warmly, how magnanimous you are, miss. Among the young mistresses she'd previously served, the highest customary reward had been merely 2 taels. Word reached the inner quarters, and Xie Dai erupted in fury. Why does she again receive so many imperial gifts? In a rage, she swept the teapot and cups from the con table onto the floor, where they shattered instantly. Lu concubine seated nearby winced in dismay. Scolding the maids is one thing, but why destroy such fine things? Every shard must be accounted for, and someone will ask how it happened. If Lord Guogong learns you deliberately broke them, your monthly stipend may be docked. Hearing this, the serving maids Kaiyun and Caixiao exchanged a silent, bitter glance, resentment smoldering deep within. A concubine remains a concubine, never fit for formal presence, yet she dares instruct her daughter to abuse servants. No wonder her maids hold no loyalty to her. Madam, this life is unbearable. She returned only 2 days ago, and already receives everything. I fear father will even transfer my dowry to her. Lu concubine shook her head. Unlikely, the estate coffers are hardly empty. How unlikely? One complaint from me, and father sends her a casket of gemstones to craft new headdresses. Dark clouds gathered across Xie Dai's face. Look at me. What do I possess that rivals her? Year after year I receive only seasonal sets of garments and ornaments. How often has father granted me anything extra? I suspect all I've saved over years amounts to less than what she gains in a single day. Hearing Xie Dai's complaints, Aunt Lu was also quite dissatisfied. In the past it was forgivable as the mistress controlled the entire household. Now the eldest son of the Duke was born from her own body. As the sister of the next Duke of Ning, why should her daughter be unworthy of the same treatment as Xie Shanshan? Thinking of how the Duke handed over money and treasures that rightfully belonged to her son, to Xie Shanshan, Aunt Lu felt a pang of pain in her heart. Holding 2,000 to 3,000 taels of silver, it was as if she were afraid of burning her hands. Clothes and jewelry are trivial matters, my dear, do not take them too seriously. Enduring this momentary anger is essential to achieving greater things. Although Aunt Lu hoped that the money and treasures Xie Shanshan received would fall into her daughter's hands, she still advised Xie Dai to let it go. The most important thing right now is your brother. You must not let this affect his standing in the Duke's heart. You should not compete with the 6th miss. You all should let the Duke see how harmonious and respectful you are as siblings. Endure, endure, endure. All you do is tell me to endure. How long must I endure? Xie Dai couldn't bear it for a day. Just thinking of Xie Shanshan's face made her want to poke it until it was ruined. Born too beautiful, and with a legitimate background, families that prioritize legitimacy over illegitimacy would surely choose her as a bride, without considering. Everyone says that legitimate and illegitimate children are the same, yet her 4 older sisters received marriage proposals by the age of 11 or 12, and within 2 years they were engaged to good families, while she and Xie Shanshan remained unasked. Xie Shanshan was already 14. Did she also have to wait until that age still unmarried? Aunt Lu looked up in the direction of the main room. Good girl, you won't have to wait. The mistress has no sons and has committed acts that confuse bloodlines. The Duke will surely not allow her to continue as the head of the household. By then the 3 of them would hold the highest status in the household. The eldest maidservant, who had been favored by Madame Zhao, had already quietly come to flatter her. Aunt Lu felt pleased in her heart, waiting to see Madame Zhao's misfortune. Unfortunately, ever since the Duke and Xie Shanshan left the main room last night, Madame Zhao had closed the door, with only her trusted maid Pei Ju coming in and out. She had always been loyal to Madame Zhao, making it impossible for anyone to pry a word out of her. After discussing with Madame Zhao, Pei Ju tried to send a message to several aunts, but upon reaching the door, she was stopped by the doorman and could not get out. Unable to exit through the front door or the back door, the Duke ordered that no one was allowed to leave except perhaps the newly arrived 6th miss, who was unrestricted as she had sent someone to deliver items to friends outside the mansion yesterday. Just now after breakfast, a towering muscular man arrived at the gate of the Duke of Ning's residence to present an invitation. The doorman did not dare to be negligent, inviting the man inside to sit on a bench to warm up and drink tea, while delivering the invitation to the second gate, handing it over to the maid guarding the door for her to deliver. Xie Shanshan did not know anyone else in the capital except for Pei Ju and his servant. Upon learning this, she quickly ordered them to let him in. It was indeed a letter personally penned by Pei Ju. He was slender, yet his handwriting was vigorous and powerful. It bore an elegant, free-spirited style reminiscent of Wang Shiji. They have rented a house located not far from the Imperial Examination Hall in Wenchang Alley, and will be moving in tomorrow. Xie Shanshan was very pleased, and asked Mama Qian if the gifts were ready. Mama Qian replied, "They are ready, we will load them directly onto the carriage tomorrow." Thinking of the rewards received that morning, Xie Shanshan said, "Set aside the ginseng and bird's nest, and add a ham 2 liang of wui tea and 4 kinds of tribute fruits. I will take them all with me." 8-2-16-6-6, all smooth. If it weren't for the concern that the imperial pastries would not taste good after a night, I would definitely bring several trays to let Pei Ju taste. Mama Qian felt that she was being too good to that Pei Xie Yuan. Could it be that the girl has a crush? The maid who delivered the gifts yesterday returned saying she had never seen such a handsome young master, simply divine and extraordinary, 10 times more handsome than the eldest son-in-law. The eldest son-in-law was once the top scholar. How much more handsome could he be? Mama Qian decided to go take a look. "Miss, may I accompany you tomorrow? The Duke sent me to be by your side to help with social dealings." Xie Shanshan did not refuse. She first wrote a reply and had someone deliver it to Qingfeng. In the evening, while enjoying the delicious and rich stewed deer tendons and other delicacies with Xiefeng, she also greeted him. Xiefeng advised, "Bring along a few more servants." The next day, Pei Ju and Qingfeng welcomed a grand procession at the gate of the rented house, blocking the once spacious Wenchang Alley, making pedestrians afraid to approach. Xie Shanshan lifted the curtain and jumped down from the carriage. Seeing Mama Qian, who was assisted down from the carriage by Ling Xiao, she was frightened, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. "Sixth miss, you scared me to death." Xie Shanshan waved her hand. "Mama Qian, I'm fine." Walking up to Pei Ju, who looked even more handsome than before after several days, she smiled brightly, and like a gentleman, clasped her hand, saying, "Mr. Pei," with the chirping of the trees and the sound of the oriole, "may your new residence bring you great fortune." Pei Ju returned the courtesy seriously. "Thank you, miss. Please come in." Mama Qian couldn't help but gape. Goodness, Pei Xie Yuan was indeed 10 times more handsome than the eldest son-in-law. Ling Xiao and the other young maidservants also stared wide-eyed. Could he be a celestial being descended to earth? Seeing that Xie Shanshan was still wearing the male attire they wore when they traveled together without heavy makeup or airs, Qingfeng finally relaxed her long-held tension and cheerfully revealed, "Miss Xie, our master, has been waiting at the door since her." Hearing this, Xie Shanshan immediately showed concern. "Mr. Pei, this is your fault. You are weak and just recovered from a cough. Do not let it recur in the cold wind." Although it wasn't snowing anymore, it was still very cold. Xie Shanshan had secretly taken out an outdoor thermometer when no one was looking and discovered that the morning temperature had already reached -15 degrees. Pei Ju chuckled lightly. "I am dressed warmly, though I am not cold." Only focused on his face, Xie Shanshan then noticed that he was still wrapped in the white fox fur coat she had gifted him, tied with a red brocade headband, the fluffy white fur making his face look like a jade crown, his lips like they were painted red. Forgive her for being at a loss for words at this moment, unable to think of a more beautiful description. "Hurry inside, I want to see your new residence." Xie Shanshan was afraid the wind at the door would harm Pei Ju. Pei Ju led the way. The house was not large and the door was narrow. Even without a threshold, a carriage would not fit inside. Xie Shanshan had them bring the gifts inside while she and the horses waited outside. Seeing the pile of gifts like a small mountain, Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Standing in the hall, Xie Shanshan said boldly, "These little gifts are insignificant, please accept them, Mr. Pei." Pei Ju lowered his eyes. Such generosity cannot be deemed insignificant. With Xie Shanshan treating him so well, if he did not reciprocate, would he be too ungrateful? Xie Shanshan smiled. "These are all external possessions. I wish you to achieve the top score in your exams and bring glory to our Jinling province. Use them first. When they're gone, I will send you more. I have returned to the Duke of Ning's residence, and I am quite wealthy now. Not to mention supporting one Pei Ju, I can afford 10 of him." Gazing into Xie Shanshan's clear and bright eyes devoid of impurities, Pei Ju gently suppressed the slight fancy in his heart. "Miss, your kindness to Pei Ju will be remembered for a lifetime." Xie Shanshan smiled openly. "Since we are friends and fellow townsfolk, we should look out for each other now that we are in the capital." Saying this, she generously surveyed the room's decor. The shallow 3-room layout with 1 bright and 2 dark had no partitions in the middle. The brick floor was even, and under the south window on the west side stood a large desk on which lay writing materials likely brought by Pei Ju himself, along with a few old books. The walls were bare, devoid of any decoration. On the east side, the earthen Kong by the window was covered with a brand new blue satin mattress, and the Kong table and cabinet were complete, all impeccably clean. It seemed a fire had already been lit, making the room relatively warm. Xie Shanshan asked with concern, "How much is the monthly rent?" Qingfeng replied, "The monthly rent is 4 taels with 1 month paid in advance as a deposit. We will rent for 6 months first, and then decide based on the situation. It's a pity my father works in the capital. Well, I cannot purchase property here, otherwise I would definitely buy a large house and rent it to you at a low price." The dream of becoming a landlord in the capital was shattered, and Xie Shanshan's voice brimmed with regret. A small courtyard rents for 4 taels, so 10 small courtyards would cost 40 taels, amounting to 480 a year, and 20 courtyards could yield 960 taels. Commercial properties would definitely have higher rents. Pei Ju invited Xie Shanshan to sit on the Kong, saying, "For you, miss, owning property is a trivial matter, and there's no need to worry about it." Money Mama, standing by the door with Ling Xiao and the other maidens, nodded in approval. The daughter of Duke Ning was born into wealth and did not need to constantly think about acquiring more land and shops to compete with the common people for profit. Pei Ju did not sit on the Kong, but instead took a seat on the chair below, instructing Qingfeng to serve tea. Money Mama felt a greater appreciation. Although this Master Pei did not seem to come from a high background, he was gentle and modest with refined manners, clearly not a frivolous person. She suspected that the Duke was aware of this, hence he did not prevent his daughter from interacting with him. Jinling Province is a gathering place for scholars, and as a successful candidate, he is sure to be on the list in the spring examination next year. Xie Shanshan noticed that the tea set was also new, and a smile graced her brow. "Setting aside those topics, Master Pei, please try the Wui Mountain de Hong Pao that I specially brought for you. The current emperor has granted several types of tea, but 2 cannot be casually given away, so I brought 1 for you." Qingfeng was astonished. "Miss Xie, you met His Majesty the Emperor?" Xie Shanshan shook her head. "No, my father said he would take me to meet the Emperor next year. For now I have benefited from my father's influence and received many rewards." Pei Ju detected the pride in her tone. "In that case, miss, you are quite at ease in Duke Ning's residence." "Of course. No one dares to bully me." Pei Ju felt relieved upon hearing this. High-ranking families have strict rules, and he had previously feared that she might be ostracized once she stepped into such an environment. Such things were not unheard of. Xie Shanshan took the tea that Qingfeng brought, and said with a smile, "Master Pei, my father is Duke Ning, one of the 8 dukes of the current dynasty, and also the Minister of War. Although he cannot be said to be above all others, he is quite favored by the Emperor. If anyone in the capital bullies you or Qingfeng, just report my name directly." Pei Ju's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with warmth. "Thank you, miss." He had instructed Qingfeng to gather information carefully. Duke Ning Xiefeng was a man of both literary and martial talents, having served as Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of War after the ascension of the current Emperor Tianyu. He was also the youngest Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, favored highly by Emperor Tianyu. If the imperial favor were 10 points, he alone enjoyed 8, leaving the rest to be shared among others. Qingfeng was deeply grateful. "Miss, words I will remember. If I encounter classmates who mock and ridicule our master, I will definitely tell them that our master is under the protection of the miss, and is no longer the same as before." Xie Shanshan took a sip of tea and placed the bowl on the Kong table. "Is anyone bullying your master?" Qingfeng sighed. "Our master is physically weak, but naturally intelligent, possessing an extraordinary memory and reasoning ability. Although he is favored by his mentors, he is also envied by his classmates. There are often whispers behind his back that he is destined to die young. This year a person like that has also made it to the top list, and is certain to come to the capital for the exam, so there is an 8 or 9 chance he will run into him." Pei Ju interrupted him from continuing to complain. "Quickly go and start a fire to cook." "Miss, I will help." Money Mama prepared to glean information about Pei Ju's situation from Qingfeng to prevent the miss from befriending someone unreliable. Xie Shanshan responded, "Cut the lamb leg into strips for a clear stew." In addition to the 16 gifts, she had also instructed the kitchen to slaughter a yellow goat and a black pig early in the morning, along with various fresh and dried vegetables, enough for Qingfeng to prepare a decent feast. While organizing in the kitchen, Qingfeng laughed and said, "Miss Xie is truly kind, and I am benefiting alongside the master." Money Mama rolled up her sleeves to help process the ingredients. "Where is your master from? Are there any other family members?" "Our miss only said she brought us out to celebrate a friend's housewarming, and said nothing else." Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. "Our master hasn't mentioned it, so Miss Xie naturally wouldn't know." "Tell me about it, so I have something to respond with when Duke Ning asks." Money Mama spoke directly. "Our master is 18 this year, from Sanjiang Prefecture. The old master and old mistress are still alive, and he has 3 older brothers and 2 older sisters, all of whom are already married. The youngest of the 3 uncles is 20 years older than our master, so our master is treated as a junior in the family, and every year he has to bow and call the old master great uncle." Recalling the past, Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. Money Mama remarked indifferently, It sounds like a large family with many branches and leaves. Qingfeng dared not lie. It's not that impressive, it's just an ordinary family that relies on farming and weaving for a living. The highest among the previous generations was a scholar, our master's grandfather. The great-uncles failed to succeed in their studies and gave up early. It was only in our master's generation that someone like him appeared. 3 years ago he was fortunate enough to pass the examination, but fell seriously ill and could not get up, missing the chance to take the exam again. Qingfeng's face was full of regret. Money Mama said, "How can such talent as a successful candidate be attributed to luck? The top achievers from Jinling province must possess true talent and knowledge." What you say is true. Qingfeng of course believed his master was the top among them. Our master is exceptionally intelligent, filial, and affectionate towards his siblings and sisters-in-law. Currently the family owns 4 acres of good farmland, all under our master's name, half of which is planted with rice and half with cotton. However, the profits each year are equally divided among the eldest, second, and third uncles, with our master taking nothing. Money Mama was puzzled. Why is that? Qingfeng said shyly, "Our master has always been weak and had to take medicine since he was young. The family was busy securing medicine from doctors, causing a lot of chaos. The old master and old mistress, not wanting to burden the 3 uncles, considered splitting the family to let them fend for themselves. The uncles disagreed, selling off quite a bit of land to pay for our master's medical treatment every year. The 3 aunts often brought the young ladies to weave day and night, and all the money earned was used to buy medicine for our master. Therefore, after our master succeeded in the examination, the family regained some vitality, and our master decided to allocate the farmland's profits to the 3 uncles. So it is a family with emotions and righteousness. If Pei Ju's siblings treated him this way, and he did not think to repay them, Money Mama would have looked down on him instead." Qingfeng nodded. "Our old master and old mistress, as well as the wives of our master, are all extremely gentle, kind, and honest people. I was originally a beggar and did not know where I came from or how I ended up in Jiangnan. It was our master who picked me up and brought me home. The old master and old mistress not only provided me food and clothing, but also had me serve as a companion reader for our master." Just as Money Mama was about to ask more, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. The courtyard is small, and the sound of knocking on the door is distinctly audible. Qian Momo believes that it is not the servants from the Ningguo Duke's residence waiting outside, and as she walks out of the kitchen with Qingfeng, she lowers her sleeves and quietly reminds our young lady is still inside. If it's an outsider, they should announce themselves loudly. Qingfeng also feels puzzled. We only invited Miss Xie. Pei Ju, worried about offending Xie Shanshan, did not contact any of his fellow scholars or classmates who had passed the provincial examination or were employed in the capital, nor did he visit his friends in the capital as instructed by his teacher. Given the recent heavy snowfall making travel difficult and the short time since entering the capital, it is unlikely that familiar faces would come to visit. When Qingfeng came yesterday to clean the house, she specifically brought various pastries and candies bought from the pastry shop to visit the neighbors in the entire alley and did not see any familiar faces. Let's see who it is first. Qian Momo quickly stepped outside the curtain of the hall. Qingfeng went to open the door and was surprised to find Pei Ju's fellow scholar Zhou Yuanshan, who was also a classmate from Songjiang Academy. Pei Ju had attended the provincial examination after studying for a short time at the academy, during which he only made a few friends, none of whom were Zhou Yuanshan. He is 18 years older than Pei Ju, and they have never found common ground. Master Zhou. Qingfeng remembered that 3 years ago Zhou Yuanshan had come to the capital with great ambition for the examination. The following year, after hearing that he had failed, he chose to stay in the capital to continue studying, and now, after 3 years, Qingfeng noticed he had gained much weight and was wearing a somewhat worn indigo silk fox fur coat. How did Master Zhou know we were living here? Seeing him, Zhou Yuanshan immediately smiled broadly, like a Mithriya Buddha. Qingfeng Ague said this morning that she saw you while buying vegetables, and I didn't believe it at first. I inquired all the way here and didn't expect it was indeed you renting another courtyard from my former employer. After answering Qingfeng's question, he raised his foot to enter, but was stopped by Qingfeng's hand, momentarily taken aback. I came to pay my respects to Brother Pei, who I have urgent matters to discuss. Qingfeng said seriously, our master is currently receiving guests. Please come back another day, Master Zhou. Zhou Yuanshan thought of the luxurious carriages crowding the alley outside, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Could it be that a noble guest from some prince's residence has arrived? Since we are both classmates and fellow scholars, I would like to ask Brother Pei to introduce me. Xie Shanshan and Pei Ju heard everything clearly from inside the room. Pei Ju stood up about to go out and send Zhou Yuanshan away, but was stopped by Xie Shanshan. Young Master Pei, you need not intervene. After she finished speaking, she instructed Ling Xiao, please have Qian Momo send him away. Qian Momo responded from behind the curtain, walked to Qingfeng's side, and first gave a respectful bow to Zhou Yuanshan, saying respectfully, my young master is having a pleasant conversation with young Master Pei and does not wish to be disturbed. I hope Master Zhou understands. Seeing her unusual attire and mannerisms, Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but ask, may I ask who the young master is? He is from the Ningguo Duke's residence, and his surname, a young lady, is also a young master, especially since Xie Shanshan is dressed as a man today. Qian Momo is not lying. Zhou Yuanshan was greatly shocked upon hearing this. Pei Ju actually established a connection with the powerful Ningguo Duke's residence. Zhou Yuanshan felt envious, but did not dare to force his way in any longer. Since it is a young master from the Ningguo Duke's residence, then I shall not disturb Brother Pei any longer. I will come by tomorrow to pay my respects. He turned back several times as he left. Certainly, he relied on his good looks to gain the favor of the noble. Qingfeng quickly closed the door, feeling it was bad luck. Why did he come here? Xie Shanshan asked Pei Ju. Are you not on good terms with that gentleman just now? Not well. Pei Ju answered candidly, I do not like Zhou Yuanshan, who relied on his family's power to study and scorned his parents and brothers for being embarrassing, repeatedly insulting his wife and looking down on others. So he's an ungrateful person. Young Master Pei must not associate with him too deeply. I will heed the young lad's advice. Pei Ju replied softly, skillfully changing the topic. My elder brother gave me 30 taels of silver before I came to the capital, asking me to buy some new and interesting jewelry to take back for my sister-in-law and niece. I do not understand this, and I wonder if the young lady is free in 3 days to assist me in selecting a few pieces at the jewelry shop. Xie Shanshan was about to say she was free when she suddenly remembered that she would be resting that day. Can we change the day? Pei Ju looked puzzled. Why? The day you mentioned is a rest day, or I need to accompany my father to collect a debt. That debt is at least tens of thousands of taels. I cannot feel at ease unless I receive it personally. I am free both tomorrow and the day after. You can choose one. It would be best to choose the day after. After spending the money, it would be easier to ask Xiefeng for more. Ling Xiao nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing Xie Shanshan calmly say she had no jewelry. Pei Ju thought for a moment. How about the day after tomorrow? Sounds good. Xie Shanshan had nothing to do anyway, so she casually set the time and place for their meeting. I heard the most famous jewelry store in the capital is Jinbao Pavilion. Let's meet there at the hour of the snake. Jinbao Pavilion had appeared many times in the original owner's memory. Next to it is the largest bookstore in the capital, where she could also buy some books to pass the time. The two chatted until Qingfeng and Qian Momo finished preparing the meal. Qingfeng prepared 3 tables of dishes, 1 table with finer meals set in the hall, all of which were Xie Shanshan, and Pei just favorites another table in the east wing to entertain Qian Momo and the maidservants, and the last table set in the courtyard for himself and the coachman to enjoy. After another quarter of an hour, Xie Shanshan, fearing that she would delay, Pei just studies, stood up to take her leave. Young Master Pei, see you the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. Pei Ju walked her to the door. Xie Shanshan stood in front of the carriage. Behind her was a large red soft curtain made of unknown material, making her face look like white jade sculpted and her eyes like autumn waters gathered. It's cold outside. Young Master Pei should head back. Pei Ju nodded, watching the carriage slowly leave Wenchong Alley. Xie Shanshan rested in the carriage for a moment, calculating the time to arrive home, when suddenly, due to inertia, Xie Shanshan nearly leaned forward, but fortunately her abilities and martial skills prevented her from making a fool of herself. What happened? She asked the coachman through the curtain. The coachman immediately replied, "Sixth young lady, it's the convoy of the old madam blocking the way." Old madam? Isn't that the original owner's eldest sister, Xie Yaoyao? Xie Shanshan remembers that among her sisters, she was the one who protected Lady Zhao the most, and did not treat the original owner well, even requesting the emperor to fulfill a promise made years ago to prevent her parents from divorcing, allowing Lady Zhao to stay in the Ningguo Duke's residence. At that time, for the sake of several daughters, Xiefeng did not divorce his wife, intending to part with Lady Zhao. Lady Zhao resolutely disagreed, and the matter became stalemated. Xie Yaoyao sought an audience with the emperor, and to avoid the emperor becoming known as an untrustworthy monarch, Xiefeng reluctantly persuaded the emperor to agree to Xie Yaoyao's request, promising not to part with Lady Zhao. Xie Shanshan's lips curled with a hint of coldness. The original owner's life in her past life was far from satisfactory, and her elder sister, Xie Yaoyao, also bore a share of the responsibility. Although Xiefeng did not manage the household affairs, he treated his children equally. Upon discovering the truth, he promptly arranged the appropriate treatment for the original owner, compensating her materially, and instructing the household to prepare a dowry for her worth 30,000 taels of silver, which was 10,000 taels more than any of her sisters. Unfortunately, Madame Zhao did not grant his wish for a divorce and remained in the Ningguo Duke's residence. The original owner was weighed down by this heavy burden. How could life be easy? Even though Xiefeng and Madame Zhao were estranged and no longer shared a bed, it did not erase the fact that she was the original owner's mother. In the original owner's impression, she was benevolent on the surface, but cold-hearted, showing an obvious dislike for the original owner. When Xiefeng was not in the residence during the day, Madame Zhao made the original owner's life unbearable without leaving any incriminating evidence. She deliberately took the original owner out for social engagements and allowed Zhao Mingyue to make things difficult for her, causing her to frequently embarrass herself in public. She even secretly tampered with the original owner's dowry. Emperor Tianyu was a good emperor. Although he did not bestow rewards on the original owner like he did in recent days, he awarded her a batch of brocades and jewels for her dowry before her marriage, which Madame Zhao tried to swap for lesser goods. She replaced the imperial brocade with ordinary silk. Ordinary silk costs 2 taels of silver per roll, while the finest imperial brocade is hard to acquire for 100 taels. 90 rolls of the finest imperial brocade were swapped out, leaving only 10 as a facade, resulting in a loss of 4 to 5,000 taels of silver for the original owner. Just in this regard, many of the original owner's jewelry inlaid with pearls and precious stones were replaced with plain gold or gold-plated items, causing a further loss of tens of thousands of taels. It was said that the items replaced were intended as gifts for Xie Yaoyao. Fortunately, Li Fu, who loved to gamble and drink, accidentally discovered this and immediately reported it to Xie Feng. Xie Feng disposed of all the servants who obeyed Madame Zhao's orders, preventing the original owner from leaving with a substandard. What had Xie Yaoyao ever done for her younger sister? No, she had done nothing at all. She had always stood by and even felt that the original owner lacked the grace to be her sister. On the other hand, the other 3 sisters treated the original owner surprisingly well, but unfortunately, they were all already married, each with 2 or 3 mothers-in-law, and their visits to the Ningguo Duke's residence were few and far between, making it difficult for them to provide support. The voice of the coachman sounded from outside the curtain. "Please sit steady. The carriage of the eldest aunt has entered the residence." Although Xie Yaoyao had been informed earlier that the 6th young lattice carriage was behind, she could not bring herself to disembark at the main gate and held back until she reached the drooping flower gate in the western courtyard before helping herself down with the maid's assistance. Xie Shanshan also disembarked from the carriage here. Each accompanied by a group of maids and servants, they encountered each other in front of the drooping flower gate. In the hushed atmosphere among the maids and servants, Xie Shanshan slightly lowered her gaze, meeting Xie Yaoyao's eyes that were eerily similar to Madame Zhao's, standing tall and straight, neither servile nor overbearing. But Xie Yaoyao regarded her as an object, her expression indifferent. "Not bowing upon seeing me, is that your upbringing?" Her voice was crisp, yet each word was like a knife, her gaze extremely sharp. Xie Shanshan raised an eyebrow and said, "I was born of a mother who gave birth to me without raising me or educating me, so how could I have any upbringing? Moreover, I just returned to the Ningguo Duke's residence, and the household did not hold any recognition banquet for me. If you do not introduce yourself, how would I know who you are?" Xie Yaoyao's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. "I do not believe that no one told you." Xie Shanshan turned to ask Mama Qian and Ling shouted, "Any of you informed?" "No, no, no." The maids and servants answered in unison. Mama Qian had served the late Duke's wife and still held some prestige before the Duke. How could Xie Yaoyao compare? She stepped forward and respectfully said, "Eldest aunt, please allow me to report that my girls and I sat in the carriage at the back, came down, and entered the door, and have not yet had time to introduce the 6th young lady to the eldest aunt." The coachman must have informed Xie Shanshan when he suddenly stopped, but he was not present now. Seeing Mama Qian, Xie Yaoyao could no longer maintain her cold demeanor and said softly, "Since father sent Mama to the 6th younger sister's room, shouldn't Mama teach her about the hierarchy of ages?" Mama Qian smiled. "Eldest aunt, the 6th young lady has only returned to the residence for 2 days, and the household hasn't even prepared her clothing and accessories yet. Once everything is settled, I will certainly remind the Duke and employ a governess to teach her. As a servant, I have no right to educate the young ladies. However, eldest aunt did remind me to talk about the current situation of the young ladies." Xie Shanshan was simply in love with Mama Qian. When her critical moment arrives, she will definitely save her. In the original owner's past life, had she not died early and been assigned to the original owner's side, the original owner would never have lived such a miserable life. The difference of having a knowledgeable mama to manage the inner household was significant. "Mama Qian, is she truly my sister? My elder sister?" Xie Shanshan feigned innocence. "In my childhood, Mama Zhao told me that I have 5 elder sisters born of the same mother, but unfortunately, I have never met any of them." "Indeed, eldest aunt, the 6th young lady should greet eldest aunt with 1,000 blessings," Mama Qian reminded her. Xie Shanshan properly performed a greeting to Xie Yaoyao, her etiquette complete. An impeccable younger sister. Xie Shanshan greets elder sister. "May elder sister have a long life." "Get up." Xie Yaoyao's tone was extremely flat. Xie Shanshan lowered her hands. "Shouldn't elder sister return a courtesy? When Mama Zhao taught me before, she said that when younger sisters bow to older siblings, the older siblings should return half of the courtesy to uphold the decorum of a noble family." Xie Yaoyao paused, her fingers pinching the large pearl bracelet on her left wrist. "Elder sister." Xie Shanshan did not give her a chance to evade. Xie Yaoyao gritted her teeth and returned half a courtesy. As a result, her imposing manner diminished by more than half. When she looked at Xie Shanshan again, she no longer seemed as relaxed as before. Indeed, as the eldest uncle said, she was a sharp-tongued wild girl who would not spare anyone, rough and uncouth, born with a heavenly face resembling her father, so beautiful that it made others envious. Wait. Xie Yaoyao suddenly realized that Xie Shanshan was wearing men's clothing. Neither the round-necked blue silk robe nor the red silk cloak with white fox fur was surprising, The most eye-catching was the light blue forehead ribbon adorned with a red gemstone, which resembled the forehead ribbon worn by her father in his youth. That was the largest red gemstone in the Ningguo Duke's residence. She wanted it, and had once asked Xie Feng for it before her marriage. Xie Feng had not agreed at the time. Why should he give it to a wild girl returning to the residence halfway? Her mother was in a precarious position. Her title was about to fall to a concubine's son, and her father only had eyes for this sixth daughter, who was said to have replaced Xie Jin, yet he even sought compensation from the Duke of the State. If she were to be called Rui, wouldn't her dowry in the future surpass her own? Thinking of this, Xie Yaoyao lowered her gaze, concealing her endless coldness, and directly stated her request. I want to stay in the residence for a few days to accompany my mother. You should vacate the upper room for me. Get out of the way. Absolutely not. Xie Shanshan vowed that no one would be arranged to stay in the western courtyard. It was her territory. Besides, why should she give way? One step back leads to another, and if there's one, there's two. What credibility would she have left in the mansion? Ling Xiao. Xie Shanshan called out directly. Ling Xiao stepped forward from the crowd, saying, What does the young lady require? Xie Shanshan raised her chin, her clear voice reaching the ears of everyone present. You need to personally inform the steward that the eldest sister is returning home today. Although I didn't send word in advance for the mansion to prepare, a guest is a guest, and our Ningguo Duke's mansion should treat guests with respect. We must tidy the best guest quarters for the eldest sister and prepare a banquet to welcome her. Ling Xiao replied, promptly lifting her skirt and heading off. Finally, she had encountered a wise leader. She decided to serve the sixth young lady for a lifetime. Xie Yaoyao's facade of dignified grace finally cracked. Xie Shanshan. How dare she? Everyone knew that every time she returned to her mother's house, she always stayed in the western courtyard's main room. That was her boudoir. Xie Shanshan scratched her ear and said, I know my name is Xie Shanshan. I don't need the eldest sister to remind me. Since the eldest sister is a guest, it is customary that the guest follows the host's arrangements. This is the most basic courtesy. She used to despise the saying a married daughter is like spilled water, but now it seemed quite appealing. She truly was a selfish person. What a sin. Granny Qian also didn't expect Xie Shanshan to react so quickly. The wind is rising. The eldest lady and young lady shouldn't stand at the door and catch a chill. Xie Shanshan made a show of it, saying, There's a hierarchy of age. The eldest sister, please go ahead first. Once you entered her western courtyard through the hanging flower gate, there was a passage leading directly to the main courtyard. Xie Shanshan made a show of it, saying, There's a hierarchy of age. The eldest sister, please go ahead first. Once you entered her western courtyard through the hanging flower gate, there was a passage leading directly to the main courtyard for easy access. Xie Yaoyao's eyes were filled with dark clouds. Very well. Thank you for the praise, eldest sister. Xie Shanshan watched as she passed through the passage, surrounded by a throng of maids and servants along with the boxes, bedding, and other items they carried like a colorful dragon, adding a splash of brightness to the winter day. The servants of the Ningguo Duke's mansion had already cleared the pathways of each courtyard, leaving only the snow accumulated on the flowers and trees. The ice and snow clung to the branches, creating a beautiful sight. Xie Yaoyao stomped into the main hall of the courtyard in her deer-hide boots, filled with anger, and rushed into her mother's embrace. Although Xie Feng forbade the family from going out, he had not prohibited Xie Yaoyao from meeting Lady Zhao, so no one stopped her. A wild girl of unknown origin dares to ride on my head. Xie Yaoyao complained to Lady Zhao. Fortunately, she didn't grow up in the mansion, otherwise she would have driven the two of us to our graves. She disliked having a sister whose beauty overshadowed hers. Lady Zhao embraced her, asking, My dear, have you met that wretched girl? Xie Yaoyao nodded in her embrace, angrily saying, She actually wouldn't let me stay in the western courtyard. Lady Zhao sighed. You stay with me for now. Your father treasures her, as if she were a precious treasure, claiming that Jiner has replaced her, thus leaving her stranded outside. The mansion has been informed, and she has been spoiled to the point of being lawless. Even Xie Daidai received a slap from her, and no one intervened. But as I think about it, it may not be that simple. Mother, what do you mean? Xie Yaoyao asked in confusion. Jiner resembles your uncle. A nephew looks like his uncle, a well-known fact. How could he not be my biological son? Your cousin Mingwe also bears a striking resemblance to your aunt, making it clear they are mother and daughter without a doubt. Lady Zhao was aware of the truth, but did not want to acknowledge that the disrespectful Xie Shanshan was her own daughter. As long as Xie Shanshan is not truly mine, I can remain blameless. Xie Yaoyao suddenly became alert. Are you saying? Lady Zhao firmly stated, Perhaps Xie Shanshan is the daughter of your father's mistress raised outside. Your father concocted a story of swapping to deceive the world and give her a legitimate identity. When I first encountered this matter, my mind went blank, and I panicked, thinking it was my carelessness that led to your sister being swapped for a brother. Now that I have calmed down, the more I think about it, the more wrong it seems. How could she lack any daughterly affection for her mother? She has come seeking revenge. Xie Yaoyao couldn't help but nod in agreement. What mother says is true. If such words spread, Xie Shanshan would never be able to claim the position of the legitimate sixth young lady of the Ningguo Duke's mansion, as she would be regarded as lower than a concubine, a woman of dubious status, scorned by all. And she would never be able to marry into a good family. In truth, Xie Yaoyao was very clear. The principle of substituting the peach with the plum was real. Xie Shanshan was indeed her biological sister. Her uncle and grandmother had already confessed to her the events that transpired 14 years ago when they sought her help in pleading with her father. It was indeed her mother who, in order to preserve the title, implored her grandmother and aunt to switch children. Yet her aunt, filled with resentment over losing her child, replaced her own sister Xie Shanshan with her niece Zhao Mingyue. Xie Shanshan, knowing the truth, naturally hated her mother. After all, without the scheming swap, she would have been the sixth young lady of the Ningguo Duke's mansion, enjoying the same treatment as herself. As the daughter of a duke, no one understood how precious this identity was, more than Xie Yaoyao, second only to the empress, princesses, and other noble women numbering less. Lady Zhao held her daughter's hand tightly, her fingertips turning white. Yaoyao, you are my dearest. You must not allow your father and that wild girl to disgrace me. Lady Zhao placed all her hopes on her. She was the eldest daughter of the main branch, cherished by both the Xie and Zhao families. The second child had died young, and the third, fourth, and fifth children were born consecutively, but were all daughters, and thus received no favor. Only Xie Yaoyao still shone brightly in the mansion. Lady Zhao had at least half of her dowry tucked into Xie Yaoyao's bridal gifts, while the third, fourth, and fifth children combined received only 30%. The remaining 20% was meant to add to Zhao Mingyue's dowry, to be brought back from the Ningguo Duke's mansion to the Ningguo Duke's mansion. Now that Zhao Mingyue was not her biological daughter, Lady Zhao naturally wouldn't give it to her. All of this was rooted in the troubles planted by her sister-in-law Lin. If Xie Shanshan had grown up in the Ningguo Duke's mansion, even if the secret was discovered, she wouldn't have caused a ruckus. Perhaps she would have gone along with her own plans. It's all Lin's fault. Lady Zhao was filled with hatred, but knew this was not the time to hold grudges. Don't worry, mother, I will ensure my father rescinds his command and returns everything to how it was before. Xie Yaoyao had come to help her mother preserve the title of Ningguo Duke's wife. Even if the title eventually fell to Xie Yu, she absolutely could not give her mother Lu Yinyang the chance to become the legitimate wife. She was the eldest young lady of the Ningguo Duke's mansion. How could she bow down to a mere concubine and call her mother? With her promise, Lady Zhao felt relieved. When your father returns from court, you must go find him immediately and ensure he promises not to divorce me. Lady Zhao did not want to live under house arrest. All right. Xie Yaoyao did not want a mother who would be abandoned or divorced, making it impossible for her to hold her head high in future social dealings. Xie Feng returned home after dismissing work in the evening and first asked whether Xie Shanshan had returned from visiting friends. The maid Jifeng took the purple marten cloak he had taken off, saying she returned early and happened to run into the eldest aunt returning home. The two sisters talked for a while at the flower gate in the west courtyard. Jifeng immediately inquired about the circumstances after hearing the news. Xie Feng frowned. The family allows no one to enter or exit. Who brought the eldest? Jifeng shook her head. No one went to pick her up. The eldest aunt returned by herself without prior notice, and the residents did not prepare accommodation. Sixth Miss asked the head steward to tidy up the guest courtyard for the eldest aunt, and her belongings have now been moved to the main room of the madam. Xie Feng's frown deepened. How could it be the sixth miss who gave the orders? Are all the managers dead? Jifeng hurriedly explained. I heard that the eldest aunt wants to stay in the main room of the west courtyard, and when the sixth miss disagreed, she said that the visitor is a guest, so they arranged the guest courtyard. She felt that Xie Yaoyao was quite unreasonable. How could a married daughter return to her family and take her unmarried sister's place? Xie Feng couldn't help but smile. Her temperament truly resembles that of her grandfather, unwilling to admit any loss. Xie Feng used to worry that she hadn't grown up in the capital and might be bullied without knowing how to fight back, but now he no longer needed to worry. Jifeng detected the tone in Xie Feng's voice and felt a chill in her heart. It seemed she would have to pay more attention to the newly arrived sixth miss in the future. Even the once favored eldest daughter did not receive this kind of praise. Xie Feng beckoned the little maid waiting by the door. Go check if the sixth miss has had dinner. If not, let her come here to try the whole roasted goose that His Majesty rewarded. The Emperor Tianyu had sent word asking him to share some with Xie Shanshan. With that one dragon pearl, Xie Shanshan had caught the Emperor's eye. The little maid left to make the request. Soon Xie Shanshan rushed over, her long black hair neatly tied up at the top, with a golden ring accentuating her picturesque features, strikingly beautiful. Father, dear father, although I've already had dinner, I can still eat half a goose. A whole goose. How rare. Since her crossing over, she had eaten goose breast and red braised sauce, eaten goose feet and old goose soup, but had never eaten a whole goose. Upon inquiry, it turned out there was a rule that one could only eat a whole goose if it was a royal gift. What a ridiculous world. If it weren't for her dream of escaping the apocalypse, she wouldn't even want to cross over, even if she belonged to the ruling class in a feudal society. Every moment felt marked by clear class distinctions. The Ming dynasty had stricter regulations. Ordinary people could only eat chicken and duck, while the privileged could eat dissected goose. Fortunately, this is the Daxia dynasty founded by Emperor Taizu, which is somewhat more humane. Xie Feng ordered the meal to be set. The father and daughter washed their hands and took their seats, and the hot roasted goose was cut and served. Father, I'm going out to shop the day after tomorrow. Could you spare some silver? Xie Shanshan, adhering to the principle of not wasting Xie Feng's good fortune, directly without a second thought, Xie Feng replied no. She wasn't short of money. Xie Shanshan pouted stingy. I've already shared my tribute rice and royal delicacies with you. Xie Feng pointed at the tribute rice in her bowl and the roasted goose on the table. You also ate what His Majesty gave me. All right. The chef in the palace truly had extraordinary skills. Although it had been reheated and couldn't compare to when it was just out of the oven, it was still superior to all the roasted goose Xie Shanshan had eaten in her previous life, and the roasted goose legs she had eaten in this life delicious to the point where no words could describe it. After finishing dinner and rinsing her mouth, Xie Shanshan asked if there was a library in the residence. Xie Feng replied in confusion, you want to read? Yes, Aunt Zhao has limited income, but books are too expensive. I've only read the books available in the market and want to see books I haven't read yet. Since Xie Feng was unwilling to spend money to support her shopping, she would take books from the residence. Not buying is saving money. She might as well find some to give to Pei Ju. In such a large Ningguo Duke's residence, there were surely books Pei Ju had not seen before. The resources available to those in the lower middle class and to the privileged were undoubtedly worlds apart. Xie Feng expressed approval. Reading is a good thing. It cultivates reason and knowledge, preventing one from being blind to the world. Our family's collection of books has been gathered over 4 generations by your great-grandfather, your grandfather, and me. There are over 10,000 books that are not available on the market, not to mention the 4 books and 5 classics, poetry and prose, all stored in the library built close to the pond in the backyard. You can ask Grandma Zhao for the key. Xie Shanshan sincerely thanked him. Our family has valued education since my great-grandfather. She had not known this before. No one had told the original owner, and there was no way to inquire. She only knew that a coup similar to the Jingnan incident had occurred 70 years ago. The grandfather of Emperor Tianyu was the uncle of the then emperor, both civil and military, guarding the frontier. Because the emperor's nephew embezzled military funds, this prince directly broke into the capital and successfully seized power. After holding the world, he divided the territories based on merit, granting titles to 8 dukes and 12 marquises. Duke Ningguo was one of them, with hereditary titles for 5 generations without demotion, and later downgraded with an annual salary of 5,000 taels of silver and 100 shur of white rice. The current master of the Duke Ningguo's residence is now living off the rice provided by Xie Feng, the white grain from Jiangnan, second only to tribute rice exclusively for the palace and officials in the capital. Suzhou, Songjiang, Changzhou, Jiaxing, and Huzhou were the 5 prefectures that produced white grain, yet the original owner had not eaten a single grain of white rice in Suzhou for all those years. It further highlights the distinctions of class. Xie Feng listened to Xie Shanshan's words and chuckled. Your great-grandfather entered the officialdom through reading. Your great-uncle and third uncle followed their father and were quite intelligent. Only your second uncle was not well read and rather mischievous and did not receive as much favor as your great-uncle and third uncle. However, he had great strength and practiced martial arts from a young age. Later, he achieved meritorious service and was conferred the title of Duke, leading to the current Duke Ningguo's residence, gradually becoming the main branch of our family. Throughout history, whoever had the strongest fist held the power. Just as Xie Shanshan was about to ask again, she suddenly heard a maid announce, Duke, the eldest aunt has let her in. Xie Feng decided to hear Xie Yaoyao's thoughts. Xie Shanshan lingered after dinner, waiting for Xie Yaoyao. Seeing her enter through the curtain lifted by the maid, Xie Shanshan stood up in a show of understanding. Xie Yaoyao's expression changed. What are you doing here? Seeing that Xie Shanshan was wearing a resplendent peacock feather robe and a golden white fox fur coat, her anger grew. She had never worn peacock feather robes. That was a royal garment. The current emperor had only bestowed it upon her father. Hearing her question, Xie Feng was quite displeased. Your sister came to dine with me. Why can't she be here? Xie Yaoyao regretted her bluntness. It was all Xie Shanshan's fault. If it weren't for her, would the usually well-behaved and dignified self have lost composure in front of their father? But she did not show it, bowing to Xie Feng. I have something I want to discuss with father. May I ask my sister to step aside? Xie Feng replied indifferently. What can't be said in front of your sister? Xie Yaoyao became even more certain of her father's favoritism towards Xie Shanshan and disliked her even more. Suppressing all her thoughts, she lowered her head and said softly, Daughter asks father to spare mother. Xie Shanshan had long anticipated Xie Yaoyao's protective stance toward Madame Zhao, so she felt no surprise. She looked up at Xie Feng only to find him gazing quietly at Xie Yaoyao, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Xie Yaoyao's heart pounded with a trace of anxiety. Just as she felt the time dragging unbearably, Xie Feng spoke. Before the Ningguo Duke manor came to find you, didn't they tell you about the things they conspired with your mother to do? Madame Zhao couldn't go out, so it must have been the Ningguo Duke manor that sought her out. What Xie Shanshan could think of, Xie Feng could also deduce without needing to send anyone to investigate. Xie Yaoyao lightly bit her lip, swallowing all the words she had discussed with Madame Zhao. She dared not casually slander Xie Shanshan as a concubine's daughter in front of her father. Without solid evidence, father would not have brought her back and directly antagonized the Ningguo Duke manor. They said a few things, but it was all vague and unclear, impossible to tell right from wrong. All I know is that mother has labored tirelessly over the years, even if not meritoriously. How can father blame her for one moment of negligence, allowing others to seize the opportunity and force all the guilt upon her? Xie Feng asked her, "What labor has your mother performed?" Xie Yaoyao was taken aback at this. Xie Feng gave a cold laugh. As the Ningguo consort holding the highest rank of imperial decree, she is entitled to ample salary and grain. In all the social interactions, which of the other titled ladies could surpass your mother? Serving elders, educating children, managing the household. Aren't these her proper duties? What labor is that? But swapping my Xie bloodline, attempting to usurp the Ningguo Duke title, and destroying our Xie family's century-old legacy. That is a crime punishable by death. Having no son might be forgivable, but swapping a child is not. If Madame Zhao commits such an evil deed and goes unpunished, and everyone follows suit, wouldn't that throw the world into chaos? If one could swap their child into another family to inherit their title and wealth, who would still work diligently on their own? He could not set such a precedent. The day Xie Feng learned the truth, he already wanted to kill Madame Zhao. He refrained from acting rashly for 3 reasons. First, not to leave a handle for his opponents to attack. Second, fearing that killing the rat might damage the vase, affecting his daughter's positions in their marital families. Third, he had not yet secured compensation. The last point was especially important. The effort invested in Zhao Jin could not be reclaimed, but material wealth could. He couldn't end up losing both. Xie Yaoyao still wanted to defend Madame Zhao. "Father, you have wronged mother. She was exhausted and unconscious after childbirth and did not do these things. Before she came, she had discussed with old Madame Jiang and Zhao Buiyuan. Only if her mother remained unharmed could there be a chance to resolve this enmity, so she must completely extricate her mother from the substitution incident." Old Madame Jiang and Zhao Buiyuan had no objections. The Ningguo Duke manor had no descendant capable of supporting the household. They could only avoid being bullied in the capital by relying on Xie Feng, their son-in-law, who held both power and imperial favor. Therefore they must not lose this marriage alliance. A hint of mockery appeared on Xie Shanshan's face. Xie Yaoyao truly lived up to being Madame Zhao's most devoted daughter, doing her utmost to help her escape blame. The mother and daughter's accounts before Xie Feng were consistent, suggesting they had already colluded. She had likely already convinced the Ningguo Duke manor. In her past life, it was the same, using someone else to take the blame. But in this life, did she think she could escape unscathed? Not so easy. Xie Feng looked at Xie Yaoyao with disappointment and said painfully, "It seems the Xie family's legacy is worthless in your eyes." Xie Yaoyao denied it. "No, father, you have misunderstood me. I only wanted to uphold the reputation of our Ningguo Duke manor. That's why I begged you to find out the real truth and not be deceived by others. Whether or not I know in my heart, the truth is clearer to me than it is to you." Xie Feng said very calmly, "You are only afraid that your mother will be convicted, which will then affect your own spotless reputation, or else you fear that the Ningguo consort will be replaced and someone else will overshadow you. I tell you, Xie Yaoyao, if I weren't considering you and your sisters, I would have killed Madame Zhao with one sword long ago. How could I have let you have the chance to plead for her?" Xie Shanshan suddenly understood. So a mother's conviction could also affect the children. She hadn't thought of that before. No, it was that the original owner didn't know the elder sister. Xie Shanshan suddenly spoke up. "Your identity, your status, your dowry, all come from father. When you are wholeheartedly trying to exonerate mother, at least leave a little room for father. Think about the grievance of father raising another man's son for 14 years. Who will stand up for father? Who will stand up for me? Is father deserving of this? Deserving to raise another man's son? Am I deserving? Deserving to be cast out hungry and cold? I could have grown up smoothly by father's side, enjoying all the riches and honors. It was the Ningguo Duke manor that caused me to lose everything. When you defend the chief culprit, have you ever thought of the bond between father and daughter, or between sisters? Is it really so insignificant? She was different. She would always stand by Xie Feng. No matter what, she and Xie Feng were the greatest victims." Hearing Xie Shanshan's words, Xie Feng felt immensely comforted. When he looked at his eldest daughter, he found her displeasing. "Xie Yaoyao, your sister is right. All the wealth and honor of you siblings come from me. No matter what happens to your mother after this matter is settled, it will not affect your status, position, or reputation. Moreover, you are already married, so the impact on you is even more negligible. There is no need to be so calculating and twist the truth." He had been mistaken earlier. Madame Zhao's dignity and glory all came from him. Whether her reputation was good or bad had limited impact on the children. It mainly depended on him. As long as he stood firm, no one would bully his children. Xie Yaoyao's fingertips trembled slightly in her sleeves, her heart pounding with fear. "Father, She tried to use the childhood address to evoke Xie Feng's former affection. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, her face upturned, eyes glistening with tears, pitiful and delicate. Daughter doesn't wish for discord between her parents. Is that wrong? Xie Feng said resolutely yes. He stood up, walked to Xie Yaoyao, and looked down at her. You cannot tell right from wrong. That is your mistake. Xie Feng's voice was cold and stern. With only mother-daughter affection in your heart, and no father-daughter or sisterly affection, you need not stand on the ground of my Ningguo Duke manor. He then directly ordered the maid Jifeng Zhouyu, have the carriage harnessed, and send the eldest young lady back. From today onward, except for the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays, she is not to return home unless summoned. For a married daughter, this was the harshest punishment. Xie Shanshan saw Xie Yaoyao's face instantly turn as pale as snow. Sirs are right. Elder sister cannot return to her maiden home, but she can still seek help from others, Xie Shanshan remarked seemingly casually to Xie Feng. There is probably only His Majesty the Emperor, who is above father. Xie Feng immediately thought of Emperor Tianyu's promise to grant Xie Yaoyao one favor in the future. At that time, Emperor Tianyu wanted to betroth Xie Yaoyao to the crown prince, but Xie Feng refused, not wanting to get involved in the prince's rivalry. Instead, he chose the 3rd-place scholar from 5 years ago and asked Emperor Tianyu to bestow a marriage. Emperor Tianyu not only bestowed gold, silver, and brocade as Xie Yaoyao's dowry, but also made this promise. Li Fu, accompany the carriage and tell the eldest son-in-law that it is my wish. The weather is freezing, and the eldest young lady cannot withstand the wind. She should stay home and recuperate before the new year and not go out anymore. This cut off her path to enter the palace and plead with Emperor Tianyu. No matter how Xie Yaoyao wept and begged, she was still sent back to her husband's home. Among all the sisters, she was the most favored by her parents, and her husband's family was the most prestigious, the Ningguo Duke mansion, one of the 8 dukes. The current Duke of Ningguo was mediocre in talent, having accomplished nothing for years, merely holding a sinecure in the Ministry of Public Works. However, his eldest legitimate son Zheng Kai possessed talent, appearance, virtue, and wisdom. Before he was 15, he had entered the academy. At 25, he achieved the rank of Tanhua 3rd in the imperial examination. Xie Feng selected him as his son-in-law, and the emperor bestowed a marriage upon them. With both a grand and minor success that year, he was the envy of countless people. Zheng Kai began his official career as a 7th-rank compiler, and 3 years later was promoted to sub-6th-rank reviser. Everything went smoothly with good momentum. Upon returning from his duties and hearing that his wife had gone to her maiden home, he initially did not think much of it. His father-in-law often guided him, and he deeply respected him, always allowing his wife to frequently visit her family. His parents, knowing that their eldest son needed the father-in-law's patronage, treated their daughter-in-law while handing over the management of the household early on and not interfering. Now seeing her suddenly sent back, Zheng Kai immediately sensed something amiss. Before he could speak, he heard Li Fu convey Xie Feng's words. He listened with his hands at his sides, then respectfully agreed. After seeing Li Fu off, he pulled Xie Yaoyao into the room. Dismissing all the maids and servants, Zheng Kai questioned her in detail. His father-in-law had never been so stern before. Fortunately, his parents had already retired for the night, and their courtyard was separated from theirs, so they did not witness Li Fu sending Xie Yaoyao back. Otherwise, they would have been panic-stricken. Xie Yaoyao had wept all the way in the carriage, her eyes swollen and red. Hearing his interrogation, she felt even more aggrieved. I merely pleaded a few words for mother, and father blamed me because of the slanderous words of that found sister. Zheng Kai took a deep breath. What happened to your mother? What found sister? Xie Yaoyao then remembered that Zheng Kai was unaware of the inside story. Xie Shanshan had only returned 2 or 3 days ago, and it had been snowing continuously for days. There were no social engagements in the capital, and no one suspected that Madame Zhao did not go out. Apart from her eldest uncle Zhao Buyuan, the Ningguo Duke mansion prohibited entry without exit, so naturally no news leaked out. The Ningguo Duke mansion, knowing its own grave guilt, would not publicize it either. What exactly is going on? Zheng Kai asked again. Xie Yaoyao fell into deep. This matter could not be concealed for long, as sooner or later it would spread to everyone. Rather than letting her husband hear it through hearsay, it was better to inform him in advance. After exonerating her mother, Xie Yaoyao told Zheng Kai how the grand matriarch of the Ningguo Duke mansion, together with Madame Lin, had swapped her cousin Xie Jin and her own sister Xie Shanshan. Grandmother originally planned for the 2 children to marry and have children when they grew up, so that the Xie bloodline would still inherit the title. But unexpectedly, my eldest aunt was unwilling and used her own niece to replace my sister, who had been swapped to the Ningguo Duke mansion. Now that sister has found her way back. The person who raised her is my eldest aunt's confidant. I don't know what she told her, but she insists that mother orchestrated the swap. Father severely blamed mother and has now confined her to the house, forbidding her to go out. Zheng Kai was stunned. Steadying himself, he asked, "You mean Xie Jin is not father-in-law's biological son, and the new sister is?" Xie Yaoyao nodded. Exactly. A sudden sense of foreboding arose in Zheng Kai's heart. When you pleaded for your mother, what did you say to father-in-law? Nothing much. Xie Yaoyao did not want to tell the truth. Zheng Kai did not believe her. If you had an angered father-in-law he dotes on you so much, why would he send you back? It's Xie Shanshan. Xie Yaoyao hated her deeply. If she hadn't insisted that I only care about mother-daughter affection and not father-daughter or sisterly bonds, how could father have become angry with me? Wasn't it true? If she had put herself in her father's and sister's shoes even a little, she would not have defended Madame Zhao. Zheng Kai paced the room in anger. After a moment he stopped and pointed at Xie Yaoyao. Confusing the bloodline is a grave matter, and it involves the Duke's title of the Ningguo Duke mansion. Can your mother possibly be innocent? You a married daughter, why meddle in your natal family's affairs? If someone had raised a son for him that was not his own, he would surely kill them, without mercy, showing no leniency. The family bloodline must not be confused. Xie Yaoyao sobbed. Next year is the year of the capital assessment. If mother is charged with swapping children and confusing the bloodline, and it spreads, how will others view me? You and I are one. When others gossip, saying like mother, like daughter, will it reflect well on you, my lord? If it harms your official reputation and affects your promotion, would that not be my fault? Hearing her words, Zheng Kai's heart softened. The Ministry of Personnel assesses talent, virtue, and achievements. This matter will not affect me. Moreover, his father-in-law was still in power, so no one would use this to trouble him. Xie Yaoyao covered her face with a handkerchief. I am just being cautious. There is no need for caution. Zheng Kai trusted his father-in-law. Xie Yaoyao grew anxious. My lord, do you truly not care? She hoped Zheng Kai would care, that he would share her desire to protect her mother's position as the Duchess of Ningguo. But Zheng Kai replied firmly, there is no need to care. Fearing that Xie Feng might bear a grudge, he used the excuse of handling unfinished business in the study. In truth, he opened the treasury of the Ningguo Duke mansion, selected 2 sets of head ornaments worth 1,000 gold along with writing brushes, ink sticks, paper inkstones, and Song Dynasty, rubbing calligraphy, and ordered them sent to Xie Shanshan as a token of apology on his wife's behalf. Due to the gate restrictions of the Ningguo Duke mansion, they were delivered to the gatekeeper. When the Ningguo mansion's elderly maids brought the pile of gifts before her, Xie Shanshan was about to retire for the night. Hearing this, she smiled. This eldest brother-in-law was somewhat interesting. Unfortunately, he died young. If he could suppress Xie Yaoyao and prevent her from causing trouble, it might be worth saving his life. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. After this incident, the servants of the Ningguo Duke mansion grew even more reverent toward the newly returned 6th miss. The mistress had lost her power, and the eldest miss had fallen from favor. Both were related to her. Xie Dai, who had always been competitive and strong-willed, was slapped. The Duke not only refrained from reprimanding her, but instead ordered a box of red and blue gemstones sent to the goldsmith to make her head ornaments. The eldest son-in-law was the same. What did it matter that she grew up outside? Everyone followed the Duke's attitude. The next morning, stewards' wives came one after another to the western courtyard to pay respects to Xie Shanshan. Even the major stewards, including the head steward Su Da and the chief accountant Wang, then paid their respects outside the second gate. None came empty-handed. They offered many tributes. Although the stewards of the Ningguo Duke mansion were not destined to become wealthy, they received monthly wages for their service. Their food, clothing, housing, and travel were covered by the mansion, and even medical expenses were not their own. During the new year, they received bonuses, so none were poor. The tributes: fragrant balls, 9 linked rings, puzzle boxes, brush holders, hand warmers, nut carvings, and needlework, were all exquisite and delicate, quite presentable. Xie Shanshan's world was not confined to a mere Ningguo Duke mansion, so she did not feel complacent. Another day arrived, the time appointed, with Pei Ju off to shop. Was there anything more joyful than seeing a handsome young man? No. Xie Shanshan arrived at the treasure pavilion a quarter hour early and found that Pei Ju and Qin Feng had already arrived, no one knew when. After the snow, the sky was clear and the streets were bustling with people. King Feng's towering and mighty figure contrasted with Pei Ju's slender elegance, making him as handsome as a bamboo. Many passers-by either stopped to gaze or stared so intently that they bumped into walls. A carriage driver, catching a glimpse, lost control of his horse and nearly caused an accident. Several girls in plain cotton skirts secretly glanced at Pei Ju, their cheeks flushed. They wanted to approach and ask about his family, but his white fox fur cloak, Pei Ju's indifferent eyes lit up when he saw Xie Shanshan lightly jump down from the carriage. It was as if 2 stars had fallen into a deep pool. Ripples shimmered on the water and starlight glittered. Pei Ju smiled at Xie Shanshan, causing her heart to skip a beat. Damn it. The vixen has been reincarnated. Her enchanting smile was captivating. Just one glance was enough to lead one to perdition. Xie Shanshan pressed her hand against her heart, which was no longer calm, and suddenly didn't want others to gawk at her beauty. She stepped forward to block countless gazes, saying, "Young Master Pei, you've waited long." Onlookers glared at her retreating figure, filled with resentment, but unable to voice their anger. "We just arrived as well," Pei Ju said, cupping his hands and greeting, his voice clear and tone gentle. "May I ask if the young lady had a safe and pleasant journey?" "Safe. The presence of 4 horses and a luxurious carriage was a mark of status, and everyone on the street made way for them, allowing them to pass without obstruction. Xie Shanshan had intentionally worn a white fox cloak today, adorned with peacock feathers and gold patterns that shimmered in the light, dazzling to behold. Soon Manager Lu from the treasure pavilion came out personally to welcome them. Xie Shanshan raised an eyebrow at Pei Ju, her eyes blinking playfully. Pei Ju smiled slightly, the amusement in his eyes deepening as he entered the treasure pavilion with her, where they were invited into an elegant room upstairs. The staircase was covered with plain felt, making no sound underfoot. Xie Shanshan led the way with Pei Ju following behind. As they ascended, Xie Shanshan habitually looked after the weaker party, but Pei Ju pointed to her cloak, prompting her to walk ahead. Once seated in the elegant room, Manager Lu first addressed Xie Shanshan with utmost respect, saying, "Your presence here brings great honor to our humble establishment. May I ask what kind of jewelry you and the young master wish to choose? We have gold, silver, pearls, gems, jade, coral, and fine jade in abundance." Xie Shanshan inquired of Pei Ju, "What kind do you plan to buy for your sister-in-law's daughter?" "I have 3 sisters-in-law and 4 nieces, with the nieces aged between 15 and 18. They are not yet married, so I would appreciate your help in selecting suitable jewelry for them, ideally within 60 taels of silver." "Didn't your brother give 30 taels?" Xie Shanshan remembered well. Pei Ju chuckled lightly. "I added another 30 taels myself." Thanks to Xie Shanshan's gift, he wouldn't need to buy winter clothing or coal and rice after coming to the capital, nor would he need to spend a fortune on ginseng for medicine, saving him a considerable sum. Thinking of this, Pei Ju looked at Xie Shanshan with warmth in his gaze, as if a gentle breeze melted the frost-stirring spring waves. Xie Shanshan felt her ears heat up and instructed Manager Lu to first bring out pure gold, buying gold instead of silver. Manager Lu understood and quickly had a young waiter bring forth a plate of small, exquisite golden hairpins. With limited silver, Xie Shanshan helped Pei Ju pick out 7 pairs of gold earrings for a total of 10 taels of silver, and then 3 gold hairpins at 6 taels each, which cost 22 taels of silver, leaving them with 28 taels. Finally, she chose 4 small gold hairpins for his nieces, each weighing 4 taels, but costing 19 taels of silver. Originally, with a 20% labor fee, the total would have been 19 taels and 2 coins, but Manager Lu voluntarily waived the extra. So it turned out they wouldn't even spend the full 60 taels. Pei Ju instructed Qingfeng to take out 5 gold ingots worth 10 taels each, along with a piece of scrap silver, to settle the bill. Manager Lu returned 751. "Aren't you going to choose something for your honored mother, young Master Pei?" Xie Shanshan reminded him. In this dynasty, filial piety governed the world, and reputation was important. Pei Ju smiled and said, "I plan to select something for my mother after the spring examination. I would like to ask for your assistance then, Miss Xie." Money Mama sighed inwardly. They hadn't parted yet, and had already made plans for the next meeting. Xie Shanshan readily agreed. After securing the jewelry for the lady of the house, Qingfeng suddenly spoke up, "Does the master not give Miss Xie a return gift? We've received many gifts from Miss Xie during our journey, and you have saved the master's life. He should repay you in some way." Pei Ju looked at Xie Shanshan, saying, "My family's finances are limited, and I prefer to purchase at inexpensive prices, fearing that Miss Xie might find it beneath her." "Not at all. With the spring examination approaching, I have many needs and bear the hopes of my entire family. If I were to spend everything on gifts for myself, it would be foolish. Even if the gift from young Master Pei were just a blade of grass, I would be very pleased." The maids, including Ling Xiao, nodded in agreement. If a celestial young master were to gift grass, it must be celestial grass. Pei Ju almost immediately asked Manager Lu to present jewelry and jade. Only jewelry's brilliance is worthy of the young lattice grace. He selected a gold ring inlaid with a red ruby. Compared to the ruby on Xie Shanshan's forehead, which was undoubtedly like a firefly next to the sun and moon, this ring was more expensive than all the jewelry he had purchased for his sisters-in-law and nieces combined, costing a full 100 taels of silver. Xie Shanshan quickly exclaimed, "That's too expensive." It seemed he would have to spend a significant portion of his savings. Pei Ju insisted on buying it. "The value of the item you gifted me far exceeds 10 times this amount. Moreover, I still have the means, so you need not worry." Qingfeng hurriedly paid the bill. His swift actions were astonishing. It was clear that the master and servant had discussed this beforehand, not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Xie Shanshan was accustomed to wearing rings on her ring finger, raising her right hand to admire it. "It looks beautiful." Pei Ju gazed at her slender fair fingers, making the small ring appear even more precious. Xie Shanshan smiled, saying, "Young Master Pei has good taste." Ling Xiao and the other maids chimed in agreement. Although the emperor rewarded his own daughter with 10 pairs of rings set with larger, more exquisite pearls or gems, they all felt that the ones gifted by young Master Pei were the most beautiful. Having received the ring, Xie Shanshan no longer wished to buy anything else. After all, nothing could compare to what she already possessed. Manager Lu felt regretful in his heart, yet did not show it on his face. He personally escorted them out of the elegant room and was just about to head downstairs when he suddenly saw a group of people coming up. Ling Xiao blurted out, "Miss Zhao, Xie Shanshan looked down and saw a group of maids surrounding Zhao Mingyue and He Chongning as they approached. In the original memories, He Chongning was the daughter of He Ming, an official in the Ministry of Rites, and was born in the same month as Zhao Mingyue, elegant and composed. Due to their family's lack of standing in the capital and her father's salary being insufficient to support the family, He Chongning often worked with her mother doing needlework to earn money, making her a poor official's daughter looked down upon by wealthy young ladies. The original owner hadn't interacted with her, let alone the once lofty Zhao Mingyue, but she was to be the future crown princess. The current crown princess died in childbirth, and He Chongning was selected by Emperor Tianyu in the selection 2 years later, thus becoming the crown princess. After the death of the empress, she wielded great power over the inner court, and once the crown prince ascended the throne, she would become the empress, bringing her family great fortune, with her father being awarded the title of first-class Duke of Grace. From this, Xie Shanshan confirmed that Zhao Mingyue was no longer the original version. Although she still bore the title of the Duke of the State's daughter, she now trailed behind He Chongning. Moreover, the usually extravagant Zhao Mingyue, who always overshadowed the original owner in attire, now appeared simple and unadorned, dressed in a coarse skirt and a blue gown paired with a jade hairpin. She was already not as beautiful as the original owner, and without her adornments she faded into the crowd. Hearing Ling Xiu's voice, Zhao Mingyue suddenly looked up. Upon seeing Xie Shanshan, who appeared even more radiant and dazzling than in her previous life, her expression changed, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. The nanny's husband Ma San, dispatched to assassinate Xie Shanshan, never returned, and Zhao Mingyue knew at once that he had failed. Useless. Zhao Mingyue cursed Ma San inwardly, her eyes fixed on Xie Shanshan, who had arrived in the capital early. Hadn't she only just entered the capital a few days ago? Without yet washing away the rustic air she had acquired outside, how could she carry herself with such lofty grace? Even more handsome than in feminine attire, she appeared strikingly refined in male clothing. Zhao Mingyue's eyes were deeply stung by the cape Xie Shanshan wore, clearly already donned for several days. Peacock feather brocade, the very fabric of an emperor's robe. In a past life, it had been worn by Xie Feng, and when someone impeached him, the Tianyu emperor dismissed the charge. Zhao Mingyue's eyes churned with dark clouds gathering into blood. Why did Xie Feng value Xie Shanshan so much in this life, when she was the same person? The secretly dispatched servant who had been watching the Ningguo Duke mansion returned and reported that Xie Yaoyao had been sent back to her husband's family right after her visit home, shattering the hopes her grandmother and parents had placed in her. Such a thing had never happened in the past life. Was it because she herself had been reborn from 17 years later? The changes were so vast they felt alien. He Chongning, unaware of the enmity between them, softly asked Mingyue, "Do you know each other?" Zhao Mingyue quickly replied, "No, I don't." At this moment she indeed did not know Xie Shanshan. She should only have heard of her name without having met her. Admitting acquaintance would reveal the secret of her rebirth. Absolutely not. Xie Shanshan, however, raised an eyebrow and turned to ask Ling Xiao, "Is the eldest Miss Zhao you speak of that Zhao Mingyue who usurped Zhao Jin's identity and grew up as the eldest daughter of the Ningguo Duke mansion?" Exactly. Zhao Mingyue was often invited by Lady Zhao to stay at the Ningguo Duke mansion. Who didn't know her? She put on more airs than the legitimate daughters of that household. Xie Shanshan smiled. She descended slowly, stopping 3 or 4 steps above Zhao Mingyue, and He Chongning looking down at Zhao Mingyue. "Since we've met, allow me to ask, have you, eldest Miss Zhao, sorted out all the gold, silver, and valuables you took from the Ningguo Duke mansion awaiting return? Tomorrow is a rest day, and it will be the perfect day for my father and me to come collect debts." Zhao Mingyue, forgetting her earlier denial of acquaintance, blurted, "Those were gifts from my aunt. You can't take them back." Lady Zhao believed she was her own daughter, so she always sent her a share of anything precious. For 14 years, the gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and calligraphy Zhao Mingyue received from her were worth at least 20,000 taels, if not 30. The betrothal gift was 20,000, making 40,000 in total. Zhao Jin's expenses at the Ningguo Duke mansion would only have been more, not less. The Ningguo Duke mansion's income couldn't cover its expenditures. How could they afford to pay? When Zhao Buyuan returned from the Ningguo Duke mansion that day and relayed Xie Feng and Xie Shanshan's demands, she nearly burst with rage. No way. She would not return them. She and her nominal mother, who was actually her aunt, had privately agreed. If they didn't return the goods, could Xie Feng confiscate their property? After all, his mother-in-law was still alive. In her past life, with Xie Yaoyao's help, Lady Zhao had firmly secured her position as the Ningguo Duke's wife, and she could do the same in this life. With her in place, Xie Feng would have to hesitate. Moreover, on the very day after her rebirth, she had already sought ways to befriend the future empress. Her first task was to kill Xie Shanshan, the second to become Xie Changning's close confidant. The latter was more important, so she had personally taken charge. Even if Xie Shanshan had miraculously escaped death at Ma San's hands after losing her status as the Ningguo Duke mansion's heiress and the Ningguo Duke's wife, she would no longer be mocked by childhood friends as a pheasant pretending to be a phoenix, as in her past life. She would make those who once looked down on her unable to reach her. Xie Shanshan, seeing her walking with He Changning, instantly guessed her plan. A faint smile curled on her lips. Debts must be repaid. It's the way of heaven. How can you say no? Zhao Mingyue, if you have time to go shopping, you'd better go home and pack your things. Don't make me personally search your room tomorrow. Zhao Mingyu's eyes burned with fury. How dare you? Whether I dare or not, you'll see tomorrow. With the amount of her future property at stake, Xie Shanshan would not entrust this to anyone else. Zhao Mingyu's chest heaved, so angry she couldn't speak for a moment. Eldest Miss Zhao, who doesn't really bear the Zhao surname, see you tomorrow. Xie Shanshan stepped down 2 more paces, using one shoulder to shove her against the inner wall, her face pressing against the plaster. Good dogs don't block the way. She went straight down the stairs. Pei Ju naturally followed. Seeing a jade-like elegant gentleman approaching, He Changing's eyes lit up, her cheeks flushed, and she hastily stepped back to clear the path, yet she secretly lifted her gaze. Pei Ju's eyes were only for Xie Shanshan, who looked exceptionally adorable even when threatening Zhao Mingyue. He didn't spare He Changning a single glance. He Changning couldn't help but lower her head. Xie Shanshan. Zhao Mingyue didn't recognize Pei Ju. She pressed her hand to her forehead, scraped by the wall, and tears of pain rolled down. Partly because it truly hurt, partly to let He Changning see Xie Shanshan's arrogance. He Changning was gentle and virtuous by nature. After becoming the empress, she favored dignified, decorous, and chaste women, and detested wild, unruly behavior. She had repeatedly reprimanded several wanton noblewomen and praised virtuous ladies. From this, however, Zhao Mingyue confirmed that Xie Shanshan had not been reborn, and she breathed a slight sigh of relief. If she had been reborn, how could she not know that He Changning was destined to become the most honored woman in the world? Judging by Xie Shanshan's behavior just now, she had no intention of approaching He Changning. He Changning turned to look at the retreating figures of Xie Shanshan, Pei Ju, and the others, and after a moment of silence asked Zhao Mingyue, who was that young lady just now? From what she said, is she from the Ningguo Duke mansion? Zhao Mingyue, covering her wound with a handkerchief, sobbed. Yes, she was shouting about ransacking our Ningguo Duke mansion. He Changing's father was merely a 6th-rank official, utterly insignificant in the capital. Although her virtue had won Zhao Mingyue's friendship, she understood the ways of the world. Upon learning that the other party was a daughter of the Ningguo Duke mansion, even witnessing her friend's humiliation, she dared not casually comment, lest she bring trouble upon herself. So she swiftly changed the subject, pretending not to have heard the words usurped identity from Xie Shanshan's mouth. Those 2 words meant that Zhao Mingyue was not the daughter of the Ningguo Duke mansion. No wonder she was unlike the haughty noblewomen willing to befriend her and even humble herself. It seemed her true origins were not much nobler than He Changing's own. Mingyue, didn't you ask me to help you choose a birthday gift for your grandmother? Let's go upstairs and look at the jewelry first, and send your maid to buy some wound-healing ointment for your injury. He Changning said softly. Zhao Mingyue felt a pang of disappointment. All right. He Changning was not yet the crown princess, let alone the empress. It was only reasonable for her to avoid trouble. Zhao Mingyue, having rationalized He Changing's inaction, went upstairs in a huff, and spent 100 silver taels to buy a 10,000 blessings and longevity kingfisher feather gold hairpin for Grand Lady Jiang. In the past, Lady Zhao had always prepared such things for her. Why would she need to spend money? But detestable Ma San was useless. Who knew if he had run off with the 1,000 silver taels she had given him? If so, he deserved 1,000 cuts. Why hadn't he killed Xie Shanshan? If she were dead, the secret would never come out, and she would still be the future lady of the Ningguo Duke mansion, not the 4th young mistress of the Ningguo Duke mansion, who would never earn a noble title her whole life. Xie Shanshan had long anticipated Xie Yaoyao's protective stance toward Madame Zhao, so she felt no surprise. She looked up at Xie Feng only to find him gazing quietly at Xie Yaoyao, his eyes deep, Xie Shanshan's husband from her past life. The moment Zhao Mingyue blinked, she saw Yuan Shaokong step into the bookshop next to the treasure pavilion. She intended to follow him, but with He Changning by her side, she had to abandon the thought for now. He Changning was most particular about the separation between men and women, as she could not let him see her interacting with a man. Yuan Shaokong was someone Zhao Mingyue wished to win over after her rebirth. She did not want Xie Shanshan to marry him again, for in their past life, they had been so deeply in love that Xie Shanshan had never suffered a single grievance. None of the sons-in-law chosen by Xie Feng had ever treated his daughter poorly. Although Yuan Shukang's family background was not as illustrious as that of Zheng Kai the Tanhua from the Ningguo Duke's mansion, his abilities were outstanding among men. Among the next year's Jinshi candidates, he was the youngest, only 21 years old. His features were handsome, his figure tall and slender. Dressed in a new round-collared robe of black silk with silver fox fur trim and a scholar's cap, he had no sooner stepped into the bookshop than a shop assistant rushed over, beaming, "How may I serve you?" Just as Yuan Shaokong was about to reply, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure standing before a bookshelf on the west side. The posture was upright, the bearing out. From the side the face appeared as if carved from jade and painted with powder. "Brother Pei," he exclaimed, darting forward with a face full of delighted surprise. Pei Ju turned book in hand and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Brother Shaokong." "Indeed." Meeting a fellow provincial examination candidate and the top GUN of that year, Yuan Xiaokong, was exceptionally excited. So it is you. Meeting you here in the capital. Are you here for next year's spring examination? Pei Ju nodded. When did you arrive? Yuan Xiaokong asked, then immediately added, I arrived half a month ago. Had I known you were also coming to the capital, I would have Pei Ju answered truthfully, I arrived 5 or 6 days ago. In just those few days, a celestial river gouged by the Queen Mother's golden hairpin had already flowed between him and Xie Shanshan. Only by winning the top place in the imperial examination could he build a bridge. Yuan Xiaokong asked with concern, is your health much improved? 3 years ago, Pei Ju had fallen ill and failed to achieve the consecutive 6 top honors. Many of his fellow examinees had lamented the loss. Perhaps he was simply too brilliant, thus attracting heaven's envy. Human envy could be dealt with, but heaven's envy was beyond remedy. His body was like a delicate beauty lamp, easily broken by the wind. As Yuan Xiaokong knew, the prefect of Jinling had once taken a liking to Pei Ju as a potential son-in-law, and specially invited a famous physician to examine him under the pretext of caring for scholars. The physician declared that Pei Ju suffered from a congenital deficiency and an incomplete heart meridian and would not live past 20, unless he encountered a celestial being. But where in the world could such a being be found? After Xie Shanshan's treatment, Pei Ju had indeed not suffered from heart or coughing ailments again, but his qi and blood had not been fully replenished. His figure remained thin, his face as pale as mutton fat jade, and he still appeared frail before others. My chronic ailment is hard to cure, but I am older now, slightly stronger than 3 years ago. I thought I'd come to the capital to seek a future to fulfill the expectations of my parents and elder brother. Had it not been for repaying his parents and brother, he would not have mustered the breath to journey north to the capital. And it was fortunate he did. Meeting Xie Shanshan on the road was truly a blessing from heaven. Yuan Xiaokong understood completely. 3 years ago my skill was not yet ripe. After passing the provincial exam I studied hard until now, and I also hope to take my chance next year. Pei Ju smiled faintly. Brother Shukang's scholarship is solid and your essays are like brocade. You will surely succeed. Mutual. Yuan Xiaokong was self-aware. Though he had placed second in the provincial exam that year, he was far behind. His family was in Jinling City, 10 times wealthier than Pei, just with hundreds of acres of fertile land. They had produced several shiotsai, and without the burden of a sick relative the entire clan had pinned their hopes of changing the family status on him. He dared not be careless. The current dynasty was teeming with talent, and fearing he might fall to the 3rd rank and become a Tong Jinshi, he had convinced his family not to head to the capital immediately after passing the provincial exam. Instead, he delayed for 3 years studying under renowned masters or traveling to broaden his horizons. After 3 years of hard study, his poetry and essays had improved to a higher level. Likewise, he had progressed, but the brilliant Pei Ju would not have remained Yuan Xiaokong wished to discuss essays with him, so he asked, Brother Pei, when did you arrive in the capital? Where are you staying? I bought a 2-courtyard house near the examination hall. I'd like to invite you to stay with me if that's agreeable. Pei Ju smiled and declined. We have already rented a house on Wenchonglang. I wouldn't want to disturb your peace, Brother Xiaokong. Yuan Xiaokong was deeply disappointed. Soon he rallied. Wenchong Lane is very close to my place. We can still meet often. Once the Jiangnan candidates for the exams gradually arrive in the capital, we'll be holding literary gatherings every few days. As the last GUN, you can't be absent without reason. Hearing his chattering, Xie Shanshan grew annoyed. She had noticed Yuan Xiaokong the moment he entered. At that time she was standing behind the bookshelf hidden by rows of books. Yuan Shukang's eyes were fixed only on Pei Ju in front of the shelf, unaware that someone was. After quietly listening to their conversation, Xie Shanshan came around with a book in hand. Pei Ju. Her voice was calm, unruffled by the sight of the man who had been her husband in her past life. We've been browsing the bookshop for quite a while. Look through the books you haven't read and make a list. They'll find them for you from my home tomorrow and send them over. Why spend money on books? Pei Ju had spent 100 taels on a ring for himself. His finances must be tight now. Every bit saved helps. She could simply take books from the Duke of Ningguo's library and lend them to him. How wonderful. Pei Ju had a photographic memory. He would surely memorize them all. Or he could copy them, as she wasn't imposing a time limit. Pei Ju immediately abandoned Yuan Xiaokong, stepping forward 2 paces. With his frail body, he blocked Yuan Shukang's curious gaze, lowered his eyes, and smiled softly. Only after leaving Jinling did I realize the vastness of the world. Only upon entering the bookshop did I understand the boundlessness of the sea of books. I see that at least half the books on the shelves are ones I have never read. Does your family possess them all? You agree to lend them to me. Agreed. Xie Feng had allowed her free access to the library. Did he care whether she lent books out? As long as they weren't damaged or lost. Xie Shanshan knew the value of books and dared not give them directly to Pei Ju. Once she recovered her debts, then she could make her own decisions about her belongings. Yuan Xiaokong, hearing a woman's voice, grew curious and peered around Pei Ju's back. Brother Pei, did you come with a He had thought Pei Ju was alone. Pei Ju preferred solitude, as everyone knew only a couple of friends from the prefectural school ever got close to him. Pei Ju was too late to block him, and Yuan Shaokong caught sight of Xie Shanshan. In the instant he saw Xie Shanshan's stunning face, Yuan Shukang's chest felt as if struck by a hammer. His whole body trembled, his eyes were filled with amazement, his mind went blank, and he could not utter a single word. For a moment he felt as if he were in a dream, seeing a celestial maiden. Pei Ju was greatly displeased. "Brother Shaokong." Yuan Shaokong came to his senses and hastily bowed, his sleeves sweeping the ground. My apologies, my apologies." Xie Shanshan's expression was haughty, her voice cold. "Since you know it's discourteous, why do you not step aside?" Yuan Shaokong felt a chill in his heart. Without rising, he lifted his gaze and saw her dressed in extraordinary attire, a figure of nobility, and quickly took a few steps back. "Brother Pei, I won't disturb you any longer. Let's meet again another day." Yuan Shaokong, proud of being a gentleman who upheld propriety, took his leave from Pei Ju and moved to the other side of the bookshelf to savor the fleeting glimpse he had just caught. Who is she? Such extraordinary beauty. For some unknown reason, Pei Ju suddenly harbored a strange thought that Yuan Shaokong must never meet Xie Shanshan. Had he known, he wouldn't have come to the bookstore. Yuan Shaokong was not the frail, ignored youth he used to be. He had yet to get engaged in his hometown because he wanted to climb into the ranks of nobility after achieving success in the imperial examination. If he knew that Xie Shanshan was the daughter of the Duke of Ningguo, he would surely have gone out of his way to curry favor. While there might be noble ladies in the capital whose families wielded more power than that of Xie Shanshan, none could match her beauty, and those who could come close in looks were certainly not as powerful as the Duke of Ningguo. The more Pei Ju thought about it, the more he felt the looming danger in the capital. "Miss Xie, I would like to invite you to dinner." "Sure." Xie Shanshan was feeling particular. Her abilities akin to internal energy were constantly in operation, nourishing her body while gradually increasing. The consumption was immense, yet she still felt famished despite having large meals every day. That's why they say the poor excel in literature, while the rich excel in martial prowess. Pei Ju immediately invited her to a renowned restaurant in the capital, where a table of exquisite dishes cost 3 taels of silver. Xie Shanshan immediately tasted the food and found it no worse than what she had at home. Pei Ju had a delicate constitution and ate very little, while Xie Shanshan polished off the entire table of food. Although they had witnessed her appetite before, Qian Mama and the maidens Ling Xiao and others were still left in shock. After rinsing her mouth, Xie Shanshan boldly declared, "I can calculate that I will strike it rich tomorrow. At that time I'll treat you to a grand feast at the restaurant. Would you accept, young Master Pei?" "Miss warm invitation, how could I refuse?" Pei Ju's eyes glimmered with tenderness. Xie Shanshan slapped the table, then it settled. Qian Mama sighed inwardly. Her own young lady was truly bewitched by young Master Pei's charm. Supporting a man to rise to greatness at the expense of oneself is not a wise choice. History has proven this. It is easy to share hardship, but difficult to share wealth and honor. The Duke never selects a son-in-law from the poor. Xie Shanshan had no idea that Qian Mama was filled with worry. She didn't want to meet her original husband's Yuan Shaokong again, so after a brief chat with Pei Ju, she suggested returning home. Pei Ju personally saw her off. As he watched her carriage enter the west corner gate, he returned to his own ornate carriage driven by Qingfeng, heading west without looking back at the imposing gates of the Duke of Ningguo. Staring into the distance serves no purpose. It is better to return home and study. Before entering the capital, Pei Ju had a calm demeanor, believing he could pass the examination easily. But now, he was determined to secure the title of the top scholar. Otherwise, how could he not disappoint Xie Shanshan's wholehearted support? A mere Jinshi would not catch the attention of the Duke of Ningguo, especially not the top scholar among the 6. With a cheerful mood, Xie Shanshan entered the main room of the west courtyard, changed out of her outer clothes, and comfortably reclined on the soft couch, eating the imperial gift of honey tangerines and fragrant oranges, while instructing a maid to give her a leg massage. Shamelessly enjoying the lifestyle of the ruling class. How fallen, how fallen. The head maid Rindong came over with a stack of gift lists. Miss Aunt Sen, Aunt Si, and Aunt Wu each sent servants to deliver gifts throughout the day. Also the second madam, third madam, and the 2 grandmothers from the second and third masters' homes all said they would visit you personally after the gate restrictions of the residence are lifted. They have all sent gifts. Xie Shanshan straightened up. The original owner did not receive such treatment in her past life. Indeed, status depends on Xie Feng's attitude. Rindong replied. The grandmothers from the second and third masters' homes each sent 2 bolts of brocade and 2 pouches each containing a pair of gold and silver ingots. The second and third madams sent 4 bolts of brocade and 4 pairs of gold and silver ingots. Our 3 aunts sent 4 bolts of brocade, 4 pairs of gold and silver ingots, 2 gold necklaces, and a complete set of headpieces, all brand new. Additionally, Aunt Sen sent a cloak, Aunt Si sent a shawl, and Aunt Wu sent a great coat, all of which had never been worn. Xie Shanshan exclaimed, "Is this because they fear I have no clothes to wear after returning? It seems like they made arrangements beforehand." Qian Mama smiled and said, Perhaps the madams and aunts outside the residence are unaware that the Duke has already made ample arrangements, and the Emperor has also granted many gifts to the young lady. No, they must know. That's why they follow suit. Otherwise, why would the original owner, who clearly needed clothes and adornments even more than herself upon her return to the Duke of Ningguo's residence, only receive gifts from 3 sisters? Moreover, she had been swindled by Madame Zhao. It took a long time for the original owner to learn of this from her 3 sisters. Madame Zhao deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Xie Shanshan sent someone to inquire whether the accounts with Zhao Jin and Zhao Mingwe had been settled. Learning that everything had been accounted for during the day, she asked Xie Feng during dinner that evening what time they would head to the Duke of Ningguo's residence to collect debts. Xie Feng smiled. Are you so eager? Of course, securing funds is crucial. Xie Shanshan was waiting for Xie Feng to settle the money before she could part ways with Madame Zhao. Xie Feng said, tomorrow morning we'll wait for Manager Zhang to come out from the palace, and then we'll head to the Duke of Jingwa together. The Emperor is worried that the Duke of Jingwa might default, so he sent Manager Zhang to supervise. Xie Shanshan was delighted. That's wonderful. I ran into Zhao Mingyue earlier. She doesn't want to pay back. Xie Feng scoffed. The items she received from the residence, including paper, ink, clothing, antiques, paintings, and gold and silver ingots, totaled a staggering 27,000 taels, plus 20,000 taels in betrothal gifts. Of course, she wouldn't want to pay it back. 47,000 taels. Xie Shanshan gasped. Can we really get it all back? The Duke of Ningguo is indeed wealthy. Xie Feng replied calmly. Zhao Mingyue cannot repay it all, but isn't there the Duke of Jingwa? Though they may lack funds in the public treasury, their private wealth is substantial, and someone will always be able to part with some. After all, the Duke of Jingwa is one of the 8 dukes, and with the Duke of Ningguo and the Marquis of Jinggan as in-laws, the Duke of Jingwa, while lacking in actual power, is viewed as a lofty figure by many officials and merchants outside the capital, and they are often given tributes. Xie Shanshan felt reassured. As long as they can pay it back, that's fine. She returned to her room to recuperate. The next morning, Zhang Yu rode in on a tall horse accompanied by a full retinue of guards and palace attendants. Xie Feng had prepared personnel and carriages. Seeing him dressed in a black fox fur cape with stone blue silk and a python-patterned lining, Xie Shanshan also donned a matching purple mink cloak over a bright red gold-patterned fox outfit, with her hair tied up with a golden crown and adorned with a red ruby headband. Like Xie Feng, she also rode a tall horse. With her spirited appearance, Zhang Yu couldn't help but recall the scene of Xie Feng riding alongside Emperor Tianyu and his. A grand procession headed towards the Duke of Jingwa's residence, attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. Duke Xiao Buiyuan initially did not take it seriously. His mother was still alive, and his sister remained the Lady of Ningguo, having given birth to several daughters who were married into good families. Xie Feng couldn't truly tear apart their relationship. Moreover, Jiner was sent back in a state of undress. His belongings were still at the Ningguo Duke's residence, so what need was there for compensation? Little did he know, just after finishing breakfast the doorman hurried in saying, Sir, the elder uncle has arrived. Could it be that they really came to collect a debt? Zhao Buiyuan frowned, and then heard the doorman say the grand steward of the inner court, Master Zhang Yu, has also come bearing a sacred edict. Zhao Buiyuan quickly had people set up the incense altar and knelt to receive the entrance. Xie Shanshan followed behind Xie Feng, who lagged half a step behind Zhang Yu, entering through the central door and walking down the middle passage. The path was broad and the courtyard was bright. It felt completely different from entering through the side door. Upon reaching the main hall, Zhang Yu stood facing south, staring at the kneeling Zhao Buiyuan, and declared in a loud voice the Emperor's verbal decree. Lady Zhao of Ningguo, together with ladies Jiang and Lin of the Duke's household, has muddled the lineage of the Xie family, intending to usurp the title of Duke of Ningguo. This crime is unforgivable. Upon the arrival of this edict, the Duke's household must immediately return the expenses incurred by the Duke of Ningguo. Indeed, they had come to support Xie Feng. Xie Shanshan gained a new understanding of Xie Feng's position in the heart of Emperor Tianyu. According to the original memory, he had been the Emperor's most favored minister until the Emperor's passing. Zhao Buiyuan's face changed color. Duke, express your gratitude, Zhang Yu reminded him. The sooner you repay the debt, the better, as the Emperor is still waiting for the result, and Zhao Buiyuan had no choice but to bow and express his thanks. Xie Feng instructed Li Fu to bring out the old account book and the newly reconciled account book, piling them on the table. The bride price totals 20,000 taels, with a documented list registered at the yamen as evidence. We do not need to include sheep, wine, tea, fruits, or firecrackers. Please return all other gold, silver, jewelry, brocade, leather, and decorative items. If you cannot return them, then settle with silver. Xie Feng was not the least bit polite. Zhao Buiyuan grimaced. All right. Although the engagement was arranged when Zhao Mingyue was 13, the formal betrothal was only made this spring. Due to the rules set by the founding emperor that a girl must be 18 to marry, the bride price remained unchanged. Of course, it was not in Zhao Mingyu's quarters. Xie Feng continued deducting all the belongings from Zhao Jin's room and not accounting for the gifts Zhao Jin sent each year and the damaged items. There remains a debt of 23,000 456 taels of silver, which can be rounded to 23,000 taels. Zhao Buiyuan nearly fainted. So much. How could he possibly come up with that amount? Xie Feng sneered who would want Zhao Jin's used items. If I had followed my original plan, I would have sent all his bedding, clothing, and utensils to your duke's residence for you to convert into silver. By then 3,000 taels would not suffice. Exactly. Xie Shanshan disliked receiving used items from others, feeling that she was losing out. Zhao Buiyuan's heart ached. Finally, regarding the account book of Zhao Mingyue, Xie Feng gestured for his daughter to speak. If we return the antique gold and silver and other items, the remaining value is 9,000 taels. If not, the total is 27,000 taels. Return it. Return it. After all, she was not his biological daughter. What did it matter if they lost some antique gold and silver? Zhao Buiyuan responded decisively. Xie Feng added, if you truly cannot repay the silver, you can also use the antiques in the duke's treasury to settle the debt. After all, I haven't prepared a dowry for Xiao Lu. The first duke, like his grandfather, had helped the founding emperor seize the throne and amassed quite a collection of treasures. He only had one son. Even the old duke, although Zhao Buiyuan had 3 brothers, he was the only one who survived until the old duke's death. The private treasury of the old duke was inherited solely by him, with very little distributed to his nephews. Zhao Buiyuan's heart filled with joy. Many items felt inappropriate to sell, but using them to settle with Xie Feng wouldn't be seen as losing face for the ancestors. However, he did not plan to touch the private treasury, but would take from the public funds. Xie Shanshan's eyes also brightened. Father, you go to the treasury to select items. I will go to Zhao Mingyue's room to retrieve things. Let's split up. Since Zhao Mingyue is unwilling to return, then she can't blame us for being impolite. If she were willing to return them, she would have prepared in advance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu instructed several young eunuchs, go help the 6th young lady move things, and no one is to interfere. Yes. Everyone complied. Zhao Buiyuan stated directly, I will not repay for Mingyue. If the gold and silver antiques found are insufficient, you can take other antiques from her room to make up for it. Over the years, the residents had prepared quite a few headpieces and clothing for her, and they had also received many gifts from outside. My aunt often sent people to deliver items to Zhao Mingyue, thinking it was because she was mourning her lost daughter and was showing affection to her niece. Little did she know Zhao Mingyue was her biological daughter. Given this, it was only right to use them to settle the debt. If that was still not enough, then they should ask her family to repay. Zhao Buiyuan learned this from Xie Feng. With Zhao Buiyuan's words, Xie Shanshan felt even more justified in searching Zhao Mingyue's room. She pointed to a little maid lead the way. Zhao Mingyue currently lived in the west courtyard of the duke's residence, residing under the protection of matriarch Jiang. Matriarch Jiang believed she was her own biological granddaughter, so she doted on her greatly. The 3 other young ladies beneath her did not compare thus. She occupied 3 rooms in the eastern wing. When Xie Shanshan entered, Zhao Mingyue was dressed splendidly, amusing matriarch Jiang with laughter alongside her sisters, including Madame Lin and the eldest daughter-in-law Sun and the second daughter-in-law Wang. Amidst the joyful laughter, no one paid any heed to the compensation Xie Feng had previously mentioned to Zhao Buiyuan. Madame Lin, confident in raising 5 sons and having contributed to the duke's household, was determined to shift all the blame onto Lady Zhao, thus remained very composed. With Lady Zhao being untroubled, she would certainly not have any issues. Xie Jin had been sent here for several days, and everyone had already learned that he was the legitimate 4th son of the household, while Zhao Mingyue was not born of the matriarch, but was the daughter of Madame Lin. She had originally wanted to mock a few words, but with Madame Lin protecting her, and Xie Jin still regularly entering the palace to accompany the princess, she refrained. I pay my respects to my grandmother. Xie Shanshan's voice awakened everyone in the hall, and then they saw a stunningly beautiful girl in male attire bowing, I have come to collect the debt. Matriarch Jiang flew into a rage. What audacity! Who permitted you to barge into my room to collect the debt? Xie Shanshan smiled lightly. It was given by... Matriarch Jiang was taken aback. Zhao Mingyue's face flushed with anger as she glared Xie Shanshan. How dare you falsely convey the emperor's decree? These events had not occurred in the previous life. Xie Shanshan, sneered Master Zhang, is still waiting in the main hall for a result. Do you want me to invite him in to testify? Matriarch Jiang's heart sank. Child, come here, and let me take a look at you. She beckoned to Xie Shanshan, her expression instantly softening. This is our first meeting, isn't it? Xie Shanshan did not approach. How can it be our first meeting? The duke's residence raised me for 6 months after I was born. Lady Jiang and Madame Lin wore grim expressions while the young ladies present dared not even draw a breath. Under ordinary circumstances, Sister Sinlaw Sun and Li would long since have escorted their younger sisters away. But today, curiosity about Xie Shanshan compelled them to remain motionless, whether standing or seated, eager to learn the truth behind this debt settlement. Xie Feng's demand for compensation was known only to Zhao Buiyuan, his mother-in-law, and Zhao Mingyue. Not even the other party involved, Xie Jin, was aware of it. Madame Lin sat rigidly upon her chair, her phoenix-shaped triangular eyes scanning Xie Shanshan from head to toe. When she beheld Xie Shanshan's striking resemblance to Xie Feng, her gaze turned icy and hostile. Had Lady Zhao Baoyu not seized the opportunity first, would she herself have been forced to marry the ineffectual Zhao Buyuan? Chun Rui's wife Zhao Ruiju deserved death 1,000 times over. For had she not spirited Xie Shanshan away under the guise of death, how could the flawless scheme she had woven ever have unraveled? Lady Zhang, nearing 70, possessed unshakable composure. After hearing Xie Shanshan speak, she nodded thoughtfully and sighed. I often held you in my arms when you were a child. You no longer remember, do you? If I did, I'd be deemed a demon, Xie Shanshan retorted coldly. Lady Zhang could only reply, this misfortune lies entirely with your elder aunt. That year when your elder aunt brought you back for the family visit, a maidservant, her personal attendant, stole you away. Resentful over your aunt's punishment, which caused her to miscarry, she sought to make your aunt suffer the agony of losing a daughter. Knowing full well she could never account for your disappearance upon returning, your aunt substituted her own niece in your place. This matter has been fully explained to me and your uncle, and we have already disciplined her accordingly. Please grant her this one reprieve. Though she seethed inwardly at Madame Lin's substitution of her niece for her own granddaughter, Lady Jiang knew that Madame Lin had rendered invaluable service to the Marquisate of Zhenghua, and that her natal family, the Marquisate of Jing'an, wielded greater influence and authority than the Marquisate itself. To safeguard her legitimate grandsons, Lady Jiang had no choice but to protect her. Xie Shanshan clicked her tongue twice. Of all the noble houses in the realm, the Marquisate of Zhenghua reigns supreme in fabricating falsehoods and evading blame. Even she, by her own admission, bowed in deference to such effortless deceit. Madame Lin remained silent, letting Lady Jiang handle the negotiations, her eyes lowered as she sipped tea. Xie Shanshan found the exchange tedious and never lost sight of her true purpose. I have no patience for your empty rhetoric. Hand over every ounce of gold, silver, and valuables Zhao Mingyue stole from my Ningguo Marquisate immediately. Refuse, and I shall personally escort imperial eunuchs into her chambers to conduct a thorough search. Should anything unsavory come to light, the disgrace will echo far beyond these walls. Lady Jiang understood then that there was no room for negotiation. She glanced at Zhao Mingyue and said firmly, Mingyue, you know precisely how much you took. Have it brought forth now. A trifle of wealth, nothing more. Born a granddaughter of the prince of and married to the sole heir of the first Marquis of Zhenghua and daughter of a genuine princess dowager, Lady Jiang carried royal blood and had lived a life of uninterrupted opulence, never wanting for money nor valuing it above all else. What could be settled with coin was trivial. If Xie Shanshan demanded it, let her have it. Madame Lin and Zhao Mingyue, however, lacked the breadth of vision to see this truth. Zhao Mingyue, unwilling to relinquish what she considered her private fortune, protested, grandmother, must the Marquisate of Zhenghua endure such humiliation at her hands? It was never yours to begin with. Lady Jiang knew full well those treasures belonged to Lady Zhao, the gifts bestowed upon her biological daughter. Having imperial eunuchs ransack your chamber would bring shame upon us all. The Marquisate of Zhenghua cannot afford such a loss of face. Old hag, Zhao Mingyue seethed inwardly. Whether in this life or the last, her grandmother's affection had waned markedly. As grandmother commands. Suppressing the mocking glances of her sisters-in-law and younger sisters, Zhao Mingyue hurried back to her quarters and ordered maids and matrons alike to retrieve every item gifted by Lady Zhao. Jewelry, garments, antiques, and curios. She feared Xie Shanshan would truly carry out the search. Nothing else mattered, except the notebook in which she had recorded events from her past life, which must never be discovered. Xie Shanshan settled into a chair and remarked dryly how admirably magnanimous Lady Jiang is. Returning what belongs to its rightful owner is but justice, Lady Jiang replied, feigning ignorance of the irony. A quick-witted maid had already served tea. Xie Shanshan regretted missing the chance to stage a formal confiscation. Truly, the Marquisate of Zhenghua knows how to yield gracefully to circumstance, though its fortitude rivals the city walls themselves. After roughly 2 hours, a procession of maids and matrons entered bearing chests and lacquered boxes. Everything is here, Zhao Mingyue declared. Having taken stock of her private assets after her rebirth, she had retrieved them with ease. Xie Shanshan summoned a literate numerate eunuch to verify the inventory against the ledger, 5 volumes in total. Zhao Mingyue's face darkened. My aunt gave me these items. I kept not a single one. You doubt me? Of course I doubt you. You've certainly withheld more than you've revealed. Xie Shanshan cast a scornful glance at the piled garments. Do you imagine worn second-hand clothes will suffice as restitution? Impossible. I demand only jewelry, antiques, gold, and silver. All other items shall be converted into silver coin. The tally confirmed it. Many items were indeed missing. The eunuch stepped forward holding the annotated ledger. My lady, excluding seasonal attire, footwear, pastries, fruits, writing implements, and silks, 7 complete sets of formal headdresses are absent. 3 additional sets are incomplete. 23 hairpins are missing. 13 pairs each of earrings and rings are gone, and 9 pairs of bracelets have vanished. 4 golden necklaces and one pearl-embroidered collar are unaccounted for. 2 strands of pearl bracelets are missing. Several pieces of jewelry are damaged. The Ru Kiln brush washer is gone. The Ding Kiln white glazed lotus-patterned long-necked vase is gone. Authentic works by Mi Fu Zhao Mengfu and Emperor Huizong of Song are gone. The white jade Rui scepter agate pillow-linked bead vase and Jadian stone miniature garden scenes listed in the register are gone. Lady Zhao's cumulative gift amounted to 2,760 taels of silver plus 112 pairs each of 1 tael gold and silver. A collective gasp rose from the assembly. No one had imagined Zhao Mingyue had extracted such staggering wealth from the Ningguo Marquise. Our aunt dotes on her. The saying proved no exaggeration. Even the combined savings of all the Marquise of Zhengguo's daughters drawn from communal funds fell short of the value of what had disappeared. The eunuch's accounting matched Xie Shanshan's expectations precisely. Xie Shanshan regarded Zhao Mingyue lazily. Will you surrender them willingly? Or must I dispatch men to seize them? Lost items must be replaced with equivalents in kind. Do not presume that returning whatever remains constitutes restitution. There is nothing left. Zhao Mingyue declared, eyes wide and voice steady. Xie Shanshan rose. 1 eunuch shall remain to finalize accounts. The rest shall accompany me to the elder Miss Zhao's chamber for a proper search. The spoils shall fund tea and wine for all. Zhao Mingyue spread her arms to block her path. Xie Shanshan, do not push me too far. She had secretly retained the rare antiques, priceless treasures no amount of money could readily procure. As for the jewelry, some had been gifted away, others lost, or like the spent gold and silver, they were simply ordinary losses. Not her fault. Xie Shanshan brushed her aside with a firm hand. If you refuse to return them, I shall take them myself. The eunuchs surged eagerly into the eastern wing chamber. The maids and matrons stationed there were powerless to resist. They could only watch helpless as the eunuchs carted away antique displays from the scholar's cabinet and jewel and bullion caskets. Every chest and cabinet Zhao Mingyue had locked away was forced open, revealing dazzling treasures within. Xie Shanshan. Zhao Mingyue hurried after her, and upon seeing the eunuch's conduct could not help but roar in fury. She had never imagined Xie Shanshan would dare to ransack the household. The young madams of the Jingguo Gongfu jostled one another at the doorway, craning their necks to peer inside. Fortunately, the eunuchs carrying out the search had already rolled the curtains up and hung them aside, otherwise they would have seen nothing. How satisfying. Zhao Mingyue, secure in her legitimate birth and wont to swagger and bully, was finally getting her comeuppance. The 3 girls of the secondary branch silently muttered prayers. Zhao Mingyue felt as if several slaps had struck her face. The pain was sharp. Xie Shanshan stood in the center of the east wing with her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. We are not bandits or robbers, she said, so be gentler in our actions. Take only what is rightfully ours. If anything is broken, the loss is hers. Zhao Mingyue's eyes were rimmed with red. She snatched back the embroidered casket the young eunuch had taken from the cabinet and hugged it tightly to her chest, fearing someone would discover the notes she had hidden inside. Return it to me, return it all. Tell them to leave. Looking at the chaos strewn across the room, Zhao Mingyue felt as if a knife were slicing her heart. Xie Shanshan smiled like a bully. To Zhao Mingyue, she was utterly detestable. I warned you thrice, you speak too late. It was not as if she had no chances. The opportunities were given as she refused to seize them. Refusing the courteous cup only to be forced to drink the penalty. How brazen and shameless she was. Xie Shanshan dragged over an impossibly heavy Wangwali armchair, sat down amid the commotion, and continued to direct the proceedings. First take the gold and silver, then the antiques and ornaments. If something is listed but not handed over, take it outright. For missing items, accept equivalent substitutes. For lost or damaged jewelry, take from Miss Zhao's dressing casket. Do not take even a single small ring beyond what is owed. Soon a eunuch reported, Miss, there are only 73 gold ingots here, 217 silver ingots, 3 gold bars, totaling 15 taels, silver size, and ingots amounting to 170 taels and 35 taels, and 3 qian in small change. Then use Miss Zhao's treasures to settle the debt, Xie Shanshan ordered bluntly. The eunuchs moved with practiced speed, and soon everything was handled neatly. Watching as the dressing caskets, jewelry compartments, and trunks were emptied, leaving only clothing, bedding, and teacups, Zhao Mingyue could not help but cry out in bitter sobs. All her possessions amounted to only 20 or 30,000 taels. A particularly discerning head eunuch reached out and plucked several gold hairpins and beaded ornaments from Zhao Mingyue's hair. One taken, another followed. A second young eunuch promptly stripped the 4 gold inset 8 treasure bangles from her wrists and did not spare the twin redan blue gem ring on her finger. The eunuch in charge of tallying entered everything into the ledger. All gold, silver, antiques, headpieces, and ornaments are to be taken as debt repayment. At market value, we are still short 360 taels, and the brocade silks and garments worth 9,000 taels have not yet been accounted for. Only some 30-odd uncut bolts of brocade and silk and 1 chest of pelts were found. At market price, they amounted to 540 taels, leaving an outstanding balance of 8,460 taels. In other words, Zhao Mingyu's annual headpieces and garments were mainly supplied by Madame Zhao. After deducting Madame Zhao's gifts, there was in fact little estate remaining. No wonder she was unwilling to repay. No, that is not quite right. The clothes and shoes left to her still represented a considerable value. Especially the heavy winter furs, a single sable or stoat coat could fetch 20 or 30 taels. And she possessed numerous cloaks and mantles superior to the pelts Xie Shanshan could buy in southern leather shops. Madame Zhao had indeed put great thought into her provisions. Xie Shanshan returned to the main chamber and said Zhao Mingyue still owes me 8,820 taels. Who will pay on her behalf? Zhao Mingyue, hair unbound and face pale, pointed at the gaping trunks on the floor filled with Madame Zhao's gifted garments. I gave them all to you, she said. You refused them yourself. Xie Shanshan sneered. I said, I would not take what you've worn. I want money to buy new things. Madame Lin feigned ignorance, and the younger madams could not decide. In the end, matriarch Jiang had to speak. You will fetch 10,000 taels, she told the daughter-in-law who had never shared her dowry with her son. Mingyue is the child you brought in. The debt she owes is in a sense your sister's household's debt. Your sister is not in the capital. You must shoulder it. Madame Lin refused. I will not. I do not have it. Her dowry had never measured up to her younger sister-in-law's. The rents from fields, shops, and houses yielded only a few hundred taels a year, while social obligations were many. The stipends issued through official channels were by no means enough. Only after her husband succeeded to his title, and she took over household management, did they accumulate some assets which had not even been divided with their son. How could she pay Zhao Mingyu's debt? Although she had herself brought Zhao Mingyue into the family to stand in for Xie Shanshan, she had her own parents and children to worry about. Her affection for Zhao Mingyue was limited. She allowed her younger sister-in-law to subsidize the girl and refused to contribute a single coin. She had once opposed Xie Shanshan as a daughter-in-law. When Zhao Mingyue became her son's wife, she disliked her anew. Her son served as a prince's companion in study and was destined to be the future Ningguo Duke with great prospects. Zhao Mingyue was utterly unworthy. Matriarch Jiang shot Madame Lin a fierce glance. Madame Lin was unmoved. Xie Shanshan crossed her arms and asked, have we reached an agreement? Matriarch Jiang instructed her head, Maid Chuanqing, bring out the string of northern pearls I have kept and give them to the young lady. Seeing the envy flicker across the others' faces, Xie Shanshan slightly raised an eyebrow. Chuanqing quickly produced a brocaded box and opened it before them, revealing a strand of white pearls, each perfectly round and lustrous, 108 in all, large and plump, emitting a faint halo. Matriarch Jiang told Xie Shanshan, even 10,000 taels in the market could not buy a set of pearls as fine as this. The original impression held that pearls and gems were far more precious than gold. Xie Shanshan called to a young eunuch, very well, settle Zhao Mingyu's outstanding account. We will take our leave. She intended to see what treasures Xie Feng had taken as security. Matriarch Jiang hastily detained her. Eat first before you return. If Xie Shanshan could be soothed and persuaded, her daughter's future would be secure and the kinship between the two households could be preserved. Xie Shanshan reflected matters had reached such a point, and yet they behaved as if nothing had occurred. Whether she collected debts or ransacked a house, it felt like striking one's fist into cotton. I cannot afford the meals at your Jingguo Gongfu. I am afraid I might be poisoned and die one day. Xie Shanshan said, her objective accomplished and no longer bothering to converse with them. The gold and silver jewelry, though numerous, occupied little space. The caskets filled a single chest, and the remainder were pelts, fabrics, and antique ornaments. The young eunuchs carried them to the front courtyard's main hall with Xie Shanshan. Xie Feng and Zhang Yu were sipping tea, while Zhao Buyuan hung his head, looking thoroughly dejected, as if he had suffered grave losses. Seeing a faint smile on Xie Feng's face, Xie Shanshan knew he had secured a good haul and felt pleased. Father, I have handled things on my side. Shall we go home? Xie Feng nodded. Very well. The items from Zhao Mingyu's room filled only one cart. The things Xie Feng selected from the storehouse filled 6, while the betrothal gifts valued at 20,000 taels required 10 large wagons. They hauled it all back in a grand procession to the Ningguo Gongfu, and Xie Shanshan had the goods sent directly to her chambers. She told Xie Feng, Zhao Jin's worn clothes and used items need not be given to me, only the gold, silver, and antique ornaments. Upon hearing these words, Xie Feng, who had just invited Zhang Yu to sit in the front hall, reached out to gesture at her. You took the betrothal gifts away, and now you want the things. At the beginning, it was never said that the betrothal gifts would be compensated to her. She is becoming increasingly greedy. Xie Shanshan blinked her eyes, looking pitiful as she said, Father, your sons and daughters are all living in luxury. The betrothal gifts and dowries have long been prepared right. Only the 6th daughter lives in poverty with nothing at all. Now that I have just returned, I can only find a little comfort for my soul with some yellow and white turbid substances, so naturally the more the better. Zhang Yu chuckled softly, clearly asking Xie Feng for money, yet there was not a trace of vulgarity about her. In a candidly adorable manner, Xie Feng helplessly replied, Zhao Jin is rather careless with his finances, having very little silver left. Many of the antiques and paintings given to him by your grandfather and grandmother have been given away. What remains will be for you to be added to your dowry later. Thank you, father. Xie Shanshan's voice was exceptionally sweet. She instructed her people to take out the gold and silver that had been taken from Zhao Mingyu's room to distribute to the guards and inner court attendants for drinks. She then personally presented the pearls which Madame Jiang claimed could not be bought for 10,000 taels of silver to Zhang Yu, saying, "Great Chief Steward, please accept this as a token of gratitude for your hard work." Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Absolutely not. There is no need to decline, as those who see it will receive their share." Xie Shanshan had larger strings of pearls in her space, but they were not the northern pearls. The northern pearls were highly sought after during the Qing dynasty, but had already disappeared by her time. Xie Feng spoke up, "It's rare for this girl to be generous. Oh, just accept it and inform His Majesty." "Thank you, miss." Zhang Yu instructed a young inner court attendant to accept it. After a moment, he took his leave and returned to the palace. When Emperor Tianyu saw him, he immediately inquired about how the matter was handled. Zhang Yu promptly presented the northern pearls and the gold and silver collected from the guards and attendants, detailing the process and outcome of the debt collection. She is indeed generous. Emperor Tianyu was currently playing with a dragon pearl in his hand, saying, "This pearl looks quite large, but there are not many strings of them in the palace in comparison to my dragon pearl. It is rather insignificant." Zhang Yu hurriedly replied, "How can a firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon?" Emperor Tianyu smiled, saying, "You should inquire about which families among the virtuous court officials have talented and handsome young men. Though it's not necessary to mention Yuan Shan this year, I will certainly select someone from among them to be a consort in the coming years. I'll start filtering them out now." Zhang Yu thought of Xie Shanshan's appearance and demeanor, saying, "Ordinary people cannot match Miss Xie." Emperor Tianyu responded, "Last time you returned to the palace, there were people discussing matters before me, and I didn't have time to ask in detail. But is it true that he resembles Yuan Shan closely? He looks exactly like him." When Emperor Tianyu was 10 years old, he had once said that if Xie Feng had been born a daughter, she would have undoubtedly been the most beautiful woman in the world. This had angered Xie Feng, who then pinned him to the ground and gave him a beating regardless of whether he was a prince or not. When His Majesty sees Miss Xie, he will understand what kind of beauty the Duke of Ning would have if he had been born a daughter. Emperor Tianyu laughed heartily at this, saying, "Hearing you say this, I am becoming more and more curious." Unfortunately, he could not leave the palace at will nor summon court officials' families at will, as that would violate ancestral customs. Meanwhile, Xie Shanshan, who was being discussed, was busy. She was busy registering the antique ornaments received today, storing them in the eastern ear room, and instructing someone to send Zhao Mingyu's old jewelry to the gold and silver room regardless of their value to be dismantled and melted down. She hadn't made new jewelry because she already had enough pieces and there were still ongoing projects. She also found the uncut brocade and silk fabrics bothersome and ordered all the brocade and silk fabrics from the betrothal gifts along with 120 rolls of brocade and 10 boxes of skins to be sent to the public warehouse for exchange. Mama Qian watched as the exchanged brocade and silk fabrics and skins were collected into the western ear room. Suddenly, she heard Xie Shanshan ask, "How long does it take to make a cloak?" Mama Qian quickly replied, "If using prepared leather directly, it would only require stitching and could take about 10 days to half a month." Xie Shanshan asked again, "How many silver fox skins are needed?" Mama Qian answered, 15 to 20 skins, depending on the size of the person. The amount of material needed will vary. Xie Shanshan immediately said, "Select 20 silver fox skins along with a roll of blue silk to be sent to the sewing room, and have them rush to make a cloak according to the size of young Master Pei. He is tall and may need several more skins." Mama Qian sighed internally, saying, "Should we also use silver marten skins to make a robe?" "Do it." Xie Shanshan was quite extravagant. Just as the materials were delivered to the sewing room, news soon reached Xie Feng. Xie Feng summoned Mama Qian, asking, "Have you all seen that young Master Pei Ju? What does he look like? What is his background? Does he have family?" Mama Qian recounted everything in detail. Hearing that he was frail and sickly, Xie Feng frowned slightly. With a light huff, he said, "My daughter is just being vain. There's no need to interfere too much. My son won't lose out. Once he goes out to socialize and gain more experience, he will realize that Pei Ju is truly not worth mentioning. His primary condition for selecting a son-in-law is good health and vigor. Even if Pei Ju has extraordinary talent, it won't do." Mama Qian quietly acknowledged, "Outsiders do not yet know of the young lad's existence. In our household, besides the mistress, no one can take the young lady out to socialize. Moreover, Madame Zhao does not favor this daughter and would never worry about her." Xie Feng replied, "I have my own plans." Mama Qian did not speak further. After leaving, she walked to the window and heard Xie Feng call for Jifeng, "Bring me ink, paper, and a brush." Jifeng quickly laid out the paper and ground the ink. She could not read, so she did not recognize the large characters, divorce papers, that Xie Feng wrote. Xie Feng first wrote the divorce papers and then drafted a separation agreement. Considering their several daughters, he had initially intended to part ways with Madame Zhao, but her recent behavior made him feel it would be better to simply give her a divorce. However, after 25 years of marriage, he still wished to give Madame Zhao a chance for an amicable separation. After finishing, he let it dry, stamped it, and pressed his fingerprint on it. Xie Feng folded it neatly and tucked it into his robe, putting on his Xuanhu coat and heading directly to the main courtyard. Upon entering the door, he saw concubine Lu, who was enjoying the sun while sewing at the entrance of the eastern chamber, reveal a look of surprise. Duke. She hurriedly put down her needle and thread, stood up, and came down the steps, rushing to Xie Feng's side. Looking up, her eyes were filled with tenderness. Xie Feng did not stop his steps, ascending the main house's steps, while concubine Lu quickly extended her hand adorned with gold bangles to lift the curtain. She wanted to go in and see Zhao's embarrassment, but heard Xie Feng reprimand, "Go back to your room." After entering the room, Xie Feng chased out the only loyal maid to Madame Zhao, Pei Ju, saying, "Watch outside, and do not allow any idle persons to approach." Pei Ju looked worriedly at Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao said, "Go on." After Pei Ju left, she gracefully rose from the Kong, saying, "I heard that Duke brought that troublemaker to my mother's house to collect debts, returning with a full load. What do you want from me now, eh?" Upon reading the words on the document, Madame Zhao's expression dramatically changed. For the past few days all had been calm, and she had thought Xie Feng would not pursue the matter. Unexpectedly, he had endured until he had secured compensation from the Duke of Ningguo's mansion before taking action. Perhaps when her mother and brother made the compensation, they thought there was still a chance for reconciliation between the two houses, so they paid readily. What a scheming man he was. "Xie Feng, how ruthless you are." Madame Zhao could not accept this, absolutely not. Xie Feng said indifferently, "When it comes to ruthlessness, no one can match you. I have said that I was unconscious after childbirth and did not know my daughter had been swapped." Madame Zhao refused to admit it. The more she repeated it, the more she believed it herself. Xie Feng sneered, "No matter how you argue, facts remain facts. That my biological daughter was swapped is a fact. That Zhao Jin posed as my legitimate son is a fact. That you nearly caused the theft of my title of Duke of Ningguo is a fact. I am divorcing you, and it is only right and proper." Madame Zhao reached out to grab the divorce letter and tear it up, but she was no match for the speed at which Xie Feng withdrew it. Xie Feng held it high with one hand, looking down at Madame Zhao with sharp and icy eyes. "I'm only showing it to you for a look. Tomorrow I will send it to the authorities to be processed. From now on you are no longer a member of the Xie family." Madame Zhao cried out sharply, "I have served your parents for 100 years, and I am exempt from being divorced according to the 3 grounds. You cannot divorce me." Xie Feng's voice was no less loud. "Your substitution of a child is enough." He breathed heavily, his eyes reddening. Not bearing a son is not a great fault, but confusing the bloodline is a grave sin, forever unforgivable. Was I supposed to watch helplessly as another woman's son inherits the title and property of the Duke of Ningguo? Why should I? I am the legitimate mistress of the Duke of Ningguo's mansion. I brought a dowry of 100,000 taels of silver when I married in. I managed the household, I took care of your parents, and I raised the children. Shouldn't it be my bloodline that inherits? Madame Zhao's face was full of resentment, and her eyes, as she looked at Xie Feng, were filled with hatred. She continued, "Is it my fault that I gave birth to daughters and not sons? I bore 6 children in 10 years. Didn't I want to? You were too impatient. When I was pregnant for 10 months, you couldn't wait to take a concubine, so certain that I would not give birth to a son. If she hadn't been at her wits' end, how could she have conceived the idea of swapping the child? But even after she had a son, she still couldn't stop Xie Feng from taking a concubine. How laughable. If only she had known, she would never have swapped the child." In the end, everything came to nothing. After listening, Xie Feng was silent for a moment, then said hoarsely, "You can call me faithless and fickle, you can call me fond of the new and tired of the old, you can curse me all you want, but you should not have replaced my daughter with your nephew. She was our own flesh and blood." Madame Zhao said coldly, "In all the years I married you, I only made this one mistake. But that one mistake cancels out all your merits." Xie Feng could not forgive. "I do not wish to be scolded by the ancestors when I go to the underworld after my death. Let us part amicably." Madame Zhao sneered. "Parting amicably means giving me a letter of divorce. We can have a deed of separation." Xie Feng thought of the separation deed he had in his pocket. He had intended to use a deed of separation in the first place. After a deed of separation, the status of the legitimate daughter remained unchanged. If it were a divorce, the daughter would be fine, and after marriage, the wife's son from the husband's first marriage would inherit the title after the stepmother's son, and only if the stepmother had no son could the first wife's son inherit ranking before the concubine's sons. "Xie Feng, can't you forgive me just this once? For the sake of our daughters' faces." Madame Zhao still refused to give up. "Whether it's divorce or separation, once I leave the Duke of Ningguo's mansion, it will make our daughters unable to hold their heads up in their husbands' families." Xie Feng was not moved. "As long as I am here, they can hold their heads high and live without being bullied." Madame Zhao stared at him intently. "Is there truly no room for compromise?" "No." Xie Feng was very firm. Madame Zhao slowly walked to the edge of the Kong. A glint of sharp light flashed in her eyes as she turned away from Xie Feng. After sitting down, she said, "If you agree to my 3 conditions, I will agree to a deed of separation." 3 conditions again. Xie Feng thought of his first meeting with Xie Shanshan. He did not agree outright. Let me first hear what the 3 conditions are. Considering our 25 years as husband and wife within the scope of my ability, I can agree to them. Madame Zhao said, "Preserve my noble title." Impossible. Xie Feng didn't even think about it. A noble title is granted by the court either through one's son or one's husband. If you and I separate, we are no longer husband and wife, and you will automatically lose the title of Lady of Ningguo. The emperor favors you greatly. If you go to the palace and beg him, he will surely agree. Madame Zhao did not want to lose the benefits of her noble title. Besides, this dynasty had exceptions. Xie Feng still shook his head. The emperor trusts me, so I should not bother him with family matters to violate the laws of the great Xia. Choose another condition that I can. Madame Zhao's face was full of sarcasm. If you can't even fulfill my first condition, why talk about the second? Perhaps I can fulfill the second, Xie Feng said. Fine. Madame Zhao looked up at Xie Feng, who was still standing. I want you to marry a virtuous woman after the separation. Xie Feng exclaimed, "What?" Madame Zhao said, "There is a daughter of the Zhongjing Marquis Lu family named Lu Jiwei who is 29 years old. She is well-educated and reasonable, and her virtue is renowned far and wide. Because she was in mourning for successive years, she missed her prime marriage opportunity. At 20 she was divorced, and has remained unmarried ever since without a good match. She will finish her mourning period at the end of the year. I want you to marry her as your wife. I wish you an early birth of a legitimate son to inherit the title." Concubine Lu wanted to be promoted. No way. She could not bear to have her daughters bow and scrape to a former concubine and call her mother. Xie Yu thought that without Xie Jin, he could inherit the Duke of Ningguo's mansion. She would not let him have his way. Xie Feng sat silently on the Kong. Madame Zhao curled her lips. "What do you think? You are in the prime of your life, and Miss Lu is healthy. Perhaps she will be luckier than me and bear a son at once." When the next Duke of Ningguo is asked about his maternal clan, he can answer proudly that it is the Zhongjing Marquis mansion rather than saying his mother and uncle are mere peddlers and laborers. Xie Feng's heart stirred. It may not turn out as you wish. The Zhongjing Marquis mansion will definitely agree, and Miss Lu will definitely agree. Madame Zhao knew very well about the Zhongjing Marquis affairs. "Do you agree?" "I agree." Xie Feng had no reason not to agree. The Duke of Ningguo's mansion must have a legitimate mistress. Xie Feng had never had any intention of promoting concubine Lu to wife. Madame Zhao's conditions suited him perfectly. Madame Zhao smiled. There was a hint of bitterness in her smile. "You have agreed to one. There are 2 left. The second condition is that I want 50,000 taels of silver as living expenses." Madame Zhao drove a hard bargain. "My dowry is almost gone, and I fear it will be hard to make a living in the future. This is not too much to ask, is it?" Xie Feng agreed. The main reason was that she had given most of her dowry to her 4 daughters, not to outsiders. She had previously given some to Zhao Mingyue, but today she had gotten it back. When it came to the last condition, Madame Zhao was silent for a long time. Only after a long while did she open her mouth. Her voice was hoarse. "Among my daughters, Yao Yao is the most considerate. With 2 formidable mothers-in-law above her and a bunch of younger brothers and sisters below her, life may not be as smooth as one would hope. I hope you often bring her home to relax, lest she causes trouble in the Nguogong residence." All right. Xie Feng naturally cared for his own daughter. However, seeing that Madame Zhao only had her eldest daughter on her mind and said nothing about the others, he couldn't help but have some thoughts. Upon hearing Xie Feng's agreement, Madame Zhao felt no more worries. "Show me the divorce papers. I know you must have prepared them before coming here." Madame Zhao realized that after her daughter was sent back to her husband's family, but couldn't come out again, their plans had fallen through. Seeing Xie Feng's coldness, she no longer pressed the issue. Xie Feng took out the document, and the words "release letter" caught her eye. Madame Zhao read it once and said, "I didn't expect you, Duke Ning, to still have some sense of loyalty, only stating that my postpartum mistake led to the exchange of my daughter's title, nearly resulting in theft. It didn't mention that she was the one in charge. It also didn't assign her any other blame." Xie Feng said lightly, "Do you know what Shanshan said when I first met her?" "Not really. What did she say?" Madame Zhao asked disinterestedly. "She said that if I hadn't been so determined to take a concubine to have a son, you at 28 wouldn't have taken such risks. Her being exchanged has 70% to do with you and 30% with me." Xie Feng thought carefully, and indeed it was like that. She even mocked me for valuing sons over daughters. Madame Zhao was stunned. Xie Feng gazed at her. "You see, she looks like me, yet there are traces of you in her essence." Madame Zhao sighed. What's lost is lost. Remembering Shanshan's face that resembled her mother-in-law, she could not muster a shred of affection. The more she looked, the more she detested. What Madame Zhao disliked most about her mother-in-law was her jealousy. Not allowing the old duke to take concubines, and not even having a maid, yet she always meddled in her sons' and daughter-in-law's matters. Today she rewards a maid, and tomorrow she demands a concubine, constantly claiming it to be a family tradition. Pure nonsense. Why didn't she uphold family traditions herself? Madame Zhao endured until she was 40 to send her away. That night, she nearly laughed herself awake, showing how much suffering she had endured for over 20 years. Xie Feng listened to her lament and was instantly speechless. Madame Zhao thought for a moment. Just for what she said, send someone to Guangdong to transfer my several estates there to her name, with the contract stating they will forever be part of her dowry and cannot be sold. Yao had asked me for them before her marriage, and I had planned to use them as dowry for Mingyue to take back to the Duke Ning residence, so I didn't give them to her. Now that Mingyue isn't my biological child, they are no longer needed. Unmarried girls need their fathers and brothers to sign for buying property, but they don't need to show up themselves. Naturally, Xie Feng had no reason to refuse. Madame Zhao stood up to fetch the several land contracts and handed them to him, then personally wrote the transfer agreement. Xie Feng also signed and stamped it. Madame Zhao said, "These were given to me by my father in his lifetime, totaling 4 estates, all fertile land, with rich hunting and fishing. Rent is collected at the end of autumn to early winter. If they are not required to submit coal, rice, pigs, sheep, chickens, and fish, the annual rent varies between 3,000 to 3,500 taels. After all, they rely on the heavens for sustenance, and we cannot let our tenants go hungry." Xie Feng nodded. Before Shanshan gets married, she will stay at the Duke Ning residence, and her expenses will be covered by the household, so she won't need coal or rice or the like. We will first collect the rent, and after her marriage she can decide for herself. Madame Zhao replied with an MMHM. Xie Feng stood up, first tearing the divorce letter to shreds, then pulling out the separation agreement that Madame Zhao held in her hand. "Since you have no objections, I will write a new one at home, and tomorrow invite Lady Jiang and Duke Shun to come and witness this with the elders of my family." Madame Zhao said, "You have court tomorrow, and it wouldn't be good to take a leave. Besides, my remaining dowry and personal belongings haven't been packed yet. It would be better to set it for your next rest day." "No, it has to be tomorrow." Xie Feng disagreed, fearing that a long night brings many dreams. "You wouldn't be dragging this out, would you?" Madame Zhao, angered and embarrassed, said, "Do you think I would change my mind?" "That's hard to say." Xie Feng understood her too well. Madame Zhao said resentfully, "Tomorrow it is, but I have an additional condition." Xie Feng frowned. "What condition?" Madame Zhao said, "I want to take all the personal possessions I have accumulated over the years. You must not obstruct me." Xie Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. He had substantial private assets, and the household was also very wealthy, so he truly did not mind Madame Zhao's little possessions. Madame Zhao immediately called in Pei Ju, "Go find my several accompanying wives and older maids from their families to help me pack. We will return to our clan tomorrow." Pei Ju was taken aback. "Why so extreme?" Madame Zhao sneered, "Our duke has made up his mind. There's no turning back. Why should we stay here to be an eyesore? I do not need those maids who always flatter the secondary wife. Choose a few maids or matrons who have obeyed you these days to help. If they are willing, I will take them with me. If not, I will reward each of them 10 taels of silver before leaving." Seeing Xie Feng silent, Pei Ju responded softly. After Xie Feng left, the main room suddenly became busy with people coming and going, opening the storerooms, counting, packing, and boxing. Concubine Lu was laughing loudly under her quilt in her own room. Xie Daitai hurried to her mother to offer congratulations. "My brother is the heir of Duke Ning." Concubine Lu emerged from under the quilt, her hairpin and ornaments in disarray. "Isn't it? Returning to the clan," was her own words. Earlier the Duke argued with her in the room, and I vaguely heard a few words. The Duke even gave her a divorce letter. "I finally relieved my depression," Xie Daitai said happily. "Now that she is gone, the Duke Ning residence will be ours. It's impossible for no one to manage the household. To elevate my brother's status, my father will definitely hand over the household matters to my mother. By then, mother, remember to open the storeroom for me to get good leather and brocade to make me a few more capes and cloaks, and make me several sets of jewelry with pearls and gems." Concubine Lu repeatedly replied, "Rest assured, in the future the entire Duke Ning residence will belong to your brother. You can have whatever you want." Xie Daitai would leave a few of the big maids who often flatter mother and reward me with a few. Thinking of Shanshan's maids and servants being at least double her, and Xie Shanshan, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Concubine Lu adjusted the hairpin on her head. "Do not worry, I will naturally maintain the dignity of the matriarch." She usually had only 2 second-tier maids serving her, never envying Zhao's entourage. Finally, it was her turn to replace her as the head matriarch. From now on, she would be the Madam of Duke Ning. As for Zhao, after being divorced, she could only return to the Dukshan residence and barely survive. Without discussing the secret plans of the 2 mothers and daughters for the future, let's say that the commotion in Zhao's residence became loud, and the news of her divorce quickly spread throughout the Duke Ning residence, causing an uproar. Without discussing the secret plans of the 2 mothers and daughters for the future, let's say that the commotion in Zhao's residence became loud, and the news of her divorce quickly. Xie Feng smiled and said, "Your mother treats you poorly, yet you still care whether she is divorced." Xie Shanshan rolled her eyes. "Does the Duke think I haven't read the great? Being divorced and separated are 2 different things, which concerns our sister's status. Of course, I must clarify. Your mother has given you 4 estates." Xie Feng said. Xie Shanshan let out a sound of surprise. "Is she really that generous?" not giving it to the original owner, but to herself. Xie Feng took out 4 land deeds and a transfer contract, handing them to her. After you read through them, return them to me. Tomorrow we will sign the divorce agreement and request Lady Jiang and Duke Zhenghua to sign as witnesses. Then send Xie Xiang to the east to exchange these for official contracts, and also instruct the village head on some matters. Starting next year, you will be able to collect over 3,000 taels in rent each year. Xie Shanshan carefully finished reading the contract, unable to believe it. Really for me, not for my elder sister. Xie Feng sighed and said, after all, she is your biological mother. Xie Shanshan pouted. All right, in light of the village, I begrudgingly acknowledge it. But it was impossible for her to forgive the original owner. The hardships suffered by the original owner in that lifetime were largely brought about by Madame Zhao. Since she had not harmed her in this life, she would not hold animosity against her. Xie Feng collected the land deeds and contracts. You should stay indoors for now. I will hire a tutor for you to learn some etiquette and rules at home. Once I choose a good date, I'll hold the comingafage ceremony for you. But my birthday has already passed. The original owner was born in summer. This only highlighted Madame Lin's cruel nature. The original owner was 6 months old during the coldest winter, and had she fallen into the water, she would have surely died. Madame Zhao also took her south for this reason. The north was too cold to go. Xie Feng said, a birthday is a birthday, and a comingafage ceremony is a comingafage ceremony. It can be held on your 15th birthday, or at another auspicious time. At that time I will invite friends and family to witness the ceremony. You just need to wait and receive gifts. Xie Shanshan grinned. Thank you, father. Receiving gifts. She loved that. In the original owner's lifetime, the comingafage ceremony was organized by Madame Zhao under Xie Feng's orders, and it was poorly done. In the afternoon, Xie Feng went to the palace to personally request leave from Emperor Tianyu. Emperor Tianyu, having understood the reason, became spirited. Does the Zhao family agree to your divorce? How could someone who dared to switch children have such a good... Emperor Tianyu was somewhat skeptical. Xie Feng nodded. I agreed to her 3 conditions. The emperor immediately asked what those 3 conditions were. Xie Feng told him everything in detail. After leaving the palace, I must also send someone to inquire about the situation of the miss from the Zhongjing Marquis residence. He needed to let Emperor Tianyu know lest the emperor harbor any grievances against him for investigating the Zhongjing Marquis residence. Emperor Tianyu smiled and said, no need to investigate, I already know. Xie Feng was taken aback. Emperor Tianyu lightly coughed, and Zhang Yu quickly instructed the palace maids and eunuchs to withdraw, remaining to serve before the emperor. Emperor Tianyu took a sip of tea and said, Lu Jiwei is the younger sister of the current Zhongjing Marquis Lu Zhixing. Her mother was the younger sister of the empress, and she has been deceased for 10 years now. Lu Jiwei was engaged at the age of 15, her fiancé being Li Wei, the legitimate eldest son of the current minister of works Li Qua. When Lu Jiwei turned 18, her grandfather passed away. She observed mourning for a year, delaying her wedding date. At 19, she completed her mourning and was preparing for the wedding, hoping to marry as soon as her parents finished their mourning, but unexpectedly that winter my aunt suddenly passed away. As a child, one must observe mourning for 3 years. At that time, Li Wei was 23. The Li family had few descendants and could not afford to wait, so they discreetly withdrew from the engagement through intermediaries. Xie Feng frowned. That withdrawal from the engagement doesn't count as a good match. I think so too, but it is also reasonable. Emperor Tianyu felt pity for this cousin. I originally planned to wait until she finished her mother's mourning to grant her another marriage arrangement. Who would have known that after her mourning ended I hadn't yet chosen a suitable person, and the previous Zhongjing Marquis' new wife died suddenly after more than a year, leaving her and her brother to continue mourning for 3 years. By the time she finished mourning for her stepmother, she was already 26, and her biological father had died again, leading to another 3 years of mourning, which ended only at the end of the year. Xie Feng didn't know what to say. No wonder the Zhongjing Marquis had been absent for so many years. It turned out he had been in mourning the entire time. There were times he was not in the capital, and many matters were handled by his parents, including social interactions with the aristocratic families, and he only took on the title of Duke Ningguo a little over 3 years ago. Emperor Tianyu sighed. My cousin is talented and beautiful with excellent character. If she hadn't been delayed until now, how could it be your turn to seek her in marriage? The Zhao family would indeed choose someone for you. Compared to a crooked, old widower, I find you quite good. Although you are over 10 years older than Lu Jiwei, once you shave your beard you won't look old, and she would enter as the lady of the Ningguo Duke. If she can bear you a son, you would also have an heir. Xie Feng felt a bit embarrassed. I haven't even sought her hand in marriage yet, as she may not even be willing. I will grant you a marriage. Emperor Tianyu confidently declared, feeling more and more that the two were a perfect match. I will first have Zhang Yu inform Lu Zhixing to avoid him hastily choosing a son-in-law for himself. Since Lu Jiwei is not out of the house, her younger relatives cannot discuss marriage, and the whole family is nearly anxious to death. Upon hearing Zhang Ye's conveyed message, the Zhongjing Marquis was overwhelmed with joy. Just as Emperor Tianyu said, there was no better choice than Duke Ningguo in the world. The Zhongjing Marquis had recently been sending people to gather information intending to choose an outstanding son-in-law from the widowers in court, as no man over 30 could possibly have never been married. He also wanted his sister to be the primary wife, however his sister would be turning 30 next year. If relying on power, he could find her a younger man, but there were almost no men in their late 20s who had not been married. Not everyone is as unfortunate as him, having observed mourning for 11 years without the right to pursue love, only able to waste time at home. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. The Zhongjing Marquis was overwhelmed with gratitude. In private, there are indeed people who wish to propose to my sister. However, due to the mourning period, my wife and I did not agree, and it would be even easier to refuse in the future. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "That's wonderful." The Zhongjing Marquis, still not at ease, asked, "Has the Duke Ningguo truly divorced the Lady Ningguo?" In fact, he wanted to ask why they divorced. This couple was known for their affection in court. Zhang Yu recalled how just before he left the palace, Xie Feng had told him not to hide the truth from the Zhongjing Marquis. So he explained the matter of Xie Shanshan being switched at birth, saying the Duke Ningguo could not tolerate having his title usurped, which is why he divorced the Lady Ningguo. The Zhongjing Marquis nearly burst into laughter. He has power and influence, abundant wealth, and remarkable looks, yet no legitimate son. He was simply the ideal son-in-law he had always dreamed of. Xie Feng's wife and concubines had given birth to over a dozen children. He was strong and healthy, and could surely continue bearing more, while his sister, being very healthy, had been idle at home for these past years, resuming her martial arts training, and could definitely bear him another 2 or 3 children. The Zhongjing Marquis could almost foresee that once the news of Xie Feng's divorce spread, countless suitors would come knocking at the door. What woman in the world wouldn't want to be the exceptional duchess? Without a doubt, even teenage girls would be willing to marry him, bearing a son who could inherit the title. Zhang Yu observed the Zhongjing Marquis' reaction and planned to report it back to Emperor Tianyu. Emperor Tianyu smiled at Xie Feng. "I told you Lu Zhixing has no reason to refuse. We are just waiting for Lu Jiwei to finish mourning, then I will issue an edict to grant you a marriage. Prepare the betrothal gifts in advance, don't wait until the last moment and become flustered." Xie Feng was extremely grateful. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Before this, he must first get a divorce." The next morning, Jiang Taijun and the Duke of Jingguo were invited to the residence of the Duke of Ningguo. The mother and son believed that after Xie Feng received the compensation, he would reconcile with their family, and came with joy. However, upon arriving at the hall, they discovered it was actually to witness the divorce between Xie Feng and Madame Zhao. Jiang Taijun was furious and exclaimed, "Xie Feng, how dare you?" Xie Feng replied indifferently, "I have already obtained the emperor's approval and discussed it with the Zhao family. I specifically invited you, Jiang Taijun, the Duke of Jingguo, and the clan leader as witnesses, so that we may part ways amicably and each can find happiness with no ties between husband and wife." Jiang Taijun raised her cane and struck Madame Zhao. "Who allowed you to agree to the divorce with him?" She did not want to lose the connection to the Duke of Ningguo's family. Madame Zhao dodged, saying, "If I do not agree, he will divorce me." Jiang Taijun could not help but stop her hand. Madame Zhao comforted her in return. "Now that things have come to this, there is no room for debate. Fortunately, the divorce will not affect the dignity of Yao Yao and her sisters. I can take my personal belongings and remaining dowry, and I will receive 50,000 taels of silver for my future livelihood." Zhao Boiwan's eyes brightened. Jiang Taijun struck him hard with her cane. "Your sister is getting divorced, and you don't speak up for her, but are thinking of her money. How could she have such a son? Among her 4 sons, he was the most foolish. Thinking of her exceptionally clever, yet prematurely deceased youngest son, and the 2 middle sons who had not yet grown up." Jiang Taijun's heart sank. At this moment, the clan leader realized the significant event occurring in the Duke of Ningguo's residence. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Divorce. It should be a divorce. He was Xie Feng's cousin, the elder brother of the first Duke of Jingguo's direct line, and he was already over 70 years old. Unfortunately, he had failed to succeed in his studies and had incapable descendants. Under Xie Feng's promotion, only one grandson had passed the provincial examination but failed the imperial examination, serving as a 6th-rank officer in the Ministry of Works. If it weren't for his reliance on the Duke of Ningguo's family, he would have long been bullied by the powerful. Therefore, the clan leader took the Duke of Ningguo's lineage very seriously. Remembering how close the Duke's title had come to being usurped by the descendants of the Duke of Jingguo, he felt a chill down his spine and looked at the Zhao family with a very unfriendly gaze. Xie Feng raised his hand. "After all, we have been married for 25 years. Today let us part on good terms." The divorce document was prepared in duplicate with both parties signing and sealing it. Then the witnesses followed suit, and after it was stamped at the Yamen, the household registration was separated and Madame Zhao returned to her family. Zhao Buiyuan sighed deeply while personally signing. However, when it came time to sign the transfer contract written by Madame Zhao, he felt extremely reluctant. Jiang Taijun hit him a few times and then took the pen to sign first. The daughter had to return to her family because she had no sons. Relying on her mother and brother could not last long, or in her old age, she would still have to rely on those few daughters. Except for Xie Shanshan, the other granddaughters had all married well and would not allow their mother to be bullied by anyone. The estate given to Xie Shanshan should make her less resentful towards her mother. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Zhao Buyan muttered. I remember those 4 large estates, each with nearly 3,000 acres of fertile land generating 5,000 to 6,000 taels of rent each, yet they were given to his sister by their father. Madame Zhao shot him a glance. You don't need to worry, it's your nieces now. I doubt she will be like you, the big uncle who would skin the tenants alive for money. In the cold and cheap land of the northeast, there is only one harvest a year and the yield is low. In a bountiful year, even an acre would only yield 60 to 70 stones of grain. If the rent truly were 5,000 to 6,000 taels, the tenants would all starve. Zhao Buyan signed with a gloomy expression. Only then did Xie Feng order someone to summon Xie Shanshan from the western courtyard to pay respects to the old clan leader, saying, Please, elder brother, immediately strike Xie Jin's name from the family register and add my daughter's name. The old clan leader was shocked. Yuan Shan, your daughter resembles you greatly. Everyone who has seen her has said the same, Xie Feng said proudly. The old clan leader was very fond of her, and after some time, he took out a few gold and silver coins from his waist pouch and handed them to Xie Shanshan, saying, Your father didn't notify me in advance and didn't prepare a formal gift. Take these coins to buy yourself a few flowers to wear. Xie Shanshan accepted them with both hands, thanking him repeatedly. The old clan leader then said to Xie Feng, There is no rush for anything else, but do hurry and settle the household registration. It was to remove Zhao and Xie Jin and add Xie Shanshan. Xie Feng did not delegate this task to his subordinates, but went to the yamen himself, with Xie Shanshan following closely. After obtaining the freshly printed household registration, Xie Shanshan carefully looked it over and finally felt relieved. As she exited the yamen, she said, Tomorrow, whoever goes south to handle business, please cancel my household registration in Suzhou on the way. Xie Feng glanced at her. Someone has already been sent. Zhao Mama raised her for a time. She should be given a proper burial. Xie Shanshan suddenly remembered Zhao Mama's dying instructions. When you seek debts, don't forget Chen Rui and Hu Tu. She had been too busy rummaging through Zhao Mingyu's room to think of it. Although the original owner had been overwhelmed with personal affairs, she had not treated Hu Tu poorly, and she was not as good as the original owner. Xie Feng explained, Chen Rui was a servant of the Lin family managing affairs at the Duke of Xingguo's residence. His wife, Madame Zhao, went missing after falling into the water in another place. Fortunately, she faked her death, otherwise the Lin family would have investigated you. Later they rewarded him with a maid as a wife. And Hu Tu. Compared to her husband, Madame Zhao should be more concerned about her biological son. He returned to our Duke of Ningguo's residence yesterday with the carriage. He is 20 this year. I arranged for him to follow Jixiang to learn to manage affairs. Since you are the young lady, there is no need for you to meet him. I also rewarded him with 100 taels of silver. When he reaches a certain age, I will reward him with a maid to be his wife. Xie Shanshan was very satisfied. When Hu Tu got married, she would send a gift. As the two rode home, they happened upon a large cart carrying Madame Zhao's belongings exiting from the eastern corner gate. Before it could finish, leaving Madame Zhao herself had already returned to the Duke of Xingguo's residence with her mother, leaving Zhao Buyan to lead the men in loading the cart to return to the Duke's house. There were over 100 carts, grand and eye-catching, drawing much attention and discussion from passers-by. Xie Shanshan turned to Xie Feng and said, Father, you were so generous to my former stepmother. Can't you be a bit more generous to me? Enough. Xie Feng firmly rejected her. I have given your mother 50,000. Next I need to prepare the betrothal gifts. While I won't necessarily spend 30,000 taels, I must prepare according to the 30,000 taels standard. Right now I am short on silver and cannot subsidize you. Xie Shanshan's eyes widened. Are you going to marry a stepmother? The transition is seamless. What speed? Of course. Xie Feng did not think there was anything wrong with saying this. You just returned home. If there is no mother to raise you, others will certainly have something to say. Moreover, the Duke of Ningguo's residence also needs a matriarch to manage things. Xie Shanshan immediately asked who it was. Xie Feng rode into the western corner gate without answering. Xie Shanshan followed dismounted when they reached a wider area and asked again after entering the flower gate. Xie Feng whispered to her, Miss Lu has not yet completed her mourning period. Keep it a secret. You must not reveal it. Lu Jiwei. The original owner had some impression of her. Her fate was quite unfortunate. In her previous life, Lu Jiwei was set to marry a fairly distinguished widower the following year. At 34, she held a fourth-rank position. Being the daughter of the loyal and peaceful marquis and a young lady, many widowers sought her hand in marriage. Young unmarried men would not marry a woman of 30, but widowers paid no heed to such matters. At that time, the maternal mortality rate was exceedingly high and the average lifespan was short. Among the officials and scholars, at least half were widowers easily found. Moreover, 90% of them remarried soon after losing their wives, with very few experiencing a solitary life in their prime. As a result, the loyal and peaceful Marquis selected a scoundrel among countless choices. He initially showed good behavior before marriage, reassuring the Marquis about marrying his sister. However, after marriage, he forbade Lu Jiwei from having children, insisting that she care for the 4 children left by his late wife and the 3 children from his concubine. He claimed it was to avoid facing the tragic scene of a wife dying in childbirth again. For reasons unknown, Lu Jiwei surprisingly agreed. After 7 or 8 years, as his children began to marry, the widower required Lu Jiwei to supplement the dowries. Moreover, she had to provide dowries for her daughters, and it seemed other unmentioned matters had also occurred, leading Lu Jiwei to angrily seek a divorce. Relying on the loyal and peaceful Marquis' estate, she could have lived a life of peace and wealth even in solitude, yet unexpectedly she died while trying to save. What good was all the honor after death? She could no longer enjoy it. The original host was deeply impressed because Lu Jiwei had once extended a helping hand to her. One time, when the original host accompanied Madame Zhao to a banquet, Zhao Mingyue bribed a young maid, causing tea to be spilled on the original host's skirt. When the original host could not find her spare clothes, it was Lu Jiwei who gifted her one of her own skirts. At that time, Lu Jiwei had just recently married a truly beautiful woman who was dignified and graceful, even more gentle and amiable than Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao had always disliked the original host. Father. Xie Shanshan tugged at Xie Feng's sleeve. Xie Feng looked at her. Xie Shanshan's eyes sparkled. I have a string of golden pearls larger than the ones I gifted to Steward Zhang yesterday. I exchanged them with Granny Zhao's embroidery for those foreign trade merchants, and I will place them in the dowry for the loyal and peaceful Marquis estate. Those are golden pearls from the South Seas. Although they are farmed, they are still classified as natural organic gems. Xie Feng snorted. I knew it. You have been lying to me about a string of 108 6-point pearls costs around 6 or 7,000 taels of silver. The string belonging to Lady Jiang was 8-point pearls costing over 10,000. Larger pearls can cost a few hundred to 1,000 taels each. Xie Shanshan giggled. Isn't this a gift for you? I wouldn't give it to anyone else. Xie Feng immediately reached out, handed over. Xie Shanshan smacked his palm. Won't you refuse a little? I didn't see you refuse when I gave you things. Xie Feng replied. Xie Shanshan made a face at him. It's in my room. I'll give it to you, but you can't give it to anyone else, only to my future mother. Xie Feng's marriage to his second wife is a great thing. Xie, you will not become the heir of the Ningguo Duke's residence, and Xie Daitai will not have the same arrogant demeanor in front of the original host as before. Arriving at the west courtyard, Xie Shanshan went to rummage through her luggage brought to the capital. Although the maids had organized her belongings in the inn and knew the number of her items, Xie Shanshan had her own ways to handle it. Xie Feng saw her pull out a semi-new blue satin soft pillow, opening it, and digging inside for a moment, pulling out a string of large gleaming golden pearls, each round and lustrous, dazzling to behold. At first, Xie Feng thought it was made of gold, but upon holding it he realized it was indeed pearls. It was completely different from dragon pearls. Xie Shanshan smiled. These are golden pearls, said to be produced abundantly in the South Seas. Xie Feng sighed in amazement. You're really willing to give this to me? Of course, what's there to be reluctant about? After all, it was obtained without spending a dime in the apocalypse. It was a collection of a well-known wealthy woman. When Xie Shanshan passed by a villa, the wealthy woman and her maid had already turned into zombies, roaming around the villa with no living person present. Useful supplies like food, gasoline, and cars had long been looted. After she killed those zombies, she effortlessly used her powers to open a safe that had traces of tampering but had not been opened, revealing a large sum of cash, gold bars, and exquisite jewelry. Xie Shanshan was among the first batch of awakened supernatural beings possessing immense destructive power. When Xie Feng accepted the golden pearls, he asked Xie Shanshan if she had any other treasures. Xie Shanshan deliberately showed a wary expression. I have many treasures, but there are some hidden outside that I cannot disclose. I'm not asking you for them. Xie Feng would not demand anything from his daughter. Since she had already opened the pillow once, she couldn't only pull out a string of pearls. Xie Shanshan reached in again and pulled out a string of Australian white pearls, a ruby ring, an emerald ring, a sapphire ring, a diamond ring, and a pair of imperial green jade bangles, along with a string of matching large pearls. Before taking them out, she used her powers to erase the marks on the inner side of the rings. At that time, the jadeite offered as tribute by a small country from the southwestern border had 90% poor color quality, with only 10% slightly better. It was not as esteemed as pearls or gemstones, nor as revered as Hitian jade. Xie Feng took a deep breath and bellowed, you have so many treasures that I lack, yet you still covet my trifles. Compared to your overflowing treasury, these few pieces of jewelry of mine are indeed trifles. Xie Shanshan casually handed 4 rings to Granny Qian. Have the gold and silver workshop help me change the settings, and use purple gold to create an exquisite base. Then have the maid sew it into the center of the embroidered forehead ribbon. It will surely look stunning. At that time, she would send one to Pei Ju. Beautiful as she was, wearing an embroidered forehead ribbon would enhance her beauty even more. Xie Feng, unfamiliar with diamonds, pointed and asked, what is that? So dazzling. It's a diamond. It is said to be highly regarded by Westerners. The process of cutting and polishing it into this form is called diamond, predominantly white, with a small portion being colored. I wonder if our Daxia has any. I didn't see any at the treasure pavilion last time. According to historical records, diamonds appeared in ancient times, which is why Xie Shanshan dared to take it out. 20 carats oval cut, with flickering fire color. The ruby is cushion cut coming from Myanmar blood red, weighing 22 carats. The Colombian emerald and the cushion cut sapphire from Kashmir weigh 20 carats and 22 carats respectively, both being completely natural and untreated. However, none of these are the largest in Xie Shanshan's collection. Converted to Daxia's measurement units, they all weigh slightly over 1 tael. Xie Feng reminded her the emperor does not possess such diamonds. Xie Shanshan exclaimed and immediately pulled out a 120-carat oval diamond from the pillow, smaller than the 200-carat gambling king's star by a circle. It was looted from a small pirate's home. A no-cost endeavor. Without any hesitation, Xie Feng entered the palace early the next day, presenting it again to Emperor. Why does the Emperor Tianyu trust Xie Feng so much? Because he is not only loyal but also the first to present valuable gifts to the emperor. Upon seeing the unprecedented gigantic diamond before his eyes, Emperor Tianyu was extremely astonished. A diamond can actually be carved like this. The young lady calls this a diamond, Xie Feng replied. Emperor Tianyu said, the records in the notes of the founding emperor mentioned diamonds, stating that far to the southwest of our great Xia across the sea, there is a continent called Africa, which is rich in diamonds, the hardest substance in the world. After being polished, it shines like stars, dazzling and resplendent. Moreover, there is also a place much closer to our great Xia called Tianju, which has diamond mines as well. Our dynasty refers to them as Jinggangshi, mostly used for finely crafted tools. The kunwa mentioned in the Shanhaijing refers to diamonds, which can slice jade as easily as cutting clay. Xie Feng knew that Tianju had diamonds, but had not seen the notes of the founding emperor. The stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. The stones from other mountains are also diamonds. The young lady has a smaller diamond in her possession, originally set in a ring, but she plans to take it apart and reset it in a headband. Xie Feng thought for a moment it must be extraordinarily dazzling. Using the same item as Emperor Tianyu needs to be reported. Hearing this, Emperor Tianyu imagined for a moment. Ask your daughter Shanshan if she has any extra small diamonds. I also want to set a ring. This piece is too large, or a ring made from it would not look good and can only be used for a belt. Xie Feng did not dare to agree. She keeps all her treasures hidden from me. If it weren't for yesterday's mention of quietly preparing a betrothal gift, she wouldn't have shown me a string of golden pearls along with other jewelry, and I wouldn't have known she had these at all. Emperor Tianyu said, you need to attend court later. I will send Zhang Yu to ask Shanshan, and also inquire what she wants, and I will give it to her. Shanshan never expected that her spontaneous display of wealth would actually summon Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu arrived, Shanshan was roasting lamb skewers in the yard with Mama Qian and Ling Xiao. The founding emperor was wise and powerful, incorporating the western regions into the territory of Great Xia during his lifetime. Cotton and cumin became widely popular in the Central Plains after being introduced, while cotton has long been promoted across the world. However, cumin does not adapt well to the climate of the Central Plains, and now the western regions plant large amounts of cumin every year, selling it at high prices to the Central Plains. Shanshan had the kitchen kill a yellow goat, choosing the right blend of fatty and lean meat skewered with iron sticks and sent for roasting until it was juicy and fragrant. Zhang Yu smiled brightly, expressing the intentions of Emperor Tianyu. If the young lady has any extra small diamonds suitable for setting in a ring, please let me take them into the palace. If not, it's fine. Emperor Tianyu said before he left the palace. Though he really wanted a ring to admire, he did not want to force his minister's daughter to present one. Shanshan replied, please wait a moment. She washed her hands, went into the room, and took out a deer leather flip bag that no one dared to touch, reached into the compartment, and pulled out 2 10-carat flawless round diamonds originally intended for her own earrings, and handed them directly to Zhang Yu. There is no need for a box to present them, making the grand coordinator laugh. Zhang Yu said, holding them with both hands, cushioning them with a handkerchief. Oh, why bother with a box? Seeing them like this is already incredibly shiny. Shanshan smiled and said, I used to enjoy dealing with overseas traders along the coast, often leaving them dizzy trading tea and silk embroidery for overseas pearls and gemstones. I brought back the best part to the capital, while some I hid outside the capital. My father thinks I have many treasures, but in truth that is not the case. The best things in the world are always the rarest. I really only have a few good items in my possession. The rest probably would not catch the emperor's eye. She casually reached into the deer leather bag again and pulled out a pouch of diamonds, some small ones weighing 1 or 2 carats and larger ones 3 to 5 carats, totaling over 100 pieces, pouring them all onto the lacquered tea tray for Zhao. They were taken from an international jewelry brand's vault overseas, and there are many more in storage. The diamonds are small, and the haul from sweeping the entire vault did not take up much space. Except for some large diamonds, the rest are as small as grains of rice gathered in a box to save space. She had just casually filled a pouch with a handful. There are a few larger ones hidden 1,000 miles away. The rest are this small, all here. Please take them back, Grand Coordinator, as gifts for the ladies in the palace to set into rings or earrings which would look lovely. Shanshan was very generous. Compared to the monotonous white diamonds, she preferred colored gemstones. She did not bring out a single colored diamond. Zhang Ye's eyes almost dazzled. My lady, today, I truly gained new insights. He heard that they have unique cutting and polishing methods, which is how they present the fire and brilliance of the diamonds. Our dynasty has diamonds, but unfortunately we do not possess such technology, mainly because the authorities do not favor diamonds. Zhang Yu noted this down. The court has a fleet that trades overseas, bringing back countless spices and pearls, gold and silver, yet it happens that we do not have diamonds like the young lattice or the dragon pearl she presented earlier. Next time His Majesty should have someone pay attention to them. His Majesty asked me to inquire what the young lady likes. I will bring her something tomorrow. Shanshan did not hold back. Apart from a few pearls and gemstones from abroad, I have nothing else. I only started enjoying luxurious food and clothing after coming to the capital, and that is what I value the most. How clever. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. The next day, he brought Shanshan many mountain delicacies and fine silk. From Xiefeng, Zhang Yu learned that Shanshan particularly liked wearing a few grand garments bestowed by the emperor. After informing Emperor Tianyo, he selected several capes, cloaks, and coats that the emperor had never worn to give to her. How could Shanshan not be pleased? All were imperial fabrics, top-notch, furs, symbols of status. Xie Daitai was envious and threw a tantrum in Lu Yin. With the Zhao family gone, the main house became vacant, and the entire courtyard almost turned into Lu Yinyang's domain. Though she did not dare to openly move into the main house with Xie Yu, the eldest son of the duke, and the maidservants and old women that Zhao had not taken away, they all treated her as the lady, naturally making her feel quite pleased. As a result, no one restrained Xie Daitai, and she could vent her frustrations without any inhibitions. Mother, has father said, when he will make you the rightful mistress. This was what Xie Daitai was constantly thinking about. Only when Lu Yinyang truly becomes the head matriarch and obtains the official title will she have the authority to open the storerooms for her, to take materials to make clothes and jewelry, and to exercise the rights of a mother to reward or punish her daughter in front of Shanshan. At that time, she would surely punish Shanshan properly. Lu Yinyang was all smiles. This morning the duke sent Mama Zhao to tidy up the main house. Xie Daitai was surprised and delighted, really. Lu Yinyang nodded. When Mama Zhao came, I went to take a look. I heard that besides the couplets and large paintings granted by the emperor, all the furniture and decorations in the main hall will be replaced. They also took measurements to make new curtains and window screens. Unfortunately, everything in the eastern bedroom has been moved out by the Zhao family, leaving it empty, without a single piece of furniture, which will have to be redecorated by the estate. Xie Daitai frowned. According to the rules, the main wife should fill the inner chambers with the bedding and cabinets that came with her dowry. But Lu Yinyang was originally a poor girl. Let alone a dowry, even the substantial betrothal gifts that the Duke of Ningguo's estate had given were left by her parents to buy houses and land for her brothers, to marry and raise children. Thus she had no dowry. She could only rely on the estate's arrangements, otherwise she wouldn't even have a bed to sleep on. Aunt Lu and Xie Daitai are becoming increasingly audacious. When Xie Shanshan heard the maid mention it, she laughed until her stomach hurt. When the decree from Emperor Tianyu arrives to grant a marriage, their expressions will surely be quite entertaining. Xie Shanshan is filled with anticipation. Given that Xie Daitai has oppressed the original owner quite a bit, she naturally won't remind them that Xiefeng has been quietly preparing a betrothal gift for Lu Jiwei, intending to marry a new bride. The brocade and silk from the Duke of Ning's residence are of superior quality, suitable for official use, far better than what can be bought outside. Therefore, there is no need to go out to procure suitable items like leather, jade, antiques, or porcelain for the betrothal gift. They can simply be organized and stored in a warehouse. The commotion is rather small, so no one in the back courtyard hears it. Even if one or two in the front courtyard catch on, they would think it is preparations for Xie Shanshan's dowry. Mama Qian said anxiously. The young lady is still laughing. The Duke usually does not manage internal affairs. If he truly intends to legitimize Aunt Lu for young Master Yu, the young lad's future will not be easy. Regardless of whether she is biologically related, a mother who wishes to make things difficult for her daughter-in-law does not need schemes. Mama Qian has seen the old Duchess methods against her daughters-in-law since she was young. Xie Shanshan stopped laughing. Don't worry, she won't get her wish. Xiefeng is a true feudal native. The status between him and his concubine is unequal, and in the absence of genuine love, there is simply no intention to legitimize the concubine. Even without the request from Madame Zhao, he would definitely remarry. Mama Qian was delighted upon hearing this. Does the young lady know something? Xie Shanshan waved her hand. Just wait and see. It was inconvenient for her to disclose. Mama Qian felt a weight lift from her heart and did not press further. Xie Shanshan took a brush and made a list of books, then dried it before handing it to Mama Qian. Have Mama Zhao retrieve these books from the library. He'll lend them to young Master Pei and return them afterward. Some of the books were ones that Pei Ju had mentioned he had not read before, while others were related to the imperial examination compiled based on the original owner's memory. Yuan Shaokong loved reading and maintained the habit of studying daily even after entering the officialdom. His study was filled with books, and he frequently borrowed and copied texts from the Duke of Ning's library. The original owner and Yuan Shaokong were newly married, and close, they had read-written and painted together. She had heard him talk a lot about the imperial examination, discussing which questions would appear on the palace examination, where they originated, and how to solve them, etc. Yuan Shaokong lamented countless times that he did not read enough books. If he had read a certain book, he would surely have ranked first. The original owner remembered the full title of that book. Mama Qian took the list, and was gone for quite a while, returning with a total of 8 large camphor wood boxes. Mama Zhao repeatedly reminded me that the books borrowed from the estate must not be damaged or lost. Don't worry. Scholars are very protective of paper and ink. Mama Qian continued, young lady, it's getting late. They'll deliver this to old Master Pei. Xie Shanshan shook her head. I'll go find him tomorrow and invite him to dine at Zhangxiuj. Spending every day at the Duke of Ning's residence is too boring. It feels like a year passes with each day. It does not align with her character. Mama Qian had no choice but to suppress her own little thoughts. As she was about to call someone to book a private room at Zhangxiuj, Ling Xiao suddenly entered, holding an invitation. Young lady, the plum blossoms have bloomed at the Duke of Wei's residence. Second Miss Wei has arranged several tables for a feast, inviting the young ladies from various households to appreciate the flowers. I've heard that our residence has lifted the ban, and she specifically sent invitations to you, 7th Miss and 9th Miss. Xie Shanshan did not even lift her head. I'm not going. If she remembers correctly, the 2nd Miss Wei Rulon and Xie Daidai are close friends. In her past life, they had made things difficult for the original owner. Who knows if her sudden invitation has some ulterior motive? With Xie Feng and the Zhao family divorced, and the Duke of Ning lifting the ban, her identity is no longer a secret, but Wei Rulon's information seems to be too well informed. Ling Xiao listened to Xie Shanshan's words, did not ask for the reason, and directly returned the invitation. Xie Daidai only received the news through a friend about the oranges delivered in the evening, saying that Xie Shanshan refused to attend the banquet and could not vent her frustrations. Xie Daidai was furious, but felt helpless. However, she herself could not refuse to go. The next day, she dressed exquisitely and rode in a carriage with Xie Jinjin, who had agreed to Wei Rulon's invitation, towards the Duke of Wei's residence. Exiting from the east corner gate, she saw Xie Shanshan in male attire coming out from the west corner gate, riding a white horse. A brand new bright red cloak billowed in the wind. As it fluttered the white fox fur beneath, it looked like snow accumulated on a plum, exceptionally beautiful. Xie Daidai did not have time to scrutinize whether Xie Shanshan's clothing inside was also against regulations, only watching her leave gracefully, followed by the carriage carrying the maidservants and a cart loaded with several large boxes, unsure of their destination. Closing the window, Xie Daidai said to Xie Jinjin, you haven't seen it, our 6th sister certainly makes quite the show. Xie Jinjin smiled faintly. Father dotes on her, and since she's newly arrived, it's only natural. Xie Daidai indignantly replied, the few sisters who have married off did not behave as she does in the boudoir. Relying on father, feeling indebted to her, she runs around like a man all day, sullying our reputation. Don't you have any thoughts on this? Xie Jinjin shook her head. Being born in the Duke of Ning's residence is already a blessing from my past life. After all, father will not treat me poorly. It's truly impossible to reason with you. Xie Daidai sulked alone. Xie Jinjin lowered her head, seeming somewhat apologetic. Xie Shanshan did not hear the conversation between Xie Daidai and Xie Jinjin. Even if she had, she would not have cared. Galloping on horseback is far more exhilarating than riding in a carriage. Soon they entered Wenchong Alley. The weather was fine, and the yellow plum flowers from various households peeked over the walls, adding a touch of elegance to the bleak winter. Pei Ju, who was not in good health and disliked going out, had declined Yuan Shukang's invitation early that morning and was studying at home when he suddenly heard King Feng's cheerful voice in the courtyard. Master Miss Xie has arrived. Pei Ju immediately lifted the curtain to the main hall and indeed saw the captivating face of Xie Shanshan. She smiled radiantly. Pei Ju, I am here to fulfill my promise. After a few days apart, the young man's cheeks had taken on a faint blush as fresh as a water lily. Upon hearing this, the young man asked her which one. Xie Shanshan had made him quite a few promises. He thought about when Xie Shanshan would come. The feeling of anxiety was quite unpleasant. Xie Shanshan held up 2 fingers. First, I'll deliver you the books, and then I'll treat you to a meal. Several porters carried in the 8 large wooden boxes, panting from exhaustion, while Qing Feng single-handedly carried 1 box into the room, making 8 trips in no time. Xie Shanshan told Pei Ju, I'll come collect it personally after you've copied or read through it, and it must be returned. Doesn't that mean there will be another opportunity? Pei Ju suppressed a hint of joy in his heart. Thank you, young lady. Just then, Yuan Shukang's cheerful voice came from the door. Brother Pei Wei Jun from the Duke of Wei's residence has heard you are also in the capital and has come to invite you personally. Xie Shanshan couldn't help but frown. After finally stepping out to meet Pei Ju, what mischief were the detestable Yuan Shaokong and Wei Jun up to? Xie Shanshan felt nothing but disdain. She knew that Wei Jun was a fellow candidate in the provincial examination with Yuan Shaokong, and Pei Ju an exceptionally talented scholar from one of the 8 dukes' households destined to triumph in the upcoming spring examination. But that was under the condition that Pei Ju was not participating. 3 years ago, Wei Jun, a native of Jinling, had lost to Pei Ju in the provincial examination finishing. Unlike Yuan Shaokong, who was still available, he was already married. After all, he was 27. His wife, the Lin family, was a young lady from the Jinggan Marquisate, specifically the niece of Lady Lin and the cousin of Zhao Jin and Zhao Minghua. Naturally aligning with Lady Lin's faction, she and Wei Rulon were like rats and snakes colluding together. I will wait inside, you can send them away. Xie Shanshan said to Pei Ju, the young lady from the Wei Duke's household invited me to enjoy the flowers today, but I didn't go. Pei Ju smiled upon hearing this good. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughed lightly as he took a step, revealing a frail appearance as he weakly smiled at Wei Jun and Yuan Shaokong from a distance. Wei Xiong, Yuan Xiong, please forgive me for not being able to entertain you two gentlemen at the moment. Firstly, we have esteemed guests visiting for a sick call, and I must attend to them. Secondly, my health is frail, and I fear that you two gentlemen may catch my illness and miss next year's spring examination. Pei Ju spoke with eloquence. Wei Jun inquired with concern, what illness do you have? You should invite an eminent doctor to take a look. Yuan Shaokong nodded in agreement. There must be excellent doctors in the capital that are not available in Jiangnan. We should invite several to conduct a consultation together. Pei Ju scoffed inwardly. One truly does not know the value of money until they manage their own household. Although he and Xing Feng were not in dire straits, they could not afford to be extravagant. How could a mere scholar afford a group of eminent doctors for consultation? The best doctors were at the Imperial Medical College. Oh, what qualifications did he have? Pei Ju coughed a few times. Thank you for your kind intentions, Wei Xiong, but it's unnecessary. I have a congenital deficiency that I was born with, and I tend to suffer from coughing around the vernal and autumnal equinoxes. A few months of care will suffice. Wei Jun expressed a hint of disappointment. I originally intended to invite you to enjoy the flowers. Since that is the case, I can only wait until you recover before extending my invitation again. Pei Ju nodded. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today. Please forgive me. Wei Jun waved his hand. Pei Xiong need not be so. I am truly delighted to see you in the capital, as it signifies that we will once again compete fiercely in next year's spring examination. 3 years ago, losing to Pei Ju had left him feeling quite dissatisfied. He had originally planned to participate in the following year's spring examination and felt regret for losing the chance to be on the same list as Pei Ju. Unexpectedly, he fell ill right before the exam, suffering from stomach issues and running to the restroom numerous times overnight, leading to his absence the next day. He would have to study hard for another 3 years to take part in next year's spring examination. Pei Ju smiled slightly, his frail form still exuding charm. Competing based on our abilities is what I desire as well. Wei Jun then took his leave with Yuan. As they exited Wenchang Alley, Wei Jun asked Yuan Shaokong, do you know who the guest at the Pei residence is? Yuan Shaokong had his suspicions but replied, I'm not sure, but I saw the maidservants at the door a few days ago. I presume it is the young lady who came to visit Pei Xian. Wei Jun recognized Qian Momo. That is a servant of the Ningguo Duke's household along with their carriages. Yuan Shaokong was taken aback by this information. Wei Jun smiled. Recently I heard that the 6th young lady of the Ningguo Duke's household just returned to the capital from the south. This news has spread among the noble families, and it seems she shares a hometown bond with Pei Xiong. Yuan Shaokong thought of Xie Shanshan's impressive demeanor. No wonder she looked so haughty and exquisite. It turned out she was the daughter of a duke. He felt a sense of inferiority. Wei Jun patted Yuan Shaokong on the shoulder. Come, let's return to the residence. Today we have invited many scholars who are heading to the capital for the examination, including those from our cohort in the Jinling provincial exam, to enjoy the flowers and discuss scholarly matters together. It will surely be a delightful gathering. Most of the candidates had already arrived in the capital ahead of time to prepare for the exam. Yuan Shaokong replied with a smile, thank you for the invitation, Wei Xiong. Xie Shanshan retracted her extraordinary abilities, lost in thought. What was Wei Rulon's intention in inviting the young ladies to enjoy the flowers on the day of Wei Jun's gathering? Their family did not have a second garden. The construction specifications of the Duke's households were quite similar, with only one small back garden that could not exceed limits. The Ningguo Duke's household was the same. Pei Ju entered and said, I have sent them away, though I anticipate that there will be no disturbances for quite some time. With the spring examination approaching, who wouldn't fear falling ill? Xie Shanshan informed Pei Ju, Wei Jun's wife is the niece of the aunt who attempted to kill me 14 years ago. If we grow close, it may implicate you. Pei Ju gazed into her eyes. If you become implicated, will you come to my rescue? Of course, she replied without a second thought. Xie Shanshan solemnly promised Pei Ju, rest assured, with me here, no one will bully you. I have registered my name in front of the emperor. Although I am not as favored as my father, I am not someone without a name. Just the other day, I received a large number of rewards, all necessities, but unfortunately, they are imperial items that cannot be distributed, so I cannot share any with you. She felt that Pei Ju with his looks and demeanor truly deserved to enjoy the best things in the world. Pei Ju looked at the 8 large boxes piled in the west room. You have already sent me many gifts. He could not obtain them on his own. Qing Feng usually said that he ate the rice and used the charcoal sent by Xie Shanshan for every meal. Being supported so generously by her, how could he repay her? Perhaps he should offer himself in return. His body and heart all belonged to her. Xie Shanshan's extraordinary ability could not see into people's hearts, unaware that Pei Ju had secretly attached all of Xie Shanshan's labels to himself. She raised her hand. You have given me gifts too. She liked them very much. The various gold and jade rings bestowed by the emperor had gone unused by her, let alone those prepared by the household. Pei Ju smiled. I have heard that there is a plum blossom temple in the outskirts with yellow plums in winter and red plums in spring. I wonder if I am fortunate enough to enjoy them with Miss Xie. Xie Shanshan replied in a poetic manner. It is just the right time for the yellow plums to bloom. It would be my wish to go together. As the words fell, the two exchanged smiles. Qing Feng hurriedly brought out the horse from the stable and harnessed it to the jade-wheeled carriage. Pei Ju, being delicate and weak, was not adept at riding and could only travel by carriage, while Xie Shanshan rode her magnificent white horse, speaking to Pei Ju through the carriage window. The people in the carriage behind laughed to the point of trembling. If it weren't for the handkerchief covering their mouths, they would have spoken out loud. Ling Xiao sighed. Young Master Pei possesses both charm and talent, but he is a bit too frail. Qian Momo agreed wholeheartedly. The primary requirement for our Duke to choose a son-in-law is good health. Parents and grandparents must be alive, and then we look at their looks and talents. Xie Shanshan rode her horse backward, aligning with the carriage where the maidservants sat, asking through the window, what is this saying? Qian Momo did not expect to be overheard, and lightly slapped her own mouth. Xie Shanshan inquired again, Qian Momo, please tell me quickly. Nanny Qian had no choice but to draw back the curtain, and replied, his lordship said that having parents and grandparents alive indicates a long life, and having great-grandparents alive is even better, as it signifies a prosperous lineage with many descendants. Barring unforeseen circumstances, such a person will not die young, and thus our young lady will not be widowed. Although widows may establish independent households, and the court permits remarriage, without a man to rely on, life is mostly difficult for them. Common widows might remarry, but how many noble families would allow that? Those with children could become respected matriarchs, but the most miserable were the young wives with in-laws above, sisters-in-law around, and small children below. They could not wear bright colors, adorn themselves with gold and jewels, nor manage household affairs, and were often confined indoors. If married into a harsh family, they might not even get a bite of meat. Xie Shanshan suddenly understood. No wonder my several elder sisters all have 2 generations of mothers-in-law above them, all serving as great-granddaughters-in-law. But Xie Feng was right. Longevity genes are passed down to descendants, and modern society has also proposed cancer genes through research. However, with her around, Pei Ju would surely live a long life. Once she used her special ability to fully repair Pei Ju's congenitally deficient internal organs, continued nurturing would surely make him strong and robust, skilled in both civil and military arts. Having obtained her answer, Xie Shanshan mounted her horse and rode alongside the vermilion-wheeled, emerald-canopied carriage. Little did she know that Qing Feng, trained in martial arts since childhood, had sharp ears and keen eyes, overhearing much of the conversation between mistress and maid. During a rest stop after leaving the city, he whispered it to Pei Ju. Pei Ju's eyes darkened. After the break, they resumed their journey, traveling 30 li westward. Xie Shanshan saw from afar a golden expanse. Thousands of old winter-sweet trees stood on the mountain, surrounding a nunnery atop the peak. Interspersed were plum trees with gnarled dragon-like branches yet to bud, likely red plums that bloom in spring. Red plums blooming in October, as in Dream of the Red Chamber, simply did not exist. Many visitors were already strolling among the plum groves, men and women, old and young alike. Judging by their attire, most were from well-to-do families. More wore cotton and linen than silk and satin. At the foot of the mountain were parked numerous carriages, mule carts, and unmounted horses and mules. The carriages and mule carts appeared plain and simple, far inferior to the conveyances of the maids and matrons of the Duke of Ning's mansion. Pei Ju, supported by Qing Feng, stepped down from the carriage, just as Xie Shanshan leaped from her horse, landing steadily. Xie Shanshan beamed. Pei Ju, you managed to find such a wonderful place. What a pity. What a pity. Pei Ju sometimes couldn't fathom her thoughts. What a pity we didn't bring pots, pans, firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Xie Shanshan gazed at the frozen stream, the rugged mountain path, and the hardy wildflowers. Roasting meat in the forest while enjoying the scenery would be sheer delight. Qing Feng, while tying the horse to an old locust tree, laughed. Who says we didn't? I bought plenty of ingredients this morning. He had wondered why his master bought so much when they couldn't finish it, but only understood when he was told to load it onto the cart. Xie Shanshan turned sharply to look at Pei Ju. Pei Ju smiled faintly. Qing Feng and I are accustomed to bringing along our usual utensils when traveling. Xie Shanshan gave him a thumbs up. What does that mean? He didn't understand. Xie Shanshan said casually, "It means I'm praising you for being very clever and capable." Pei Ju looked at his pale hand, slowly raised his thumb, and pointed it back at Xie Shanshan. Xie Shanshan couldn't help but laugh. What an adorable young man. In modern society, he would be just 17, still a minor. Xie Shanshan, a 32-year-old Annie trapped in a 14-year-old's body, screamed inwardly. Pei Ju pointed to the mountain path and said, "I heard that in front of and behind the main hall of the nunnery, there are 12 old plum trees personally planted by the founding emperor and empress. They bloom magnificently every year, attracting pilgrims from all directions. Shall we go see them?" Xie Shanshan agreed. They left the coachman and a few matrons to assist Qingfeng, while the others followed her and Pei Ju up the stone steps. After many consecutive sunny days, the snow on the road had almost completely melted, but under the trees on the mountain it lay thick with no sign of thawing. Fortunately, the stone steps were swept clean. As the wind howled, Xie Shanshan extended her left hand toward Pei Ju. At his puzzled look, she said cheerfully, "Since Qingfeng isn't here, if you're tired I can support." Nanny Qian couldn't help covering her eyes. Others might see a dandy flirting with a young wife, but here it was the young lady doing the opposite. She was increasingly lacking the decorum of a noble daughter, and the Duke didn't rein her in. He had said he would hire a governess for Xie Shanshan, but nothing had come of it. As a servant, Nanny Qian dared not press him. Just as Nanny Qian expected Pei Ju to uphold gentlemanly decorum, he unhesitatingly placed his right hand on Xie Shanshan's forearm, his 5 fingers like jade. "Thank you, Miss Xie. They'll have Qingfeng prepare extra dishes for you at noon." "Wait until we get down the mountain on time," Xie Shanshan said, not quite trusting his stamina. Though the mountain wasn't very high, she estimated it to be at least 7 or 8. The winding path up was far more than 700 or 800 meters. "Qingfeng will carry the utensils and ingredients up the mountain later and cook there. The view from the top is beautiful, and the forest beneath is even more picturesque." Pei Ju first explained the dining location, then continued, "I've been much better lately. In the past, when the weather turned cold, I would cough persistently and feel a dull ache in my chest. But since coming to the capital, I haven't had a single episode." Qingfeng chanted Amitabha every day and had even sent a letter home on the day they arrived in the capital. Nanny Qian overheard and felt a stir in her heart. She thought for a moment and realized that Pei Ju indeed never coughed when in Xie Shanshan's company. His coughing that morning before Wei Jun and Yuan Shaokong must have been feigned. Since Xie Shanshan had nearly been killed by Madame Lin, Nanny Qian also disliked Wei Jun, who had married the younger Lin. Moreover, Wei Jun's sister Wei Rulan had always been close to Xie Daidai. Suddenly sending out invitations while Xie Shanshan was both the legitimate eldest daughter and the eldest child, the invitation was first delivered to Xie Daidai's room. Anyone could see they considered Xie Yu the undisputed heir to the Duke of Ning's title, thus prioritizing Xie Daidai. How ridiculous. His lordship the Duke was still in his prime. Could he not remarry? Though Xie Shanshan hadn't said it outright, the astute Nanny Qian had guessed a thing or two. If the Duke intended to promote concubine Lu to the position of wife, he would not have ordered the main chamber to be redecorated. Only if he planned to marry a new wife would he do so to avoid displeasing her with old furnishings upon her entry. Xie Shanshan and Pei Ju walked side by side up the mountain, neither too fast nor too slow. Xie Shanshan and Pei Ju took breaks intermittently, finally reaching the summit. Meanwhile, Qingfeng and others had already arrived at the back of the temple, waiting for them in the plum grove. At that moment the sun shone brightly, casting a golden hue all around. Xie Shanshan looked around, her eyes filled with the yellow plums below, resembling clouds of rosy mist. The scenery was magnificent, yet it paled in comparison to Pei Ju. Xie Shanshan admired the faint blush naturally appearing on Pei Ju's cheeks. Granny Qian pulled out a walnut-sized gold pocket watch from her pocket and informed them of the time. "It is 2:15 noon." Xie Shanshan lived a relatively carefree life, and since her residence had a clock that chimed at regular intervals, she hadn't thought of using a pocket watch to check the time. Seeing Granny Qian bring one out, she felt a bit of novelty and immediately asked, "Are there any more?" She remembered that watches were relatively common during the Qing dynasty, rare in the early to mid-Ming dynasty, and only a few imported in the late period. However, with the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, she wondered if they had researched clockmaking. The original owner's memory did not contain such information. Granny Qian knew she wanted to gift it to Pei Ju, so she replied it was brought back by the fleet from the west. "I've heard that in the west they are also a rare commodity, and we have a total of 4 in our residence." The late emperor gifted a pair to the old duke and 1 each to the old duke's wife. Later, 1 was given to Master Jean of the Zhao family, while the second son, the current emperor, bestowed a pair to the duke, who gave 1 to his previous wife and kept 1 for himself. Since the young lady did not want the one used by Master Jean, the duke gave her his own, while he used the one belonging to the old duke. Naturally, the one in Zhao's possession was taken by her. There was only 1 in the entire Duke of the state residence, passed down from the old Duke to Duke Zhao Buiyuan. Xie Shanshan pursed her lips. "Am I not allowed to dislike something used by Zhao Jin? Since there are no extras at home tomorrow, when I see Steward Zhang, I will ask the emperor for 2. 1 for me, and 1 for Pei Ju." Suddenly, she heard a cold sneer. Such great arrogance. May I ask the emperor for items? The voice was clear and delicate, belonging to a woman. Xie Shanshan turned around to find it was Li Xian, the daughter of the Minister of Works, who was also the younger sister of Li Wei, Lu Jiwei's former fiancé. Li Xian was 2 years older than the original owner and was not yet married. She had a significant conflict with the original owner. The main reason was that the Li family was looking for a son-in-law and had their eyes on Yuan Shaokong, but Xie Feng intercepted him. What one cannot have is always the best. Li Xian became a widow within 2 years of marriage without children. During that time, the original owner was newly married to Yuan Shaokong. Instead of resenting her parents for not choosing a healthy son-in-law for her, she directed her hatred towards the original owner, deliberately befriending Zhao Mingwei and uniting with many young ladies from literati families to secretly marginalize the original owner, displaying extremely poor character. Xie Shanshan raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a coincidence? The object of the Li family's broken engagement was about to become her stepmother, making it unnecessary for the two families to reconcile. Li Xian's wickedness was evident in how she incited Lu Jiwei's stepchildren to divide Lu Jiwei's dowry, simply not wanting Lu Jiwei, whom her brother had rejected, to live better than her brother. Lu Jiwei married a 4th-rank official, while her brother Li Wei was only a 5th rank. Xie Shanshan stroked the exceptionally fine wind fur of her cloak. Whether my tone is too strong is not for you to judge. Li Xian squinted. Which duke's daughter are you? Even princesses and county princesses cannot wear python robes unless bestowed, yet her cloak was covered in python patterns. In her memory, only the Duke of the State had the surname Zhao, yet there was no young master called Zhao Jin. Moreover, the Duke of the State held no real power, so the current emperor would not bestow such a favor as a gold watch upon him. The young man beside her, though handsome, was not taken seriously by her. He wore a blue robe and was merely an ordinary scholar. Xie Shanshan spoke without a word. Knowing that I am a duke's daughter, shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about it? That is the most basic courtesy. Li Xian's expression darkened, but she did not clarify her identity, softly advising, I am just kindly reminding you that the wind on the mountain is strong. You do not let your tongue slip. What you cannot do does not mean others cannot do it. Xie Shanshan's gaze swept over her. Li Xian bit her lower lip, unable to help but pull her cloak tighter. Compared to Xie Shanshan's luxurious and dignified white fox coat with a silver mink collar, Li Xian's cloak, while newly faced, was made of official satin and lined with years-old blue fox fur, appearing dull and lifeless. Seeing this, Xie Shanshan found it uninteresting. She turned to Pei Ju and said, let's go admire the plum blossoms planted by the founding emperor and empress. All right. Pei Ju extended his hand. Xie Shanshan smiled sweetly, resting her arm on his, walking like an empress. Granny Qian and the others quickly followed. Miss, that girl just now is the daughter of Minister Li Kuo of the Ministry of Works. Granny Qian whispered to Xie Shanshan, the Li family's offspring are few. Minister Li has 3 wives and concubines with only 1 son and 1 daughter whom he cherishes like treasures. Pei Ju looked at Xie Shanshan with concern. Will there be? Before he could finish, Xie Shanshan firmly interjected, no. Pei Ju chuckled lightly. Do you know what I want to say? Xie Shanshan nodded. You can rest assured my father has great face in front of the emperor, otherwise how could I continuously receive rewards? Just the satin and fur alone are countless, filling an entire room. Study hard and strive to enter the Hanlin Academy next year. By then I will gift you a mink coat to celebrate your success in the imperial examinations. Passing the top tier allows one to enter the Hanlin Academy, where one can disregard rank and directly wear mink. The Qing dynasty had such a rule, and it seemed the great Xia dynasty did too. If not for the Hanlin Academy, only second-rank officials and above would qualify to wear complete mink robes aside from purple mink. Pei Ju remarked, the young lady can prepare in advance. As for other skills, he may have some or none, but regarding the imperial examinations, no one could surpass him. His teacher was a retired old minister. He entered the officialdom as a top scholar. The old minister's children died young, leaving no descendants. In his old age, he brought 2 young boys to live in seclusion in the mountains, occasionally reciting his own works in the fields. 3-year-old Pei Ju heard and flawlessly recited them back. The old minister was delighted and took him as a student, teaching him for 10 years. Otherwise, based on the Pei family's financial standing, they could not afford to send him to school while paying for his medical treatment. The old gentleman passed away 5 years ago, and during his life, he had given him many questions for the preliminary and palace examinations. After Pei Ju completed them, the old minister felt emotional, stating he performed better than any previous top scholar and was indeed a top scholar. If it weren't for a serious illness 3 years ago, he intended to achieve 6 top scores to comfort his teacher's spirit in heaven. Xie Shanshan detected Pei Ju's confidence and smiled. I will make you a gold mink coat. As they approached the temple's main entrance, a few maids stood at the normally unguarded door blocking Xie Shanshan, and Pei Ju, without any courtesy, stating Our Lady is currently discussing scriptures with the abbot. No outsiders are allowed to enter. At that moment, Li Xian also rushed over, panting, don't let them in. The founding emperor and empress had planted old plum trees in the courtyard of the temple, but they were not allowed to approach and appreciate them. Madame Qian trembled with anger. She never expected that the renowned noble lady was such a disgrace. One should not believe everything they hear. Yet Xie Shanshan was not angry as she smiled, and said, "Let me see which lady is so arrogant that even the place where the great ancestor emperor planted plum blossoms is restricted during her visit, while the common people are still allowed to come and pay respects to the bodhisattva. She must think herself more esteemed than the great ancestor emperor, and I must witness this for myself. As long as her status is not above that of my father, she has nothing to fear. It is definitely not a consort princess, noble lady, or county princess, as there is no procession at the entrance. Isn't the benefit of extensive reading evident at times like this? Thanks to the clothing system of our dynasty, one can basically guess the identity of a person based on their attire and the procession accompanying them." Li Xian's face turned pale upon hearing this. She was not an ignorant girl, and sternly said, "Do not casually accuse my mother. It turns out that inside is the wife of the Minister of Works, Lord Li." Xie Shanshan elongated her tone and called out to the group of commoners who could only wander around the temple due to the closure. "Did everyone hear that? She is a first-rank lady, even more esteemed than the great ancestor emperor and the empress. We must immediately give way when we see this lady in the future to avoid incurring punishment." Though those people felt the same, they did not dare to speak. Xie Shanshan's luxurious attire and her lack of fear towards a first-rank lady indicated that she came from a wealthier family. She could speak, but the crowd could not respond. Only a small girl with hunched shoulders, unafraid of death, boldly said, "The lady from the city came before the snow and has been unable to enter for many days because the temple is closed. I haven't been able to go in and ask my master for a meal." Li Xian panicked even more upon hearing this shouting nonsense. It seemed she was blaming the small girl, but in fact she was directing her words at Xie Shanshan. How could the other party know her mother's identity without her having introduced herself? Xie Shanshan calculated the days since she entered the capital and coldly laughed. "This is truly unprecedented arrogance, not allowing anyone in for over 10 days. I absolutely must enter." With that, she raised her foot to kick open the gate and pulled Pei Ju inside. Pei Ju cast a subtle glance at Li Xian, a cold glint crystallizing in his pupil. The maidservants of the Li family attempted to intervene, but were blocked by Madame Qian and her companions. Madame Qian smiled amiably. "I advise you all to stand here quietly. If our young lattice clothing touches even a corner, be careful that our duke does not draw his sword and strike in the minister's residence." Upon hearing that they were from the duke's residence, the maidservants displayed signs of fear. Li Xian hurriedly followed inside, asking, "Which duke's residence are you from?" Xie Shanshan suddenly stopped, turned to glance at her, and smiled softly. "Remember, I will say this only once. My father is the current Duke of Ning." Li Xian couldn't help but take several steps back, nearly stumbling. The Duke of Ning is merely a title of Xie Feng, but his actual position is the Minister of War. He also serves as the commander of the Dragon Guard and the governor of the capital, holding a top-tier position of power in the court. Even the crown prince treats him with courtesy. To utter a single disrespectful word, no family would prefer marrying their daughters to the crown prince or a county prince over his daughter. A few little nuns who were sweeping the courtyard paused at the sound, clasped their hands together, and innocently said, "Ba, the wife of Minister Li is in the back hall, discussing scriptures with the master. Please do not disturb her." Xie Shanshan smiled and said, "It's no trouble. We are merely here to admire the flowers." She was waiting for the lady to come out herself. If she rushed into the back hall, she would be in the wrong. Pei Ju, seeing her calm demeanor, felt even more at ease. As they walked side by side under the oldest wintersweet tree at the front of the main hall, he reached out to touch a drooping branch, and a little nun quickly spoke up, "Ladies, this temple prohibits climbing or plucking. Rest assured, I will not pick any flowers." Xie Shanshan had no intention of causing harm. Caring for flowers and trees is everyone's responsibility. She gently pulled down a branch of plum blossoms to smell the fragrance, then released it back, without losing a single petal. Perhaps due to the cold in the mountains, some petals still bore remnants of snow and ice. Pei Ju gazed at her intently. "When I return, I will capture this scene in a painting and present it to you, my lady. I have nothing of my own. Every piece of clothing and food is not mine. Only my words and sketches are my own, a small token of my affection." Xie Shanshan's eyes widened. "You can paint." "I have a little understanding," Pei Ju humbly replied. "Your little understanding is certainly profound mastery." Xie Shanshan could almost anticipate her excitement upon seeing the artwork. "Please make sure to paint me beautifully." As she spoke, she adjusted her clothing. Pei Ju's smile was warm. "No one can surpass the beauty of Miss Xie in this world." Xie Shanshan felt her heart bloom. Master Pei is equally so, possessing incomparable grace and extraordinary beauty. That line comes from Dream of the Red Chamber, so you have read it. Pei Ju's remark startled Xie Shanshan. What? Dream of the Red Chamber? Could it be that he, like her, was also from another world? Fortunately, Pei Ju's next words reassured her. "My teacher once saw the books left by the great ancestor emperor in the palace, and Dream of the Red Chamber is among them, an unfinished work by Chao Shuoqin, forbidden from being copied and not circulated among the common people." The sentence you mentioned refers to the character Lin from the story, but I am not a lady. Though he shared the same affliction as Lin. But Lin clearly did not have his fortune he had already recovered. Xie Shanshan sighed in relief. Who is your teacher? Someone who could enter the palace to see the relics of the great ancestor emperor was certainly no ordinary person. Pei Ju replied, my late teacher's surname is Lu with the given name Yin, and his courtesy name is Dianshan. Due to a taboo, his pronunciation was not very clear, and Xie Shanshan had yet to react when Madame Qian, who was following behind them, was greatly shocked and asked, is he the Lu minister who retired 20 years ago? Pei Ju slightly nodded. That's right. Madame Qian exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier, young Master Pei? She had been worried the entire way. Xie Shanshan was puzzled why. Madame Qian hurriedly explained, when Minister Lu was in the Hanlin Academy, he taught His Majesty and the Duke for several years. Though he did not have the title of teacher, he was indeed a teacher. After being promoted, he left the Hanlin Academy and never taught again. 20 years ago, when His Majesty ascended to the throne, Minister Lu retired due to old age, and since then he disappeared without a trace. His Majesty and the Duke searched for several years, but could not find him. Since Minister Lu has no children or relatives, His Majesty and the Duke intended to support him in his old age. Xie Shanshan was stunned for a moment, looking at Pei Ju. Then you are my father's junior disciple. Pei Ju replied, besides me, my teacher did not formally accept any disciples, so the title of junior disciple is indeed undeserved. He had no intention of being Xie Feng's junior. He wished to be Xie Feng's son-in-law. Madame Qian, unaware of his intentions, said regarding Minister Lu, you should ask young Master Pei thoroughly and tell the Duke upon returning. The Duke will surely be pleased. Xie Shanshan, however, was not in a hurry. What's the rush? Let's enjoy the flowers first. Li Xian had not heard their conversation, and if she had known, she would not have rushed into the back hall to inform her mother. Madame Wang was furious. Even the Duke of Ningguo cannot so blatantly disgrace your father. Xie Feng was a minister of state. Was her husband not all? The abbess, serene and composed, recited a Buddhist prayer. It is better to reconcile than to nurse grudges. Benefactor forbade others from entering first, yet this humble nunnery suffers an undeserved kick. Most unjust. Let me see which daughter of the Duke of Ningguo it is. Madame Wang stormed outside. Li Xian fanned the flames beside her. Perhaps it's a fraud. I have never seen her before. Lady Zhao enjoyed socializing and often took her daughters to gatherings. Except for the two eldest who had married early, the remaining daughters all had nodding acquaintance with Li Xian, especially the fifth daughter, who had just wed this year. They were of similar age and had close ties. Madame Wang said, never seen. Then she must be an impostor. The two unmarried daughters left were Xie Shanshan and Xie Daidai, whom she saw frequently. Without Lady Zhao accompanying them, how could they casually go mountain climbing? Li Xian chattered on. Could she be an illegitimate daughter? Before we left the city, we hadn't heard of any unknown daughter in the Duke of Ningguo's mansion. Or perhaps she is an impostor claiming connections to the powerful Duke of Ningguo. She could not bear the thought of another noble lady in the capital surpassing her in beauty and presence. Madame Wang found this plausible. Let me see for myself. She crossed the main hall to the front courtyard. One glance revealed two figures in red standing before several plum trees, pointing and whispering intimately. A scandalous sight. The young man in green robes said something, making the girl in men's attire laugh heartily. Madame Wang first noticed the cloak wrapped around Xie Shanshan. The crimson satin with python embroidery and silver marten fur collar were exclusive fabrics bestowed by imperial favor. Beneath it, she wore a purple marten cloak embroidered with multicolored silk and gold thread and tied with a large crimson bow at the waist. Red and green exceptionally vibrant. Her long brows, phoenix eyes, and jade-like skin bore a striking resemblance to the young old Duchess of Ningguo. She was undoubtedly of the Xie bloodline. Madame Wang, nearly 60 with graying hair, had certainly interacted with the old Duchess who had passed away over 3 years ago. Xuan, why didn't you tell me she was wearing bestowed attire? Madame Wang asked Li Xian with a grim face. Li Xian stubbornly retorted, who knows if she stole it? Among all the court officials apart from the Duke of Ningguo, who else has such honor? His Majesty has never bestowed such favor on anyone else. Since she is not a noblewoman of the capital and dares to travel alone with a man, she must be ignorant of the capital's decorum. Madame Wang sighed in frustration. Do you think it's that simple? Usurping imperial attire is a capital offense. Don't you know that? Without imperial bestowal, who would dare to dress like that? Even the Duke of Ningguo himself would not have such audacity. Li Xian's lips trembled. Mother, what shall we do? Fear suddenly gripped her. Madame Wang, distressed for her daughter, twisted her handkerchief and consoled. Wearing bestowed attire does not imply rank or title. As long as she is not an empress, consort, or princess, I have nothing to fear. After all, she was a first-rank lady. Among the court officials, there were not many women who held such a title. Li Xian's heart immediately steadied. Mother is right, Li Xian said. Even the Duke of Ningguo could not disregard their family's prestige. Madame Wang composed herself, donned a genial smile, and walked around the large incense burner in the courtyard towards Xie Shanshan and Pei Ju. Just as she approached, the old nanny at her back turned around. On closer inspection, it was Nanny Qian. She had seen Nanny Qian when she was a maidservant and later as a senior steward. It was said that after the old duchess's death the Duke of Ningguo's mansion fell under Lady Zhao's control and Nanny Qian had stepped down from her post. Yet here she was serving this young girl. How could Lady Zhao tolerate an outsider receiving such treatment? Madame Wang could not fathom it. Since this girl was not one of Lady Zhao's 4 daughters, nor the 2 remaining daughters in the mansion, she must have been brought from outside. Li Xian's speculation about her being an illegitimate daughter stemmed from this. So it's Nanny Qian, Madame Wang said with a warm smile devoid of the earlier arrogance. May I ask which young lady of the mansion you are accompanying? I often visit Lady Zhao, and we get along well, but I haven't seen this young lady before. She looks familiar, yet I dare not presume to recognize her. Nanny Qian gave a faint smile. She first performed a proper curtsy to Madame Wang, then said, Madame Wang, I am accompanying our 6th young lady to enjoy the snow and plum blossoms. We spent half a day climbing the mountain only to find the nunnery sealed off. We barely managed to enter, and your daughter forbade us from approaching. Madame Wang hastily interjected. The ban was only for the commoners outside, certainly not for a noble lady of the Duke's mansion. Xie Shanshan sneered. His Majesty loves his subjects as his own children and grants them commoner status. Though there are differences in rank, there is no distinction of nobility or baseness. Moreover, our dynasty stipulates that only those of good family background can serve as officials. Many court officials come from such families. Madame claims they are unworthy of entering the nunnery. It seems Madame's nobility is so supreme that she places herself above Emperor Taizu. Madame Wang was terrified. I meant no such thing. If you meant no such thing, how dare you seal the nunnery for over 10 days? Now you're afraid. Too late. Thanks to Emperor Taizu, who truly loved his people and often shared their joy, Xie Shanshan used his authority as a shield. A multitude of thoughts raced through Madame Wang's mind. In the nick of time, she had an idea. She turned and scolded the maids and nannies who had been guarding the entrance. I said I did not wish to be disturbed during my discussion with the abbess. I never ordered the nunnery sealed. You treacherous servants defied my orders and offended the Duke of Ningguo's daughter. One of the old nannies immediately fell to her knees wailing, Forgive me, madam. I thought commoners were unclean and might offend you and the young lady, so I barred them from it. Xie Shanshan watched with a mocking smile, allowing them to play their farce. One should never underestimate any feudal native. They all had sharp minds and quick reflexes. They could bend and adapt. Madame Wang scolded the maids and nannies, docked 3 months' pay, and ordered Li Xian to personally invite the commoners outside back in. Then she turned to Xie Shanshan. Miss Xie, they wronged you by making you think I deliberately sealed the nunnery. They deserve death, but our dynasty forbids wanton killing of servants. I have punished them for now, and upon returning home I will discipline them severely. Xie Shanshan crossed her arms. Madame Wang is indeed quick-witted. Madame Wang, as if oblivious to the sarcasm, smiled, and asked, May I ask which young lady of the Duke of Ningguo's mansion you are? I have offended you today, and I will send gifts to apologize after I return home. Nanny Qian, tell Madame Wang, so she won't seek revenge on the wrong person in the future, Xie Shanshan said. Madame Wang naturally protested, insisting she would never do such a thing. Nanny Qian glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian, young and inexperienced, could not hide the resentment in her eyes. Seeing her mother apologize to a stranger stirred. Madame Wang shot her a glare, shielding her with her body, then turned to Nanny Qian. Please enlighten me, Nanny Qian. Nanny Qian smiled serenely. Madame Wang, being in the mountains, you are out of touch with the world. Once you return to the capital, you will naturally learn of our young lady's origins. Upon hearing what Granny Qian said, Lady Wang wasted no time packing her things and taking her daughter down the mountain. She felt that something significant must have happened. It must be related to the Ningguo Duke's residence. The abbess muttered a few phrases of Ba in a daze. Xie Shanshan bowed to her, saying, Master, I apologize for— It is no trouble at all, the abbess replied, sincerely shaking her head. Your arrival has actually alleviated the troubles of this poor nun. Did she truly welcome Lady Wang? She was almost driven to despair. As the head of a temple, she could have quietly chanted a few scriptures and tapped on the wooden fish serving the good men and women who came to offer incense when she felt tired collecting a bit of donation. Instead, ever since Lady Wang's arrival, she had to discuss scriptures daily, racking her brain to recall various texts, often feeling hungry for missing meal times. Xie Shanshan smiled upon hearing this, and turned to Granny Qian, saying, Let's offer more donations to the temple. Also take a head count. After returning home, have the needlework room prepare a set of winter clothes and a quilt for each of the masters, and send some firewood, rice, and oil to help them through the cold winter. She could see at a glance that the abbess and the nuns lived in poverty. Their faces were pale, and their clothes were thin. On such a cold day, even the abbess's cotton jacket was not thick enough and was patched, let alone the little nuns. 80% of these little nuns were abandoned infants. Male infants that weren't abandoned were almost always simple-minded. Most female infants, however, were not so fortunate. Xie Shanshan had heard her grandmother say in her childhood that she did not have just 2 older brothers, but actually 3 older sisters and 3 older brothers. The 3 sisters were drowned right after birth, and none survived. Later, when her eldest brother was born, he also passed away prematurely. Later still 2 brothers were born and survived. Her grandmother was the youngest and managed to live on. This was after the founding of the nation that overturned feudal society, let alone in the more patriarchal feudal society. Without needing to inquire, Xie Shanshan knew of the misfortunes that befell girls. It was a pity that while the founding emperor devoted himself to gender equality during his reign, ultimately the path was blocked and doomed, all because of that scoundrel Gaozong, who was raised under the oppressive doctrine of male superiority. Thus she was willing to help these poor girls within her means. However, she couldn't give too much, fearing they wouldn't be able to hold on to it. Hearing Xie Shanshan's words, the young abbess, who was barely over 20, instantly brightened like a starry sky, immediately putting her hands together and bowing deeply. "This poor nun thanks you on behalf of my disciples." Her voice was loud, exuding evident joy. "How wonderful. This winter would have a solution." Seizing the opportunity, Xie Shanshan asked, "Will it disturb the temple's tranquility if we cook over a fire on the back mountain?" No, please feel free," the abbess replied. She usually didn't concern herself with matters outside the temple, only responsible for guiding the nuns and taking care of the plum trees inside and outside the temple. Aside from the 12 old winter sweet trees in front and back of the main hall, the rest were planted by those heroes who accompanied the founding emperor in conquering the world. It was merely a case of following suit. Some survived, some died, and they gradually filled the mountain head with new plantings each year. This temple was built for the founding emperor, providing a safe haven for the nuns, thus deterring others from bullying them. They naturally took great care of these plum trees. As Xie Shanshan led the way towards the back of the temple, where Qing Feng and the others were, Pei Ju remarked, "You truly have a kind heart, young lady." "Kindness has nothing to do with me," Xie Shanshan sighed. "I only manage what I see. If I don't see it, I act as if it never happened. The world is vast, and what I see is merely a tiny corner. Naturally, I can only help a very small part." She was quite self-centered and did not possess the great ideals of helping the world once she became prosperous. Pei Ju, however, felt she was more genuine. That evening, upon returning to his residence, he took out a book and worked even harder. Xie Shanshan went to find Xie Feng, who was returning home from an assignment, to ask if offending the Minister of Works Li Kuo would cause him trouble. Xie Feng was unconcerned. "When I promised your mother to remarry, it was destined that our 2 families would not coexist peacefully. Does it matter whether I offend him or not? Am I afraid of him? In front of me, Li Kuo must respectfully call me Ningguo Duke." Xie Shanshan already knew this would be the outcome. She smiled sweetly and asked, "Father, how is the bride price for my stepmother coming along? Do you need any help? Please prepare plenty to infuriate the Li family. And Lady Zhao." Xie Feng immediately replied, "If you have treasures to give me, I won't refuse." Xie Shanshan pouted, "What treasures do I have? I've given out everything I can. Should I split some of the silks and skins bestowed by His Majesty?" Xie Feng waved his hand. "The family has no shortage of those. Every year His Majesty bestows them upon me, and there are always new styles every season." Xie Shanshan expressed her envy. "I heard that my watch was bestowed by His Majesty to Father. Does His Majesty have any extras? Can you ask for 2 more, and give 1 to His Majesty and 1 to Father's little apprentice?" "What little apprentice?" Xie Feng asked in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Shanshan informed him about Pei Ju being a disciple of Minister Lu Yin, so he wouldn't look down on Pei Ju. At noon, while enjoying the scenery and eating grilled meat in the plum forest, she asked Pei Ju some questions about Minister Lu, admiring the elder who had taught Pei Ju so diligently. Xie Feng was taken aback. "You're saying that the sickly Pei Gongzi you met today is a student of Minister Lu?" He couldn't believe it. After searching for 20 years, news suddenly appeared. If he were to look down on Pei Ju next time, wouldn't he have to think of the kindness shown by Minister Lu? "Hey, 2 little foxes." Xie Shanshan lowered her head to unfasten the pouch hanging at her waist, pulling out a small seal. "Look, to prove that he didn't lie, Pei Ju gave me the seal carved by Minister Lu. It's still a piece of Tianhuang stone." Xie Feng examined it closely in his hand. Indeed, it is from Minister Lu's hand. It bears the style of his later years, smoother than in his middle age, albeit slightly lacking in strength. He hardly carved anything in the last few years before retiring. "Where is he now?" Xie Shanshan sighed. "He passed away 5 years ago and was buried with his wife and children in a grave he purchased in Sanjiang Prefecture. The arrangements were managed by Pei Ju and his family." Xie Feng felt somewhat sad. That was to be expected. He was already 66 when he retired. Many had assumed he was no longer in this world, including himself. Xie Shanshan said, "Now that you know, shouldn't you make some gesture, Father? Please take action." She looked at him expectantly. Xie Feng shot her a glare. "When I have my day off, I will invite that Pei Gongzi over for tea. I have questions for him." Xie Shanshan responded promptly. "Father, don't forget to ask His Majesty for a pair of golden watches for me. When I have good things, I will definitely present them to His Majesty first." She drew a picture of a delicious. The next day, Xie Feng indeed spoke to Emperor Tianyu. As he ordered Zhao Yu to fetch the latest pair of golden watches, he asked, "Is the Jinling province's top scholar from 3 years ago, Pei Ju, a student of Minister Lu? I have indeed read his essays. They flow like clouds and water, truly a gem with every word." I remember he was only 15, the youngest top scholar in history. He is only 18 this year. Xie nodded. Emperor Tianyu was very pleased. I look forward to seeing him at next year's imperial examination and see if he can achieve a 6-scholar success. Xie returned home after dismissing his duties, presenting the golden watch requested by Xie Shanshan to her. It was even more exquisite and delicate than the one Lady Qian had, flat and encased in enamel resembling a modern pocket watch. Xie Shanshan was delighted, calling out "Dear Father" 3 times in a row. The privilege of having a father like him was immense. While others could only yearn for such treasures, he could simply ask the Heavenly Protector Emperor for them. Xie Shanshan gained a new understanding of Xie favored status. No wonder the Heavenly Protector Emperor had specially ordered a place to be reserved for Xie during the construction of the imperial mausoleum, waiting for him to be buried alongside himself after 100 years to serve as sovereign and subject in the next life. Xie said, "This isn't from the West, it's made by our own daxia." Xie Shanshan's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Xie nodded. The founding emperor left behind many books, including those on clockmaking. He dedicated his life to improving the livelihood of the people, focusing on the manufacturing of firearms and large ships for national defense, distilling alcohol, and preparing remedies to reduce casualties, leaving no time to work on glass and clocks. Eventually it was passed down, but who knew it was neglected by the Gaozong emperor, who considered it a mere trickery. It wasn't until the Qingzhou emperor ascended the throne and settled various affairs that he arranged for further research and manufacturing to continue based on previous foundations. Glass dressing mirrors and self-striking clocks emerged one after another, earning the court quite a bit of silver. Only the delicate pocket watch faced many setbacks, only achieving success in the past 2 years. Xie Shanshan couldn't help but curse the Gaozong emperor in her heart. Consequently, she felt a bit more respect for the Qingzhou emperor, who had managed to win battles even with firearms in the court. "Didn't your majesty reward you with one?" Xie Shanshan first tucked the golden watch into her purse before asking this question. Xie smiled, pulling out a pair. 2 years ago, the first batch of about 10 pocket watches was produced, large and not very refined. The emperor intended to give me a pair, but since I already had a Western watch, I declined. The ones made this year are even better, and I just received them not long ago. Seeing that you wanted one, the emperor generously rewarded both me and my future wife with a pair. The Heavenly Protector Emperor always thought of him first when something good came along. With the new ones, the old ones could be given to Xie later to spare him from secretly complaining about the favoritism shown to the old duke and his wife, who favored Xie Jin and Xie Yu, but left him out. Others thought Xie was unaware, but in fact he was fully aware. Xie Shanshan was extremely envious, saying, "If I want it, I must have it." "You have it because you are." "One cannot compare, one cannot compare." Xie reminded her, "Don't forget to present any good items to the emperor. The Heavenly Protector Emperor is particularly easy to please." The Heavenly Protector Emperor often claimed that he was loyal, but in truth it was because of the great trust the emperor placed in him that he felt this loyalty. Xie Shanshan understood Xie intentions while smiling as she said, "Rest assured, father, I will certainly prioritize the emperor. I need to think carefully." Half of her space was filled with gold and silver, and truly useful items were exceedingly few. Had she known there would be an opportunity to traverse time, she would have reduced her collection of silver and sought rarities from the apocalypse to bring to the ancient times without causing a stir. Xie summoned a female official in her 40s, saying, "Earlier, I had someone inquire about several governesses. The young ladies they taught were too traditional, full of talk about family rules and the proper conduct of young ladies, stressing that they must not step beyond the door. I feared you might not like that, leading to contradictions, so I invited Lady Li from the Ritual Bureau to teach you some etiquette." He himself had a harem, but did not wish for his own daughter to be bound by strict etiquette, losing interest in life. Therefore he allowed Xie Shanshan to go out and play. Of course, she needed to learn the necessary etiquette. She could not lose her manners during social engagements. Xie Shanshan hurried forward to greet her. Lady Li returned the greeting, her expression gentle, her voice soft. "I will only teach the young lady for 3 months. After that I will return to the palace. You must become familiar with the rules of etiquette within these 3 months. 3 months is sufficient." Xie Shanshan's powerful abilities implied a strong mental capacity, allowing her to learn things exceptionally quickly. She invited Lady Li to the west courtyard, settling her in the east wing, and assigned her 2 large maidservants and 2 small maidservants to attend to her. Old Lady Qian was exceedingly pleased. Lady Li was a 5th-rank female official, not comparable to ordinary governesses. With such a female official who had been in the palace for over 20 years teaching her, Xie Shanshan would not face criticisms for lacking maternal guidance or for her poor manners when she ventured out. The next day, Xie Shanshan first sent the pocket watch to Pei Ju and made an appointment for a holiday before returning home to learn etiquette from Lady Li. The etiquette she had previously learned was simply not enough before Lady Li. Firstly, Madame Zhao had not personally taught her, and secondly, the governess had been bribed by Zhao Mingyue, leading to the original owner being frequently mocked for her etiquette. Even when she went to the palace to pay respects, she merely imitated others. Fortunately, she was clever enough and learned quickly and since she had read extensively, she had never truly embarrassed herself. Lady Li praised her intelligence after teaching her for just one day. Whether it was the etiquette for greetings, standing, walking, or sitting, she mastered it all in one go with movements exceedingly standard, fully showcasing her noble temperament, without any awkwardness. The second day involved learning how to dress and present oneself. The third day focused on dining etiquette and the rules of conversation. The fourth day included the etiquette for paying respects, conducting sacrifices, banquets, and coronation ceremonies. The fifth day was a holiday. Pei Ju visited as promised to pay his respects to Xie Feng, so Xie Shanshan cancelled that day's lessons. Upon first meeting Pei Ju, Xie Feng was immediately struck by his radiant demeanor. Indeed, he is like a rare orchid, unparalleled in the world. It was no wonder that such a clever and lively girl like Xie Shanshan always had her thoughts on him. Even he felt an affinity upon seeing him. By the next year, when he rode through the streets on horseback, he would certainly receive the treatment of throwing fruit from carts. Pei Ju performed 2 bows. I humbly greet Duke Ningguo. Not kneeling before officials was a privilege afforded to scholars. Xie Feng raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal. No need for formalities, please take a seat. Pei Ju sat down calmly, his demeanor graceful and extraordinary. Xie Feng felt a surge of admiration, yet his expression remained neutral. Shanshan mentioned that you study under Minister Liu. Although he had a teacher-student relationship with Minister Liu, they had never formally acknowledged each other as such. Instead, they referred to each other by official titles. He had first been known as Scholar Liu, later as Deputy Minister Liu, and then Minister Liu. After the Heavenly Protector Emperor ascended the throne, he intended to promote Minister Liu, but Liu declined, due to his old age, subsequently retiring. That year, after the death of his posthumous child, Liu lost the will to live. He did not force his daughter-in-law into widowhood, but personally sent her back to her family, even gifting her half of his assets as a dowry. He acted as her matchmaker, leaving the capital only after she was married, never to return. Among the people Xie Feng respected the most, Liu was one of them. Pei Ju respectfully answered Xie Feng, yes, I was fortunate enough to catch the teacher's eye and studied with him for 10 years. Xie Feng pointed to the scholar's 4 treasures on the desk, saying, I requested the examination papers from the last palace exam from His Majesty. You can show me your answers. If they aren't satisfactory, I may have something to say. Pei Ju acknowledged and walked over. Instead of sitting in the chair normally used by Xie Feng, he stood to answer the questions while Xie Shanshan helped him with the ink. All the texts were in classical Chinese, filled with obscure terms that were hard to comprehend. Xie Shanshan had no interest in the 4 books and 5 classics. Unable to comprehend them, she ceased her studies. According to the memories of the original owner, she diligently prepared the ink using the correct method, and casually brought over a large round chair to place behind Pei Ju, saying, Pei Ju, you sit down. Xie Feng's eyelids twitched. The chair, weighing dozens of pounds, seemed as light as a bamboo basket in her hands. The people sent to the south had yet to return, and it was unclear from where old Madame Zhao had found such a high-caliber teacher. Pei Ju expressed his gratitude to Xie and calmly took a seat, writing vigorously. His demeanor was so composed and graceful that Xie Feng believed he was indeed meant to be born in a palace of gold and jade. Xie Shanshan returned to sit beside Xie Feng, sipping her tea, and asked, if Pei Ju performs well on the exam, what reward would you offer? As an elder, shouldn't you give a token of appreciation? Xie Feng shot her a glare. Indeed, she was quite outgoing for a girl. But her vision was undoubtedly first-rate, just like her own. Pei Ju was talented and reserved with exceptional gifts, certainly not someone ordinary. Unfortunately, he was cursed by heaven, frail and sickly. The chief examiner for the provincial examination in Jinling was Wei Bing, the Minister of Rights. The 2 deputy examiners were scholars from the Hanlin Academy. Xie Feng had specifically inquired about them, and all 3 praised Pei Ju's talents while expressing their regrets about his health. They admired his talent, but lamented his frail body. Xie Feng also felt conflicted. If he could be cured, he would be an excellent son-in-law with wealth and family background requiring no concern. But wait, let's first see if he can live past 20. Xie Shanshan couldn't decipher his thoughts and was too lazy to guess. She turned to instruct Jifeng to prepare. Jifeng smiled and said, it's already prepared. 2 bolts of brocade, 2 gold ingots for the top scholar, 2 new books, and a complete set of writing materials. Xie Shanshan was quite satisfied. What are you thinking about, father? She asked Xie Feng. Coming back to his senses, Xie Feng replied, I was thinking with you chattering beside him, can young Master Pei concentrate? He seemed unaware that Pei Ju's gaze was entirely focused on Xie Shanshan after entering the residence. Xie Shanshan immediately fell silent. Pei Ju, multitasking, said, there's no need for the Duke to worry, I won't be affected. Xie Feng's phoenix eyes resembling Xie Shanshan's slightly lifted and his long eyebrows raised. He spoke while his brush moved fluidly, showing no sign. Xie Shanshan was quite amazed. He wrote for a full 2 hours without resting, let alone drinking tea, eating, or using the restroom. How did he manage to endure that? While Xie Feng could remain seated, Xie Shanshan could not. She stepped outside for a walk, returning with a basket of assorted food to accompany the tea, sharing it with Xie Feng as they waited for Pei Ju to continue. Is the palace examination the same? She asked Xie Feng. Xie Feng laughed. The palace examination requires the questions to be set at sunrise, and the papers submitted at sunset, during which no food, drink, or restroom breaks are permitted. Xie Shanshan's mouth slightly agape. Is it really that strict? Isn't that inhumane? What about Emperor Taizu? Didn't he improve anything? Rather than explaining to his daughter, Xie Feng seemed to be informing Pei Ju. Though 2 steamed buns and a bowl of soup are provided, you are not allowed to leave your seat in front of the emperor, and it is inconvenient to take care of business, so it is best to endure without eating or drinking, holding out until the end. Xie Shanshan sighed. Those participating in the imperial examination are extraordinary individuals. It's so arduous. Xie Feng, however, replied, what is not hard? The common folk toiling in the fields and wandering the streets have it much harder. Who doesn't wish for 10 years of study to gain fame in a single stroke? Pei Ju finished his last stroke, let it dry slightly, and stood to present the pages to Xie Feng, saying, please review, Duke. The characters were neat, beautiful, and upright, written in one go. Xie Feng praised well written. As he began to read from the beginning, his astonishment grew with each line, inwardly exclaiming, what a talented scholar. By the time he finished reading, Xie Feng discovered the entire piece flowed smoothly, with not a single trace of correction. The precision of the topic and the steadiness of the strokes were truly unparalleled. Xie Feng had previously been a chief examiner for the imperial examination grading papers, and of course, he could distinguish between excellence and mediocrity. Xie Shanshan asked, Father, how is it? Tomorrow I will take it to the palace for His Majesty to see. Xie Feng closed the pages, and the more he looked at Pei Ju, the more he liked him, comparing his own 2 sons to mere weeds. For now, stay in the residence. I will bring a physician to check your pulse when I return from the court tomorrow. Once your illness is treated, you can serve His Majesty. Pei Ju bowed deeply, saying, thank you, Duke, for your kindness. He did not decline. Xie Feng was even happier. He preferred children who were generous and straightforward. After pondering, he called for the maid Jin Cao. Please bring the elder and younger masters over to meet our guest, and after they have eaten, let's discuss some academic matters. If they could inherit even a fraction of Pei Ju's talent, their future would be secure. Unfortunately, both brothers were quite mediocre in their studies. Ever since Xie Jin transformed into Zhao Jin and was sent back to the Duke of State's residence, the people of the Ningguo Duke's residence immediately referred to him as Master Xie, with Xie Yu as the elder and Xie Heng as the younger. Among them, Xie Yu, being the eldest, increasingly valued himself and treated the servants with more generous kindness, studying even harder, and was very close with Xie Heng, always yielding to him in everything, displaying the demeanor of an exemplary elder brother. Since the Zhao family reclaimed their lineage, his conduct, which was entirely different from that of Lu Yinyang and Xie Daitai, earned him unanimous praise from the people, all believing he was worthy of the position of heir to the Ningguo Duke's residence. However, his natural talent was limited, and his studies made no progress, far inferior to Zhao Jin, who served as a companion reader for the princes. Xie Feng was not very satisfied and hoped to have a legitimate son after marriage. Upon hearing that Xie Feng had summoned him, Xie Yu hurriedly changed into visitor attire with Xie Heng and headed to the front courtyard. Xie Feng had already arranged for the meal. It was almost 3/4 past the hour, and he thought Pei Ju must be extremely hungry. Turning to look, Pei Ju's demeanor remained as graceful as ever, showing no signs of losing composure. Xie Yu and Xie Heng were also captivated upon meeting Pei Ju, and after being introduced by Xie Shanshan, referred to him as brother, sitting down as guest below Xie Feng. Xie Shanshan had already informed the kitchen in advance, and instead of using tribute rice and mountain delicacies, they served common white rice from Jiangnan. Pei Ju recognized the aroma immediately. His family cultivated half their land with white rice, supervised by local officials. Every year the harvest had to be submitted to the capital without keeping a single grain, thus they had to buy rice to eat. That rice was official white rice only for the use of officials in the capital, and local officials were not allowed to share in its profits. However, due to his delicate constitution, his family only bought the finest white rice. The rice grown in Songjiang used for common circulation was not inferior to white rice, it was merely a difference in name. Xie Feng welcomed Pei Ju, saying, Juer, since you are a direct disciple of Minister Lu, you are like family now. You can stay here in the future without holding back. If you need anything, just let Shanshan know. Xie Shanshan nodded, yes, let me know. The Ningguo Duke's residence lacked a head matron. When Xie Feng was not home, matters that the steward could not decide were reported to her. Being both legitimate and the eldest, she took charge without hesitation. Lu Yinyang was unable to gain the steward's approval, leading to a great deal of anger from Xie Daitai. After Pei Ju settled in, Xie Shanshan no longer needed to go out to find him. The next morning she rose early, intending to find him for breakfast, but Mammy Qian came in saying the Duke of Ping's residence welcomed a child last night. The Duke of Chao's residence's command passed away this morning. The Marquis of Jinggan's residence is marrying off a daughter in 3 days. Princess Chang'an's birthday is in 4 days. The Marquis of Beiping is marrying a daughter in 7 days. The 18th is the 70th birthday of the old madam of the Duke of Un, and the 19th is the birthday of the Marquis of Ning. They all come to request your guidance. Xie Shanshan did not take it upon herself to decide the congratulatory gifts, mourning offerings, and birthday gifts should be handled according to the old customs with no increase or decrease. If anyone asks, just say it's under the young lattice management, and any oversights are unavoidable. The Ningguo Duke's residence truly needed a head matron. She was genuinely fed up with these countless matters. Before she could finish her sentence, someone abruptly reported the lady who returned to the Duke of State's residence has arrived at the second gate. Who? Zhao. Zhao's original name was Zhao Qing. After divorcing Xie Feng, she automatically lost the title of Lady of Ningguo, and upon returning to her clan, she relied on her father and brother for her status, still surrounded by jewels and resplendent in her grace. Xie Shanshan arrived at the second gate with her maids to welcome her. After all, she was the biological mother of the original owner, and in a society governed by benevolence and filial piety, she had to maintain appearances. Moreover, when it comes to actions rather than intentions, she had not been treated unfairly in this life. As for the original owner, there wasn't much deep hatred. Perhaps being a daughter made her understand her mother's choices, always justifying her mother's decision to raise her in her natal family instead of sending her away. After all, it was not her intention to replace her biological daughter with her niece. Upon seeing Xie Shanshan, Zhao Qing felt a wave of disgust. The anger at having her biological daughter replaced by Zhao Mingyue, along with the guilt and heartache for her biological daughter, was all expelled from her face, leaving. She looked too much like the late Lady of Ningguo. Especially her habit of wearing red clothes, which was the same as that of the late Lady of Ningguo. The late Lady of Ningguo wore a pomegranate skirt until her death. After Xie Shanshan performed her greetings, Zhao Qing maintained a stern face and nodded. I have something to entrust to you. Xie Shanshan invited her in to take a seat. Zhao Qing picked up the teacup and lightly touched her lips, getting straight to the point. The 18th is the birthday of the matriarch of the Ningguo family. Have the birthday gifts been prepared? Xie Shanshan replied, the household is preparing according to the old customs. Granny Qian had just informed her of the matriarch's birthday, and she hadn't had the chance to ask about the gift list yet. Zhao Qing summoned someone to bring a potted coral. The coral was about a foot tall, a bright red color with a sturdy trunk and sprawling branches seemingly sprouting new buds at the tips, full of vitality and displaying a lush appearance. A hint of confusion appeared in Xie Shanshan's eyes. Zhao Qing said with a stern face, the matriarch of the Ningguo family is your elder sister's great-grandmother who has always cared for your elder sister. Since she is reaching her 70th birthday, we should celebrate with a significant gift. Make sure to add the coral potted plant to the birthday gifts and deliver it to the Ningguo family. This was definitely not a gift for herself. Sending such a grand gift to the matriarch of the Ningguo family must be out of concern for the negative impact on Xie Yaoyao after her divorce from Xie Feng. Indeed, it was a motherly heart. Xie Shanshan nodded. Understood, I will definitely comply. Zhao Qing's affection for Xie Yaoyao was not without reason. Whether in the original owner's life or her own, Xie Yaoyao had indeed put in effort to ensure that Zhao Qing was not abandoned or divorced. However, this life had cut off the latter to plead for mercy from the Emperor Tianyu with a single sentence, and now she was being constrained at home by her husband Zheng Kai due to Xie Feng's words. Xie Yaoyao did have filial piety, which was commendable, but concerning her future freedom, Xie Shanshan had never intended to allow Zhao Qing to continue residing in the Ningguo family to overshadow her. Zhao Qing's expression softened slightly. However, her dazzling red satin and silver fox cloak were truly eye-catching, and she couldn't help but say, can't you change your habit of loving red? Perhaps if she wore a different color, she wouldn't resemble the late Lady of Ningguo so much. Xie Shanshan was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly recalled that before the original owner returned home unmarried, she seemed to not have had any grand red dresses made for her. She quickly shook her head. I can't change it. I love bright red the most. After all, I traveled a long way to Beijing to recognize my father just to wear red. Zhao Qing questioned in confusion, what is the reason for that? Xie Shanshan fondly touched her new cloak. The current dynasty forbids commoners from wearing bright red, dark blue, and yellow. I wore silvered, peachard, and light red when I was young, and I have never worn bright red. I can't wait until I'm married to have the chance to wear it for just one day. Can I? So after my nurse Zhao told me about my background, I immediately recognized my father and changed into various bright red clothes every day. She selectively forgot that she actually had thoughts of wandering the world, and only decided to go to Beijing after meeting Pei Ju. Zhao Qing's face darkened. No wonder you are Xie Feng's daughter. Xie Shanshan naturally nodded. Of course, if I were not my father's child, he certainly wouldn't acknowledge. Zhao Qing scoffed. Isn't it because of Xie Yu and Xie Hong that he acknowledges you? Only by having you recognized can Jin'er's status as the legitimate eldest son be nullified, passing the inheritance to Xie Yu. Xie Shanshan laughed. Are you trying to sow discord? Unfortunately, she was not fooled, especially knowing that Xie Feng was about to remarry. Seeing that she was unfazed, Zhao Qing lightly curled her lips. Don't trust your father too much. He has always prioritized the interests of the Ningguo family. Which of your sisters was not chosen for marriage alliances? Xie Shanshan retorted. Is marrying well also my father's fault? Setting aside the issue of preference for sons over daughters, Xie Feng was indeed impeccable in choosing son-in-laws. Those brothers-in-law, if they have connections, they have connections. If they have roots, they have roots. If they have knowledge, they have knowledge. If they have looks, they have looks. If they have family values, they have family values. Even they themselves are all of good character, having passed the imperial examinations. Perhaps there were one or two brothers-in-law who were incapable, leading to a lack of prestige, but the brothers-in-law had the ability to establish their own households. Choosing Yuan Shaokong as a husband for the original owner was a low match, likely because the original owner did not grow up in a prestigious family, was unaware of the intrigue within, and had a weak temperament, fearing she would be skinned and stripped of her bones if she entered a high family. However, the Yuan family had a centenarian, and their family values were excellent. The original owner's several sisters-in-law all came from wealthy families and were not lacking in money. Zhao Qing snorted. You always defend him. Xie Shanshan said, what can I do if my father treats me well? He arranged everything about my clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, worried that I wouldn't have money to spend. That day, he gave me 1,000 taels of silver, supplemented my monthly and annual allowances, and even gave me the compensation that was supposed to come from the Zhen Guogong family. With so many benefits, if I don't speak well of my elder, who else would I speak well of? Zhao Qing angrily said, if I give you money, will you also speak well of me? Xie Shanshan immediately extended her hand, curling her finger. First give me the money, or I won't look up to you, if it's too little. Zhao Qing laughed in anger. All right. You really are a filial daughter. Xie Shanshan accepted without hesitation. I have always been very filial. Zhao Qing turned to instruct Pei Ju. Did you hear that? Later bring the New Year's money for the sixth girl. Over the years, not a single copper coin should be missing. Pei Ju responded affirmatively. After Zhao Qing stormed off by noon, Pei Ju indeed brought a large bag of gold and silver coins, about 300 or 400. Pei Ju also took out 25 tael gold ingots and smiled. Since the Lord has given the girl 1,000 taels of silver, the young lady must not be less than the Lord. This is 100 taels of gold, which is also 1,000 taels of silver. Xie Shanshan immediately accepted with a smile. My mother really has money. Pei Ju said the young lady has always been very fond of her several sisters. Except for me. If the original owner had been treated a bit better by her after returning home, she wouldn't have resolutely reincarnated instead of returning to the Ningguo Duke family and retracing her steps. Pei Ju had nothing more to say. After the transaction was clear, she immediately took her leave. Xie Shanshan suddenly said, wait, I have something to trouble you to take back. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Xie Shanshan returned the favor with an Australian white pearl. The pearl she took out from the pillow was accompanied by a delicate brocade box from Lingxiao, elevating its status instantly. Xie Shanshan found the pearl too large for her young age, making it look like a skull pendant hanging on her chest, which was quite unflattering. Thus it was left unused until now, and she never expected it would come in handy so soon. Her birth mother was slightly plump, which should be a good match. Through the etiquette taught by Li Shangong, she learned that among contemporary jewelry, pearls are the most expensive, followed by rubies, sapphires, and emeralds, and then jade and coral. However, in many cultures, beautiful jade ranks first. Pei Ju returned to the Duke of the State's residence and opened it in front of Zhao Qing, leaving the maids in stunned silence. It was truly precious. As white as snow, cold as ice, each pearl was round and flawless, shining like moonlight condensed into dew. The lustrous pearls overshadowed all else. Zhao Qing could not help but exclaim, where did she get such a treasure? It definitely wasn't from the Ningguo Duke's residence. If it were, the old Madam of Ningguo would have worn it long ago instead of letting it gather dust. Although the current emperor often rewarded Xie Feng, it was always with items or jewelry that Xie Feng could use, never with ready-made women's jewelry. If there were any in his private treasury, they would have been left by the previous 2 generations of the Ningguo ladies. After returning to her family, she often heard her brother mention that their mother had compensated Xie Shanshan with 108 large pearls, which she had been accustomed to since childhood. Now, if placed before her, they would be incomparable. Perhaps even offering 10,000 taels of silver would not buy a single one of them. Pei Ju shook her head. The 6th young lady gave them to me, and I brought them back. It shows her filial piety. Keep them safe, and wear them on the day of the old Madam of the Duke's birthday banquet, paired with my new red cloak. Zhao Qing naturally understood their value. When Yao Yao is older, I will leave them to her as a family heirloom. Indeed, Pei Ju nodded in agreement. The young lady is truly fond of the great aunt. Of course, the great aunt was also most filial to her mother. Although she was not personally present, she frequently sent maids and servants to deliver goods, providing for her mother's needs in every possible way, just to remind the Duke's residence that she still had a daughter managing the household at the Ningguo Duke's residence. Before she could put away the pearls, someone announced, Madam, the 2nd Madam has arrived. It was the 2 daughters-in-law of the Duke of the State's son and Wang. Before she finished speaking, the sisters-in-law had already entered and immediately spotted the brocade box Pei Ju had yet to close. Such big pearls. The luster is so bright. Wang exclaimed, I've never seen anything like it before. Pei Ju smiled. and said the young lady gave the sixth young lady a few taels of lucky money, and the sixth young lady gifted this string of pearls to the young lady. I was just about to put them away for when we go out. Would the two madams like to take a closer look? Why do the ladies of the Duke's residence often flatter the young lady? It's simply because the young lady has money and possessions. Mrs. Lin understood this well. Ever since the young lady returned to her family, she had been staying indoors chanting Buddhism and not going out. Zhao Qing temporarily relied on her brother and mother's support for living and did not confront her directly. Thus the Duke's residence remained in a very peaceful state with harmony throughout except for Zhao Mingyue, who had lost all her wealth, left only with seasonal clothing, feeling gloomy every day and not daring to appear in front of Zhao Qing. Upon hearing Pei Ju's words, Sun said with a smile, I really need to broaden my horizons. Such treasures are not found in the Duke's residence. Pei Ju presented the pearls in front of them for a moment before taking them back into Zhao Qing's dressing case. Zhao Qing lay lazily on the bed. Why aren't you attending to the old lady? Sun quickly replied with a smile, the old lady has rested, and said that the aunt usually eats little at lunch, so she sent us to ask what you would like for dinner to inform the kitchen to prepare it and deliver it to the upper room. Both side rooms have been occupied by the young ladies of the Duke's residence, so Lady Jiang asked her daughter to stay with her in the upper room. She stayed on the east side while her daughter occupied the west room. After dinner, she kept her daughter nearby to chat. Sun and Wang, seeing this, brought the younger sisters-in-law to take their leave, leaving only a few trusted maids of the old lady present. Lady Jiang caressed her daughter's still fair and smooth hands with loving eyes. I shouldn't have agreed to you 14 years ago, leading to such a situation. Even if you have no son, you are still the wife of the Ningguo Duke. No one would dare disrespect you. Now that Xie Feng is heartless, not recalling any past affections, and has abandoned you like this. What are your plans for the future? I am nearly 70, I don't know how many good years I have left. Your brother is unambitious and your nephews will undoubtedly protect their mother. Before you return, they all came to plead for her. What will you do? Zhao Qing was unperturbed. I have several daughters, so I won't be without someone to support me in my old age. Lady Jiang remarked, but they cannot always be by your side. Zhao Qing chuckled lightly, but I have nephews, nieces, and daughters-in-law, don't I? My brother's family is in financial trouble, while I have both money and land with annual income in the thousands or tens of thousands. After deducting various social obligations, I still have half left. If I provide some support, who in the house wouldn't curry favor with me? After leaving my first marriage and struggling for over 20 years, I have finally returned to being a young lady again, and I deserve to enjoy some peace. Looking back on the past, she realized that being a young lady was indeed the most carefree time. Without worrying about household matters, without dealing with social obligations, without enduring the distaste of managing the clothing, food, and living situations of concubines and illegitimate children. Even in front of my mother, I could sleep until midday without anyone daring to object. Zhao Qing secretly rejoiced at not continuing to entangle with Xie Feng. If she had stayed in the Ningguo Duke's residence, she could only watch as Xie Yu inherited the title of Duke, and perhaps in her lifetime, he would even request a title for his birth mother. Such precedents did exist in this dynasty. At that time, watching Lu Yinyang take charge of her life would truly make her feel sick. Lady Jiang slapped her hand lightly. Aren't you afraid they will spend your silver and not care for you in your old age? Zhao Qing replied, Mother, don't worry. I know what to do. She would certainly hold tightly to her silver and belongings. As long as she had money, her nephews and nieces would have to show her filial piety. Silly child. Lady Jiang could see through her daughter's thoughts. Don't think too highly of your brother and sister-in-law. 14 years ago, they dared to use a niece to impersonate my granddaughter. What else would they not do 14 years later? As long as I am alive, I can keep them in check. Once I'm gone, your brother and sister-in-law will have no one above them, and they will do whatever they want to you. If they kill you, all your silver and possessions will be theirs. How could they allow you to leak even a little from your fingers? Zhao Qing frowned. What ideas do you have, Mother? She knew Lady Jiang would never speak without purpose. Lady Jiang raised an eyebrow and said, if Xie Feng can remarry, why can't you marry again? You are only 43 this year, 30 years away from my age. Must you spend the next 30 years watching him remarry and enjoy family happiness alone? After listening to Madame Jiang's words, Zhao Qing shook her head vigorously. Mother, I have finally managed to extricate myself from the complexities. Oh, why would you throw me back into the whirlpool? I do not wish to tire myself further. Besides, at my age, what good man could I possibly find? Most likely a widower with children, and upon entering his home, I would not only have to manage the household, but also worry about the marriage affairs of his children. What do I stand to gain from this? They are not my own flesh and blood. Can they truly be filial to me in my old age? Even if the great Xia dynasty ruled by filial piety, how many cases were there of feigned obedience masking malicious intentions? How could the silver and valuables in her possession not attract covetous eyes? If she were to leave the Duke of Zhengguo's residence with these, and remarry her brother, who would feel the loss of a substantial fortune, would certainly not support her, let alone the several nephews born to Madame Lin. Since her return to the clan, Zhao Jin, whom she had raised with her own hands, had never shown her face even once. How could she not feel disheartened? She disliked Xie Shanshan, yet even Xie Shanshan would at least return a greeting. If only she did not resemble the late Madame Ningguo in appearance, she would surely do everything she could to make it up to her. However, upon seeing that face, she felt a deep-seated revulsion. Madame Jiang said, "I will find you a top-notch match." Zhao Qing scoffed. With Xie Feng as a standard, how could there be anyone truly top-notch? Is it that their titles surpass that of Xie Feng? Or are their talents more refined? Would I be marrying a man who is inferior in every aspect to him only to bow and scrape before his new wife during social gatherings? I would rather not marry at all, remaining at home as the daughter and sister of the Duke of Zhang was still adorned in gold and jewels. Even marrying a first-rank official with a first-rank title, the Phoenix Crown and rainbow robes, would still pale in comparison to those of a duke's wife. And among the first-rank officials in their prime, who does not remarry a young maiden immediately after losing their wife? Who would take a 40-something woman who has given birth to 6 daughters as their wife? Only her biological mother treats her as a treasure. Madame Jiang was somewhat swayed by her daughter's words. Zhao Qing lowered her voice. "Mother, my brother is timid. With my daughters around, he would not dare to act against me. Although I have not borne a son, Xie Feng has chosen several excellent sons-in-law, intelligent and virtuous with promising futures. Especially Yao Yao's husband, a top scholar from the imperial examination, and the legitimate son of Duke Ningguo will inherit a title that remains that of a duke, unlike my brother, who possesses no real power. Had it not been for Xie Feng's swift actions and the imperial decree from Emperor Tianyu granting the marriage, who knows how many nobles would have rushed to marry their daughters to Zheng Kai. Emperor Tianyu valued Xie Feng, and his sons-in-law enjoyed smooth sailing in their careers. Mainly the sons-in-law indeed possessed real talent. The older two were graduates of the imperial examination, while the younger two were already Jiren, making their promotions effortless. Even without deliberate promotions, simply progressing step by step, they would ascend faster than others without any obstacles. Madame Jiang sighed. "All right, since you do not wish to remarry, I will not meddle any further." "Mother, how could you call it meddling when you are only thinking of me? I now wish to serve you at your knees until you reach 100 and spend another 30 to 50 years as a young, far better than being a troublesome head of the household." Madame Jiang laughed heartily. "If I were to live another 30 to 50 years, would I not become an old hag?" Zhao Qing nestled in her embrace. "If you are an old hag, I shall be a little spirit. May we both live long and enjoy life, which is 100 times better than any wealth and honor." Madame Jiang gently stroked her back. "You speak very wisely. People die, and isn't that the end of everything? What worth is wealth and honor when they vanish upon death, leaving no enjoyment behind?" Madame Jiang came to a realization and instructed the maid to open the storeroom, taking out the jewelry she had from her youth to distribute among her granddaughters, and giving some antiques and paintings to her grandsons. Her son Zhao Buyuan also had some household silverware and copperware that had languished and used for many years. The maid asked, "Should we also give some to the elder?" Although the truth was out and Zhao Jin had returned, she had not sent Zhao Mingwei away. She still occupied the position of the eldest daughter in the Duke of Zhangguo's residence, and others dared not speak out due to their apprehension of Madame Lin. Madame Jiang frowned. "She is neither my granddaughter nor my granddaughter. Why should I give her anything? I already did her a favor by repaying her 1,000 taels of silver. Instead, find a few more sets of jewelry to give to my granddaughters, 2 sets each." Upon receiving the news, Zhao Mingyue felt extremely wronged, quietly crying for a while, and immediately wrote a letter to He Chongning to maintain their relationship, enclosing some handmade sewing items. Once she becomes the future empress' close confidant, those who look down on her and neglect her will surely pay the price. Especially Xie Shanshan, she must not be allowed to marry Yuan Shaokong. Zhao Mingyue thought of Li Xian. After her rebirth, she had been in frequent contact with Li Xian, second only to her correspondence with He Chongning. Zhao Mingyue immediately wrote another letter to Li Xian. After returning to the city with her mother, Li Xian learned of the news regarding Duke Ningguo Xie Feng's divorce from Zhao Qing, and was also aware of the matter of the Duke of Zhangguo's Li Dai Taojiang. Upon realizing that Zhao Mingyue was merely Madame Lin's niece, Li Xian held her in less esteem. When she received the letter, she lazily opened it and glanced. After reading the content, Li Xian showed it to her mother. Zhao Mingyue says that Duke Ningguo has secretly taken a liking to a scholar named Yuan Shaokong, intending to recruit him as a son-in-law. Mother, please have father snatch him for me. Thinking of Xie Shanshan's face made her feel jealous. No wonder she had been so arrogant on the mountain, casually blaming her mother. It turned out she was indeed a wild and rude daughter of a duke raised outside. Madame Wang frowned. Your father intends to choose a son-in-law from among the top scholars, not someone like a mere scholar. Li Xian hurriedly replied. Zhao Mingyue said that Yuan Shaokong is exceptionally talented, ranking high in the provincial examinations in Jinling, and has a good relationship with Wei Jun of the Wei Guogong family. He will undoubtedly be on the list next year. Madame Wang's expression brightened. In that case, have your father and brother investigate him discreetly. Li Xian was very pleased. Regardless of whether she married Yuan Shaokong or not, she could not allow Xie Shanshan to have her wishes fulfilled. She had not given much thought to Pei Ju. Although the current atmosphere was more liberal, it was still rare for men and women to travel together unless they were immediate relatives. Madame Wang said, I just made you 2 outfits and a set of jewelry, you should try them on. In a few days accompany me to the Duke of Ningguo's residence to celebrate the old latticed birthday. Li Xian then asked, will Xie Shanshan be attending? Madame Wang replied, according to current customs, their family has no head of the household, so it is likely no one will bring her to the birthday banquet. Even if she does go, we won't run into her. Li Xian immediately became displeased. Isn't it the case that on the first day invitations are extended to the princess, the prince consort, the princess consort, and various noble families? Our family of first-rank official can only be placed on the second day, truly looking down on others, and no wonder they have fallen into disgrace. Madame Wang surprisingly did not scold her daughter. They are noble families, mostly of the highest rank. We are civil officials, and there is indeed a distinction. It might actually be inconvenient for us to meet. Li Xian remained dissatisfied, repeatedly asking, Mother, are you sure Xie Shanshan cannot go? Madame Wang nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately felt a sense of schadenfreude. Once Duke Ningguo's official wife gives birth to his legitimate son, that will indeed mark the beginning of Xie Shanshan's good days. Xie Shanshan instructed someone to add the red coral sent by Zhao to the old lattice birthday gift list for Duke Ningguo. After Xie Feng finished his official duties, he would mention it during dinner with her and Pei Ju. I even asked my mother for some money, she said cheerfully. Xie Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise. You managed to get silver from your mother. Zhao came from a luxurious background. Although she wasn't completely stingy, she had never spent a single coin on her siblings, Xie Yu, Xie Heng, Xie Shanshan, and Xie Daidai. All her daily needs were taken from the estate. Even on her birthday, Zhao would only have the estate make her 2 outfits and prepare longevity noodles and peaches with no additional gifts. Xie Shanshan, while serving Pei Ju dishes, said, why not? I claimed the New Year's money that should have been mine, and also asked for 100 taels of gold equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. Xie Feng envied, you have such skills. Did Zhao not know that the compensation Xie Shanshan received already included the New Year's money? Xie Shanshan noticed and couldn't help but scrutinize him. Father, could it be that my mother has never spent a single cent on you? Xie Feng retorted, why would I need her to spend money on me? Everything in the house is paid for with my money. Deserved it. Xie Shanshan probably understood Zhao mentality. You've already taken a concubine and had children, yet you still expect me to spend money on you. Dream on. She had a bit of a modern personality. The 50,000 taels was the alimony Zhao had claimed for herself. If she truly followed the current rules, she could only take her dowry when leaving and not the assets of her husband's family. However, she not only took all her belongings, but also demanded a huge sum of 50,000 taels. As the heir of the Ningguo Duke's mansion, all of Zhao expenses and assets did not amount to 50,000 taels. Why did Xie Daidai envy her? Was it simply because she got many valuables when she first entered the mansion? She had no money, was feeling envious, and wanted more. Xie Feng glared at Xie Shanshan. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Pei Ju lowered his gaze, hiding a hint of a smile. Xie Shanshan, however, ignored his words and asked, has the emperor seen Pei? Just scroll. What did he say? Very good. Xie Feng relayed the evaluation after the emperor Tianyu had seen it. He turned to Pei Ju and said, the emperor has decreed that you can stay in the mansion without worrying about food, clothing, or stationery. Just focus on your studies, and we will meet again in the palace next year. Pei Ju had such charm, and with his health improving, Xie Shanshan felt more at ease, keeping him in her mansion. There were too many in the court who wished to compete for a. If one wasn't careful, they would let someone else get ahead. Upon learning that he had also gained a 15-year-old girl, and that there was another of the right age colleagues with daughters at home, were secretly keeping an eye on him, wanting to know which scholar he planned to take as his son-in-law in the spring examination. Pei Ju stood up and saluted. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness, and thank you, Duke Guo, for your generous treatment. Xie Feng waved his hand, asking him to sit down. Later, Liang Yuanzheng will come to check your pulse. Don't rush back to rest. Xie Shanshan then asked why he didn't come back with him. Xie Feng replied, when the official duties were concluded, a lady in the palace had some discomfort, and Liang Yuanzheng was sent in to check on her. He will come over after treating her since we aren't in a hurry. He had observed Pei Ju secretly, and found he wasn't as weak as rumored. After a while, Liang Yuanzheng arrived as promised. Xie Shanshan generously did not avoid him, and greeted Liang Yuanzheng, her voice clear. Please take a careful look at how Mr. Pei should nurture himself in the future. Liang Yuanzheng smiled. Of course, miss, rest assured. He had heard the little eunuchs in the imperial medical office mention Xie Shanshan, saying she was highly favored by the emperor. Just look at the cloak she was wearing. Even the ladies of the court did not have one. When he checked Pei Ju's pulse, it took a full quarter of an hour. Liang Yuanzheng released his hand, stroked his beard, and asked, has Mr. Pei had any extraordinary encounters that actually cured the heart ailment? Pei Ju was startled and replied gently, there was indeed an extraordinary encounter, but I cannot speak of it. He was very clear that the means by which Xie Shanshan cured him could not be known to others, and he had already warned Qingfeng. Liang Yuanzheng nodded. If the young master had not had this extraordinary encounter, the heart ailment would have been difficult to cure, and the other organs would have been damaged simultaneously. Even with careful nurturing, he would not have lived past 20. I believe many eminent doctors from Jiangnan made such conclusions when you were young. Thus his family did not want him to enter the capital for the examination, fearing he might perish on the way. However, he insisted on doing so, wanting to achieve the top scholar and bring honor to his parents in his short life, which could be considered filial devotion. Xie Shanshan quickly asked, "And now? How is it now?" Liang Yuanzheng replied, "Among the 5 internal organs, the heart is the most vital. The heart governs the blood vessels. Since the heart ailment has been cured, the spirit is stable, and the blood flows smoothly. Naturally, it will improve. Moreover, your lungs have also healed, and the other organs will gradually recover. There will surely be a day of good health." Xie Feng listened carefully. "Are you saying he can fully recover?" Liang Yuanzheng said, "Mr. Pei is ultimately deficient in innate vitality, and the other organs are quite weak. If he follows my prescribed medicine and continues to nurture his qi and blood, I cannot say he will fully recover, but he has passed the critical age of not living past 20. Unless Mr. Pei encounters another extraordinary event with all organs restored, he can naturally attain a lifespan of an ordinary person." Xie Feng did not inquire what the extraordinary event was. Since Pei Ju had experienced one, he could certainly experience another. He ordered someone to take out a large ingot of silver for Liang Yuanzheng. "Please write a prescription. If anyone inquires about this child's condition, you will respond according to earlier conclusions." Liang Yuanzheng understood. "Rest assured, Duke, I will take care of it." Xie Shanshan asked, "The decoction is too bitter. Can he take pills instead?" He previously took Ren Shun Yang Rong Wan. Liang Yuanzheng smiled. "Miss, rest assured it will also be in pill form. The Ren Shun Yang Rong Wan can be stopped. The main focus will be on nourishing the liver, spleen, and kidneys." Thank you. Xie Shanshan was very happy. Pei Ju also thanked Liang Yuanzheng. Liang Yuanzheng then went outside to write the prescription, taking the silver and the gifts prepared by Xie Shanshan, and left. After confirming that there were no servants in the room, Xie Feng asked Pei Ju, "Will you still encounter the extraordinary event mentioned by Liang Yuanzheng?" Pei Ju restrained himself from looking at Xie Shanshan, and replied softly, "She promised to definitely cure me, but I must wait until my body is in better condition." Xie Feng asked again, "Can it really be cured?" Pei Ju smiled slightly. "The heart and lungs have healed, which is evident evidence. If not for this, he might not have made it to the capital." Xie Feng was very satisfied. "Everyone go back to rest. Tomorrow those who should study will study, and those who should work will work. The closer we get to the new year, the..." Xie Shanshan was puzzled. "What could I possibly have to do?" "Your elder sister's great-grandmother is celebrating her birthday. There will be a banquet on the 16th, solely inviting various princesses, princes, and the heirs of noble families. I must attend, and you will accompany me. What does it matter if I go out without my mother?" Xie Feng never paid attention to formalities. If his daughter attended the banquet, the princesses present would certainly not make things difficult for her. Xie Shanshan was not particularly interested. "What benefits do I gain from this?" Xie Feng laughed. "You will surely receive a gift upon meeting for the first time." Xie Shanshan perked up immediately. "Let's go. Who's afraid of who?" From childhood to adulthood, she had never been shy in public. Since she had to attend a banquet, she could no longer wear men's clothing. The next day, Xie Shanshan sent someone to deliver the birthday gifts, including the red coral, to the Duke of N's residence, and then asked Ling Xiao to find 2 sets of women's attire from the sewing room, along with the jewelry granted by Emperor Tianyu. For her first appearance, it was essential not to lose face. Unexpectedly, Lady Jiang suddenly sent 2 sets of gold headdresses. One set was adorned with pearls, and the other with emeralds and gems. There were dozens of pieces, and compared to the gifts from Emperor Tianyu, they were equally splendid. Since they were a complete set, they appeared even more luxurious and dignified. Granny Qian rewarded the messenger with a purse, and after sending him off, she came over to take a look. Lady Jiang has always been generous. To speak frankly, in previous years, she often sent headpieces and clothes to the former lady and young ladies which were no less exquisite than what she sent to the young lady today. Xie Shanshan paid no mind, and said, "Put them away." Granny Qian asked, "Aren't you wearing them tomorrow?" Xie Shanshan waved her hand. Being still young, there was no need to wear an entire set of headpieces. If she did, when she encountered Lady Jiang tomorrow, they might think she had forgiven them. Such a beautiful thing was hardly possible. Xie Shanshan was not the original owner and had no right to forgive others for the harm done to her. Granny Qian then instructed Ling Xiao to store them in the jewelry box. Xie Shanshan then selected a cloak and cape for her outing. Coincidentally, the sewing room delivered a silver fox cloak made for Pei Ju. She immediately ordered Granny Qian to send it over to Pei Ju along with the hairpin and purse made by the maid. Granny Qian delivered it to Pei Ju, saying with a smile, "The young lady will learn etiquette from Lady Li shortly," so she did not come in person. Pei Ju returned with a basin of wax plums. Qingfeng got up early to tidy up the books and luggage in Wenchang Alley, and at the cost of losing a month's deposit returned the rented courtyard. He asked Qing Feng to buy 2 pots of wax plums from the flower market, one of which was sent to Xie Feng's study first. Upon receiving them, Xie Shanshan promptly ordered them to be placed on the table. Lady Li took a glance, but said nothing further, and continued to teach Xie Shanshan about the birthday banquet at the Duke of N's residence. She taught her how to greet the host, how to pay respects to esteemed guests at the banquet, and what kind of etiquette to observe depending on the status of the person being greeted. Although Xie Shanshan was the daughter of a duke, her attire was dictated by her father, yet lacking in elegance and rank, she would only be seated at the end of the table. Xie Shanshan then asked Lady Li, "Was my mother also lacking in grace and rank after returning to her family?" Lady Li slightly nodded yes. Very well. She certainly would not encounter Zhao Qing at tomorrow's birthday banquet. One could see her inherent pride from her demand for Xie Feng to remarry. How could she be content to sit at the end of the table among former acquaintances who were princesses and noble consorts? Even her daughter-in-law's family might not be worth her humiliation. With such thoughts, Xie Shanshan slept soundly throughout the night, unaware of the heavy snow that fell. Upon waking early and opening the window, she saw the world covered in silver, and a chill swept over her. The Duke of N's residence had indeed chosen a fine weather for the day. After breakfast, Xie Shanshan accompanied Xie Feng, who had to take a day's leave, to leave at the hour of C. Inside the carriage, she was sheltered from the wind and snow, but it was a hard time for Xie Feng, who was riding. Even with a large fur collar for protection, he still felt the biting wind and was covered in snow. Xie Shanshan lifted the curtain, pushed open half of the glass window, and playfully blinked at Xie Feng, teasing, "Father, next time you go to the palace, please ask the emperor for a favor allowing you to ride in a carriage during winter." Xie Feng replied with annoyance, "I am not old or infirm." Xie Shanshan chuckled secretly. Indeed, only the elderly, weak, ill, or disabled could receive such a privilege. All other noblemen and military officials were required to ride, as decreed by Emperor Taizu, so they would not forget the art of mounted archery. Unlike the Song dynasty's preference for civil over military, Emperor Taizu valued both, believing that literature could stabilize the world, while martial prowess. As they approached the street where the Duke of N's residence was located, they saw the main gate wide open from afar. Countless attendants dressed warmly were sweeping snow in front of the gate, and colorful lanterns were hung, creating a festive atmosphere. The father and daughter dismounted as they reached the gate. The Duke of and his wife, and the couple Zheng Kai and Xie Yaoyao hurried out from the main gate to welcome them, all dressed elaborately according to their ranks. Xie Shanshan observed discreetly and noticed that Xie Yaoyao's 6th grade attire was far inferior to her mother-in-law's phoenix crown and silk robe, and it was even less splendid than what she had worn during her last visit to the Ningguo Duke's residence. It wasn't as good as her own. For at home, she followed her father, and upon marriage, she followed her husband. Xie Shanshan's attire was based on Xie Feng, while Xie Yaoyao could only follow her husband Zheng Kai's rank, likely being promoted to 5th grade lady next year. Seeing Xie Shanshan beside Xie Feng, Xie Yaoyao's eyes flickered as she pressed her lips together. The recent confinement made her realize that her maternal family was always dictated by her father, and her father's attitude determined her treatment in her in-laws' family. Thus, she dared not show any displeasure towards her younger sister. With her mother having returned to her family, continuing to make things difficult for Xie Shanshan seemed pointless. Reflecting on her husband's advice, Xie Yaoyao maintained a calm demeanor. The Duke of N and Xie Feng exchanged greetings, and the Duchess of N also brought her son and daughter-in-law forward to pay respects. After Xie Shanshan completed her greetings, the Duchess smiled and reached out to take her hand, placing a pearl bracelet on her wrist, praising her. "Is this the 6th young lady brought back by our family? Indeed, she resembles her father greatly. Quickly follow your sister to the old lattice room, it's warm inside." Xie Shanshan thanked her with a smile, and then expressed her gratitude for the gifts received from her brother-in-law Zheng Kai. Zheng Kai saw that although his sister-in-law was not very old, she was strikingly beautiful and had a dignified demeanor, graceful in her every gesture, far surpassing his wife. He couldn't help but be secretly amazed and quickly said, "It's just a small gift, there's no need for you to thank me, sister." He led his father-in-law into the hall, while Xie Yaoyao took her sister to greet the old lady, and the Duke and Duchess of N remained to continue welcoming guests. The sisters had no conversation along the way. The maidservants and servants entering through the side gate quickly caught up and followed behind. The old lattice maiden family surname was Li, residing in the west courtyard. After entering the ceremonial gate, turning left and heading west, passing through the hall, and turning right to enter the hall behind, which was the old lattice living quarters consisting of 5 main rooms identical in specifications to those of the Ningguo Duke's residence. Perhaps due to the Duke of N's mediocrity and Zheng Kai having just entered officialdom for 5 years, it appeared less glamorous than the Ningguo Duke's residence. When Xie Yaoyao and her sister arrived, several maidservants had already lifted the curtains. Someone else went in to announce, "The eldest lady has brought the 6th young lady here." Upon entering, Xie Shanshan found the room less lavishly decorated than her own or Lady Jiang's, with half-new, not old brocade cushions. Sitting on the main couch was a kindly-looking old lady surrounded by several maidservants and Xie Yao's sisters-in-law, totaling more than 10, all dressed in red and green, wearing jeweled hairpins. Xie Shanshan bowed respectfully, saying, I wish the old lady longevity like the moon ascension, like the sun endurance, like the southern mountains, steadfast like pines and cypress. May you always have descendants to carry on your legacy. Lady Li smiled broadly, quickly calling out to Xie Yao, bring your sister over to me. As Xie Shanshan approached, Lady Li examined her closely and lavishly praised her, then pulled her down to sit beside her, smiling. Among my several daughters-in-law, your sister is the one I am most fond of. I didn't expect you to surpass her in beauty. Guests will be arriving one after another shortly. There will be many people, and I may not be able to attend to you immediately, so bear with it for a bit. Before Xie Shanshan could reply, she heard the maidservant announce, Lady Jiang from the Duke of Zhan's residence has arrived. Lady Li immediately rose to greet her. Indeed, Zhao Qing did not come with Jiang Taijun. Accompanying her were Duke Zhao Buyuan and Madame Lin. Though dressed in the attire of a top-ranking nation's consort, she remained as quiet as an invisible person. Xie Shanshan knew this was mere. She was lying in wait, anticipating the time when the matter of Li Dai Tao Jiang would fade from public memory, at which point she would become active. After Jiang Taijun entered and took her seat, she explained to Li Taijun Yao Yao's mother intended to come personally to congratulate you on your birthday, having prepared her outfit and jewelry well in advance. However, she woke up with a heavy nasal congestion, making it inconvenient for her to come while ill. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, Xie Yao immediately displayed a worried expression. Li Taijun hurriedly inquired about her condition, using Zhao Qing's childhood name Baoju, have Yao go attend to her illness. Jiang Taijun repeatedly waved her hands. It is your birthday, the household is quite busy. Let Yao take care of the birthday banquet. Her mother is fine. I have already had ginger tea upon my arrival and sweated profusely. It was uncertain whether Li Taijun believed her, at any rate Xie Shanshan did not. Zhao Qing surely did not come because she wished to remain in a lower position. Originally Zhao Qing's nickname was Baoju. Would she need to avoid this in the future? Would it be necessary to pronounce Pearl as Zhenju? Xie Shanshan appeared obedient, yet her mind was full of wild thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Taijun ceased her inquiries and instructed a maid to present the prepared gifts for Xie Shanshan: 2 bolts of brocade, 2 pairs of gold and silver ingots, and 2 pairs of gold and jade bracelets, as well as 2 pairs of gold and jade rings. Hooray! The first gift was received. Xie Shanshan sweetly expressed her gratitude. Seeing her so pleased, Li Taijun could not help but praise her again. Soon esteemed guests began to arrive. Li Taijun went to personally greet them, including Princess Chang'an, her husband Prince Qin, and his wife Prince En, and his wife, and the royal matron of Qi, as well as Princess Changming and other members of the royal family. The men held little actual power, possessing only hollow titles or minor duties, much like Duke Zhao Buyuan. After seizing the empire, Emperor Cheng immediately abolished the princely system. By suppressing through force, he then confined them within the capital, offering them wealth and status, yet withholding military power and fiefdoms. Xie Shanshan increasingly admired Emperor Cheng for his cunning. He used Emperor Taizu as a pretext. During Emperor Taizu's reign, there was no princely system. It was Emperor Gaozong who was somewhat deranged that divided fertile lands among his sons, thus establishing a tradition leading to Emperor Cheng's guardianship beyond the borders. Returning to the present topic, Xie Shanshan primarily came to experience the world as a time traveler. The main hall of the Duke of N's household hosted officials, while the west courtyard entertained guests, and several rooms in the back garden were prepared for retreat, all meticulously arranged according to etiquette. The remaining guests included Duke Wei and his wife Duke Lu and his wife, among others, all welcomed by the Duke and Duchess of N and the Zhengkai couple. A total of 16 or 17 families attended. They were all nobility. Xie Shanshan was surprisingly the only unmarried lady present, leading everyone to pay her respects. In truth, the princesses and royal wives were even more curious about her. The reason for Xie Feng and Zhao Qing's loving couple being separated was that their biological daughter had been replaced by a false son. How peculiar that was. Although the Duke of the State claimed that it was the servant's resentment that harmed the master intentionally swapping the 2 children, no one truly believed it. After all, the children of noble families rarely stray far from their parents, and several wet nurses are always prepared. Now seeing Xie Shanshan's striking resemblance to Xie Feng, her beautiful demeanor and graceful manners, they were all filled with admiration. Princess Chang'an noticed that Xie Shanshan was adorned with items from the palace, and eagerly pulled her aside to ask questions, inquiring about her age and what she used. She was the sister of Emperor Tianyu, born a day before Li Taijun's birthday. Since it was not a full celebration, just like in previous years, there was no grand banquet, only the birthday gifts sent by various households, including those from the Duke of Ningguo, so her attitude towards Xie Shanshan was naturally amiable. Xie Shanshan smiled and replied, 15 years old, currently learning proper etiquette at home with Lady Li. She needed others to be aware of this matter to avoid being criticized for her manners. Princess Chang'an exclaimed, so it is Lady Li teaching you etiquette. No wonder your speech and behavior are so refined. I find myself at a loss for words of praise. She hurriedly ordered that the gifts from her reserves be doubled, consisting of 2 pairs of gold and jade rings and pendants. Others received 4 gifts each. Xie Shanshan was delighted to have unexpectedly made a small fortune, thoroughly enjoying the entertainment and refreshments at the gathering. Madame Pingwa, seeing Xie Shanshan savoring her food with delight, felt pleased and instructed that 4 of the large dishes untouched from her table be brought to Xie Shanshan, saying with a smile, being able to eat is a blessing. I am getting old and cannot chew well, so you young people should eat more. Xie Shanshan quickly stood up to express her thanks. The dishes at the Duke of N's household were exquisite, and she felt unsatisfied. Naturally, it felt like receiving a treasure. Among the guests, only Madame Pingwa was the oldest at 86 years of age, with snow-white hair and brows. She was the original wife of the first Duke of Pingwa, and she loved to eat and enjoy life, never having worried in her life. Now that Duke Pingwa was still alive and in good health, none of his descendants had inherited the title, and even Xie Feng had to refer to himself as a grandnephew in her presence. Years ago, 8 dukes and 12 marquises were conferred. Duke Pingwa was the only surviving old official, long since having relinquished military power, merely holding on to his title in retirement while teaching his descendants. Even Emperor Tianyu held him in high regard. His eldest legitimate son passed away 5 years ago. His eldest grandson Zhou Yuan was of the same age as Xie Feng and currently served as the deputy minister of war. Zhou Yuan's eldest son Zhou Zhun was married to Xie Shanshan's third sister Xie Luoluo. Thus the 2 families were related by marriage. Xie Luoluo did not attend today. Accompanying Madame Pingwa was Zhou Yuan's wife, the Li family, who was also a niece of Li Taijuan, and she presented a gift to Xie Shanshan. Fortunately, Xie Shanshan had a good memory, otherwise it would have been difficult to sort through these tangled relationships. Madame Pingwa looked at Xie Shanshan and said, "Your third sister is capable and diligent, often assisting her mother-in-law in managing household affairs. She is busy daily. If your father does not send someone to fetch her, she cannot propose to return home. Once this snow stops, you should come to our house by carriage to see your sister. I have good things prepared for you to enjoy." Xie Shanshan readily replied, "I will visit tomorrow. Please do not find me bothersome, elder." She remembered that Xie Luoluo's second son had just passed away at the end of the month due to a cold, and given the symptoms, it should have been caused by severe pneumonia. Thus, feeling sorrowful, she had not been able to pay attention to the original owner, who had just returned home. Even without considering the clothes and jewelry she had sent, she should have extended a helping hand. Xie Shanshan silently took note of this matter. As the snow continued to fall heavily, the guests finished their meal, had tea, changed clothes, and began to take their leave. Xie Feng also sent someone to call for Xie Shanshan, who said to the messenger, "I heard my mother is ill. I will go check on her before returning home. Please let my father depart first." Upon hearing this, the princesses and royal wives praised her for her filial piety. Jiang Taijun was very pleased, and thus took her directly back to the Duke of Zhao's residence, leading her straight to the west courtyard. Zhao Qing had a complexion that was pale, yet flush, dressed in a half-new silk coat, and embroidered skirt, lying on the couch with a maid massaging her legs, holding a book in her hand, seemingly unaware of which page she had reached. Upon seeing her mother, Zhao Qing hurriedly got up. When she noticed Xie Shanshan trailing behind, her expression unconsciously changed. Why did mother bring her back? Zhao Qing was extremely unwilling to see that face. How detestable. It was simply identical to the old Lady Ningguo. With the red attire, she appeared even more radiant. Lady Zhang reached out and patted her arm, chiding, "What kind of talk is that? I heard you had a heavy nosebleed this morning, and after the meal Shanshan took the initiative to come visit you." "I'm fine now," Zhao Qing replied. Xie Shanshan with a beaming smile greeted her, "Since mother is well, I can rest assured and go home." In ancient times, reputation was taken seriously. Having a good name often brought advantages. She had to firmly wear the hat of filial piety on her head. Lady Zhang kept her for dinner, saying, "The snow is heavy and the wind is fierce outside. It's very cold. Go warm up in your mother's room. We just got a large piece of fresh deer meat this morning. I'll have someone cook it for you." Hearing this, Xie Shanshan didn't leave. Zhao Qing, annoyed, said, "The Ningguo manor doesn't lack deer meat. Why keep her here?" Xie Shanshan responded, "Who said I didn't eat it when I was young? I'm really eager to try the deer meat from the Ningguo manor now." The Ningguo manor owed the original owner. The debts of the original owner were to be settled by her. Those who had been silenced still hadn't received justice. Li Fu's son Jixiang had nearly uncovered all the informants. They all met with various accidents or disappeared with the acts done so cleanly that not a like the case of Zhao Qing's maid Zheng Hao, who hanged herself. Regardless of whether it was due to threats or benefits, there was ultimately no murderer. Zhao Qing felt helpless upon hearing this. Xie Shanshan boldly entered Zhao Qing's boudoir. Although it was not as grand as the 7 main rooms of the Ningguo manor, it was still very spacious. The 2 rooms on the west side were not partitioned, holding the complete set of dowry furnishings of Zhao Qing. Large cabinets, beds, and tables made of Wangwali wood, and small tables made of zeton, all decorated splendidly. Zhao Qing comfortably sat at the south window on the large Kong, and pointed to the table opposite, saying, "Sit here." Xie Shanshan cheerfully sat down, and instructed Pei Ju, "Please bring me a bowl of good tea to help with my digestion." Pei Ju smiled and served it. "I heard you have a poor scholar living in your residence." Zhao Qing started the conversation. Xie Shanshan candidly admitted, "He is a direct disciple of Minister Liu, who previously taught His Majesty and my father. My father, out of nostalgia, kept him in the residence to study, awaiting the spring examination." "What do you mean I'm raising him? I didn't contribute a single grain of rice or bowl of water. Everything was provided by the household." However, Zhao Qing was indeed well informed. Zhao Qing scoffed. "You have 4 older sisters above you, 2 married into the Duke's residence as the main wife, 1 married into the Marquis' house as the second wife, and 1 is the legitimate granddaughter of a princess. As for Xie Shanshan and Xie Daide's future marriages, I suppose they will also be selected from the noble families, yet you alone are allowed to be close to a poor scholar from a farming family, and he's even a sickly one. Do you think they care for you? In fact, they care the least for you. Come tomorrow, your in-laws will not only expect you to contribute to the household expenses, but if that poor scholar faces misfortune, you might never become a first-class lady." Xie Shanshan repeatedly said, Pei Ju is exceptionally intelligent and knowledgeable. How could he be unfortunate? With the spring examination approaching, don't say such unlucky words. She had confidence in Pei Ju. Moreover, she was not lacking in money. What was wrong with supporting Pei Ju? She was willing. No matter what the future held, Pei just current. That was enough. Zhao Qing snorted. "See, you still say you're not raising him. I merely said a couple of words, and you hastily defended him." Xie Shanshan sighed. "That's because mother hasn't seen what kind of demeanor young Master Pei has." "What kind of demeanor?" Zhao Qing truly only heard people say that Pei Ju was handsome, but she couldn't imagine how handsome he could be. Could he possibly surpass her? Xie Feng was the most handsome man she had ever seen in his youth. In those days, the young ladies wishing to marry Xie Feng were as numerous as the fish in the river. Because her father and brothers were of mediocre talent and always honest, she unexpectedly took the lead and was personally invited by the old Duke Ningguo to marry. Mentioning Pei Ju, Xie Shanshan's eyes sparkled. Even Pan and Song, you would find it hard to compare to him. He was much more handsome than Xie Feng, who had a beautiful beard. Zhao Qing was especially surprised, really. If he was truly a rare beauty, it wouldn't be impossible. What did family background matter when compared to talent? That was just a fleeting cloud. Xie Shanshan nodded. "If mother was a bit more generous, I wouldn't mind bringing Pei Ju to meet you, so you can get a glimpse of what it means to be the best person in the world." Zhao Qing's eyes immediately revealed a hint of wariness. "You're eyeing my things again." Regarding whether she could live a wealthy and peaceful old age, she was very concerned about the possessions she had accumulated over the past 20 years. Xie Shanshan pouted. "You're not as generous as my father. My father is extremely generous. On the first day, he even gave me the white fox fur cloak and purple mink cape bestowed by His Majesty. Even if I can't become a first-class lady in the future, I'll still wear gold and jade." Zhao Qing angrily retorted. "He's just borrowing flowers to present to Buddha." Xie Shanshan replied. "So what if it's borrowing flowers? What matters is that I've been—" Zhao Qing immediately instructed Pei Ju, "Go open the cabinet and bring out the 2 silver mink furs I've painstakingly saved for over 20 years for the 6th young lady to wear. Do you really think I can't compare to Xie Feng?" Pei Ju turned and opened the large cabinet and indeed took out 2 silver mink cloaks. They were both made of silver mink inside, with fur as bright white as silver resembling the frost of moonlight, and covered with bright red satin on the outside, with a straight collar and front opening adorned with gold and jade clasps, with the collar cuffs and hem all trimmed with silver mink, simply luxurious beyond measure. Under the guidance of Lady Li, Xie Shanshan had become quite knowledgeable about the rankings of contemporary furs. Although Xuanhu and purple mink skins were not to be worn unless granted the most expensive fur material, was undoubtedly silver mink. In terms of rarity, silver mink fur ranked above sea dragon skin, above purple mink fur, above black fox fur, above blue-white fox fur, above silver fox fur, and above white fox fur. The boss of Suzhou viewed white fox fur as a treasure, but in reality, it was at the bottom among top-tier furs. The key point was that silver mink was not exclusive to the emperor. Courtiers and their families qualified to wear mink fur could do so, as long as they could afford it. Yet ordinary people, even if they had money, could not buy it. It was too rare in this world. It was rarer than purple mink. Zhao Qing was indeed a super wealthy woman. The original owner had never fallen even a little bit into poverty. When the original owner was reborn, she was still living a splendid life. "Thank you, mother." Grateful to receive benefits, Xie Shanshan didn't mind being a bit sweet in her words, her smile radiant. "It's indeed more valuable and beautiful than all the furs I've acquired recently. Once Pei Ju enters the Hanlin Academy next year, I'll directly gift him one. The promised golden mink fur can be retired now." Zhao Qing regretted giving it away. Even if it were to be given, it should be given to the eldest daughter. Why give it to her? Before she could retract her words, she saw Xie Shanshan quickly take off the sea dragon skin coat she was wearing and put on a silver mink coat. The red brocade with silver fur made her look as beautiful as a celestial being, dazzling to behold. During dinner that evening, Lady Jiang saw her and praised, "Shanshan is tall, fair, and handsome. Wearing this outfit complements her perfectly, it's just that the jewelry isn't very luxurious." As she spoke, she instructed the maid bring out that pearl and gem-embedded necklace for the sixth young lady along with a matching golden crown. The ladies present immediately turned red with envy. The set of treasures that old Lady Jiang possessed was the dowry jewelry that the late prince and had ordered craftsmen to spend over 300 days crafting for his daughter. The princess had no sons in her lifetime, so she placed all her dowry and personal savings into her daughter's trousseau, bringing it into the Ningguo Duke mansion. Since old Lady Jiang had already given the flower crown and the necklace, the remaining rings, earrings, and various hairpins and bracelets would naturally all be given to her as well. Xie Shanshan took a look and saw that they were truly exquisitely crafted as if by divine hands. They were somewhat reminiscent of the Han Dynasty gold gemstone flower crown and the Li Jingshuan gold necklace she had seen in museums, yet the style was even more resplendent and luxurious, inlaid with various red, blue, and green gemstones and round lustrous white pearls. Especially the emerald set in the center of the golden lock on the necklace. It was extremely large, flawlessly even, and brilliantly clear. A fine treasure. Such a thought arose in Xie Shanshan's mind. A treasure that before the apocalypse could only be seen in museums. When worn, it was truly breathtakingly beautiful. The jewels sparkled, the gold shone brilliantly, and the embroidered colors were dazzling. Even Zhao Qing, who detested her face, could not bring herself to say that she was unworthy of it. Sun Shi could not help but speak with a sour tone. "After all, she is your own daughter's daughter, the one most cherished in your heart. Earlier elder sister coveted them for years, yet you were unwilling to part with them. Let alone us granddaughters-in-law." Old Lady Jiang said, "Zhao Mingyue is not worthy." Earlier she had thought Zhao Mingyue was her own daughter's daughter and treated her slightly better than the other granddaughters, but her height and appearance were both inferior to Xie Shanshan's. Old Lady Jiang's affection was limited. She had always planned to pass the golden flower crown to her daughter and had never considered giving it to Zhao Mingyue. Now giving it to Xie Shanshan was a way to avoid losing the alliance with the Ningguo Duke mansion. The Ningguo Duke mansion had numerous descendants, but they only knew how to enjoy wealth and rank, unable to plan or strategize. The only one who served as the emperor's study companion, Zhao Jin, under Xie Feng's guidance, was slightly more outstanding than his brothers, but unfortunately, he was the fourth son and would not inherit the title. Fortunately, Xie Feng remembered their old friendship and did not try to have the current emperor expel Zhao Jin from the palace. Old Lady Jiang naturally remembered this debt of gratitude. The four sisters Xie Yaoyao were all married off, leaving only Xie Shanshan in the Ningguo mansion, who could still stay for a few more years. She seemed very intelligent. Otherwise, how could she have gained the favor of the Tianyu emperor? Moreover, she had given Zhao Qing a string of rare large pearls. With these several reasons, old Lady Jiang took the opportunity to give her this set of treasures. It was clear that Xie Shanshan loved such things. And old Lady Jiang had plenty of them. So when Xie Shanshan came to inquire about her health, she acquired 2 sable furs from Zhao Qing and a set of jewelry from old Lady Jiang. Delighted, she wore them back and went to Xie Feng's study to find him and Pei Ju showing off her gains. "Father, you've lost." She was more generous than his divorced former wife. Pei Ju was stunned at the sight. At this moment, Xie Shanshan truly seemed like a celestial being. Pei Ju felt only a sense of self-abasement. Xie Feng unceremoniously asked Xie Shanshan for the other silver sable fur. "I didn't know your mother had such." He only had 2 or 3 cloaks or robes trimmed with silver sable, which were gifts from the Tianyu emperor. Zhao Qing had kept it too well hidden. Xie Shanshan refused without hesitation. "The other one I am keeping as a congratulatory gift for Master Pei when he achieves the top rank in the 6 examinations next year. You have so many fine furs. Are you really going to compete with a junior?" Pei Ju quickly declined. "Miss, your kindness I deeply appreciate, but I am but a humble person, truly unworthy of such splendid attire. I say you are worthy, and no more arguments. I will keep it for you for now," Xie Shanshan declared naturally, leaving no room for rebuttal. "You cannot wear it this year, but next year you will." The top scholar would surely enter the Hanlin Academy, and the number 1 scholar would be appointed as a 6th-rank compiler. Xie Feng muttered, "The ancients did not deceive me. Truly daughters are inclined to favor outsiders." Xie Shanshan made a funny face. "Today at the Ningguo Duke mansion, I met the Duchess of Pinghua, who invited me to visit their home. I accepted. Tomorrow I will send a message to third sister, and I will go in a couple of days. What gift should I prepare? Saving a life is like putting out a fire. One cannot be careless. Going early and treating in time would spare the child much suffering." In the apocalypse, new life was the most anticipated, and every ability user took protecting children as their duty. Moreover, the nephew was blood-related to her. If she waited until the nephew was seriously ill, Xie Luoluo would surely be too preoccupied to entertain her, and might even ask her to come another day. Then she could only visit under the pretext of inquiring about the illness, which would be less convenient. Although saving the nephew under such circumstances would earn more gratitude, why should she? Xie Shanshan did not need her own sister to be indebted to her. Most importantly, she did not want to reveal her abilities to more people than Pei Ju. Xie Feng was not particularly concerned. Let the household prepare according to the two families were related and Xie Shanshan was his youngest daughter, so there was no need for rare antiques or curios. Just pastries, fruits, tea, and wine would suffice to show their closeness. Xie Shanshan agreed. I will also prepare 2 ceremonial gifts for the younger generation. Xie Feng nodded. The Duke of Pingwa and his wife are old and have not yet divided the household. There are numerous descendants. Although your third brother-in-law is the eldest son of the 4th generation, some of his younger siblings are married, some not. The 5th generation has at least a dozen children, maybe 20. Bring plenty of ceremonial pouches and gold-silver ingots to be prepared. Xie Shanshan thought for a moment. 2 pieces of brocade per person, a pair of pouches, each containing a pair of gold and silver ingots. How does that sound? She had observed that standard ceremonial gifts were like these. The gifts, like those from Lady Li of the Ningguo Duke mansion, were exceptional mainly because she was the younger sister of the Duchess daughter-in-law, so she received more generously than even princesses and imperial consorts. When she arrived at the Ningguo Duke mansion to pay respects to the elders, the 2nd generation madams and 3rd generation ladies would also give her meeting gifts. If she gave too generously, they would have to double theirs. Xie Feng praised, it wasn't a waste to let you out of the house. Xie Shanshan smiled at this. So he had indeed intended for her to broaden her horizons by taking her to the Ningguo Duke mansion's birthday banquet. The next day, she first sent a messenger to the Ningguo Duke mansion to inform Ciela, then ordered Ling Xiao and the other maids to fill pouches with gold and silver ingots and cut bolts of silk into 2 pieces, each totaling 20 pieces. After the ceremonial gifts were prepared, she received a reply from Xie Luoluo. 2 days later, when the heavy snow had slightly abated, Xie Shanshan immediately packed her belongings and set off for the Ningguo Duke mansion. Xie Luoluo personally came to the 2nd gate to welcome her younger sister. Seeing that her features resembled their grandmother's, she, having grown up with her sisters under their grandmother's care, felt a natural closeness. Taking her hand, she said with a smile, when I think about it, it's been nearly a month since you arrived in the capital. I always meant to visit you, but one thing after another kept me from finding even a single day. Xie Shanshan replied with a smile, I am the younger sister, so it is right that I come to visit you. Thank you for sending me those clothes and accessories. It's nothing. 4th sister, 5th sister, and I were worried that you might not have enough prepared in the mansion since you just returned. Xie Luoluo said, being well endowed with dowry, she could afford to give such gifts. Come, let's go inside first. When they reached the main hall of the main courtyard to pay respects to the Duchess of Pingwa, the room was packed with madams, young ladies, and daughters-in-law. Xie Luoluo introduced each one to her sister. You have already met grandmother-in-law and mother-in-law. This is my great-grandmother-in-law, Lady Niu. Hearing that you were coming, she specially came out of the Buddha hall. Xie Shanshan immediately curtsied. Her husband had been the eldest son of the Duke of Pingwa, but died before inheriting the title, ending at the 2nd rank. Now nearly 70, she was excused from morning and evening greetings by the Duchess, and spent her time reciting scriptures in the Buddha hall. Next were the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th daughters-in-law of the Duke and Duchess, all of the great-grandmother generation. The 4th daughter-in-law had already passed away. The 3rd generation was led by Lady Li Xie Luoluo's mother-in-law. Since there were 2 generations of mothers-in-law above them, this generation was called Ladies Nai Nai. There were 12 in total from the 5 branches, including both first wives and second wives. The 12 branches had produced 32 grandsons and granddaughters, only counting those who had grown up. Xie Luoluo was the eldest with 5 sisters-in-law below her, and 12 younger sisters-in-law of various ages, plus 14 younger brothers-in-law, including infants who were not yet married or grown. Fortunately, the male members lived in separate courtyards. Among the 12 girls, 5 had already married, leaving 7. Xie Shanshan's eyes nearly blurred from all the curtsying. Her only consolation was receiving a large pile of meeting gifts from the 2nd generation madams and 3rd generation ladies. Half a day later, it was finally her turn to present her own ceremonial gifts. Looking at the row of 7 little ones in front of her, calling out for their aunt, Xie Shanshan felt immense admiration for her 3rd sister. They all appeared to be around 3 to 5 years old. The 1-year-old nephew was not yet brought over, and there were even younger ones, including a newborn who could not be exposed to the wind. The children were born of a concubine, not the legitimate wife, hence the legitimate wife was present. How did Xie Feng manage to find such a large family among the officials for Xie Luoluo to marry into? With so many people, wouldn't it strain their finances? Xie Shanshan believed it would. Although all the women were dressed extravagantly in brocade and luxurious garments with gold hairpins and jade bracelets, there were very few truly valuable pieces of jewelry, and none wore precious furs, except for the lady of the Ningguo Duke, who wore a stone blue silk mink coat, presumably a royal gift. Hastily, she presented 2 gifts to the little ones and asked someone to send gifts to those who were not present. The little ones thanked her in their baby voices, each bundled up like little balls. Xie Shanshan was extremely fond of them, and quickly pulled out a large handful of sheepskin jade pendants from her wide sleeves. Collected from the apocalypse, there were only a few, but they were all exquisite. She gave one to each child and handed the remaining 8 or 9 to Xie Luo's maid, saying make sure each of the absent boys and girls gets one and send them along later. The lady of the Ningguo Duke remarked, you are too generous to them. How can you afford such expenses? Xie Shanshan smiled subtly and replied, I love children. New life, new hope. Without the harsh weather and zombies of the apocalypse, even if the system is quite flawed, this is still a good world. The lady of the Ningguo Duke instructed her daughters-in-law and granddaughters to return to their respective quarters to manage their own affairs, leaving only Xie Luo and her sisters-in-law, along with her granddaughters, to converse, while the great-grandchildren were sent back. Be careful, don't let them catch a cold, the old lady reminded. Xie Shanshan held on to her own nephew tightly, who was the 4-year-old Zhao Kuan, the first son of Xie Luo and Zhao Zhan. In reality, he was only 3 years old. Xie Luo and Zhao Zhan were extremely affectionate, and for the next 17 years Zhao Zhan would not take a second wife, living with Xie Luo and their remaining 3 sons and 2 daughters after the second son passed away. As for what happened later, the original owner didn't know. Xie Luo's parents-in-law Zhou Yuan and Madame Li did not have any concubines, and it was said that there weren't even any maidservants in the house, yet they had 3 sons and 2 daughters, unfortunately losing 1 son while the others were still unmarried. Seeing her sister handle the crowd with grace and proper etiquette, Xie Luo felt relieved. Madame Lin was inherently vicious, but she had a good servant who raised her sister with poise, making her no less refined than the girls raised in noble households. Xie Shanshan stayed in the main room for a while before following her sister to their living quarters. Xie Luo said, let the nurse carry Kuan gear. Third sister, I'm not tired. Xie Shanshan pulled up her mink cloak, wrapping Zhou Kuan in her arms. The little guy was very happy. Thank you, Auntie, for your hard work. Such politeness. Xie Luo led the way, exiting through the back door, traversing the narrow passage to a courtyard with 3 rooms on each side. Smiling as she spoke, we, the eldest branch, live in the eastern courtyard. After grandfather passed, grandmother moved to the Buddhist hall behind the main courtyard, while my parents and the younger siblings live in the main room and the eastern and western wing rooms. My uncles and aunts live in the small courtyards built in front, and my sister-in-law and I live in the back of the main room. Xie Shanshan asked, I just found out how densely populated your family is. Do you manage well on a daily basis? Xie Luo replied, I just help my mother-in-law with some minor matters. Madame Li feels sorry for her and takes on the troublesome major tasks herself, leaving her responsible for distributing monthly allowances, making some clothes, and overseeing the daily meals, mainly managing social interactions with Madame Li. Upon entering the house, Xie Shanshan set down Kuan gear, took off her outer cloak, and found that she was still wearing a shawl underneath. She felt that the Zhou family was a bit colder than her own home. Xie Luo invited her to sit on the Kong, called for tea, and handed her a hand heater, saying mother has returned to her family. Is anyone managing the household? Is everything all right? Have you been wronged? I visited my mother the other day, and she seemed much more at ease than when at home, even telling me not to worry about her. Xie Shanshan began to understand why Zhao Qing felt so liberated after the divorce. She didn't have to manage the household anymore, nor did she have to deal with the presence of her husband's concubines and illegitimate children. Plus, with money, she could comfortably enjoy her retirement. Thinking of this, Xie Shanshan smiled and said, there are always precedents. The household is not chaotic at all. My father dotes on me, and no one dares to let me be wronged. Everything will be fine once the stepmother arrives. Xie Luo was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and exclaimed, father is 45 this year, in the prime of his life. With such a title, remarrying is within my expectations. I just don't know what kind of woman he will marry. You will have to live under the stepmother for a few more years. She quietly added, many people have already approached me wanting to be matchmakers for our father. I told them that there is no rule for a daughter to manage her father's marriage, and I firmly declined. Xie Shanshan couldn't help but laugh. She had to admit that Xie Feng was quite a catch. Who could resist the allure of becoming a national matriarch? She did not reveal to Xie Luo that Xie Feng's marriage had already been decided. Sister is right, no matter who tries to play matchmaker for our father, we should not agree. He knows what he wants and doesn't need others to worry about it. Xie Luo nodded, saying, I know. Xie Shanshan timely brought up her little nephew Zhou Pei. Xie Luo's smile faded as she said, last night, I don't know how he caught a chill. He had a high fever, and I had to summon a doctor overnight to prescribe medicine. Up till now, he hasn't shown improvement. I planned to send someone early this morning to call for a pediatric specialist, and then inform you not to come, but the specialist had just left when you arrived. Xie Shanshan stood up immediately, saying, I will go take a look. Xie Luo then told the nurse to hold her eldest son in the main room, while she took her sister through the corridor to the west wing. Pei Ju had a flushed face and was crying loudly, being anxiously carried around the room by the worried nurse wrapped in a slightly worn-out 100-child blanket. They said he was 1 year old, but in fact he was only over 6 months. The room was warmer than the main room, and a warming stove was burning on the floor. Xie Luo felt pity and reached out to the nurse, saying, give him to me. But Xie Shanshan snatched him away, saying, you'll take care of him. As Xie Luo was about to speak, she suddenly noticed that her son stopped crying the moment he was in her sister's Little did she know that the moment Xie Shanshan took him, she had used her special ability to scan through her nephew's body, making the little guy feel comfortable, and he almost instantly relaxed his furrowed brow. Xie Luoluo was extremely surprised, saying, "Why did he stop crying when you held him?" Xie Shanshan smiled and replied, "Maybe it's because I'm warm. Let me hold him for a while. If he sleeps soundly, he'll get better faster." The love of a mother ultimately prevailed, and Xie Luoluo said, "Thank you, sister." The two sisters sat together on the kong. While the tea was being served, the nurse looked closely and saw that Pei Ju had already fallen asleep, feeling greatly relieved. It seems the girl has a special aura. Pei Ju is sleeping so soundly. Xie Luoluo hurriedly leaned in to check and found it to be true. Pei Ju lay in Xie Shanshan's arms, his brow relaxed, breathing steadily, and the redness on his face gradually faded. Xie Luoluo reached out to touch him, saying, "He's not as hot as earlier. The medicine the physician prescribed today is indeed effective." Xie Shanshan would naturally not take the credit, replying, "Sister, tonight I will arrange to sleep in Pei Ju's room. He'll stay alert at night to take good care of him." Xie Luoluo quickly responded, "He has the nurse and maidservants with him. There's no need to trouble you, sister." However, during dinner, when the nurse held Pei Ju, he began to cry loudly as soon as he was handed over, crying heart-wrenchingly. Once returned to Xie Shanshan's arms, he stopped crying immediately, leaving the servants in awe. Yet Xie Shanshan knew it was because of the special ability that Pei Ju had developed, the dependency on her. Young children are most sensitive to aura. Xie Shanshan put Pei Ju to sleep, placing him on the inner kong, covering him with a quilt, and continued to enjoy the lavish feast of fish and meat with Xie Luoluo at the kong table. Being close by, the little one did not cry. The flush on his face faded, and touching his forehead revealed it to be cool. He was sleeping soundly. Xie Luoluo chanted continuously, "My sister is truly a celestial blessing. Just half a day in her embrace, his fever has subsided, while the physician had said this morning that it might last for 3 to 4 days. This child is destined to be with me." Wasn't Xie Shanshan precisely here to save his life? Madame Li personally came to see her grandson in the afternoon. Upon learning of this, she too chanted, holding Xie Shanshan's hand and repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "Since you and Pei Ju are fated to stay for several more days." She had lost a son to high fever and convulsions, who then developed pneumonia and could not be saved. That was a pain that cut to the heart. Xie Shanshan nodded in agreement. "I also like Kuan Gear and Pei Ju. If the family does not mind, I shall definitely stay for 10 days or half a month." Madame Li was exceedingly grateful. Zhao Jun returned from the office, repeatedly thanking his sister-in-law. When he had left early in the morning, his son was still burning with fever, and he had been anxious throughout the day at the office, unable to express himself. Now, seeing the improvement, a weight was lifted from his heart. Like his mother, he knew all too well the tragic fate of young children who could not withstand such illnesses. Unfortunately, 9 times out of 10, they would not survive. The Ningguo Duke's household had been blessed with generations living together almost annually, welcoming new additions, yet less than 80% of them survived to adulthood, and many daughters-in-law and married daughters had perished due to childbirth complications. Although he had seen much and should have become indifferent to life and death, Zhao Jun could not let go when it concerned his own children. The more he observed Xie Shanshan, the more he admired his father-in-law's decisiveness in handling matters. Upon first meeting Zhao Jun, Xie Shanshan also felt that Xie Feng had a remarkably good eye. A year older than Xie Luoluo, he was 23 this year, tall and handsome, charming and dashing. More than 2 years ago, he had achieved success in the imperial examinations, ranking 18th in the 2nd degree, and that same year, he became a gentleman, serving as a close aide to Emperor Tianyu, responsible for drafting edicts. Next year, he would pass the assessment before the imperial examination and officially become a Hanlin, rising step by step over the next 16 years to reach the first rank by the age of 40. He was the most outstanding among Xie Feng's sons-in-law. That year, countless suitors had failed to win over Xie Feng, and many old noble officials had scolded him. Pei Ju did not have another fever in the afternoon. His feeding was as good as before. Madame Li was completely at ease and called the kitchen to prepare more delicious dishes to send to Xie Shanshan in the evening. She knew that Xie Shanshan had a huge appetite. Upon hearing this, the Ningguo Duchess also ordered 2 large bowls of dishes to be sent, and instructed the kitchen to prepare a royal bear paw, which would be served to Xie Shanshan at a banquet a few days later. She had received countless royal delicacies from Emperor Tianyu, so of course she could indulge in bear paw. Others did not dare to take their chopsticks. By then, Pei Ju had already recovered, and Xie Shanshan used her special ability to adjust his constitution, allowing him to sleep for another 3 or 2 hours. She also adjusted Kuan Gear, ensuring he slept deeply, which allowed her to finally come to the main courtyard. The Ningguo Duchess had only asked Xie Luoluo, her sister-in-law, and several older great-granddaughters to accompany her. Xie Shanshan suspected it was because the main room was not spacious enough. The Ningguo Duke arrived upon hearing the news. "You ate my bear paw and didn't even tell me." The Ningguo Duchess hurriedly offered her seat to him and asked someone to move a chair beside her for herself, laughing. "After so many years, why keep it? Should our ancestors continue to be worshipped in the ancestral hall, leaving their descendants to look on helplessly?" It's rare for my son-in-law's sister to visit our home, and since she can eat, I had someone prepare it. Hearing her mention herself, Xie Shanshan hurried over to greet the Ningguo Duke. This man was the only centenarian in the original owner's memory. The Ningguo Duke was 90 this year, born with divine strength. At 17, he had charged into battle for Emperor Qingzu, achieving remarkable feats. He was particularly valiant during the usurpation, and at 22, he was conferred a title, being the youngest among the 8 dukes of that year. He was married to the daughter of the Duke of Lu by Emperor Qingzu, and he passed away on the day after Zhao Zhan attained the first rank, laughing several times before his death, living to the age of 106. Even the current crown prince, the future emperor, had personally come to the Ningguo Duke's residence to pay his respects. The Ningguo Duchess had passed away a few years earlier at the age of 98, but that was also extremely rare. Xie Shanshan suddenly felt that she should let Emperor Tianyu live a few more years. The longer Emperor Tianyu lived, the more stable her father's position would be, and she would benefit from it. Most importantly, he was truly a good emperor, excelling in both culture and martial arts. During his reign, he implemented benevolent policies, minimizing burdens on the people, preferring to send people out to trade by sea every year rather than oppressing them, thus winning the hearts of the people. Dying at just over 50 was too early. By frequently using her special abilities to adjust and eliminate ailments, living an extra 20 or 30 years was completely feasible. As for whether the crown prince would ascend the throne, it had nothing to do with her. Xie Shanshan silently made her decision. The Ningguo Duke scrutinized Xie Shanshan several times and said in a deep voice, "Just by looking at your eyebrows and eyes, I can tell you are the biological child of that little rascal Xie Feng. If you had lived in the capital earlier, you would have been discovered sooner, not to wait until now." Xie Shanshan inwardly lamented his keen awareness. After completing her greetings, she smiled and said, "If it weren't for Granny Zhao bringing me south, I might not have survived." The Ningguo Duke nodded. "You do speak truthfully. Your father wouldn't just let go of the matter regarding the Duke of Xingguo's misdeeds for a few taels of silver compensation, would he? Why do I find that hard to believe? Your father is not one to have a good temper. He inherited the narrow-mindedness from your great-grandfather and grandfather, never repaying kindness with kindness. He merely stole a few jars of tiger-bone liquor from Xie, and Xie held a grudge for a lifetime. Xie was the first Duke of Ningguo, a few years older than him. He died too early at only 60. His son also passed away young. Perhaps it was because both his grandfathers had short lifespans, so Xie insisted on marrying his daughter into his own family to have a great-granddaughter. Unable to refuse, he could only agree. The new daughter he had recognized looked even better than her sister, spirited and graceful. Unfortunately, none of his great-grandsons were worthy of her. Xie Shanshan smiled. "After all, I didn't die and returned to the capital to recognize my family. The Duke of Xingguo's household claims that servants harbored resentment and intentionally swapped me. There is no other evidence." If there were solid evidence, how could Xie not pursue the matter? The lack of pursuit meant he was temporarily unable to do so. Xie did not blame the scapegoat for being pushed out, because he knew the other party was innocent. In the original owner's memory, Madame Lin passed away 3 years later, quite suddenly. She died unexpectedly, suddenly collapsing. The original owner had not thought much of it, but after hearing the Ningguo Duke's words, Xie Shanshan suddenly remembered. The Ningguo Duke scoffed. "You are the greatest evidence. What evidence do you need? The descendants of the Duke of Xingguo are becoming more and more disappointing, not thinking of letting their descendants diligently study and train in martial arts, but instead concocting malicious schemes to steal others' titles." The Ningguo Duchess hurriedly said, "Sister Shan, it's rare for you to visit. Why bring up such unhappy matters? Sit down and eat." After the Ningguo Duke was seated, Xie Shanshan returned to her seat on the left side. Seeing her eat a lot, yet still slender and strong, the Ningguo Duke directly asked, "Little girl, do you practice martial arts?" "Yes," Xie Shanshan admitted frankly. The weather in the capital was too cold for construction, but once spring arrived and the flowers bloomed, she would definitely build a martial arts training ground in the western courtyard. She could not abandon the skills that sustained her. The prerequisite for a life of ease was financial stability and ability, allowing one to change life goals at any moment, not simply succumbing to idleness. Duke Ping was delighted. "After we eat, the two of us shall spar a little." Duchess Ping chided, "You're old and frail. What are you sparring for? Take care not to fall. It's precisely by eating well and training often that one builds up vitality and grows strong." Duke Ping treasured the maxim left by Emperor Taizu. "I shall be gentle so as not to harm Xie Feng's offspring." Xie Shanshan laughed. "Father says I take after grandfather. Even if you were heavy-handed, you might not be able to harm me." Duke Ping's tiger eyes widened. "Is that?" Xie Shanshan nodded. When it was time to demonstrate, she would do so. Hiding her abilities was not her nature. Duke Ping immediately wolfed down a bowl of rice. "Come, let me see what martial arts you practice." "I practice the blade, a great saber." "A blade for killing?" "No, it was a blade for slaying zombies." Before the apocalypse, Xie Shanshan had been barely a half-baked medical student, just 22 years old, knowing nothing. After awakening her superpower, she relied on sheer courage to hack off zombie heads using her father's decorative tang saber as her first weapon. Only half a year later within the National Superpower Organization did she learn true martial arts from soldiers and martial arts masters. With her superpower she had a photographic memory and learned everything quickly. She knew that the more skills she acquired the greater her chance of survival, so she trained with exceptional diligence, which was why she became a key fighter in hunting down the Zombie King. She perished together with the Zombie King, and the nation would surely erect a monument in her honor. That would be a legacy for the ages. Her only regret was that she had not had time to offer the gold and silver hidden in her space. She had never expected to truly die. In the Apocalypse space ability, users' spaces would explode upon death, but hers inexplicably did not, and it was brought with her to this other world. Was it because her accumulated merit was particularly substantial? The original owner had lent her 3 parts of merit, allowing her and Nanny Zhao to be reborn into a good life. Duke Ping chuckled. Your great-grandfather and grandfather wielded the crescent moon blade. Duke Zhun used double iron halberds, and I used the 8-foot snake spear. In the army back, then we were equally matched. That you excel with the blade means you take after your great-grandfather and grandfather. My surname is Xie, said Xie Shanshan. Duke Ping laughed heartily. Indeed you are a Xie with no relation to the Zhao family. Let's have a fight. Crescent moon blade against 8-foot snake spear. Allow me to change clothes first. Xie Shanshan was wearing women's attire unsuitable for combat. Duke Ping waved a hand. They'll await you at the training ground. The training ground was at the rear. While other residences had rear gardens, theirs did not. Only some flowers and trees planted in each courtyard. The training ground was fully equipped with all 18 weapons, and the attendants were not young servants or maids, but retired soldiers, aged around 40 to 50, all bearing. Xie Shanshan felt a surge of profound respect. Duke Ping noticed her gaze and smiled. Though I retired long ago, and now hold only a sinecure, my heart remains with the army. Some of these men are descendants of my former soldiers, others were brought back by my sons and grandsons, all wounded in battle, unable to continue serving the court. Those with no family left work here in my mansion. Those with family receive pensions and return to their hometowns where the court grants them 20 to 50 mu of land, enough to support their entire household. Your grace is truly magnanimous. Xie Shanshan was filled with admiration. With such a generous heart he deserved to live a long life. The land pensions were also a rule established by Emperor Taizu, and Emperor Gaozong had not been foolish enough to abolish it. Duke Ping picked up the crescent moon blade and tossed it to Xie Shanshan, then took his own 8-foot snake spear and assumed a battle stance. I've heard enough flattery. It's useless. Stop chattering, little girl, and let's fight first. Duchess Ping, along with her great-granddaughter-in-law and great-granddaughters, came to watch, standing in a dark crowd under the rear corridor. Seeing Xie Luoyuo's worried expression, Duchess Ping smiled. Don't worry about your sister. Though your great-grandfather is old, he is as agile as many young men. He knows his limits and will be careful. She had sensed at Duke An's residence that Xie Shanshan's martial arts were formidable. It was evident not only from her appetite, but also from her footsteps. The sound of footsteps and the rhythm of breathing differed between those who had trained in martial arts and those who had not. In the blink of an eye, Xie Shanshan, having caught the blade, withstood Duke Ping's attack with the 8-foot snake spear, then counterattacked. Duke Ping stumbled back several steps and roared, "Excellent." Xie Shanshan immediately reduced her strength, using only 30%. They exchanged blows, locked in a fierce battle. After about half an hour, when Duke Ping was clearly flagging, Xie Shanshan deftly parried the snake spear, leaped back a dozen feet, and saluted with her blade. Your grace, let us stop here. She was truly afraid of knocking down the oldest living dignitary. Duke Ping's face flushed as he panted heavily, leaning on his spear. What a thrill! What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. Duchess Ping had not expected Xie Shanshan's martial prowess to be so extraordinary. She had been captivated by the spectacle, and after it ended approached and said, "It seems you weren't even going all out." Duke Ping remarked, "Xie Xing has a worthy successor." Then, feeling the phrase insufficient, he added, "No, it's the student surpassing the master. Your great-grandfather in his prime did not have your strength nor your agility." Xie Shanshan smiled. You flatter me. With her superpower-enhanced martial arts, she was truly unmatched. She was like the golden-faced Buddha reborn. Xie Luoluo was overjoyed, gazing at her younger sister, as if beholding a peerless treasure. Duke Ping immediately ordered his attendants to bring out his treasured Hui's bow. Emperor Qingzu bestowed this upon me. It was forged by Emperor Taizu from divine iron, also known as the sun-shooting divine bow. It weighs 130 caddies, surpassing the Overlord's bow. Emperor Taizu once declared that whoever could draw it would own it. I once used it to sever the enemy's battle standard and to slay their commander. But as I aged, my strength waned, and this precious bow has been laid aside for 30 years. Though it is regularly maintained, none of my descendants could draw it. If you can, it is yours. Xie Shanshan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. The bow was clearly well maintained. Its body was pitch black, devoid of any ornamentation, yet exuded a chilling, murderous aura that seized the soul. It was likely a hard alloy, not divine iron. Without any effort, Xie Shanshan picked it up with her left hand, took an arrow with her right, nocked it, and drew the string gently. With a swoosh, the arrow flew straight into a nearby stone lock. With a loud crack, the stone lock shattered into powder. Yet the arrowhead and fletching remained unscathed. Duke Ping and the disabled soldiers stared wide-eyed, then burst into cheers. Excellent shot. Xie Shanshan turned to Duke Ping with a brilliant smile. Your Grace, the sun-shooting divine bow is mine. It was 10,000 times better than the 2 bows she had bought in Gusu. Duke Ping nodded. It's yours, it's yours. Emperor Taizu once said that treasures should belong to those capable of wielding them. Who would have thought that after so many years it would be a little girl like you who drew the sun-shooting divine bow? This calls for a hearty drink. A few days later, Xie Shanshan returned home carrying the sun-shooting divine bow. Xie Feng immediately stood up. You actually drew the sun-shooting divine bow? He was incredulous. Since Emperor Taizu forged it, only 3 people had drawn it. Emperor Taizu himself, a great general during Emperor Gaozong's reign, and Duke Ping. Was his Xie Feng almost immediately reported to Emperor Tianyu. It is said that those who draw back the divine bow to shoot at the sun signify a prosperous and enlightened ruler. It is unclear who originated this saying, but it has been passed down. Xie Feng speculated that it was highly likely to be Emperor Chengzu. He had asked his grandfather when he was young, and his grandfather said that before Emperor Chengzu's uprising such notions did not exist in the world. Emperor Taizu expelled the barbarian invaders and established the Xia dynasty, while Emperor Gaozong was both astute and capable, though he often did not strictly adhere to the laws set by Emperor Taizu during his lifetime. Eventually, when Emperor Chengzu ascended the throne, he continued the era of prosperity initiated by his predecessor. Although the Duke of Pingwa, the 3rd person to draw the divine bow, is still alive, he has ultimately grown old. Moreover, while the reign of Emperor Tianyu appears peaceful and harmonious, Xie Feng is acutely aware, based on the records of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, that the climate grows colder each year, with longer snowfall durations. Emperor Tianyu worries that the people may suffer from hunger and cold, which weighs heavily on his heart, prompting him to inquire about agricultural matters annually and send fleets to engage in trade. Upon hearing this news, Emperor Tianyu was filled with mixed emotions. Why didn't you mention that Shanshan is exceptionally skilled in martial arts? Xie Feng blinked and retorted, didn't I mention it? Not a word was said. Emperor Tianyu replied tersely, I must have forgotten. I thought it was a trivial matter. Xie Feng recalled the day he first met Xie Shanshan, when she nearly pierced his ear with a dagger, not expecting her to possess the strength to draw the divine bow. She spends her days indulging in food and fashion, who could tell? Emperor Tianyu shot him a glare and commanded Zhang Yu, if there is a divine bow, how can there be no fine steed? Bestow upon Shanshan a steed of the Akeltique breed, and remind Duke Ning to take her along for the autumn hunt next year. Zhang Yu gladly complied. Emperor Tianyu pondered and added, in your spare time, see if there are any houses reclaimed by the court near Duke Ning's residence. It should be a 3-courtyard layout with ample space for a training ground. Have it well repaired by spring, so when Shanshan gets married it can be granted to her as a place to settle down, sparing her the need to rent someone else's house, which would be inconvenient. Xie Feng immediately expressed his gratitude for the emperor's kindness. The 4 daughters before Shanshan had all been granted residences, so there was no worry about accommodation, but for Shanshan, if she truly chose Pei Ju had no foundation in the capital, and they would have to rent a place after marriage. Or they might live in an official residence together. Such a small space might not even fit Shanshan's headpiece and garments. Emperor Tianyu then asked where Shanshan learned her martial arts. Xie Feng shrugged. Her mouth is like a clamshell. If she doesn't say, how would I know? Those sent to the south likely won't uncover anything. Moreover, even if she spoke half of what she said, would surely be false. Emperor Tianyu was greatly intrigued. Are you saying she hasn't told you the truth? Xie Feng nodded. Which part is false? Emperor Tianyu asked, finding it curious. Xie Feng looked at the newly crafted diamond ring on his finger. Your Majesty, think about it. Which foreign merchant engaging in trade with our dynasty is a fool? You would then know which of her words are false. Emperor Tianyu contemplated. There are no fools. If there were truly fools, they wouldn't risk coming to the Great Xia to do business. Overseas trade is notorious. Bringing back a shipload of silk or porcelain can yield profits of 30 to 50 times. Bringing back a shipload of pepper from overseas can earn 200 times. From Emperor Taizu to the present, the court has tightly controlled overseas trade, building sturdy ships and weaponry each year. Merchants who follow the court's fleet for overseas ventures must pay heavy taxes, which in turn reduces salt taxes, allowing the common people to afford salt. But alas, pepper cannot be grown inland and still relies on imports. Exactly so the dragon pearls, diamonds, and gold pearls were all exchanged by her with foreign merchants for silk, porcelain, and tea. Completely falsehoods. Xie Feng had never believed a word. Emperor Tianyu laughed heartily. Does Shanshan know that you know she is lying? Xie Feng shook his head. She doesn't care whether I believe it or not. Emperor Tianyu continued to chuckle. Indeed, anyway, she has already told you the source, so it matters not whether you believe it. Xie Feng sighed. After this incident, I deeply suspect that she possesses the ability to traverse heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could she obtain such large dragon pearls and gold and silver pearls? I have no idea how she acquired the diamonds, as she hasn't even offered me a single one, which is utterly despicable. And a set of jade glistening and vibrant green without a single flaw. Since the time of Emperor Taizu and Emperor Gaozong, envoys have been sent to small countries in the southwest to mine, yet none have ever seen such lush treasures. Emperor Tianyu remarked, records from Emperor Taizu state that human effort is limited, and with human force alone one can only dig up jadeite from the surface layers, resulting in rough quality, and seldom witnessing the true beauty of jade. Below the surface are the good jades of various hues. Over the years the jade they have offered has been unremarkable, although the rubies and sapphires are indeed quite good. Xie Feng rubbed his hands together. Your Majesty, when I return and see what other treasures she has, I will definitely bring them to you. Emperor Tianyu laughed again. How can you act as a father to her? You haven't given her a few taels of silver, yet you ask her for treasures. Don't take me for a fool, though I have no interest. In total I have only asked her for a diamond once. Thinking of the diamonds, Emperor Tianyu instructed Zhang Yu to bring him a golden-laid diamond ring for Xie Feng. The diamond is brilliant, I greatly admire it. Shanshan gave me 2 diamonds, and I set them in 2 rings. One for myself, and one for the crown prince. I will select the largest from the remaining diamonds to set for you, so do not say again that Shanshan has not given you a diamond. The rest were collected by Zhang Yu, and no one else received any. Rarity makes things precious. He must first keep them for himself. After returning home, Xie Feng presented the Akeltique steed to Xie Shanshan, deliberately showcasing the diamond ring on his finger. Under the light it shimmered even more brilliantly. Xie Shanshan hardly noticed, wrapping her arms around the horse's neck cheerfully, saying, Only the Emperor truly understands me. With a slender neck and delicate skin, its coat is a rich chestnut akin to satin. It is indeed a purebred Akeltique horse. Today she had wandered around the stable. Unfortunately, none of the horses could match the one Xie Feng usually rode. From the groom, she learned that Xie Feng's steed was a gift from Emperor Tianyu, a sweatblood horse. This emperor must live for 100 years. Xie Shanshan instructed someone to properly care for her new steed in the stable, and glanced back at Xie Feng with a smile. Xie Feng took 2 steps back. What scheme are you plotting this time? Father, Xie Shanshan affectionately called him, then continued. Your daughter possesses skills in pushing muscles, opening channels, pressing acupoints, and soothing bones. Would you like to try? Xie Feng was surprised. You can do this too. Xie Shanshan raised her chin. Your daughter is multifaceted. I possess far more skills than you can imagine. I even know a little bit of medicine. This skill of mine is a secret. It uses gentle force to relax the muscles and bones with palms soft as cotton, but containing hidden strength. Every push and need follows a method ensuring your muscles and bones are relaxed, and you feel completely at ease. Xie Feng felt the benefits and was certain to recommend her to Emperor Tianyu. Unexpectedly, Xie Feng waved his hands repeatedly. Absolutely not. His refusal was swift and resolute. Xie Shanshan was puzzled. Why so? She reflected on her words, finding nothing improper. Xie Feng gazed at his beautiful and charming daughter, feeling distressed that she had wandered alone for over a decade. Has Aunt Zhao never taught you the saying, when a son grows up he avoids his mother, when a daughter grows up she avoids her father? If not, you should learn it from Li Shanggong later. Xie Shanshan suddenly realized, Father, haven't you heard another saying? Xie Feng did not know which one she meant. What saying? In the eyes of a healer there is no distinction of gender. When choosing between saving a life and observing ritual propriety, one should choose the former. Moreover, the ancient sages said men and women shall not touch as a matter of propriety, yet if a sister-in-law is drowning, aiding her by hand is permitted. In fact, the era of Mencius was far more open than now, with far fewer rigid formalities. It was the later generations who narrowed the path. Xie Feng said, Your metaphor is misplaced. I am not the drowning sister-in-law, nor are you the nephew offering a hand. Besides, you are now grown. Although father and daughter could still see each other daily and dine together, they must ultimately observe the distinctions between genders. In the past, Xie Feng could go days without seeing his daughters, even once. It was also because Xie Shanshan was new here and lacked a mother's guidance that he was somewhat overprotective. Though not overly strict, he indulged her. You are my biological father, and I have not yet come of age, Xie Shanshan said. She casually scanned his body with her supernatural ability, detecting stagnation in his meridians and blood vessels. Have you recently felt stiffness in your neck, discomfort when moving it? Do your knees or lower back ache faintly? Does your chest feel as if qi is obstructed? Do your elbows often feel less nimble than before? Have you lost precision when drawing your ballet? Some were marks left by martial arts studying or calligraphy, while others were old injuries. The original owner's past life never mentioned Xie Feng's history, but Xie Shanshan could tell at a glance that he had been to the battlefield, having taken many lives. The inherent murderous aura in his bones had not been completely assimilated by skull, usually inconspicuous, but would surely torment him in old age. Xie Feng could not help but ask, You truly understand medicine? He thought Xie Shanshan was deceiving him. Medical books were vast and profound. He had skimmed a few, understanding the principles to some extent, but felt they were too great for an ordinary person to master. Xie Shanshan proudly declared, "I have said my skills are vast as the sea. What you have seen is merely the tip of the iceberg. If you doubt it, let us put it to the test. Show me your true ability." Xie Feng still felt embarrassed. "Tomorrow I will ask Liang Yuanzheng to give me a few acupuncture treatments. No need for you to trouble yourself." Xie Shanshan found him too old-fashioned and verbose at this moment, so she immediately summoned her 4 chief maids, Jifeng Zoshu Jingcao, and Xie. Help the Duke lie on the couch and take off his outer robe. Truly it was for his benefit, yet he still refused. The 4 maids knew well that Xie Feng doted on Xie Shanshan. Hearing that she was to massage his muscles and bones, they complied at once. Only when the Duke of Ning was healthy would the Ningguo mansion be stable. In no time the 4 removed the Duke's outer robe, leaving only a white inner garment. Xie Shanshan also removed her bracelets, rings, hairpins, earrings, and necklaces, took off her cloak, washed her hands, then stood before the couch, cracking her knuckles. "Father, I promise you will feel so comfortable soon that you will regret ever uttering those refusals earlier." Xie Feng lay face down on the couch with his eyes closed. "I don't believe it." Xie Shanshan pressed her hand on the back of his neck. A surge of supernatural energy transformed into warmth that penetrated and flowed through his limbs and bone. Xie Feng's body trembled, instantly sensing it. No wonder he could hold his own against the Duke of Heping and even gain the upper hand, as well as pull the Sunshot Godbow with power. It was because he had mastered the art of controlling strength with qi. Half an hour later, Xie Feng fell asleep. Listening to his snoring, the maids Jifeng and Jingchao exchanged glances. Xie Feng was always alert, though everyone knew he never allowed anyone to stay overnight, and if he couldn't sleep, he would get up to read. Yet now he was completely unguarded. Xie Shanshan used her supernatural power to regulate all his muscles, bones, and meridians, dissolving old injuries and blood stasis, while eliminating a minor ailment in his stomach. As she washed her hands, she instructed them to cover Xie Feng with a quilt and lit an incense burner nearby. "Let him sleep until morning and leave one person to keep watch. When the time comes, don't forget to wake my father, so he won't be late for court and get punished." Jifeng hurriedly replied, "We will obey your orders, miss." Xie Feng was awakened by Jifeng suddenly sitting up. "What time is it?" "In about half an hour the Duke should depart," Jifeng answered. Xie Feng was astonished. "I slept for 4 hours." Jifeng nodded yes. Xie Feng felt invigorated, as if his bones were lighter by several pounds, never having felt so refreshed. He exclaimed, "It seems the 6th miss truly did not deceive me." Jifeng laughed. The Duke slept soundly through the night. He never slept this deeply before. After leaving, Xie Feng quickly sensed the changes within himself. The stiffness and pain in his elbows, knees, and neck bones had all vanished. He felt energetic and no longer feared the biting cold. Usually after court he would feel somewhat fatigued, but today, after a long session, he remained spirited. Tianyu Emperor asked if it was the joy of good news invigorating him. Xie Feng glanced at Tianyu Emperor. Once he fully experienced the remarkable effects, he planned to bring Xie Shanshan into the palace soon, even before the annual holiday, to help Tianyu Emperor relax his muscles and meridians. Tianyu Emperor was 2 years younger than him, but appeared 10 years older, evoking sympathy. All this unfolded just as Xie Shanshan had anticipated. She woke, naturally ate, then sent someone to deliver the return gifts she had prepared in the past 2 days to the Pingguogong mansion. Afterwards, she donned men's clothing and rode out of the city. With her supernatural power at her side, even the sweat-blooded warhorse was obedient and gentle. Although the Ningguo mansion had several acres of grounds for cavalry practice, Xie Shanshan found them too small to gallop freely. Taking advantage of the snowless days, she rode outside the city out of respect. The sound of hooves striking the snow painted a beautiful scene. Along the snow-covered official road a large troop was slowly moving, heading toward the capital. Suddenly a figure on horseback dashed past like the wind, disappearing in an instant into a black speck beyond sight. The lead man could not help but exclaim, "What a fast horse! What incredible horsemanship!" A nearby guard said, "That is a sweat-blooded warhorse." The speed of such a horse was truly swift beyond compare. The carriages carrying maids and elderly women could not keep up, so Xie Shanshan had told them to take their time before she set off. That was why she had not arranged to ride with Pei Ju, who was very displeased. Xing Feng lowered his head to chuckle. After laughing, he looked up and said, "Master, by now the old Duke and Duchess should have received our letter. They will surely be delighted to know Master's health is improving." More than delighted, after hearing the eldest son read the letter, Pei's father and mother wept with joy. Pei's mother kept asking her eldest son Pei Yin, "Is my son truly well again? Has he safely arrived in the capital?" Pei Yin smiled and nodded. "He is indeed well, very well. He said he met a remarkable person who cured his heart ailment. Only then did he proceed smoothly and safely into the capital, rented a house, and told us to keep it secret and not arrange a betrothal for him." Pei's mother, perplexed, asked why. She was musing over finding a suitable bride for her youngest son, so he might marry early and secure the family line. If he proved himself a promising young man, noble maidens would surely flock to him. Pei Yin replied, "Wait until our younger brother becomes a jinshi. With his looks and bearing, why fear that distinguished families from Jingcheng will not seek him as a husband?" He added, "With the support of the Yu family, our brother will quickly find his footing. We must not hinder him. Do it without asking questions." Pei's father nodded in agreement. "Our eldest speaks rightly. Our household's foundations are shallow and cannot offer much to Pei Ju. The only thing we can do is keep the family in order and avoid causing him trouble." Pei's mother, who had long followed her husband's lead, thought for a moment and found the plan sensible. "I once feared the physician's ominous words might come true. Now that he has recovered, I am happier than if he had passed the jinshi. I do not know what price was paid to persuade those rare healers to help him." Eldest write back at once and enclose a generous token of thanks. Pei Yin said, "It is bitterly cold, and the road to Jingcheng is long. A good scent now may not arrive in time. Better to pool some silver and entrust it to the Minxing Bureau to carry into Jingcheng so our brother can buy what he needs there. Is not what the capital offers superior to what Songjiang sells?" Pei's mother warmed to the idea, but Pei's father shook his head. "Your brother is clever enough. Let him find his own way to repay us once he is in the capital." He went on, "If next year he succeeds as a jinshi and an engagement is arranged, we should quietly prepare the betrothal gifts in advance, so we will not be flustered and embarrass ourselves when the time comes." Pei Yin was surprised by his father's haste. "Is this not too soon? Will they not look down on us?" People often said that the daughters of the capital lived in gilded luxury, wearing brocades and sumptuous silks, feasting on rare delicacies. What our household could buy might not equal a single hair of theirs in worth. Pei's father answered, "Whether they look down on us or not, we must do our utmost, and be without shame in our own hearts. Our forebears were upright for generations. If in my generation we have raised a son like Pei Ju who brings honor to the family, we must not underrate ourselves. To live and act with dignity is the only way to earn respect. If we are the first to belittle ourselves, others will despise us all the more." Pei's father left that last thought unspoken. Wiping the tear tracks from her face, Pei's mother said brightly, "Our Songjiang cloth is the finest under heaven. From tomorrow, I will have the daughters-in-law and the younger girls weave fine and patterned cloth, cheaper than buying ready-made. We will spend the bulk of our silver on the finest satin and jewelry. Other teas and wines can be purchased closer to the time." Pei Yin then asked how much silver the family still had. Though the household had not yet been divided, affairs were already entrusted to the eldest son and his wife. Pei's father answered frankly, "The fees from your younger brother's earlier dealings still leave a little over 200 taels. I told him to bring it into Jingcheng, but he said the 300-odd taels he has are enough, and so did not." Relieved, Pei Yin said, "My wife and the sisters-in-law often weave cloth to sell. A mother never took the money. After deducting what we spent for his medicine and writing supplies, my wife has saved 50 taels for our younger brother. The second and third sisters-in-law have done the same. They always said they would help pay for his marriage. If we add other contributions, we can raise about 200 taels." Pei Ju was handsome, and because of him the sisters-in-law treated him like their own son. Even their biological children came second. Especially since Pei Ju had been nursed by the eldest sister-in-law, she cherished him above all. Pei's mother, eyes wet, said, "I do not know what fortunes I earned in a past life to have such good daughters-in-law." Pei Yin smiled and replied, "That is thanks to mother." His mother was kind and gentle, seldom clashing with others, and never harsh to the daughters-in-law. Feeling guilty that the whole family supported Pei Ju, she always strove to treat them well. Kindness returned kindness. The daughters-in-law naturally cared for their in-laws and the young uncle. Most importantly, the young uncle's success transformed the Pei household and benefited the entire clan. What sister-in-law would not be pleased? In past years at ancestral rites, he had always stood at the very front. The clan had already prepared the stone for an archway, waiting only for his jinshi success to erect it in his honor. What Pei Yin could never know then was that in the original life, Pei Ju fell ill and died on the road to the examinations. The clan's hopes were dashed. The same stones were used to build him a tomb, and his parents grieved so deeply that they passed away within 2 years. As Pei Yin and his parents discussed how to prepare the betrothal gifts, someone outside called his father's name. Stepping outside, he found Chun Lin, the cloth merchant, who bought Songjiang cloth year-round to sell in Jingxing, accompanied by an exceedingly fat, middle-aged man, with a large black mole on his face, wearing a gray squirrel coat, and carrying an imposing air. Although dressed in plain cloth, Pei Yin, emboldened by his brother's success as a Jiren, no longer wore the old reticence. He cupped his hands and smiled. "So it is, great merchant Chen, what brings you back to Songjiang at this hour?" "My father is inside and has just opened the letter my younger brother sent from Jingxing," Pei Yin added. "What business have you?" "It is cold outside. Please come in and speak." Chun Lin hurriedly asked, "Has Pei Jiuan arrived safely in Jingxing?" Pei Yin nodded. Chun Lin clapped his hands and beamed, his manner growing even warmer. Now that he has reached the capital safely, next year, he will surely rise on the imperial lists. Before long, you may petition to have an honorific decree granted to the matriarch. What glory for the village. Pei Yin smiled. I appreciate your auspicious words, and invited them into the main hall. Pei's parents rose to greet the guests. After brief courtesies, they took their seats, and tea was served. Yet the middle-aged man with the large mole refused to sit. Pei Yin found this odd, and had not yet spoken when Chen Lin introduced him. This is my major client from Jingqing, surname Li. He purchases hundreds, sometimes thousands of bolts of Songjiang cloth each year. This season he fancied visiting the place of production to take a look and plans to take back a batch of the finest Songjiang cloth. I came to ask whether your family's weave is for sale. The women of the Pei household were deft with their hands that the cloth they wove was exceedingly fine and of the highest grade. Chen Lin bought year in and year out, and with the face of Pei Ju accompanying him, he naturally came first to their door. Pei's father gently declined. The cloth we have woven recently is earmarked for a special purpose and is not for sale. Great merchant Chen, you might take your guest to inquire elsewhere. The man surnamed Li then asked, why refuse? My offer will not be lower than Chen's. Pei's father hastened to explain, my youngest son is in Jingqing taking the examinations, and the result is uncertain. We are saving as a precaution. I must decline your generous offer. The man surnamed Li smiled and said, I see. Feigning casual curiosity, he added, they say at 31 is old for the Mingjing, at 50 few become Jinshe. I notice your son's age seems about my own. I suppose your household's Jiren might be older. Pei's father answered proudly, my boy is scarcely 18. The man named Li immediately exclaimed, so young a Jiren. The youngest Jinshe in the last round was the Duke's great-grandson, Zhou Xinzhou, at 21. Chen Lin laughed. Our Songjiang's Yuan achieved his title at 15. Had he not fallen ill, he would surely have become a Jinshe the following year. The visitors surnamed Li grew increasingly impressed and seized the chance to ask many more questions. Xie Shanshan and Pei Ju were completely unaware of the events in Jiangnan. She galloped along the official road, racing for over 300 miles directly into Tianjin City. Fortunately, she had casually placed her travel permit from Suzhou into her small space earlier, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to enter the city gates while passing through various towns, let alone enter Tianjin, as it was a military stronghold guarding the capital. Just as she entered the city gates, she suddenly heard cries for help ahead. Xie Shanshan quickly rode over, stopping her horse with a pull of the reins, and from her elevated position, she saw a 4 or 5-year-old boy choking on food with 2 or 3 maidservants nearby, crying in panic. A steward was frantically patting the boy's back, but to no avail, causing the child's face to turn increasingly purple as his little hands desperately tried to pry at his throat. Clear out. Seeing that the steward was not hitting the right spot, Xie Shanshan jumped off her horse, pushed through the crowd, and snatched the child from the steward's hands, unhesitatingly delivering 3 firm strikes to the middle of the boy's back between the shoulder blades. With a pop, a whole red date was expelled from the child's mouth. He gasped for air, his complexion instantly returning to normal. Thank heavens. Several maidservants knelt down and bowed to Xie Shanshan, saying, Thank you, miss, for your great kindness. It's all right now, Xie Shanshan said, placing the boy on the ground. The steward was taken aback. So you are the daughter of the Duke's household. The onlookers praised her endlessly. After all, it was rare to see the daughters of great families riding in the streets, let alone dismount. I will report to the master at home, and ensure we express our gratitude in person. Xie Shanshan, lacking the noble virtue of anonymity after doing a good deed, smiled, and said, My surname is Xie. I am the daughter of Duke Yin Ning Xie Huifeng. The steward was taken aback. So you are the daughter of the Duke's household. The onlookers praised her endlessly. After all, it was rare to see the daughters of great families riding in the streets, let alone dismounting to save someone. That child was wearing a silk garment, his status far below hers. The child is fine. I must take my leave now. For young children, avoid giving them red dates, longans, peanuts, and similar foods in the future. Xie Shanshan leisurely strolled around the city, savoring a variety of local delicacies, both rich and simple, and in the afternoon returned to the capital with an Xie Shanshan leisurely strolled around the city, savoring a variety of local delicacies, both rich and simple, and in the afternoon returned to the capital with an assortment of local gifts. When she met with the other maidservants in the afternoon, their carriage had only left the capital for about 30 to 40 miles. Xie Shanshan laughed heartily. Turn around, we are going back home. With a squeeze of her legs, she took the lead. Upon reaching home, she ordered the maidservants to divide the local gifts into 4 parts, 1 for Xie Feng, 1 to send to the Duke of Zhenghua, for Zhao Qing, 1 to the Duke of Pinghua nominally, for Xie Lao, and the last one she would personally deliver to Pei Ju. Though the pastries are not the best, they suit your palate. Pei Ju gazed at her spirited appearance and asked, Did you enjoy your journey, miss? Xie Shanshan replied excitedly, I had a wonderful time. Finally, she had experienced the feeling of traveling several hundred miles in a day. It was said that a purebred sweat-blood steed could travel 1,000 miles in a day and 800 at night. She would run another lap when spring arrived. I am not pleased that I could not accompany you, miss. Pei Ju sniffled, his eyes glistening. Xie Shanshan felt a pang of sympathy, and a sense of guilt arose within her. Such an extraordinarily handsome face with a large red forehead ribbon, she gifted him set with a piece of emerald weighing more than 1 chin. His brows slanted into his temples, and his phoenix eyes sparkling with brilliance. She truly wished to cast a spell to turn him into a delicate charm to carry in her pocket at all times. I wanted to test the speed of the horse granted by the emperor, fearing you would not keep up in the carriage and find it too bumpy and tiring. Xie Shanshan quickly flashed him a smile radiating beauty and said, "Next time I will definitely invite you when I go out." Pei Ju asked, "When is the next time?" Xie Shanshan glanced at the dim sky outside. "It will snow tonight, so it's not suitable to go out. Once the snow stops, I will surely invite young Master Pei to Is it a promise?" He looked at Xie Shanshan. A handshake to seal the deal. Xie Shanshan extended her rosy palm. Pei Ju's pale hand met hers in a light clap. Then he said, "I promise to finish the painting I owe you." He had previously found fault with the paint bought by Qing Feng from outside, but after moving into the Duke of Ningguo's residence, he found all the necessary supplies. Brushes, ink, and paper were of the finest quality, and the study was as warm as spring. He immediately settled down to start painting. Xie Shanshan immediately wanted to see it. Pei Ju personally took a scroll from the painting jar, slowly unfolding it, causing the entire room of maidservants to fall silent. The unveiled scroll was nearly his height, with branches of plum blossoms looking like dragons, the petals bright and enchanting, lightly coated in frost, transparent and sparkling beneath, which stood a beautiful woman in red holding flowers and smiling. With bright eyes and white teeth, snow-like skin, and flower-like beauty, she was as graceful as a fairy. Xie Shanshan stood beside the scroll, clearly resembling a pair of identical twin sisters, almost indistinguishable. Upon closer inspection, the details were exquisite. It could easily outshine modern cameras. Noticing that Pei Ju had even depicted the intricate patterns on the earrings, Xie Shanshan was amazed. "You, Pei Ju, have hidden your talent well. You never mentioned you were a master of painting." Although she did not understand much about painting, she knew how to appreciate it. Such a masterpiece was on par with the works of ancient masters in museums. If properly preserved, it would surely last through the ages, becoming a prized item at major auction houses. Of course, her own beauty was also one of the reasons the painting was valuable. Pei Ju looked at Xie Shanshan and asked, "Do you like it?" "I do." Xie Shanshan could not bear to touch the lifelike brushwork, saying, "I have never seen such exquisite painting before. If you like it, I will often paint for you in the future, only for you." Pei Ju vowed never to paint portraits for anyone else again except for those as embellishments for descendants. Xie Shanshan's heart stirred, and she smiled gently. "Then I will wait and see." She immediately ordered the maidservants to take it down and hang it in her room to admire her own beauty every day. By evening it indeed began to snow light. Ling Xiao, Mama Qian, and others returned home, with Xie Feng arriving one after the other. Xie Feng was first while they arrived later, deciding that they would no longer follow Xie Shanshan in a carriage when she went riding. They could neither keep up, nor were they exhausted. Mama Qian felt her bones were about to fall apart. In contrast, Xie Feng, who had been busy all day at the Ministry of War, was radiant, feeling as if he had returned to 20 years ago. He suspected that the so-called fortuitous encounter mentioned by Pei Ju was meeting Xie Shanshan. No wonder Qing Feng revered Xie Shanshan as a goddess. Xie Feng did not intend to dig deeper. Just as he was about to instruct Jifeng to call Xie Shanshan for dinner, he suddenly heard someone report, "Auntie Lu requests to see the Duke." Xie Feng frowned. What does she want? Not to mention that Jifeng was unclear. Even if he knew, he would not say, "Does the Duke want to see her?" "No need to see her." Xie Feng waved his hand decisively. "Tell her to go back to the courtyard obediently. There is nothing that requires her to come and speak with me. Neither Xie Yu nor Xie Daitai needed her to worry about." Jifeng came out and saw Auntie Lu adorned with pearls and silks, appearing just like the main wife, yet ironically resembling a dog instead of a tiger. He smiled and said, "Auntie, please return. The Duke said he is unavailable." Auntie Liu's face was displeased. "I came for you, Gear. Didn't you tell the Duke?" Aunt Lu thought that mentioning Xie Yu would lead to a meeting with Xie Feng, but unexpectedly Jifeng remained unfazed. She smiled softly and said, "The eldest and second masters are attending school. All matters are under the Duke's authority, and it is not the place of Aunt to interfere lest the rules of the household be disrupted. If the lady truly believes that by divorcing and returning to her family, she can be legitimized, what a joke that would be. If the Duke were to allow an illiterate concubine to don the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, sitting equally with the noble officials of the court, it would indeed be the laughingstock of the entire capital. Throughout history, how many concubines have been legitimized? Either they bore a sole son and were recognized after the original wife passed away for the sake of the offspring, or the man had already intended to favor a concubine over his wife, acting swiftly once the original spouse was gone. The premise for legitimization is that the original wife has passed away and has no children, while the concubine does. The Duke, being in a position of high rank and in the prime of life, cannot remarry. Must he truly legitimize a concubine? Aunt Lu is not beautiful enough to make the Duke disregard rules and propriety. As the head maidservant in the Duke's household, Jifeng certainly knew of the Duke's instructions to Granny Zhao to quietly prepare the betrothal gifts and would not humble herself before Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu was furious upon hearing Jifeng's words. "I want to see the Duke," she insisted. Yet Jifeng would not allow her to pass, saying, "Aunt Lu, please do not make things difficult for a mere maidservant." Xie Feng, who heard everything clearly from inside, was quite impatient and came out with a stern expression directly scolding Aunt Lu. "Jifeng has already conveyed my words. What are you still doing here?" Aunt Lu quickly leaned closer, her eyes filled with tears. "Duke, next month is Yuer's birthday. Is it your place to call her Yuer? Her birthday will be handled by the household. Oh, what need have you to concern yourself with it?" Xie Feng interrupted sharply, and upon seeing that she wore a bright red gown over her gray satin robe and pomegranate red skirt, he became furious. "Who allowed you to wear such bright red? And who permitted you to wear jewelry? How dare you create trouble for me?" Aunt Liu's face turned pale instantly, as white as snow. What does Xie Feng mean? She was about to be legitimized. Oh, why couldn't she wear it? Moreover, it was all gifts from the servants. Xie Feng ordered Jifeng, "Send Aunt Lu back to her quarters, deduct a year's pay, and confiscate the bright red clothing and jewelry from her room." Next year he would marry Lu Jiwei. How could he allow her to see such a disobedient concubine? Thinking about having to apologize to the Emperor Tianyu tomorrow, Xie Feng grew even angrier. According to the current regulations, commoners are not allowed to wear bright red, crow blue, or yellow, and this includes concubines without titles. They are also prohibited from wearing jewelry and brocade. If there are violations, the family heads, husbands, and artisans will be equally guilty and may face severe punishment. Although household matters may not necessarily leak out, what if they do? Xie Feng has always been cautious about small matters, avoiding giving others a handle to criticize. A 1,000-mile dike can collapse from an ant hole. Yes. Jifeng suppressed her glee. Xie Feng, with a fierce look in his eyes, said, "Who made the garments and sent the jewelry to Aunt Lu? Find them, give them a beating, and drive them out, forbidding them to work in the household from now on." Jifeng acknowledged, "Aunt Lu, please." Aunt Liu's heart sank like it had fallen into an ice pit, feeling thoroughly cold. Xie Feng could not be bothered to watch her reaction and casually added, "I will go to the west courtyard and have someone bring the meals there." Then Xie Shanshan noticed that Xie Feng's expression was markedly different from usual. While hosting Xie Feng, she asked, "Who made my father angry? Directly send them away." Xie Feng said angrily, "Aunt Lu has been in the household for over 10 years. I often say she is honest, and I usually give her some face. Who would have thought I misjudged her? The moment your mother left, she became reckless, wearing a full outfit of bright red. It's infuriating." Xie Shanshan couldn't help but laugh at his complaints. "Doesn't father know that Aunt Lu has always thought you would legitimize her? Among the 10 servants in the household, 5 believe so, otherwise they wouldn't flatter Aunt Lu. The other 5, like Granny Zhao and Mother Qian, as well as Jifeng, knew Aunt Lu would definitely not be legitimized. No wonder Aunt Lu thinks this way, or after all, she bore Xie Feng a legitimate son. Legitimacy is reserved for men." Xie Feng was astounded. How dare she be so delusional? A wife is a wife, and a concubine is a concubine. Oh, and has he ever considered a concubine as a wife? Even if he had previously thought of allowing Xie Yu to inherit the title in the absence of legitimate heirs, he never intended to legitimize Aunt Lu. He, Xie Feng, the Duke of Ningguo, comes from a wealthy background with a prestigious status and a glorious life. How could he recognize a commoner as his father-in-law or uncle? Wouldn't that mean his descendants would follow suit and be looked down upon? Just thinking about such a scene made Xie Feng shiver. It was too terrifying. So humiliating. This made him admire those who legitimized their concubines. Xie Shanshan instantly recognized him as a typical feudal old man, not treating concubines as people, and naturally would not treat them equally. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Xie Shanshan did not indulge him. If you didn't have multiple wives and concubines, how could there be today's calamity? I am the biggest victim under the male preference system. Thinking of this made her feel sorrow for the original owner. Xie Feng was not angry, merely saying, "Its different titles are no trifling matter. My title must be passed on to my biological son. Even my nephews cannot covet it." Xie Shanshan snorted, "Can't daughters inherit titles?" During the reign of Emperor Taizu, efforts were made for gender equality, with female officials and female marquises. There were even female troops and medical teams. It's a pity that later, with the ascension of Emperor Gaozong, only female households remained and no female positions were established. Otherwise, I would have tried to be a martial arts champion. Emperor Gaozong's reign reversed everything back to before liberation. He is truly a despicable scoundrel. Xie Shanshan wished to drag him from the imperial tomb and beat him into minced meat. If the emperors of previous dynasties had followed Taizu's system, how wonderful the world would be now. Xie Feng glared at her. "Don't speak recklessly." Xie Shanshan rolled her eyes, intending to say something like, "Women giving birth is undoubtedly their own blood. Men having children may not be so." But fearing that Xie Feng would tighten the household rules even more, she swallowed her words. Regardless, whomsoever wears a green hat has nothing to do with her. Father, how do you feel after my massage today? Xie Shanshan steered the topic back. First to treat Emperor Tianyo, and then she would have a reason to rescue the crown princess who died in childbirth along with her child, thereby ruining the plan for Zhao Mingyu's rebirth and reliance on her. Just as Xie Feng was about to speak, he suddenly saw Xie Daitai storm in her face, full of anger, saying, "Father, what did my mother say to make you treat her this way? Didn't Xie Shanshan speak ill of my mother in front of you? If Aunt Lu is punished, wouldn't she, as her daughter, also lose face?" What scared her even more was the implication of this matter. Could it be that father does not intend to legitimize her mother? Hearing Xie Daidai address him thus, Xie Feng felt the term grating upon his ears. His face darkened, his eyes narrowed, and he snapped, "How utterly disrespectful. You dare call her your mother? Your mother has only just divorced and returned to her natal clan. How can she still be your mother?" He added coldly, "You stand before your father and elder sister, and yet offer no proper salutation." Xie Feng rarely met with Xie Daidai alone. On the rare occasions they had crossed paths before, it had always been in Lady Zhao Qing's chambers or during banquets amid her sisters, where no flaws were apparent. Only now in these two encounters did he realize her conduct was shockingly deficient, worse even than Xie Shanshan's. Xie Shanshan turned her head slightly and smiled, careful not to let him see. Clearly Lady Zhao Qing had never earnestly instructed her concubine-born daughter. Though Xie Daidai possessed striking beauty, her poised deportment and social grace fell immeasurably short of her legitimate elder sisters. This was precisely why, despite identical treatment in clothing, food, lodging, and daily life, both within the family and before society, concubine-born daughters were still scrutinized for lineage when marriage alliances were forged, because they were fundamentally not the same. Most matriarchs would not impart their hard-won life wisdom to concubine-born children, nor divide their dowries among them. As for the rare virtuous wives and exemplary mothers, well, those were nearly saintly exceptions. Xie Daidai paled instantly and dropped to her knees, tears streaming, as she cried, "Father has yet to answer my question. Brother is your eldest son. Surely for his sake alone you cannot so publicly shame Auntie Lu. How then shall brother face the world?" Xie Feng sneered, "Those who act improperly must be punished, else how does one govern a household?" He then turned sharply to Chiuye, the maid who had accompanied him, and commanded, "Escort the 9th young mistress back to her quarters. Withhold her monthly stipend and annual allowance for 3 years. Assign her governess strict instruction in etiquette, and declare her indisposed for all external engagements for the next year." Chiuye responded without hesitation, stepping forward to assist Xie Daidai. "Young mistress, this way, please." Xie Daidai stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. "Father, why punish me so unjustly?" Xie Shanshan chuckled softly. "Not beating you soundly is already father's extraordinary clemency. Yet here you are still asking why." She thought, she isn't feigning ignorance. She truly is naive. A fool. She hadn't even mastered the Xia code, or perhaps hadn't read it at all. Fortunate indeed that she was a girl confined to the inner quarters. Were it Xie Yu or Xie Hong who addressed their birth mother as mother, mama, or madam in public, they'd have received 40 strokes, and likely exile as well. Filial duty was codified with exacting precision, even more so for concubine-born offspring. No sooner had Xie Daidai been escorted away than Xie Yu arrived to confess his fault. His timing, it seemed, was impeccable. Xie Shanshan sat serenely, lifting a piece of yam cake from the tray, glancing idly at the self-striking clock. Dinner was already delayed by half an hour. Xie Feng frowned. "This bears no relation to you. Return to your studies." Xie Yu bowed, deeply mortified. Son has lately devoted himself entirely to scholarship, seldom entering the inner courtyards. Thus I remained unaware that Auntie Lu and Sister Daidai flouted propriety so brazenly. I failed in my duty to admonish Auntie Lu, and neglected my responsibility as elder brother towards Sister Daidai. I beg father to mete out severe punishment." Xie Feng waved dismissively. "The assignments I've set this year exceed those of past years. It is only natural you've had little time for the inner quarters. You bear—" Xie Shanshan, growing impatient, interjected, "Father, when shall we dine?" Xie Feng replied instantly, "Have dinner served. Eldest son, return to your studies. Do not concern yourself with inner court affairs." Soon Lu Jiwei would take charge. He awaited that day with fervent anticipation. Intimidated by his father's formidable authority, Xie Yu dared not object, and withdrew with a formal bow. Walking back toward the eastern courtyard, he inwardly cursed Auntie Lu and Xie Daidai for needlessly embroiling him in trouble. Had he known Auntie Lu would wear crimson robes adorned with pearls and jade, he would have dissuaded her outright. From this incident, he understood clearly Xie Feng harbored no intention whatsoever of elevating his birth mother to principal wife. What a pity! A rare chance to become a legitimate heir, now irrevocably lost. All that remained was hope that his father would sire no further sons, leaving him as the eldest sole heir to the title. When dinner was served, Xie Shanshan waited until Xie Feng had taken the first bite, then immediately helped herself to a generous portion of braised pork knuckle, savoring its tender skin above all, a delicacy famed for beautifying and nourishing. Xie Feng too lived for meat, Now that his health had improved, his appetite was keener than ever, unaffected by the earlier turmoil stirred by Auntie Lu and Xie Dai. Do not venture out recklessly these days. Once the snow ceases, I shall escort you into the palace. Good fortune was always shared first with Emperor Tianyu. Xie Shanshan had anticipated this. I shall have my attire prepared for the palace visit. Xie Feng paused, then instructed, wear only the garments and ornaments bestowed by His Majesty, but avoid the peacock feather robe and python-patterned court dress, as well as the silver-dyed sable fur cloak gifted by your mother. He himself owned no such sable cloak, a source of bitter resentment. After over 20 years of marriage, Lady Zhao Qing had concealed personal wealth from him. Had she hidden other assets as well? Otherwise, why insist so pointedly on taking all her private holdings? He resolved to remind Xie Shanshan regularly to visit the Marquisate of Zhenghua and demand money and valuables from Lady Zhao Qing, lest they fall instead into the hands of the Marquisate. Daughter understands. Xie Shanshan grasped his meaning perfectly. Outward splendor was appropriate for public appearances, but humility was imperative within the palace. The following day, Xie Feng seized the opportunity during his audience with Emperor Tianyu, framing his request as penitence, to speak of Xie Shanshan's remarkable ability to soothe tense muscles and invigorate circulation. The emperor, startled, set aside his amusement at his favorite minister's daughter's bold claim and pressed, "You find it effective?" "Exceedingly so," Xie Feng affirmed. "My stamina has increased markedly, my spirit feels renewed, as though reborn." He continued earnestly, "It requires neither needles nor medicine. With imperial physicians and senior eunuchs standing by, what harm could there be in allowing? I observe, Your Majesty, that your Imperial Majesty has labored relentlessly these past years. I grieve deeply for Your Majesty's well-being." The emperor declared without hesitation, "Why wait for the snow to cease? Send Zhang Yu at once to fetch Shanshan." For 2 years he had suffered restless nights, haunted by anxieties over the people's welfare, yet dared confide in no one. For Taizu Emperor had left behind a sealed edict warning of an impending Little Ice Age and commanding preemptive measures. How to prepare? Simply ensure the people were well-fed and warmly clothed. Thus land consolidation was curbed annually. Farmers were encouraged to reclaim wasteland, cultivate crops, and raise livestock, and profits from overseas trade funded massive grain reserves, stored in granaries across the realm guarded by imperial troops, ready for catastrophe. Thankfully, Taizu Emperor had promoted high-yield grain varieties, disseminated advanced cultivation techniques, and elevated agricultural officials, policies rigorously upheld to this day. Zhang Yu, having overheard Xie Feng's report, hastened immediately to the Ningguo Marquisate to fetch Xie Shanshan. When Zhang Yu arrived, Xie Shanshan, clad in a snow-white padded coat, was building a snowman in the second courtyard where Xie Feng resided. A young man of exquisite bearing and elegant charm stood beneath the veranda, wrapped in a fox fur mantle, smiling gently. He cradled an exquisitely crafted hand-warmer. Remarkably, the snowman, nearly life-sized, bore an uncanny resemblance to Pei Ju. Though aesthetically pleasing, Zhang Yu did not linger. Standing beneath the gate eaves, he smiled and announced, "Sixth young mistress. The emperor commands your immediate attendance at court." Pei Ju's expression flickered faintly. Xie Shanshan paused mid-motion and hurried forward with Pei Ju to greet Zhang Yu. "But father said we'd wait until the snow stopped." Zhang Yu smiled warmly. "Such auspicious matters brook no delay. Pray prepare swiftly. The palanquin awaits outside the gate." Compared to riding in a sedan chair, Xie Shanshan prefers to ride a horse. Of course, with the wind and snow raging outside, sitting in the sedan is much more comfortable. Xie Feng does not have such treatment, haha. Today marks the first time Xie Shanshan has ridden in a sedan chair since her crossing, and it is an extremely luxurious 8-bear sedan. According to the rules, the mother, wife, and daughter of a duke can only ride in a 4-person sedan. Exceeding the regulations. The Emperor Tianyu truly favors Xie Feng. Following Zhang Yugong into the palace, a young eunuch came carrying the shoulder chair granted by Emperor Tianyu. For people carried it on their shoulders. They changed vehicles in front of the palace gate. Although Xie Shanshan never gets tired walking around the capital, she still chose to enjoy this moment. Accompanied by Zhang Yu holding an umbrella, they arrived at the Zikan Hall after a quarter of an hour. Emperor Tianyu met her in the rear hall along with Xie Feng, the head of the Tai Hospital, Liang Yuanjing, and many other inner eunuchs present. Xie Shanshan respectfully performed a grand salute. Emperor Tianyu sat above and said to dispense with the formalities. Glancing down at her, he smiled at Xie Feng, who was seated beside him, saying, "You truly did not lie. Her features bear no difference from yours in your youth, only a bit more handsome. After all, being a girl naturally brings with it a softness." Xie Feng humbly replied, "I am but a willowy figure. Your Majesty overestimates me." Xie Shanshan, however, boldly raised her head and met Emperor Tianyu's gaze. The original owner had only seen the emperor and empress from afar when paying respects to the palace and could not see clearly. Now she realized that Emperor Tianyu was a very thin, ordinary-looking old man, with graying hair, a face full of wrinkles, kind eyes, and no semblance of majesty or solemnity. How could he be only 43? He looked more like 63. However, Emperor Tianyu did not feel offended. Instead, he laughed again and asked, "How do you find the blood-sweating horse I bestowed upon you last time?" The previous sentence was directed at Xie Feng, while the next directly turned to Xie Shanshan. She smiled and said, "I love it immensely. I rode out of the city early yesterday morning, galloping all the way to Tianjin and back. It was truly exhilarating. I am an excellent swimmer. I originally wanted to go to the seaside to take a look, but found it too cold, so I gave up that thought." Emperor Tianyu raised an eyebrow. "You are..." Xie Shanshan replied, "Growing up in the water towns of Jiangnan, how could I not know how to swim? I can go up mountains and into the sea with no limitations." Emperor Tianyu nodded, sighing, "Fortunately, you did not grow up in front of your father, otherwise you would not have learned many skills. Don't be fooled by his own martial and literary talents urging his son to study. He never taught your sisters like this." Xie Shanshan found this remark quite fresh. While others lamented that she did not grow up in the residence of Duke Ning, only Emperor Tianyu felt fortunate. She secretly developed a bit more fondness for Emperor Tianyu, casually fabricating a lie. "The wet nurse, who raised me, always treated me like a boy, so I sought out famous teachers to learn reading, writing, and martial arts, but kept it a secret with neighbors unaware, thinking I was weak and helpless, often taking care of me." Xie Feng couldn't imagine what the weak and helpless Xie Shanshan would be like. Emperor Tianyu chuckled to draw the god-shooting bow. "How can there be any weakness? It is clear your former neighbors lacked vision." Xie Feng then said, "Your Majesty is burdened with state affairs and must be weary. Oh, let her give you a massage." And Emperor Tianyu sighed inwardly at how considerate his subject was. He casually chose a warm room to enter, and under the service of palace maids he removed his dragon robe, wearing only a white inner garment, which made his figure appear even thinner, not as robust as Xie Feng. After a moment, Zhang Yu invited Xie Shanshan along with Xie Feng and Liang Yuanjing into the room, with only 3 or 4 palace maids present to attend to them. Xie Shanshan had already scanned the palace with her special abilities, discovering that the Zikan Hall of the Emperor was not particularly large, with a total of 9 bedrooms, each containing 3 dragon beds, either situated in the warm room or on the heated con. It is said that the Emperor randomly chooses 1 bedroom and bed each night to sleep in. Xie Shanshan focused her mind, removed her cloak, washed her hands, and began to give Emperor Tianyu a complete massage, just like she did for Xie Feng. Liang Yuanzheng observed her technique closely, then nodded at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu felt reassured. However, he still stared intently at Xie Shanshan's movements without blinking. Emperor Tianyu's body was far weaker than Xie Feng's, and since Xie Shanshan could not complete the treatment in an instant, she took her time with the massage, kneading and invigorating the blood flow. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine, her techniques were quite professional. She also deliberately controlled her abilities to redden her cheeks, producing a light sheen of sweat, making it appear that she was working very hard. After spending more than half an hour, she withdrew her hands and wiped her sweat with a handkerchief. Zhang Yu noticed that Emperor Tianyu had actually fallen asleep. How long had it been since he last did so? He would wake up at least 7 or 8 times every month, and then could hardly fall back asleep, causing his vitality to gradually decline, not as strong as before. Xie Feng quickly covered Emperor Tianyu with a brocade quilt, signaling everyone to quietly exit, leaving only the palace maids to keep watch. In the side hall, Xie Shanshan washed her hands and put on the cloak that Zhang Yu personally brought to her, smiling, "Your Majesty's nap might last until tomorrow morning. The longer you sleep, the better it is for your health. My father, because he had to attend court, only managed to sleep for 4 or 5 hours before being awakened by a maid. Definitely not as beneficial as your Majesty." She had also left a trace of her abilities within Emperor Tianyu, roving through the 8 extraordinary meridians, nurturing his entire body until it was exhausted. After all, he had a good foundation, and his meridians were strong enough to bear it. Pei Ju, however, could not. Pei Ju's meridians were very weak and could not retain the wandering abilities. He must wait until his 5 internal organs were healed and his body was fully nourished. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu said, "In that case, I will take the young lady back to her residence first." She was the daughter of a subject and could not linger in the palace for too long. Xie Feng also had to wait until the court session was over to return home, reminding Xie Shanshan, "Make sure to rest well and don't run around." Xie Shanshan made a face. Zhang Yu then ordered a young eunuch to bring many palace silks, brocades, golden cups, jade rings, and other items for her to take out of the palace, saying it was a gift prepared by Emperor Tianyu for their first meeting. What an incredibly generous emperor. Xie Shanshan felt she had not lost out at all. Upon returning home, she selected 2 pieces of silk and satin for Pei Ju to wear that were suitable, yet did not exceed the regulations, instructing a maid to deliver them to the sewing room to make a few sets of winter clothing for Pei Ju. Then she also distributed 2 pieces of silk and 2 pieces of satin, each to Xie Luluo and her 4th and 5th sisters. Although she had yet to meet the latter 2, she remembered the earlier gift of clothing and accessories. Mama Qian saw that there was nothing for Xie Yaoyao and secretly sighed, advising Miss also send 2 pieces to the eldest aunt. One should not look at the monk's face, but at the Buddha's face. The eldest uncle is always very considerate. The 2 sets of headpieces and writing materials Zheng Kai sent earlier were worth at least 3,000 to 4,000 taels of gold, and the gifts from his parents and grandmother were all substantial. Even for the sake of reputation, Xie Shanshan did not want to deal with Xie Yaoyao. Hearing this, she pouted and reluctantly said, "Since I have already sent a gift once, why must I only send 2 pieces? I will send 4 pieces of silk and satin like the other sisters." She guessed that Xie Yaoyao would definitely not be pleased. If she was unhappy, then she would be happy. Just as she was about to have someone put away the rest, Rending reported that the madam returned a gift. Xie Shanshan then remembered that she had indeed sent Zhao Qing a gift of Tianjin local specialties, which cost a total of less than 2 taels of silver. What did she return? Let me have a look. If it was a profitable venture, she would surely honor Zhao Qing, regularly building the great persona of the first filial daughter of the great Xia dynasty. Rending had someone bring it over. Xie Shanshan saw a pair of red gold, emerald-encrusted Pei Ju ornaments with tiger-eye stones for the eyes, crafted so vividly that she couldn't help but smile. These are splendid, attracting wealth and good fortune, bringing only in and no out. Xie Shanshan selectively ignored Zhao Qing's intention behind sending her a pair of Pei Ju, purposely choosing a favorable feng shui position to place them on a red sandalwood stand facing the door and windows to attract wealth from all directions. The next day she indeed became wealthy again. The ancients emphasized the importance of reciprocity. Regardless of the amount, one must return a gift after receiving one. Even Xie Yaoyao had to pinch her nose and return a pair of gold bracelets. Due to strained relationships, the return gifts needed to be substantial. Leaving aside the fruit and cakes that other sisters returned, the Tianyu Emperor had truly awakened refreshed after a deep slumber from noon yesterday until the 6th hour of the night. Only those who have experienced it understand what it means to feel light and healthy. The Tianyu Emperor had never felt so comfortable before. Xie Feng was indeed loyal to him. After the morning court session, the Tianyu Emperor ordered Zhang Yu to open his private treasury, selecting many rare treasures to bestow upon Xie Shanshan, and instructed Xie Feng to take good care of her. Having struck it rich, Xie Shanshan immediately instructed for another 1,000 taels of silver to be taken out to purchase firewood, rice oil, salt, as well as clothing and footwear to be sent to various charity organizations and orphanages within and outside the capital, fulfilling her duty. This snowfall lasted for more than 10 days, varying in intensity, with snow accumulating and not melting, finally stopping in mid-December. The temperature was at least below 20 degrees. As the weather grew colder, the vendors and laborers on the streets stayed indoors. Those who enjoyed drinking and watching plays did not venture out either, and troublemakers were nowhere to be seen. Social gatherings were avoided as much as possible, and the entire capital was in a state of tranquility. Before long, it was time for the loyal and righteous Marquis family to host a banquet, specially choosing a holiday to entertain guests. With no parents alive, he no longer needed to grieve, and the feelings of the loyal and righteous Marquis Lu Zhixing were mixed with joy and sorrow. He wrote to the Tianyu Emperor to remind him to arrange a position for him, while also contacting his colleagues to rekindle friendships. Early in the morning, Xie Feng took Xie Shanshan to attend the gathering. The Tianyu Emperor had mentioned previously that before the sealing of the official document on the 23rd anniversary, he would grant marriage to him and Lu Zhiwei to be married in the coming year. The loyal and righteous Marquis was incredibly excited, personally welcoming Xie Feng to the main hall, while his wife Lady Li took Xie Shanshan to the back main room, introducing her to her sister-in-law Lu Zhiwei, who had missed her auspicious day due to unfortunate circumstances. Lu Zhiwei was very pleased with the marriage to Xie Feng, treating Xie Shanshan differently than others. Finally, Xie Shanshan met her future stepmother. Although she was already 30, she did not appear aged. With willow brows and phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry lips, she was a stunning beauty, dressed in a bright red brocade robe, with a green floral silk skirt, beneath her thick black hair styled in a high bun adorned with a golden hairpin exuding grandeur and elegance. Xie Shanshan touched the 3-horned pearl hairpin on her head, and hurriedly saluted Lu Zhiwei. Once Lu Zhiwei entered the room, she would be able to wear a 5-horned pearl hairpin. According to tradition, the daughter of a duke could wear a 5-horned pearl hairpin, but in the presence of many duchesses wearing 5-horned hairpins, the unmarried daughter, without a title, should wear a 3-horned hairpin to show respect. This reveals how many excesses existed in the Rongwa mansion of Dream of the Red Chamber. No wonder it ultimately fell apart. Lu Zhiwei first returned the courtesy, properly not behaving arrogantly due to her seniority, then took her hand with a smile, saying, "I have long heard about you from a close friend who attended the birthday banquet of Duke Li of the estate. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to its reputation." Xie Shanshan smiled and replied, "You can just call me by my name, Shanshan. Even the emperor calls me that." The term aunt was derived from the children of the loyal and righteous Marquis, as the Marquis and Xie Feng were of the same generation, and moreover they were cousins of the Tianyu Emperor. Lu Zhiwei changed her address and took off 2 gold bangles set with rubies from her wrist, placing them on Xie Shanshan's wrist. In total she had 4. After giving away 1 pair, she had 1 pair left. Lu Zhiwei smiled and said, "Good child, our first meeting was rushed, and I have not had the time to prepare a congratulatory gift. This was bestowed by the Empress Dowager during her lifetime, serving as a token of our initial meeting. Among Xie Feng's daughters, this was the only one she had not met because she had been lost outside. She had met the others before. The new Pai Xiu Xie Shanshan smiled broadly and repeatedly expressed her thanks. Gift exchanges could be accepted without the need for return gifts. The loyal and righteous Marquis was not the only son. He had many siblings, and aside from Lu Jiwei, they had all married off. Lu Jiwei's sisters-in-law had all given gifts to Xie Shanshan. Prior to this, Lu Jiwei's several sisters-in-law had been very concerned about their younger sisters, secretly inquiring about the circumstances of the widowers in various families. Since the marriage had already been arranged by the Tianyu Emperor, the loyal and righteous Marquis had to inform them, and they were all pleased to see it happen. Compared to the match arranged by the old loyal and righteous Marquis for Lu Jiwei, Li Wei Xie Feng was many times stronger. Thus, the more she looked at Xie Shanshan, the more she liked her. Once Lu Jiwei married Xie Feng, she would become the loyal and righteous Marquis, niece, a member of the family. Those with intentions had already quietly set their sights on Xie Shanshan's outstanding beauty. Before long, the guests arrived. Among the guests, the elderly, such as Lady Jiang, Lady Li, and the wife of Duke Pinghua, did not come. Instead, there were Madame Lin, Lady Yinghua, and the mother-in-law of Xie Yaoyao, as well as Xie Luluo and her mother-in-law, Lady Li. Xie Shanshan finally met her other two sisters, Xie Lulu and Xie Linlin. Both had come with their mother-in-law. Xie Shanshan noticed that those who brought their daughters-in-law to the banquet were all the head matriarchs of their respective families, and the daughters-in-law brought along were all future head matriarchs rather than other young wives. Though Xie Lulu was married to the second son of the Marquis of Yong'anzhang, Jie, her elder brother, had already passed away. Xie Linlin, on the other hand, was married to the eldest grandson of Princess Yichang, a niece of the Tianyu Emperor Guanzong, who was also a young Marquis. One was 21 and the other was 19. Both sisters-in-law currently held the title of Jiren and were preparing to participate in the spring examination next year, still studying hard at home, and had not yet ventured out. Xie Shanshan knew that they would both pass the exam, but not next year. One would pass in 4 years, and the other in 7 years, ranking lower in the second tier, almost becoming fellow Jinshi. In fact, there were not so many young unmarried Jinshi for Xie Feng to choose from. It was likely that actions had begun long before they became Jiren, including Zheng Kai, who had early understanding with the top two families. Otherwise, Zheng Kai would not have remained unmarried until 25. After greeting the two families of in-laws and receiving gifts, Xie Shanshan smiled at Xie Lulu and Xie Linlin, saying the top scholar Pei Ju from Jinling province is currently staying at our Ningguo Duke's residence. He is a direct disciple of Minister Lu, who taught both the emperor and my father, and his talent is exceptional. The article he wrote for the last palace examination was even praised by the emperor. If you two brothers are not busy, you might consider discussing articles with him. I believe it will be beneficial. The literary style of Jiangnan was flourishing. How could it be compared to the north? Xie Lulu and Xie Linlin exchanged glances and almost immediately agreed, but since it was inconvenient, they decided to set it aside for now. Seeing the closeness of the sisters, a shadow crossed Xie Yaoyao's eyes. She was ultimately a clever woman. After her mother returned to her family, she had repressed her resentment towards Xie Shanshan. But with previous grudges, she could never match the closeness between Xie Shanshan and the other sisters, and could only continue treating her in a lukewarm manner. Except for Xie Shanshan, the four sisters were unaware that Lu Jiwei, this older maiden, was about to become their stepmother. One of Lu Jiwei's sisters quietly whispered to her, "Look at your future 5 daughters. They are all beautiful, clever, and graceful in their demeanor. Except for the youngest, who is unmarried, the others have all married well. After you enter the family, just be sure to give birth to a son." Lu Jiwei smiled without responding to her sister's words. Although she also wished to give birth to a son after marrying into the Ningguo Duke's residence and grow up to be the next Ningguo Duke, the birth of sons or daughters was predetermined by heaven, not something she could control. Otherwise, Zhao Qing would not have given birth to 6 daughters, ending up returning to her clan. Others said Zhao Qing deserved it, allowing her family to take advantage of her, but Lu Jiwei felt sorrow. A woman who was once dazzlingly beautiful exited the stage in silence. Upon hearing Lu Jiwei's words, Xie Shanshan was focused on the finally appearing Madame Lin, with a strong murderous intent flashing in her heart. She was the most vicious one in the entire baby-switching incident. At least Zhao Qing intended for her daughter to enjoy wealth and honor from a young age, and then marry back into the Ningguo Duke's residence, ensuring that her descendants would inherit the entire Ningguo Duke's estate, while Madame Lin was wholly focused on ensuring the original owner met her demise. Xie Shanshan had been in the capital for 2 months, and apart from the day of the raid, when she saw her once in General Jiang's room, today was the second time they met. She sat silently in her designated place like an invisible person. Regardless of whether Madame Lin died unexpectedly in the original owner's life, or someone targeted her this time, Xie Shanshan planned to take her life with her own hands, yet she remained elusive. Today was not the right time to act. It took a lot for the loyal and righteous Marquis to remove his mourning attire, and Lu Jue would soon be her stepmother. She could not let the Duke's residents bear resentment towards the loyal and righteous Marquis because of Madame Lin's death. What a pity. She could only seek another opportunity. Xie Shanshan redirected her attention back to the Lu Jue sisters. She could assist with other matters, but she truly could not interfere with the task of bearing sons. She hoped her biological father would be capable and quickly give birth to an heir with Lu Jue for the Ningguo Duke's residence. Reduce conflicts and move towards peace. Xie Shanshan just wanted to be a carefree salted fish. Compared to her biological mother and sister Xie Yu was a child of decent character, yet she was just too ordinary, lacking in cleverness and caution. In the original owner's life she had played a good hand, but ended up ruining it. She was disfigured and disabled. She could not inherit the title and could not enter officialdom. Later it was discovered that the culprit was a brother of Xie Heng's birth mother, who secretly bribed a thief to attack Xie Yu when she was off guard, intending to kill her directly, but Xie Yu was fortunate to be rescued and survived. As a result, Xie Heng was also rendered useless. Who would believe him if he claimed ignorance of this matter? The key was still Xie Feng, who had torn his face with Zhao Qing over the matter concerning the original owner. Although he could not divorce or separate, he took in 2 young concubines and fathered 3 sons and 2 daughters, surviving 2 men and 1 woman. By the time the original owner was reborn, the heir to the Ningguo Duke's residence had yet to be determined. Thus Lu Jue having a son would settle everything once and for all. Xie Shanshan pulled her drifting thoughts back, answering the question from Madame Anning. I indeed drew the sun-shooting divine bow, and the esteemed Duke Pinghua directly gifted it to me. Madame Anning was greatly impressed. That is the sun-shooting divine bow. The older noble ladies at the banquet had almost all heard their husbands speak of the legend of the sun-shooting divine bow. Looking at Xie Shanshan, no one regarded her as an ordinary girl, and their attitudes were very friendly. Even the gifts given were generous. Xie Shanshan deeply felt the benefits brought by her identity as Xie Feng's daughter. Truly everyone was amiable and approached conspiracies and schemes. Non-existent. Xie Shanshan spent a delightful day at the loyal and righteous Marquis residence. The next day was the 20th of the 12th month, Xie Ye's birthday. After being punished, concubine Lu and Xie Daidai thought Xie Feng would throw a grand birthday banquet for his eldest son, but surprisingly the residence was quiet with no activity. Only the aunts from the 2 uncles' homes sent 100 bundles of silver thread noodles, 100 peach buns, and 2 sets of clothing and shoes early in the morning, along with some fresh items from the market, as usual from the managers below. In the past, for Zhao Qing's sake Madame Lin, this aunt sent a portion of longevity noodles, longevity peaches, clothing, and shoes every year. Grandmother Jiang sent a set of writing materials and a toy. This year there was none. Other noble families knew that Xie Yu was Xie Feng's eldest son and had the potential to inherit the title, but they would not make a fuss for the birthday of a concubine's son. Xie Shanshan woke up late, and the gifts were personally delivered by Granny Qian. If following the old custom of the young ladies before they were married preparing birthday gifts for their younger sisters, it would only be self-written calligraphy paintings or handmade sewing, just to make a casual gesture. Xie Xinjin, Xie Daitai, and Xie Heng were the same, with no other items to give as gifts. Now Xie Shanshan claimed she was not skilled, and after her agreement Granny Qian selected a pair of jade rings from the items bestowed by Emperor Tianyo, accompanied by 2-colored sewing done by the maid as a token of goodwill for when Xie Shanshan first returned to the Ningguo Duke's residence. Just as Xie Yu finished his thanks and was about to perform greetings everywhere, he suddenly heard someone say that the Ministry of Rites had come to issue an edict requesting both gentlemen to change their clothes and come quickly. Xie Yu was startled, realizing that Xie Feng had not attended court today. Soon an incense table was set up in the front hall, and Xie Feng, dressed in official robes, brought 2 sons to kneel at the large door to welcome the heavenly envoy. Xie Shanshan and Xie Zhenjin were female dependents waiting inside the door. Xie Daitai reported illness outside and had not yet been allowed to go out. The visitors were the current Minister of Rites Lu Yuan and Deputy Minister Shi, followed by numerous attendants, making a grand entrance that drew the attention of passers-by. Upon hearing they were going to the Ningguo Duke's residence to issue an edict, it was not surprising. When they arrived at the door, Lu Yuan and Shi got off their respective sedan chairs, with Lu Yuan holding the imperial edict, smiling as he glanced at Xie Feng, walking along the corridor to the main courtyard and standing facing south. Once Xie Feng and his sons, along with Xie Shanshan and Xie Zhenjin, all knelt down, Lu Yuan finally unfolded the long imperial edict with Shi and read aloud: by the decree of the emperor, it is said the way of humanity prioritizes marriage. There are 3 unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the greatest. Now the younger sister of the loyal and righteous Marquis Lu Jue is pure and filial by nature, endowed with grace and beauty, dignified and virtuous, gentle and modest. She had previously missed a good opportunity, leaving the young lady alone and unpaired. Now upon encountering Xie Feng, the Ningguo Duke, who has lost his wife in his prime and has no legitimate son to inherit, I see that the 2 families share a noble history and are well matched in status. They are of similar age and appearance, and their virtues and achievements are comparable. An immense thunderclap made Xie's head buzz, and he could not hear anything clearly. Xie Shanshan was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head. After an unknown amount of time, Xie finally heard Lu Yuan read the final section. This decree is specially issued granting a good marriage, to choose an auspicious day, to wed, to become a good couple, to honor the ancestors, and to pass on the family lineage, to join in harmony, and not to disappoint my intentions. Given this, I hereby decree. Xie Feng received the decree with both hands, saying, "This humble minister receives the decree and thanks His Majesty for the vast grace." After Xie Feng stood up, Lu Yuan smiled and clasped hands with Shirling, saying, "Congratulations to the Ningguo Duke, congratulations to the Ningguo Duke. Once the wedding date is set, be sure to send an invitation to this official so I can attend the joyful event and share in the happiness." Lu Jiwei was the cousin of Emperor Tianyo, and many widowers were waiting for her mourning period to end, but unexpectedly Xie Feng took the lead. Silent, and without a sound, a decree determined the fate. No wonder he was the emperor's most valued subject. He was always the first to be thought of for good fortune. Xie Feng readily agreed, saying, "Rest assured, my lords, once the auspicious date is set, I will certainly send invitations to invite all colleagues to witness the ceremony." He held the imperial edict, and Lu Yuan and Shirling did not dare to let him escort them out, saying, "Ningguo Duke, please stay. Take care." Xie Feng turned and placed the imperial edict in the Xie clan's ancestral hall in the east courtyard, lighting incense for his ancestors, praying for a son after marriage to avoid conflicts. Xie stood in place looking up at the sky, feeling only a gloomy atmosphere, as if a violent wind and snowstorm were approaching. He had spent an unforgettable— Who else is disappointed but Xie? Lu Yinyang fell ill that very night. Despite anticipating her downfall when punished, she still harbored hope, because she had an eldest son. Now the sudden imperial decree shattered everything. The Duke intends to remarry. Upon learning this, Xie Dai secretly resented Lu Yinyang for being useless, turning her own aspirations into mere illusions, unable to overshadow Xie Shanshan. If it weren't for the maid clinging tightly to her waist, she would have almost thrown the decorations to pieces. Harboring resentment, Xie Dai used her punishment as an excuse to refuse visiting Lu Yinyang. No matter how Xie Shanshan, who shared the same residence, tried to persuade her, it was futile. The maids and servants all felt their hearts grow cold. The maids who had previously flattered Lu Yinyang scattered in a rush, leaving only 2 second-class maidservants assigned to her, who upon seeing her worsening condition at night, had no choice but to report to Xie Shanshan the next morning. Xie Shanshan, having no intention of making things difficult for a concubine eager to be legitimized, promptly instructed someone to fetch a doctor for Lu Yinyang. Upon hearing this, Xie Yu came in person to express her gratitude. During the winter break, he had been home during the daytime. Xie Shanshan waved her hand, saying, "It's a small matter, no need for thanks." Xie Shanshan, having no intention of making things difficult for a concubine eager to be legitimized, promptly instructed someone to fetch a doctor for Lu Yinyang. Upon hearing this, Xie, yet in this brief half-day and night, Xie Yu felt the chill of the world, bitterly stating, "To you, elder sister, it may be a small matter, but to the concubine, it is a life." Since the revelation of Zhao Jin's background 2 months ago, he had a beautiful dream, but now that dream has shattered, returning everything to square one. Reflecting on his recent actions, he felt a deep sense of shame. Xie Shanshan looked at the boy of about 10 years old before her, and sighed inwardly, still just a child. He was no older than a recent primary school graduate. Before the end times, her 13-year-old brother, already a meter 80 tall, would call her every day, using his smartwatch, asking for 3 yuan and 50 cents to buy a pack of way-long spicy strips, and would whine endlessly. Later, after enduring the first wave of the virus, they could not withstand the zombie siege. Xie Shanshan, who had personally seen off her parents' brother and many relatives, felt her heart soften. Study hard, but don't think too much about other things. Your father's remarriage may not be a bad thing for you. There is still a complete opportunity for an official career, while being disfigured or crippled leaves no chance at all. Even if he cannot rise through the imperial examination, he can still enter the officialdom through patronage. For example, Zhao Baoyu's father. Xie Yu felt she was speaking without understanding the pain, having lost her title. How could that be a good thing? Xie Shanshan smiled. She did not intend to be a caring big sister to others, quickly finding an excuse to send Xie Yu back to her studies. After visiting Lu Yinyang, Xie Yu returned to the east courtyard, but did not see Xie Heng, who had been inseparable from him during this time. Upon inquiry, he learned that Xie Heng had gone to his birth mother Yun Yinyang, yet he had not seen him in the main courtyard. He suspected he was still in the west wing, where he lived with his Yinyang and Jin Yinyang. Jin Yinyang lost a son previously. Her heart turned to ashes, her spirit withered, just like Yun Yinyang, treating Xie Heng, who was born after her son's untimely death, as her own. Compared to himself, Xie Heng had someone to care for him. The entire household was busy with the Duke's marriage, and no one paid attention to the young boy's heavy heart. Xie Feng took his leave on the 23rd, which was the little New Year's Day. He personally went to invite the official matchmaker, wishing to choose an auspicious date and time on the 26th to visit the loyal and righteous Marquis residence to exchange gifts. Since it was a marriage bestowed by the emperor, there was no need for the customary asking for names or gifts. Xie Feng had no parents and could not ask his younger siblings for help, so he had to prepare his wedding himself. Fortunately, the Ningguo Duke's house had many servants, and with everything ready during the new year, the betrothal gifts had also been prepared in advance, so he was not caught off guard. As a younger generation, Xie Shanshan need not worry about these matters, and was glad to be carefree using ice to carve a lifelike figure of Pei Ju in the guest courtyard where he resided. The translucent figure stood on the tea table. Pei Ju had noticed her hidden talents when she built a snowman that day. Now seeing this likeness, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss truly is multi-talented." The more he got to know her, the more he found her unfathomable. Just as Xie Shanshan was about to learn some humble words from the ancients, a young servant of around 11 or 12 approached with several invitation cards, saying, "6th Miss Young Master Pei, 3rd brother-in-law, 4th brother-in-law, and 5th brother-in-law have all sent people to deliver invitations one after another." "What invitations? Let me see." Xie Shanshan reached out to take them. The young servant hurriedly replied, "They are for young Master Pei." Xie Shanshan smiled upon hearing this. "Can't I see what's for young Master Pei? Can I see?" The last question was directed at Pei Ju. Pei Ju smiled and said, "Whatever the lady decides, naturally you can see." Xie Shanshan opened the 3 invitations one by one, glancing through them. "3rd brother-in-law, 4th brother-in-law, and 5th brother-in-law plan to come tomorrow to congratulate my father and visit you to discuss literature. Originally, I was inviting those 2 brother-in-laws who have not entered officialdom, but I didn't expect Zhou Jin to join in the fun. I can't just leave Zheng Kai and Xie Yaoyao." Just as she thought of this, she heard someone reporting that the eldest brother-in-law had sent an invitation as well. Upon unfolding it, the purpose was indeed the same. To congratulate Xie Feng first, then to discuss literature with Pei Ju. After Pei Ju read it, he asked Xie Shanshan whether they should reply to the invitation. Xie Shanshan said, "Of course, we should just say you are at home waiting for them." 4th brother-in-law and 5th brother-in-law have not yet participated in the imperial examination, but the eldest brother-in-law and 3rd brother-in-law are top scholars from the last 2 examinations, so they will naturally pass on their experience to you, which will save you from taking a few detours. Xie Feng's words were too vague that day. Zheng Kai and Zhou Jun could provide more detailed insights. Pei Ju personally took the brush and replied to the invitation. After receiving it, Zheng Kai immediately called for Xie Yaoyao to prepare a gift. "Our family has a 2-colored embroidered glass screen made of rosewood, inlaid with mother of pearl, which ordinary people cannot use. It has been gathering dust in the storeroom. Let's bring it over tomorrow to honor my father-in-law. As for whether Xie Feng keeps it for himself or presents it, that's up to him." Xie Yaoyao felt quite wronged about her mother due to the emperor's decree of marriage, and coldly said the eldest master is truly devoted to filial piety. Zheng Kai sighed, holding her hand and gently stroking the ruby ring on her finger. "When your father and mother divorced, the matter was already settled. I believe your mother has come to terms with it. Why must you still harbor resentment? Earlier you were afraid your father would support Lu Yinyang. Now that he is remarrying a lady from a noble family, isn't that just what you wished for?" Even he felt this marriage was quite suitable. Just as Xie Yaoyao was about to speak, her mother sent Cui Zhu over to deliver something. The couple hurried to ask after Zhao Qing's well-being. Cui Zhu smiled, "Miss is doing well. I was sent to inform you that this marriage was originally arranged by Miss before her divorce for the Duke, so please don't have any other thoughts. On the wedding day, just go congratulate the young master. A mother knows her daughter best. Zhao Qing is afraid she might harbor resentment and make Xie Feng unhappy, so she sent someone to inform you." Xie Yaoyao was Cui Zhu nodded. Xie Yaoyao couldn't help but shed tears. "I knew it, a mother must have done this for us." She still did not know what price her mother had to pay to gain her father's agreement.